Chapter 1031. Jialan asked skeptically, "How terrifying is this immortal-level Earth God Blood Red?" Shenlong nodded and said, "I'm sure you're not kidding me. Realistically speaking, by the time I became an immortal-level creature, Earth God Blood Red was already one. If I hadn't been in the hospital, my strength might have been comparable to his, but I've been lying in bed for so long, and my strength hasn't increased much. I'm still confident against a rookie like Zhou Dalong, but against Earth God Blood Red, this old fellow has lived too long and possesses too much experience. His strength is incredibly formidable." "Jialan, is he that difficult?" "Of course he is. My rejoining has significantly boosted the Deep Blue team's strength, but it's still not enough against the immortal-level Earth God Blood Red. The gap is quite large," Shenlong said. Jialan asked suspiciously, "Are you deliberately making the situation sound so serious that we're afraid to go?" "Shenlong, that's true. I'm concerned for the safety of the entire team, not just one person. Lin Luo, what do you think?" Jialan trusts Lin Luo the most, and everything must be approved by him. "We don't need to contribute too much. Right now, our main focus is finding the Wood Dragon. If the Wood Dragon refuses to cooperate, we give up," Lin Luo said. Jialan asked Ziyun, "How's the investigation going?" Ziyun recounted the situation on the forest planet. The 3 Wood Dragons were in serious conflict with the 2 Earth Gods, Blood Red. The 2 Earth Gods, Blood Red, had always been hostile to the 3 Wood Dragons. The 3rd Wood Dragon had become an immortal-level creature, and the 2 Wood Dragons were fighting the male immortal-level Earth God, Blood Red. The 2 Wood Dragons were named Mui and Muir, and the male immortal-level Earth God, Shuehong, was named Forest. Later, the forest planet was discovered by Fat Fu Lai Company, which obtained access to mine it. Ordinary mid-sized companies were not eligible to enter, but Fat Fu Lai was the first to discover it. In the 8th universe, there is a rule that any company that discovers a new planet, regardless of size, has the right to exploit it. Otherwise, with so many high-level companies, Fat Fu Lai would have no right to do so. The forest planet is very exclusive, especially after Fat Fu Lai discovered it. They immediately sought to illegally occupy it, believing that outsiders would be quick. Realizing that they could not mine the forest planet alone, Zhou Dalong chose to cooperate with other planets to jointly develop the forest planet. Another great battle ensued, with Forest fighting alone against 6 immortal-level creatures. Farm was incredibly powerful, and repelled the 6 immortal-level creatures. Immortal-level creatures value their lives very highly, and will not attack desperately unless absolutely necessary. The various companies were unable to capture the forest planet immediately, and despite numerous attempts, they were unsuccessful. Finally, they found 2 Wood Dragons, Mui and Muir. Wood Dragons and the Earth God Blood Red were natural enemies. In the early stages, the Earth God Blood Red would treat the Wood Dragons as food, but once the Wood Dragons grew stronger, they would also eat the Earth God Blood Red. Unlike the Earth God Blood Red, the Wood Dragons were more receptive to new things, and knew how to become stronger. The various companies partnered with the Wood Dragons, reaping huge benefits from the forest planet. Over time, the immortal Earth God Blood Red Forest saw the enormous benefits, and became interested in cooperation. As the collaboration deepened, the 2 Wood Dragons learned many of the details of the partnership and, realizing they were being significantly disadvantaged, considered changing their profit-sharing arrangements. Naturally, the various companies, seeing their interests compromised, were unwilling to cooperate and sought to find a way to restrict the Wood Dragons. Additionally, Earth God Blood Red offered them numerous treasures, which the Wood Dragons could not. Of course, the company's favorite activity was to hunt Earth God Blood Red, whose bodies were brimming with treasures. Earth God Blood Red's entire body was a potent medicinal herb, capable of significant benefits if properly utilized. Unlike Wood Dragons, which lacked treasures, some companies enjoyed them as decoration, raising a few Wood Dragons in their estates. A single Wood Dragon fetched approximately 5,000 cosmic coins, while an Earth God Blood Red of the same rank could fetch at least 20 times that price. The 2 sides also experienced numerous conflicts over business dealings. The Wood Dragon cultivated a 3rd Wood Dragon in the hope of slaying Earth God Blood Red. The male Earth God Blood Red cultivated his own wife, as a means of dealing with the 3 Wood Dragons. The 2 sides engaged in a series of fierce battles, each fighting to the death. Ziyun said, "I recently discovered some confidential information. It cost me 1,000 cosmic coins to obtain it. It says that the 3rd Wood Dragon is very close to the Earth God Xiahong, and they may unite to harm the 2 Wood Dragons." Jialan asked, "Did you pay for these 1,000 cosmic coins yourself?" Ziyun replied, "Of course I paid for it, but I get it back at the company." You can't ask me to pay for something we're investigating together. I'd be embarrassed to do that. Pink said, I'm very kind. I'm quite embarrassed too, Jialan said. You guys. Ziyun angrily said, remember this? Next time, I won't use my own money. I'm just kidding, Sister Ziyun, don't be angry. We need to work out how to make more money now. You can get your 1,000 universe coins from the profits. Lin Luo smiled. Does your words count? Ziyun asked doubtfully. I think they do. Lin Luo looked at Jialan uncertainly. They do. Jialan held Lin Luo in high regard. Anyone else would have immediately refused. She couldn't refuse Lin Luo. The Deep Blue team had been doing so well lately, all thanks to Lin Luo. We should be discussing the accuracy of the information, not the financial implications. I didn't expect the team's problems to become so severe after being away from them for so long. Junlan sighed heavily. Too much? Money isn't enough either. We should be more positive. Shut up. Ziyun shouted. Junlan was stunned, and it took him a long time to react. I'm talking to you. Why are you yelling at me? Everyone else here has the nerve to criticize me, but you don't. We're living in such a difficult situation now, and it's all because of you. Back when our production team was prosperous, we had plenty of food and fish every day, and we never had to worry about money. Junlan recalled some past events. When the Deep Blue team was first established, the captain was Deep Blue. The Deep Blues were a cosmic royal family, incredibly powerful, and from an exceptionally well-off family. The fact that the team was named Deep Blue spoke volumes about the family's wealth and resources. As the ace team of the 8th Universe Alliance, their salaries were exceptionally high. As Ziyun and Jialan, as the first team members, they lived a life of luxury, earning a monthly salary of 30,000 to 40,000 yuan, along with a variety of benefits, including top-tier social insurances and housing funds. Chapter 1032. Jialan agreed. When the first captain led us, it was so good. Life was full of beautiful things. We never argued about money, and I always had the latest version of my video games. Now I'm way behind, at least 2 versions behind. That never happened before, and I won't tolerate this happening. It's all your fault. Pink said, my cosmetics too. I don't have to be so mean. Longxian said. You two should just shut up. I approved you two to join the team. Without me, you two wouldn't even be on the team. Junlan, finding it difficult to blame Ziyun and Jialan, angrily blamed Pink and Longxian. Pink became even more furious. If I hadn't experienced poverty, I definitely wouldn't say such things. You know how I lived all these years. If I hadn't joined the Deep Blue team and joined a smaller team, I'd probably be a captain, with a salary over 10,000 yuan. Longxian said angrily. Seeing the two men's anger, Junlan smiled and said, Why are you two so angry? I was just joking. It's been my fault all these years, and I apologize. Stop being so hypocritical. I don't know you yet. Longxian said disdainfully. Let's not talk about money for now. The main reason you're so stingy right now is because you've been poor for so long. It's normal to be stingy. Once you adjusted to having money for a while, I believe everyone will return to normal and won't be so stingy anymore. Lin Luo encouraged everyone. Jialan said disdainfully, Look at you. We're the Deep Blue team, the ace team. Our actions are so shameful, it's embarrassing to even speak of them. Everyone fell silent for a moment, resolving to become wealthy and less humble. Let's stop talking and head for the forest planet. Jialan piloted the spaceship, locating it to the forest planet. The spaceship flew out of the barren planet, where they were temporarily staying, and headed for the forest planet. There were better stopping points on the barren planet where they could restock their supplies, but it would incur a significant cost. The Deep Blue team had experienced hard times, and were eager to save money whenever possible, never missing any opportunity to do so. Forest planet. Mu-Yi and Mu-Er cordoned off a large area, preventing any living creatures from entering. Mu-Er, brother, the situation is very dire for us now. Mu-San is very close to the earth god Shuihong. He used to pretend, but now he's done it. Fat Fu Lai, our former partner, has also sided with the earth god Shuihong forest. Mu-Yi angrily said, That damned fellow. I dedicated so much time to training him, and he betrayed us the first time. Mu-Er, it's not just that ungrateful forest, but also Fat Fu Lai, and that Zhou Daolong from Fat Fu Lai. I thought he was incredibly despicable the first time I met him, and just as I predicted, he's immediately leaning towards whatever benefits he sees. This fellow is even more despicable than Mu-San. When they were about to become a high-level company, he was trying to curry favor with me, saying that if Fat Fu Lai became a high-level company, he would give me 20% of the shares, and I would eventually move from being a trader to a partner. As soon as Fat Fu Lai became a high-ranking company, this damned guy immediately reneged on his promises. All his previous promises were broken. Now he's teaming up with our enemy, Sun Lin. I want to go over and kill him right now. Mu Yi was furious, realizing his wisdom was insufficient. Mu San's betrayal and Fat Fu Lai's reneging had caused him enormous losses. Mu Er said anxiously, "Brother, these losses are easy to handle. The main threat to our lives is our safety. Ever since Sun Lin's child died, he's gone mad and wants to rally the forces of other companies to kill us. We didn't kill his child, so why blame us?" Mu Yi said angrily. "Mu Er, brother, you seem to have forgotten something. When the forest was chasing the murderer, we intervened and stopped them. That's why they hold such a grudge against us, wanting to kill us. Mu Yi, can you blame me? I only tried to stop them from holding such a grudge. Besides, the Golden Dragon is fast. They don't care. They think we're the ones in the wrong." Mu Er said sadly, "No matter how fierce our fights were, nothing would have happened. If they had shown some mercy to both sides, the forest wouldn't have wiped us out. They know that the interests of our forest planet depend on us working together. If one of us suffers, the people from the outer universe will benefit the most. Ever since his son died, the forest has gone mad and has abandoned many things. This time, he's determined to kill both of us. We have few options left. One is to escape from the outer universe, and the other is to fight to the death." Mu Yi's face was grim. Has the situation gotten this serious? It might be even more difficult than this. It might be difficult for us to leave Victory Planet right now. Mu Er said. I only tried to stop him from hunting the murderer, and he treated me like this. Besides, his son is a son, and other people's sons aren't. He's killed countless of my own children, and I haven't been that extreme. Brother, you have to understand that all of our children were born before we evolved to the immortal level. After evolving to immortal level, we haven't had any children. Giving birth to higher levels of creatures is difficult, especially immortal level. You're right. Children born at each level have different talents. Our previous children were far less talented than his child. If Sinlin's child doesn't die, he might very well become an immortal in the future. If that's the case, our situation isn't much better. Once his child becomes an immortal, we're doomed too. It's a form of slow death. Mu Yi had long considered killing Sinlin's children, but he never had a good opportunity. The forest watched closely, and Mu Yi didn't even have a chance to get close. The Golden Dragon had killed the forest child, and Mu Yi was overjoyed, so he helped the Golden Dragon escape. Mu Er said, "It's going to be very difficult for us to leave now. The forest is definitely on alert, and won't let us escape easily. I was being a bit careless, helping the Golden Dragon, but it brought us such a devastating disaster. It was mainly because of Mu San's betrayal. Without his betrayal, our situation wouldn't be so dire." Mu Yi gritted his teeth. Chapter 1033. Mu Er comforted him, "Brother, don't blame yourself. No one wants this to happen. We're still no match for this old man in terms of intelligence. Yes, this cunning old man is too clever." Mu Yi had to admit. Mu Yi and Mu Er previously had an advantage mainly because they were more open and willing to cooperate with outside companies. The immortal Earth god Shui Hong was not so easy to deal with. He was unwilling to cooperate and challenged Mu Yi and Mu Er in a one-on-one duel. Many of the companies supported by Mu Yi and Mu Er fled to the forest, putting Mu Yi and Mu Er in a disadvantageous position. Their situation is currently very poor, and there's a high chance they'd be killed. Mu Er analyzed the situation and said, "Brother, I think we should flee now. The situation is very unfavorable for us. If we continue, we might die here." Mu Yi was silent for a moment. "You have a point. The situation is very bad for us right now. Leaving the forest planet first is the best option. You don't need to operate. With our help, you don't have to be afraid." A huge spaceship landed. Mu Er recognized the space battleship and said, "Team Deep Blue." After the space battleship opened, Lin Luo and his group emerged. Jiao Lan took the initiative to greet them. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiao Lan, captain of Team Deep Blue. You should know me, right?" Mu Er pointed at Jiao Lan and said, "Of course I know you. It's easy to explain if you know me. No need for me to say too much nonsense." Jiao Lan felt a surge of pride. Being recognized by an immortal level being was an honor. She hadn't expected to become so famous, even to be known by immortal level beings. "Mu Er, you're the idiot who owes $1 billion. In the 8th universe, the more you owe, the more honorable it is. After all, it's normal to owe more for your investments. And the bank gave you so much because they saw your potential and weren't worried you wouldn't be able to pay it back. It's mainly because you owed so much, and you didn't spend a single cent. You gave it all to others. You're a complete idiot. I heard of you for ages. I used to feel like I'd been deprived enough, and I was deeply unhappy. Whenever I think of you, I feel like a little injustice isn't a big deal. You owed $1 billion, didn't enjoy a single minute, and still have to pay back. No one is worse off than you. Pink, clutching her stomach, laughed. I'm dying of laughter. I thought someone as smart as the captain would know this, but it turns out this is the case. It turns out we're known as idiots. Long Xian stroked his chin. Next time, I guess we shouldn't introduce ourselves. It's embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Jinlan couldn't help but laugh. Ziyun angrily shouted, you bastard. You're the one who shouldn't laugh the most among us. You're the one who caused us to borrow so much money, and you spent all our money on us, and you still have the nerve to laugh. Jia Lan's face darkened, and a terrifying murderous aura emanated from him. I'm sorry. Jinlan realized she had lost her composure, and quickly covered her mouth. She noticed that it wasn't just Jia Lan's expression that was grim. Everyone around them also had a grim expression, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. You know how to apologize. Originally, everyone mentioned our Deep Blue team, thinking we were the ace team, incredibly powerful. Now, because of you, they think we're the worst, the best in the entire Universe Alliance. Jia Lan has the idea of killing Jinlan for the greater good, then chopping her into pieces, and selling her body parts. This would be a great relief to recover some of the losses. Seeing things headed in an unpredictable direction, Lin Luo quickly spoke up to ease the situation. Our Deep Blue team isn't a team of vengeful people. We're very compassionate. Even our former captain, Jinlan, was left with only a head. We were willing to spend a huge sum of money to treat our former captain. This is our former captain, Jinlan. He's already recovered. Can you imagine any other team as kind as ours, willing to spend such a large sum of money to support their former captain until he recovers? Jialan gave a thumbs up. Well said. Ziyun was impressed. Perhaps other Universal Alliance teams' main goal is to make money and complete missions as quickly as possible. Ours is different. Our goal is to share wealth and debt. Pink, our team is just that humane. Unlike other teams, they don't sell out their teammates for profit. Is our team really that kind? Long Xian remembered clearly how he was almost sacrificed by a teammate to defraud insurance money. Then, they could share the insurance money and improve their lives. If Long Xian hadn't known his teammates well, he would have felt deceived. Pink nudged Long Xian with her elbow. Hurry up and speak, or they think we're deceiving you. Long Xian quickly said, our team is truly good and we love each other. Look, our former captain, Jinlan, was already disabled, but we persisted in treating him and have been diligent in his care. He's almost fully recovered now. You're the one who's disabled. Don't you see I almost recovered and can even use my racial talents? Jinlan said angrily. Mu-Er glanced at the entire Deep Blue team. Sure enough, the propaganda outside isn't the same as the reality. They say you're heavily loaned out and living a tight life. Jialan sighed. People outside misunderstand us. Our behavior is rebellious, but perhaps others will learn from us. Instead of spending $1 billion to treat Jilan, we should recruit more new members. If we can't find better ones, we can train them well. An immortal level creature isn't cheap. It can be bought for just a few $100 million. Spending $1 billion isn't worth it. We're setting a bad example. What if other teams get injured and need to be treated in the same way? What should I do then? What should we do? Mu-Er nodded. You're breaking precedent and setting a bad precedent. Many will likely follow suit, causing enormous losses. Mu-Yi sighed. I didn't expect your Deep Blue team to be so loyal. Any other team would have abandoned you long ago. Your character is truly commendable. But after the True Blue incident, I don't want this kind of thing to happen to you again. I might start a company someday, and it will definitely have teams. If my company were as humane and life-conscious as yours, it would easily go bankrupt. Mu-Er, that's true. No wonder people despise you. There's a reason for it. Chapter 1034. Jialan gritted her teeth and said, I can promise there won't be a next time. Jinlan was a huge mistake. She had thought many times about killing Jinlan. Jinlan had cost her team $1 billion yuan, and had spent hundreds of years repaying his debts. Jialan didn't know how she had managed to survive those centuries. The whole process was truly agonizing. Thinking of the $1 billion yuan she had spent saving Jinlan, Jialan decided she had to hold back. Killing Jinlan would mean she would lose everything. She could keep Jinlan alive, and slowly work to pay off her debts. Mu-Er breathed a sigh of relief. Just understand this principle. Sometimes, there are bad people in the crowd. They feel different, so they go their own way and try to be different. Mu-E agreed. I have a few employees. I started with only 1,000 cosmic coins, which seemed good. But then, they realized they were running low and kept asking for raises. I could tolerate raises, but then they asked me to provide 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, and that's something I can't stand. They don't realize that the Cosmic Alliance's 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund are incredibly expensive. It takes up almost half of your monthly salary. I gave them 3,000 cosmic coins, which is already a lot, and they're still asking for 1,500. That's 4,500 per employee. And this is a barren planet, and they're asking for that much. Jialan nodded. To run a successful company, you must first consider employee salaries. Excessively high salaries are definitely detrimental to the company's long-term development. Some new employees start with very high salaries, but it's hard to get raises later. We need to keep them very low. Young people need to have a spirit of hard work. I think so. Mu-E and Mu-Er began to discuss, feeling a sense of regret that they had met too late. Pink nudged Lin Luo. Do you think the captain will be led astray by Mu-E and his 2 wooden dragons and exploit us harshly? It's possible. Then we'd just be living a good life, and it'd be gone in an instant. Don't worry about that. We're just a team, not employees. That's right. If the captain sets up a company, I won't join under any circumstances. Pink said with lingering fear. What are you talking about? Jia Lan leaned over. Captain, why did you come here so suddenly? Don't you know that scaring people can kill them? Pink asked. Jia Lan said, if you haven't done anything wrong, why would you be so scared? You must have done something wrong. No, I mean, when the captain sets up a new company, I join immediately and help it prosper. Pink said. Jia Lan said with satisfaction, very good. How did the discussion go? Lin Luo felt that the Deep Blue team was rather unserious, easily veering off topic and losing track of the main point. Jia Lan said, the discussion went well. I become friendly with them. Now we can discuss the upcoming mission. Yes. Lin Luo turned to Muhida. Our real purpose in coming to find you this time is to help you. Help you with what? We don't have anything to offer? Mu-Er asked. Lin Luo smiled. Some information can be obtained. I can buy it with universe coins. We already learned about your situation. Muhida, do you want to help us fight the Earth God Sehong? Mu-Er, to be frank, only immortals can defeat immortals. To defeat our older immortals, you need to have evolved to a very high level. You can display immortal level combat prowess, but the amount you can offer us is very limited. Jia Lan said, don't be so quick to refuse. We won't offer much help, but if one side has 1 more immortal, the chances of victory are very high. Mu-E nodded. That's the point. You can send out a few immortals. 2, Jia Lan replied. 2 doesn't seem like too many. The other side likely has 7 or 8 immortals assembled. Mu-E said. So many. Jia Lan exclaimed in surprise. I'm better off talking to you. I won't hide some things from you. We're currently at a severe disadvantage. We have 3 wood dragons, and we fought a major battle before. Our 3 wood dragons fought a draw against the 2 earth gods, blood red. You should be able to find out without us knowing everything. Now, the 3rd wood dragon has betrayed us, and the situation is very unfavorable for us. Mu-E said. Mu-Er said, you better stop trying to persuade us. We desperately need external support, but unfortunately, your strength is insufficient. If you had more, we might still choose to stay on the forest planet. You should know that if we lose the fight, our fate will be dire. We'd be killed and eaten. We don't want that outcome. Jia Lan said angrily, are you willing to give up? The forest needs abundant resources. If you leave and go somewhere else to gain benefits, the treatment will be much lower than here. You become a partner, basically a small company. Big companies don't lack partners at all. I understand what you're saying, but what can we do now? If we stay here, the only outcome is death. Muido said. Lin Luo said, if we gather enough energy, are you willing to fight to the death? Of course we would. You 2 immortals, plus the 2 of us, make 4 immortals. Muido said, to fight the forest, we need at least 7 immortals. Shenlong sighed, before, when I wasn't so heavily indebted, I could have invited 5 or 6 immortals. Now that's impossible. Only 4 immortals are still far from enough. Just shut up. You're a negative asset. What right do you have to speak? Jia Lan said. Mu-E sighed, of course we're reluctant to give up the forest planet, but the situation is dire for us now. If we continue to fight, we die, and our bodies will be turned into food. We thought about this decision for a long time. This decision was made after much consideration. Mu-Er nodded. Muidao, because if we can't gather this number of immortals, I think you should give up as soon as possible. Jia Lan, omitting Jinlan, asked the others, do you have the ability to find immortals now? Long Xiandao, the leader of my Fanlong clan, is an immortal, but my relationship with him isn't great, so it seems I can't invite him. I know the other immortals, but they probably don't know me. Chapter 1035. Can you please stop talking nonsense? I know a lot of immortals, but they won't even bother me. Jia Lan was speechless. Long Xian said sheepishly, to be frank, I don't know a single immortal. I'm ashamed that I can't help the team. Pink sighed, I don't know any either. Ziyun said, I do specialize in immortals. As long as you have money, they serve you, but they're very expensive. The cheapest immortal costs 50 million, and that's for a relatively weak immortal. What? Why don't they just rob people? The cheapest immortal corpse only costs 200 million, and that's on the black market. The official price is at most 150 million. That's a relatively high price. Some immortals aren't worth much at all. Even 100 million is considered a lot. Jia Lan said angrily. Pink angrily said, this is clearly extortion. How despicable. Mu-Yi sighed, I considered the method you mentioned, but the money is too much. It's simply not enough. A weaker immortal costs 50 million, an average immortal 100 million, and a slightly stronger one is almost 200 million. There's almost no bargain. Mu-Er, we have some savings, but it's not enough to invite these immortals. Besides, invited immortals aren't exactly willing to fight for you. If they see the situation is not right, they might choose to retreat. Jia Lan said, it seems I can only contact my sister. Long Xian said, Captain, if you contact your sister, we only gain one more immortal level creature, and its strength will be very limited. Ziyun, you're too young. An elder has extensive connections. How could it be just one more immortal level creature? If she's willing to help, I'm sure many more will come. Pink was surprised. Until now, the captain hasn't used her true strength. We soon see. Mu-Yi explained, if an elder sister holds considerable power in the Elders' Council, she surely be extremely powerful, and help us win this battle. Mu-Er, if we can open a shop in partnership with the elders of the Elders' Council, our business will improve significantly, and we earn more. Lin Luo felt that the 8th universe was very different from Earth. On Earth, connections aren't valued, and many people look down on those who do. When someone uses their connections, they usually do so privately, not in person. In the 8th universe, connections are public. Those with connections are truly powerful, while those without are a disgrace. I call them right now. Jia Lan called her eldest sister. Her second sister, already married and with children, doted on her since childhood. But after her second sister married and had children, their relationship gradually drifted apart. The last time she saw Lin Na, she saw a reflection of her second sister in her. Her eldest sister started working early and excelled at her job, becoming the captain of a team in the Universal Alliance. When Jia Lan joined the Deep Blue team, her eldest sister was already an elder in the Council of Elders. At the time, her eldest sister had only just joined the council, and her power was very limited. By the time Jia Lan joined the Deep Blue team, her eldest sister was already an elder in charge of personnel matters in the Elders' Council, holding considerable power. Unless under special circumstances, Jia Lan didn't want to contact her eldest sister. Jia Lan was excellent in the eyes of others, but in front of her sister, she was completely useless. Her sister thought Jia Lan's leveling was too slow. If she had been in their place, she would have reached the next level long ago, and it would be impossible for her to remain so low. This outstanding sister would occasionally taunt her. Anyone would be unhappy dealing with such a sister. After a while, the phone rang. Why did you come to me today? Are you in need of a blow lately? I'm going to give you a good one. I helped you earlier, and it caused me quite a bit of trouble. We are sisters, but sometimes helping someone requires money. Jia Lan's sister, Jinan, said bluntly. Lin Luo felt that this was just right. The 8th universe was all about relationships and money. It felt wrong that the captains and sisters only cared about relationships, not money. Jianan added, let me tell you, if you don't have money, I definitely won't help you. I already broken the rules, and I won't break them again. I can't let you off the hook just because you're my sister. Look at what you're saying, sister. I'm very grateful for what you did last time, and this time I have a big deal to do with you. Jia Lan cursed Jianan inwardly, but outwardly agreed. Jianan asked doubtfully, are you sure you can do business with me? You still owe me 2 or 300 million. You spent hundreds of years to still have that much. 10 billion might seem like a lot to others, but it's nothing to me. I can easily pay it back. You're so arrogant. When I asked you for a mission, you ignored me, yet now you're talking so convincingly. It's disgusting. Jialan muttered softly. What are you talking about? Jianan rolled his eyes at Jialan. Nothing. Jialan's heart was etched with regret. This mission is huge. I'm looking for one worth tens of billions. If we do it right, we can earn a ton of money. Are you sure? Jianan's first reaction was to wonder. How could such a foolish sister possibly have found such a good mission? Was it a scam? Recently, there have been numerous criminal gangs operating in the 8th universe, specializing in fraud. Many companies and teams have been defrauded and bankrupted. Jianan had every reason to suspect his sister had been duped. Of course I'm sure. You weren't scammed. I can warn you now. Many people have lost everything due to scams. You better be careful. Also, if you've been scammed and are heavily in debt, don't come to me or my father. I need to make something clear. We are sisters, but even sisters can be fragile when it comes to money. Of course, the same goes for the relationship between father and daughter. Can't you think of me as a good person? Jialan said angrily. No, Jianan said. Under normal circumstances, Jialan would have scolded her sister, but now, this was all about cooperation. One must endure what ordinary people cannot endure in order to achieve great things. The competition on the forest planet was fierce. If her side won, they would reap numerous benefits. Not only would they be able to pay off their debts, but they would also earn a great deal of money. From now on, she would no longer have to worry about money, and could live a prosperous life. This little Shane was nothing. Anyone who became a prominent figure in the 8th universe had experienced countless hardships to achieve such success. Chapter 1036. Jialan constantly pleaded with herself, urging her to try not to get angry. This was all for a better future. Jianan was the first to grow impatient. If you have something to say, just say it quickly. Don't drag it out here. Don't you know I have so much to do? Unlike you, I don't have so much free time. You won't believe me even if I tell you more now. Let's just do a video chat, Jialan said. I'm warning you, my time is precious. If my video chat isn't as good as you say, I'd definitely be angry. You'd be in trouble when you get home, Jianan said angrily. Don't worry, it must be a big deal, Jialan said. I'm almost back to my office. You should all prepare for a proper video chat with me. It's best to be prepared, as my time is very limited. I understand. Jialan temporarily hung up the phone with her sister and addressed the group. I'm about to meet my sister. You all should prepare and explain everything thoroughly. She's impatient, so don't waste time on nonsense. Mu-Yi swallowed, feeling quite excited. Great. We're about to meet the elders of the Elder Council. Ah! We are immortals, but there's a huge gap between us and the true elders of the Elder Council. If we don't dress up and act formal, the elders might get angry. Mu-Er said. Jialan sneered. Why are you being so dramatic? It's just a meeting with an Elder Council elder. Why are you so excited? Ziyun said. Captain, you don't understand. Maybe because you and Jianan are sisters, it's easy for you to meet. For ordinary people like us, meeting an Elder Council elder isn't easy. We have to rely on many connections to get there. Pink sighed. I don't know if I ever have the hope of becoming incredibly strong, joining the Elders Council, becoming an elder, and then living a carefree life. I want to too, Longxian said. Jialan grumbled. Can you two ever be more ambitious? You just want to be an elder. Wouldn't it be even better to be a counselor, with more power and the best benefits? Longxian said helplessly, Captain, how could I not know what you're saying? The problem is that my talent is limited. If I were more talented, I also want to be a counselor. Being a counselor would bring me more benefits. If you don't have the talent, I can't force you. Jialan smiled soothingly. Longxian felt a pang of discomfort. Jialan's Versailles attitude was truly irritating. But Jialan's words were true. His future as an immortal would depend on a lot of luck, let alone the desire to achieve further. Longxian had previously believed that his talent was sufficient, but after meeting Jialan, he realized that it was still quite poor. Pink said disdainfully, I'm talented enough, but I don't want to be a counselor. Counselors have to meet every day, while elders rarely need to. I also don't want to be an elder with real power. That would be too much trouble. Being an elder who just sits back is much better. Less work per day, and the pay isn't much less. Ziyun said, you have to think it through. Elders with and without real power receive different benefits. If you don't have power, the pay you receive will likely be very limited. What if some good cosmetics come on the shelves and you don't have the money to buy them? Think about it. If you don't have the money to buy them, how devastating it would be for you to miss out on something good. Pink gritted her teeth, feeling torn. Good cosmetics make me more beautiful, but lying down is also important. Lying down makes life comfortable, and your skin naturally improves, making you look younger. Worrying all the time can easily age you. Lin Luo warned, I think we should stop daydreaming and focus on the things at hand. Pink finally realized, that's right. Now that we paid off our debts, we need to earn more cosmic coins to unleash our potential and become an elder soon. We can then choose whether to become a powerful elder or a recumbent elder. My talent might only allow me to barely evolve into an immortal, but if I had enough money, everything would be different. I would spend a lot of money, constantly swallowing. Immortal level drugs and potions will continuously increase my strength. One day, I'd be able to break through to the immortal level. Long Xian reaffirmed his thoughts. This isn't a delusion, but a well-founded belief. Some weaker creatures, after consuming sufficient drugs and potions, have seen their strength significantly increase, reaching the immortal level. Reaching the immortal level doesn't mean this is the end. I can continue to consume drugs and potions to continuously strengthen my strength, and one day, I become extremely powerful. Ziyan said, that's true. Money is the most important thing. Every word of Lin Luo struck a chord with everyone on the Deep Blue team. Only those who have experienced poverty understand the importance of money. Without money, it's impossible to move forward. Jian returned to the office and proactively placed a video call with Jialan. Jialan answered the call, and the video screen projected in front of him. A beautiful woman who bore a striking resemblance to Jialan appeared before them. Jianan's aura was completely different from Jialan's. She possessed a noble demeanor, a coldness between her brows, and an air of distance. Lin Luo had discovered that the strength of a parent's generation was crucial to a child's development. Lin Shue's father was a prominent figure on the Wind Tribe planet, with many wives and children. In the eyes of the people of the Wind Tribe, Lin Shue's father was quite impressive. But in the entire 8th universe, Lin Shue's father wasn't considered particularly impressive. Although Lin Shue's father held high expectations for his children, while some city children would receive excellent training and funding, the level of achievement they could achieve was limited, at best joining a team in the Universal Alliance. Lin Shui was already considered the most talented of his siblings. The others were more average, and many worked on the Wind Tribe planet, earning significant income for the family. Compared to Jialan's siblings, their situation was much better. Even though they lacked talent, they weren't forced to work in a factory. Jialan's second sister, despite her own lack of talent, managed to marry into a well-off family and enjoy a happy life. Greetings, elders. Everyone quickly greeted them. Hello, I'm Jianan. I just spoke to you, so you should know me. I won't waste any more time, as I'm very busy and have a lot to attend to. The work of an elder in the Presbyterian Church is quite easy, with only 5 or 6 hours of actual work per day, and the rest of the time spent resting. Chapter 1037. Jianan checked the time. It was almost time for lunch. Lunch was a special meal provided by the cafeteria, and the food was very rich, with many of the ingredients being energy-boosting. After lunch, she planned to watch some short videos and relax. Once she had digested enough, she would take a nap to replenish her energy. After waking up, Jianan would make some health tea, sip it, and enjoy a sunbath. Life in the Elders' Council was very comfortable. Jianan was a powerful elder, working less than 3 or 4 hours a day, and the benefits were excellent. Elders inactive had a fixed monthly salary and fixed benefits, but they were far less comfortable than powerful elders. Of course, powerful elders had responsibilities. It wasn't like they could just sit around and do nothing every day. Jianan needed to achieve results. Every month, the Universal Alliance team would give her a certain amount of universe coins. This amount of universe coins wasn't enough. Powerful elders needed to create their own revenue streams. The only way to get Jianan to give up his nap was to earn universe coins. Hello, Elder Jianan. You may have heard of my exploits, the Wood Dragon of the Forest Planet. I'm Mu-Yi, a mid-level immortal. Mu-Yi unfurled his massive body, filling the entire video. He was extremely respectful to Jianan, not daring to be careless. I'm Mu-Er, Mu-Yi quickly greeted. Jianan, bored, said, enough with the introductions. Now let's get to the story. I come into an inevitable conflict with the Earth God Shuehong, and he's determined to kill us. Mu-Yi recounted the events briefly. Jianan frowned slightly. It seems your situation isn't optimistic. If this continues, your only option is to flee the life planet, or die here. Mui said helplessly. This is called the forest immortal level earth god Xiahong. He's so despicable. He didn't even give us a chance. We also rebelled. Jianan said angrily. I hate treason the most. You say your own third brother chose to betray you. Mu'er said, it can't be helped. Originally, we wanted to add a few more immortal level creatures and dominate the entire forest balloon. We spent a long time searching for our third brother. We spent countless resources cultivating him, but we didn't expect him to turn against the earth god Xiahong. Mui said angrily, to be honest, Mu-san is outrageous. We are brothers, but Mu-san is not. His parents died at the hands of the earth god Xiahong. We raised him and treated him as a brother. In fact, we are his parents. We didn't expect him to recognize the enemy as his father and choose to betray us. If we had known this day would come, we would never have adopted Mu-san. Mu-san's betrayal was a huge blow to the two brothers. They had always been kind to their own kind. The forest planet is now said to have two powerful races, but long ago, there was only one powerful race, the Earth God Blood Red. No forest planet has been discovered at the Fat Fulai Company. The Earth God Blood Red has fought numerous wars with the Wood Dragon clan, always victorious. The Earth God Blood Red has practically taken over the entire forest planet, leaving the Wood Dragons powerless to resist. The Earth God Blood Red treats the Wood Dragons as food, and to prevent them from rising again, he consumes numerous Wood Dragons each time. The fact that the Earth God Blood Red didn't completely exterminate the Wood Dragons wasn't due to his mercy. It was primarily because the Wood Dragons are highly fertile, and the Earth God Blood Red enjoys their taste. Both creatures are plant-based and prefer to eat plant-based creatures. The rise of Mu-Yi and Mu-Er allowed the Wood Dragon to regain its former glory. During this period, the Earth God Shuihong consumed an inordinate amount of food, at least tens of millions. Pink poked Jialan with her arm. Captain, why is our sister so jealous of betrayers? Is there something in the past? Jialan said coldly. Who is our sister? This is clearly my sister. Can you have some sense of boundaries? You stingy bastard. Pink said angrily. Okay, Captain, can you tell me the reason? My sister has this personality. She's been betrayed, and that's why she's like this? Jialan sighed. Long Xin gossiped. Is it because of emotional trauma that she's like this? Jialan rolled her eyes at Long Xian. If my sister hears you say that, you're dead. Long Xian quickly covered his mouth, fearing that Jianan would notice. Seeing Jianan chatting happily with Mu-Yi and Mu-Er, Long Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Don't interrupt, Pink said angrily. Jialan said, my sister was betrayed once while on the squad. It was a crucial battle. They were on a mission together and faced danger. My sister trusted her teammates with her back. But they betrayed her, nearly killing her in that battle. She spent 100 million on medical treatment before her injuries healed. From then on, she kept paying back the debt. It took 3 whole years for my sister to pay it off. Ever since then, she's hated betrayers. She's punished them, and now imprisoned them. Pink said, Sister, you're so gentle. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't let these people go. Jialan, you're too naive. What do you mean by gentle? This isn't gentle at all, is it? He often tortures these people, making their lives worse than death. She's been torturing them for nearly thousands of years. Think about it. Thousands of years of this would be worse than death. Whatever torture method my sister comes up with today, he immediately act on it and begin the frenzied torture. One day, I was visiting his house. I thought the lemon tea she made was delicious, so I raised my head and said, I'm going to be with you. Thumb said it was delicious. So she came up with a plan. Have the betrayer drink lemon tea constantly to see if too much would make him feel nauseous and want to vomit. Then he gave the group tons of lemon tea, and their stomachs swelled up so much that I think they question their lives the next time they see lemon tea. Pink shuddered. Your sister is truly terrifying. Ziyun, she's truly vengeful. Elder Jianan, you better stay away. You've been in the team longer and haven't heard of her outside. She's actually a very scary person. Okay, Pink said. Mui and Yer were chatting enthusiastically with Jianan, believing her sister to be a truly kind person who shared their views. Muzin was truly despicable. They both valued him so much, yet he chose to betray them. Jianan solemnly declared again, I have always had zero tolerance for betrayers. Such people deserve death, especially since we've done them a favor, yet they chose to betray me. Chapter 1038. Mu-Er said indignantly, Elder Jianan, besides Mu-san, there's another company that's truly despicable, Fat Fulai. Mu-Yi said angrily, Fat Fulai used to be a medium-sized company. Their leader, Zhou Daolong, was extremely weak and unqualified to even discuss business with us. But we didn't dislike him. We had a good discussion with him and began collaborating. Through our repeated collaborations, our small company has grown tremendously, from an unknown company to a high-ranking one. After becoming a high-ranking company, we were just as happy as he was. I thought I could become a shareholder in the future, but Zhou Daolong kept his promise. He was so unfaithful, and didn't even give us shareholders a chance. He even went to Sinlin to cooperate, trying to kill us. Thinking about it now makes me so angry. Mu-Er echoed, that's right. Without us, Fatfuli wouldn't be as powerful as it is today. Back then, they approached many people for cooperation, but none of them wanted to. Only we were willing to work with them, and we ended up being betrayed. Mu-Yi, trying to empathize with Jianan, forced tears. We always treated Fatfuli as brothers, but we were betrayed, and they even wanted our lives. Fatfuli sounds familiar to me. I feel like I just heard about it a while ago. Jianan frowned slightly. Lin Luo added, Sister Jianan, you know. You helped my sister get out of this company before. Jianan looked at Lin Luo. I remember now. Your name is Lin Luo, and your sister's name is Lin Na. Elder, you have a good memory, Lin Luo said. Jia Nan's face darkened. I understand exploiting employees. It's beneficial to the company's long-term development to achieve higher profits and maintain normal financial operations. But I cannot tolerate betrayal. Betrayal is the most shameful. Lin Luo agreed with Jia Nan's sentiment. Employee exploitation was understandable. Every employee should contribute freely to the company. As long as the company doesn't push its employees to death, all of that is understandable. Lin Luo quickly shook his head. When had his mindset changed like this? All the truth, goodness, and beauty on earth were gone. Degenerate, but he also felt that employee exploitation wasn't a big deal. It was primarily for the company's further development. He couldn't tolerate the betrayal of those close to him, and the resulting loss. Mu Yi's eyes reddened, and he wiped away tears. Elder, we have suffered a lot of betrayal. Life is truly difficult. Don't worry. I take over your matter, Jianan said. Thank you very much, Elder Jianan. The two of them expressed their gratitude. Jianan turned serious. Stop thanking me. I need to confirm with you that everything you said earlier is true. You didn't lie to me. The consequences of lying to me are dire. You need to think this through clearly. Mu Yi nodded quickly. Every word we said is true. Not a single word is false. Muir, yes, we're telling the truth. As long as it's true. Jianan reiterated. If you want to work with me, you can, but there are a few conditions you must understand. Okay, Mu Yi replied immediately. Jianan said sternly, don't be too hasty to answer. You can answer me after hearing the requirements. First, we need to sign a contract. Everyone must refrain from betrayal. Any betrayal will result in punishment from the other party. I forgot to mention that, because I'm an elder, this contract only applies to you. Second, I take 60% of the profits. Our council of elders needs to make money, and supporting so many elders requires a lot of money. Without that kind of profit, we won't make any moves. Of course, since you're in trouble, we demand a higher profit, up to 80%. I want to make this clear to you in advance. Third, if anyone on our side is injured or dies, medical expenses will be covered by your profits. I don't think these three demands are excessive. You should be able to agree to them. Mu Yi froze in his tracks, speechless. These demands weren't just a little high, they were incredibly high. In the past, when he collaborated with others, he'd take 70% of the profits, or at least 50%, but those were small offers, often with many additional conditions. Jiao Lan, however, turned against Tian Gang, demanding 70% of the profits in one fell swoop, leaving him with practically nothing left. The third point was even more outrageous. Shouldn't the injured be receiving medical expenses from the overall profits? Why was he taking them from them? Jiao Lan angrily exclaimed, this is too much. You're demanding 70% of the profits in one fell swoop. Mu Yi couldn't help but burst into tears. Captain Jiao Lan was kind enough to speak up for him. Due to Jianan's strength, Mu Yi didn't dare to object, fearing that Jianan would kill him in anger. Jiao Lan was Jianan's sister, so her words were fine. You don't have the right to speak here? Jianan said rudely. Jiao Lan was indignant. Are you planning to get rid of me now? Fine, but I introduced you to this. Now you want to abandon me, and do it on my own? I know what you're thinking, and I won't let you. Think about it, he's going to hire 7 or 8 immortals. You can't hire that many, can you? I already have 2 on my team, so this will save a lot of money. If you don't give me a fixed percentage of profit, I won't help you. Don't try to cheat me. I know you. Jianan sighed. I usually value relationships above all else, but this is wrong. You're talking to me about profit right from the start. Do you think I cheat you? We're brothers and sisters, and I would never do such a thing. You would, Jialan said. I don't know you yet. You're planning to take advantage of me for free? Don't make it sound so nice. I don't know what you're like. Alright, I give you 10% of the profit, is that okay? Jianan said helplessly. 10% is too little. At least 20% is. Jialan made his demands. Why is it so high? Why don't you just rob me? Why would I rob someone I'm doing business with? Besides, I'm a legitimate organization. How could I possibly rob them? I'm a law-abiding organization. If we all rob them, who would be able to work honestly? Jianan said passionately. Just shut up. Don't think about negotiating later. Give me the profit now, or I won't work with you. Jialan said. 11%, no higher. 19%, no lower. The two engaged in a lengthy bargaining session. Chapter 1039. Pink exclaimed in astonishment. From the way they look, I thought they were sisters. Now, judging by the tone of their bargaining, they seem even more like sisters. Ziyun nodded vigorously. I can only say that neither of them is easy to deal with. Lin Luo smiled. We should support the captain. He knows his sister best. He's trying to help us get benefits now. Once this matter is resolved, it's hard to say. It will be very difficult for us to get higher benefits. Long Xian gave a thumbs up, as expected of the captain. He works tirelessly for our team. My admiration for him is like the galaxy, endless and unstoppable. Stop being so disgusting. You've been the one who said the most bad things, and now you changed your attitude. Pink sneered. After some arguing, Jialan's profit reached 17%. Jianan felt a sharp loss. You only produce 2 immortals, and you're taking 17% of my profits. I feel so bad. Mu'er said to Mu'i, Brother, I find this a bit strange. We're the main players, and it's not us who should be sharing the profits. Now we're in a very difficult position. What choices do we have now? Either we leave the forest planet and do nothing, or we cooperate with them, even if it means 0 profit. We're at a disadvantage now, but the forest planet will be ours later, and we still reap huge profits. Mu'i had already prepared for the worst. Mu'er thought of returning home to outer space, becoming the nominal head of a small company, earning a meager salary and losing hope for future development. With Forest Planet, they have endless possibilities. Starting a business and establishing a company will be easy. Forest Planet is their foundation. Mu'i thought about giving up Forest Planet. What a terrifying thing it would be. Even an immortal level creature wouldn't be able to survive in the 8th universe's foundation. Okay, said Mu'er. Mu'i Dao, sometimes, if you want to achieve great things, you have to do whatever it takes. We lost everything now, but we all get it back. I believe in you, big brother. Mu'er gave a thumbs up. How are your discussions going? Jianan asked. Mu'i replied, I made up my mind. Since Forest Planet is such a jerk and wants to mess with us, we shouldn't be polite and deal with them properly. Very good. I hate betrayers the most. The best way to deal with them is to show them how powerful we are. Jianan said. Let's discuss the specific plot. Mu'i Dou. Let's discuss it carefully. We should discuss it up front and sign an agreement. If they want to go back on their word later, it's hard to say. Jianan said. Elder, you're too polite. We don't trust you yet. Whether we sign the agreement or not doesn't matter. Mu'i complimented. Jianan, don't waste your time. It sounds nice now, but if an argument breaks out and it escalates into violence, it won't be good. We in the Elders' Council hold ourselves to high standards and strive for perfection. Mu'i was merely being polite. When Jianan presented the agreement, he eagerly signed it. The agreement stipulated that both parties must kill an immortal-level Earth God, Blood Red, or else there would be no significant gain. An immortal-level creature is already very expensive, and the price of Earth God Blood Red is much higher than that of ordinary creatures. The basis of a 3-party partnership is to achieve sufficient profits. Jianan quickly printed out the document and sent it to Mu'i. Mu'i took the document, read it over several times, and after checking for errors, signed his name. Very good. Next, I will send 3 immortal-level creatures. Together, we will have 7 immortal-level creatures. Jianan took the document and checked the signature. Mu'i asked, Elder, aren't you going to take action yourself? Your business is just average. I take a look. You know our Elders' Council has rules. We can't openly profit from it. We do it covertly. This is permitted by the Universal Alliance. I intervene if absolutely necessary, Jianan said. Thank you, Elder. Mu Yi felt emboldened. With Jianan's words, the success rate was as high as 99%. If we can't win, Jianan's got us back, so we can resolve the situation smoothly. Keep doing your best. I think you're pretty good. Jianan gave some further instructions and ended the video call. Mu Yi thanked Jialan profusely. Thank you for your help. Without you, we'd be destitute. No need to thank me. Just pay me when the time comes. I'm well aware that favors cost money, so try not to be so. Jialan said. Mu Yi said awkwardly, I know that. You definitely have plenty of money, but it's a bit difficult to surround and kill the Earth God Xiahong. No matter how difficult it is, we have to do it. If we want to make money, we have to put in a lot of effort. Jialan led everyone away, leaving Mu Yi and Mu Er behind. Mu Er watched the Deep Blue Team spaceship depart. Brother, I always feel like I've been ripped off. We don't seem to be gaining anything. Mu Yi consoled him. Sometimes to gain, you have to give. We're facing such a dilemma right now. We seem to have given up a lot, but we also gained a lot. Do you think there are other solutions if we don't cooperate now? Mu Er shook his head. I don't think so. If they don't cooperate, at most they make less money, but if we don't cooperate, it'd be fatal. We won't even have a place to live. Our minimum requirement right now is to keep our current location. Without even a place to live, how can we develop in the future? Brother, you're right. Even if the struggle is won, we still be the winners. The forest planet is our territory, and we can develop it diligently and create even more wealth in the future. Next, you should work hard to recover your strength and improve your abilities. We need to be stronger and play a greater role in the battle so that we can have a greater say. I understand. We must let outsiders know that we are valuable. Mu Er nodded heavily. Mu Yi Dao, this battle is about our values. I believe you can handle it. We will fight for our survival. We will kill the traitor Mu San and show him the consequences of betraying us. Mu Er said angrily. As long as we work hard, everything will be fine. We will regain what we have lost. Mu Yi Dao. Very good, brother. I sensed a familiar aura today. Did you notice it? Mu Er said. Chapter 1040. You felt it too? Mu Yi asked. I sensed the presence of that golden dragon. It seems to be infiltrating the Jialan team. I wonder if Long Xian is that person. Mu Er replied. Mu Yi said, it's very possible. This golden dragon is truly courageous. It doesn't even know that it's the one the forest wants most to kill. If it weren't for the battle on our forest planet, the immortal earth god Shuihong would have been hunting him all over the world. Mu Er speculated, is there a possibility that the golden dragon is Long Xian? It's very possible. The aura he exudes is unique to the dragon clan. Mu Yi wasn't 100% certain. He hadn't had much contact with Lin Luo, and they left after just one encounter. If he had had more contact, he would surely have remembered the golden dragon's presence. Presumably, the immortal earth god Shuihong Forest would have remembered the golden dragon's presence, and would likely have been able to distinguish it. Mu Er, inevitably worried, asked, Brother, if the forest discovers the golden dragon while we're fighting, will it lose control and launch a fatal attack? Mu Yi smiled and said, Don't you think that's a good thing? When the forest is calm, it's more effective. When it loses control, it presents an opportunity for us, revealing more weaknesses. Brother, you're really knowledgeable. Mu Er gave a thumbs up. Mu Yi, you have a lot to learn. This time, we have Elder Jianan's help. I'm 90% sure we can defeat them. You can rest assured. I trust the Elder Council, Mu Er said. A service planet. Typically, a service planet is dedicated to a specific team, a privilege granted by the Cosmic Alliance. Teams can operate accommodation, restaurants, and other services on the planet, earning cosmic coins for the team. The Cosmic Alliance levies a 50% tax on the service planet's annual turnover, a very high rate. This method of the Cosmic Alliance is very profitable, requiring no special effort on their part, and can generate substantial profits. Lin Luo concluded that the Cosmic Alliance lacks a charity, and that every location is filled with places that collect money, making it easy to be scammed. In the past, the heavily indebted Deep Blue team wouldn't spend so much on service planets. At most, they would just grab a little food. After securing a large order, the Deep Blue team received a significant amount of cosmic coins, breathing a sigh of relief, and everyone on the team felt a surge of prosperity. The service planet they were on was called Tide Planet, a medium-sized planet with a relatively large population of life. Tide Planet's name is related to the company that discovered it, Tide Medium Company. Tide Medium Company felt that operating the planet would earn less than selling it to the Cosmic Alliance, so they sold it to the Cosmic Alliance. The Cosmic Alliance assigned management to the 299 Phantom Squads. These were considered among the most powerful of the Cosmic Alliance teams, already possessing a service planet. That service planet was called Phantom. Since it was difficult to change the name, it remained called Tide Planet. The Phantom Squad had some exceptionally capable managers, and they managed Tide Planet well, with all the necessary facilities. The group decided that after all their hard work, they should treat themselves to a bit of extra spending. What's the purpose of making money? It's definitely to improve one's life. The table was filled with 8th Universe specialties, including Star Core Jelly, Galactic Sushi, Quantum Donuts, Gravity Ramen, Wormhole Pizza, and so on. These dishes are renowned in the 8th Universe, and many of them are available on service planets. In the 8th Universe, eating is not only about quality, but also about nutrition. These foods are made from common items found in the universe, and each chef has refined them to perfection. Lin Luo ordered Gravity Ramen. The golden ramen resembled Earth's pasta, yet it was profoundly different. The noodles were shaped by the gravitational field, and the broth was an energy liquid that had been infused with the essence of multiple star systems. When you sip it, you feel the gravitational pull of the entire galaxy, creating a unique and powerful taste. Adding a special honey sauce to the noodles elevates the dish to a new level. Lin Luo took a sip. The noodles, mixed with the honey sauce, were pure sweetness. The gravity noodles didn't look like much, but they were incredibly filling. After just 2 bites, I felt a bit full. The food in the 8th Universe is indeed different. It might look ordinary, but it actually holds a hidden gem. Pink took a big bite of the bouncy pink jelly and gave a thumbs up. Sure enough, such beautiful jelly is worthy of me. It's not only beautiful to look at, it tastes incredibly delicious too. Long Xian took a bite of his delicious meal and sighed. I don't even know what year it is now. I used to eat so much delicious food here, but then our Deep Blue team went bankrupt, and we haven't had any good food since. I only have 1,000 universe coins a month. Even if I buy all that space rations, it's barely enough to fill me up. It's not nutritious at all. Sometimes, to save these 1,000 cosmic coins, I go for long periods without eating, so hungry I question life. After Long Xian finished speaking, tears streamed down his cheeks. Ziyun took a sip of tea. My life has just begun. What kind of life was that before? Only this kind of enjoyment is real life. Jialan contentedly ate some of the delicious food. Everyone, work hard. Our good days have just begun. Our future is the Sea of Stars. Pink asked Lin Luo. These are not available on the Wind Clan planet. They are only available on the service planets outside. They are delicious. Once you try them, you want to eat them again and again. Thank you, Sister Pink, Lin Luo thanked. Pink gave a thumbs up. You deserve it. We can live such a good life thanks to you. Sister Pink, you're welcome. Lin Luo said, I think this is all due to everyone's efforts, not just me. This is everyone's hard work. Jialan disagreed. As the captain, I understand more than you do. I know the complex relationships involved. You probably read a lot of novels set in the 8th Universe. Every successful person in those novels has a strategist. You know why I haven't been able to succeed yet? It's mainly because I lack a strategist. Lin Luo is an excellent strategist. Many of his ideas have played a crucial role. Our team will continue to improve in the future. Shenlong was the first to nod. I agree. The reason why I managed the Deep Blue team to such a high level, but still had no room for improvement, was mainly because I lacked a planner. If I had a strategist by my side to provide advice, I wouldn't have been so miserable, with only my head left and barely recovering. Chapter 1041. Jia Lan's face darkened. You're the least qualified to speak. You left us so deeply in debt, living a frugal life every day. I can't even afford to buy anything even slightly expensive. Shenlong coughed twice and said awkwardly, Let's not talk about the past. I had no choice. I just wanted to survive. To survive? You're betraying your teammates. It seems you don't feel any guilt at all, you despicable person. Pink said angrily. Ziyun snorted coldly. You should just rest in the hospital. Do you know what I've been through all these years? Pink said, Yes, you're truly shameless. We didn't blame you, and yet you're still breathing. Shenlong shamelessly said, I'm deeply ashamed of what I've done to you all these years. I apologize here. No words could ever make amends. I just wonder if I had a good military advisor back then. I wouldn't be in this situation. Our Deep Blue team wouldn't be so in debt, and our situation would be much better. Ziyun said, Shut up. Every word you say increases our pain. The less you say, the less we recall the past. Now that you put it that way, I think it makes sense. Shenlong said guiltily. Jialan's face darkened as he said, you don't need to say these nonsense to comfort everyone. Others may not know how cunning you are, but I do. You appear polite on the surface, but you're actually quite vicious. You have to believe me. I truly did this just to survive. You're all my family. How could I possibly hurt my own family? Shenlong said with a look of grievance. Shut up. I'm not your family. I'm your creditor. Jialan said coldly. Yes, we are your creditors. Pink said. Long Xian said worriedly, Captain, our next mission will be very dangerous. It's not like the smog planet. The smog planet was a little dangerous, but it was still okay. It's unlikely to be fatal to us. The war on the forest planet involves immortal creatures. You are stronger, and can fight against immortal creatures. We are not so strong. It is difficult to fight against immortal creatures. Facing immortal creatures, we have to run far away. Pink said, how about this? Captain, you and Jinlan attack together. We are weaker, and we can cheer you on from behind. That's a good idea. Long Xian agreed. The two of them usually had a bad relationship and often targeted each other, but when it came to saving their lives, they were in a rare unity. Jialan snorted coldly, you two have a good idea. You don't have to participate. Then the phoenix won't be shared by you two. Just think it through. That won't do. Long Xian said immediately. That's a good idea you two have. Not wanting to participate, and not wanting to take the money, where in the world can you find such a good thing? Jialan said coldly. The whole team must participate. The Earth God Blood Red is a race. It won't just be immortal level creatures fighting, but also those below immortal. This will also determine the success or failure of the battle. Lin Luo said. Got it? The military advisor has said so. What are your opinions? Jialan said. Ziyun said, I think we should talk less about work. Now's the time to enjoy ourselves. Talking about work while enjoying ourselves is boring to me. That makes sense. We haven't enjoyed ourselves in a long time. Let's have a good meal first. Jialan said. Lin Luo ordered several more dishes, all of which tasted quite good. In the 8th universe, there's no such thing as treating everyone to a meal, there's only the AA system. Even if two people are as close as a married couple, they still have to go A when eating. Lin Luo thought it was fine. A was better. Treating people back and forth was too much trouble. After eating for nearly a day, Lin Luo stopped eating and returned to his room. The Deep Blue team lived a luxurious life, but things were relatively good now. Lin Luo heard from a member of the team that it used to be common to book a service planet for 3 days and 3 nights of dining. Lin Luo opened the communicator and saw Lin Na's message. Lin Na most likely knew Lin Luo's identity, but had no intention of exposing it, choosing to deceive herself. In her heart, her brother might still be alive. Lin Luo informed this kind sister that he was safe, and Lin Na quickly sent a message back. Sometimes, people who care about you will reply immediately after seeing your message. Only those who don't care will delay sending messages. Lin Luo decided to visit his family. He hadn't had time to contact them in a long time, and he missed them especially lately. Soon, Lin Luo entered his consciousness, and several familiar figures appeared. Ho Tu ran over first, giving Lin Luo a big hug. Lin Luo hugged Ho Tu's soft body. Have you missed me lately? Ho Tu nodded. I missed you a lot. I missed you too. Lin Luo nodded. The god of karma came over and said disdainfully, Can you two stop being so corny? I miss you a lot, and you miss me a lot. It's giving me goosebumps. What do you know? Single people don't know. Lin Luo said disdainfully. Okay, single people don't know. I show you how powerful I am. The god of karma wanted to attack Lin Luo. His own strength had increased significantly during this period. He had been eating well every day, while Lin Luo hadn't, so one was gaining while the other was losing. Lin Luo easily dodged the god of karma's attack and slapped out with a dragon claw, sending the god of karma flying. In the realm of consciousness, one can also be hurt. The god of karma felt a headache and climbed up from the ground, complaining, Little Lin, you're going too far. I was just joking with you. Did you have to hit me so hard? Are you sure you're joking? I saw you hit me pretty hard just now. Lin Luo said, Luckily I acted quickly, otherwise I'd be the one facing you. You've been conserving your strength, and you shouldn't have improved much. How could you improve so quickly? The god of karma questioned. You don't understand. I'm hiding my strength, but I have clones that can help me with many things. My strength is constantly improving. How could it possibly be stagnant? Lin Luo said. The god of karma said. I just laughed. You're clearly cheating. I'm reporting you. Go ahead and report me. I don't even know where to report. The fact that you found a place to report successfully is a testament to your skill. Lin Luo said. Don't underestimate me, the god of karma said angrily. Okay, we're here to discuss business. It's been a while since we last spoke. How's everything going? Nara was on the service planet, entering the will space. Chapter 1042. The situation is not bad. A major war is about to take place. This war will determine a lot about the future. I hope you can keep it a secret. Lin Luo said. The god of karma was unconvinced. Little Lin, your words are a bit rude. What do you mean by keeping it a secret? We will definitely keep it a secret for you. You have to believe that we are good people. What I fear most is your loudmouth nature, talking all day long. If you let something slip, you might reveal my secret. Lin Luo said. You are wrong. It would be difficult for me to tell on you. I have been staying on the service planet, and have almost no contact with outsiders. The god of karma said. Lin Luo told everyone what happened on the forest planet. You are serious. You have to participate in a battle between immortals. Immortals and Eternals are very different. We Eternals cannot touch Immortals. The god of karma has been bored recently, and has learned a lot about the 8th universe. She also learned about the power of Immortals, and how they can easily wipe out Eternals. Nala smiled bitterly and said, I underestimated you. You made the situation far more serious than I anticipated. You directly initiated an Immortal-level battle. From what you said, there have been at least several Immortal-level battles. Battles are common in the 8th universe, but large-scale Immortal-level battles are rare. This battle, regardless of victory or defeat, will be recorded in the history of the 8th universe. The god of karma scorned, Xiao Linzi, I think you're a natural disaster. You bring misfortune wherever you go. It wasn't long since you left, and you already provoked a fight between immortal-level creatures. Ho Tu asked worriedly, wouldn't it be dangerous for you to participate in this battle? It's somewhat threatening, but the situation isn't as dire as you think. The team I'm on is called the Deep Blue Team. Captain Jiao Lan's sister is a powerful elder in the Elder Council. The Elder Council needs to make money, and is very supportive of this operation. Barring any unexpected events, we definitely win. Killing an immortal-level creature will earn us a huge profit, Lin Luo said. Nara was surprised. Jiao Lan has such connections. You're truly lucky to be able to join this team. It seems the outside world is claiming the Deep Blue Team is corrupt, but in reality, they have a very strong foundation. The Deep Blue Team is well known throughout Universe 8, and Nara naturally knows a little about it. Their high debt levels are making it difficult for the entire team to operate. Lin Luo smiled and said, perhaps you don't believe that the Deep Blue Team has always been doing so well. It's simply that few members of their team are capable of managing their operations. Their primary method of saving money is simply to save money, and the missions they undertake are relatively mundane. The captain lacks control, and the team members are lazy and inactive. This is why their high debt persists, and is difficult to repay. He also informed Nara, and the others that both Jiao Lan and Jin Lan possessed immortal-level combat power. While they might not be comparable to true immortals, however, when they unleash their full power, they are no less powerful than ordinary immortals. Nara said admiringly, they truly are the ace team of the Universal Alliance. They truly are far superior to my own team. 2 immortal-level creatures are already incredibly powerful. Even the special teams formed temporarily by the elders often only have 2 immortals. The Jade Emperor said, as expected of a dragon god, I thought you were more suitable than me. You thrived in Universe 8. Now it seems my prediction was correct. If it were me, I'd probably be in a more ordinary team, where rapid advancement would be difficult. Nara said, with this victory, if you work harder, you might be able to complete your team plan ahead of schedule. Yes, said the Jade Emperor. Ho Tu couldn't help but smile, happy for Lin Luo's performance. The god of karma was quite dissatisfied. Can't you have some judgment? What do you mean by he's so powerful? I think it's just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. This Deep Blue Team is capable, with a strong foundation. I think I could do it too. It's just a coincidence that I came across them. It's not a matter of ability. Are you jealous of my talent? Lin Luo said. The god of karma said, I'm jealous of your luck. Where does your talent come from? It's just good luck. You don't know that luck is part of strength. Lin Luo corrected. You're really shameless. The god of karma said. Lin Luo, what do you mean by shameless? You're just jealous of me. Jealousy, so what? The god of karma gritted his teeth. The Jade Emperor smiled and said, well, Lin Luo is getting better and better, which is very beneficial to our development. Nara asked, how can I help you? Forget it. Immortal level battles are too dangerous to intervene. You're underestimating me. Oh. Just because I can't help personally doesn't mean I can't help you with something. I recently found a potion for you. If you take it, you can temporarily burst into immortal level combat. Nara took out a blue potion, which shone with a dazzling light, as radiant as the stars. Isn't this too precious? I haven't paid you a cent yet, and you still found me this potion. Lin Luo said, this potion is very expensive, isn't it? Nara smiled, take it. The better you develop, the better it will be for us. I'm not giving this to you for free. If you develop well in the future, you must pay me back double. I will. Lin Luo desperately needed this potion. He might need it in the Forest Star War, where immortal level creatures require immortal level creatures to fight. The reason Lin Luo was able to successfully sneak attack the millipede earlier was mainly because Jiao Lan was at the forefront. Lin Luo could sense the power of the blue star potion. It contained the essence of an entire planet, and its production cost was extremely high. Isn't this potion very expensive? Yes, it is very expensive. It costs 200,000 universe coins. Nara nodded. Damn, so expensive. The god of karma knew the purchasing power of one cosmic coin. Captain Nara, think carefully. I think you're being unfairly unfair by giving this potion to Xiao Linzi. I strongly request that it be given to me, so I can be more useful. Lin Luo took the potion. What are you thinking? What potion are you giving you? This potion is for me. Stay home and have fun. Damn you, you bastard. The god of karma felt worse than death watching Lin Luo's progress. Don't be jealous. Say such harsh words. If I get better, you will too. Lin Luo touched the god of karma's head. Don't touch my head. The god of karma angrily slapped Lin Luo's hand away. Lin Luo said to Nara, I have another unwelcome request. I want to hide the potion. I rather not participate in immortal level battles. Chapter 1043. Lin Luo held the blue starry sky potion, but was reluctant to use it. One potion cost 200,000 universe coins, and was meant to save his life in critical moments. I have a watch here that can conceal your aura. Even ordinary immortal level creatures can't detect it, unless you're very close to them, at which point there's a high probability of detection. Nara took out a watch. It was like a smartwatch on Earth, with multiple functions. Earth watches measure blood pressure and heart rate, and can also answer calls. The watches from the 8th universe have more functions than Earth's smartwatches, including a better one, the ability to conceal aura. The god of karma's eyes lit up. This watch seems quite expensive, isn't it? It seems to be worth 30,000 universe coins. That one is the roughest. This one is more expensive, worth 100,000 universe coins, Nara corrected. That's a lot. The god of karma said. Nara said, it's because there are so many of them that they can conceal my aura. It was somewhat useful to me before, but not anymore. Before, I was afraid others would detect my aura, so I deliberately used a watch to hide it. But later on, I overthought it, and it wasn't necessary at all. I've been in the 8th universe for a long time, and my skin transformation has been very successful. Having this watch or not doesn't really affect me much. I give it to you to avoid detection. You still need to be as careful as possible. I understand. Lin Luo said. The god of karma was envious and jealous. Sister Nara, you're so generous. You just gave Xiao Linzi something worth 300,000 universe coins like that. You're really giving it away. Nara smiled and said, it's a good investment. I'm sure the return will be 2 or 3 times as much. Thank you so much for your support. Lin Luo was unfamiliar with the 8th universe, so purchasing these 2 items was difficult. Nara found it easy to buy these 2 items. It didn't require much effort. I told you, this is an upfront investment. You must pay me back. It's not like I'm giving it away for free. Nara reiterated. Okay, I pay you back. Lin Luo nodded. Little Lin, you need to work harder and free me from the service planet soon. I'm getting bored staying at home all day. The god of karma said. Okay. Lin Luo nodded. You agreed as soon as I asked you. This doesn't seem like your usual self. Are you up to something? You agreed so quickly, I'm really suspicious. Look at what you're saying. What do you mean I agreed immediately after you asked me? Isn't it good to agree quickly? I'm suspicious. You're really petty. What do you mean I'm petty? Isn't it normal for me to be suspicious? I just finished talking about you, and you agreed. Do you think I'm you? Besides, I gained so much, and I'm in a great mood, so I definitely wouldn't say anything about you. Your words are more painful than if I killed you. The god of karma gritted his teeth. It's okay, don't be so angry. I make more profit later. If this deal goes through, I make at least over 1 million universe coins. Lin Luo said. You can make that much. Are you sure you're not kidding? What are you thinking, kid? A typical immortal level corpse is worth 200 or 300 million, not to mention Earth God Blood Red. An ordinary eternal level Earth God Blood Red can fetch 100 million, let alone immortal level creatures. Nara said, the price difference between eternal level and immortal level creatures is huge, about 10-fold. If an eternal level creature sells for 100 million, then an immortal level creature will fetch at least 1 billion, and it might even go even higher. It's so valuable. The god of karma exclaimed in surprise. That's official data. If you find good buyers, you can get a much higher price. 1 billion could fetch as much as 1.5 billion, Nara corrected. If I had 1.5 billion, and if life in the 8th universe isn't great enough, I could buy a lot of potions to improve myself in all aspects, even becoming immortal level if I wanted. The god of karma's eyes lit up. Theoretically, yes. The 8th universe has been around for a long time, and a series of social orders have been established, much of which is similar to our Earth civilization. Sometimes strength can't solve everything. You need money. Money can buy many precious potions and improve yourself, but it's impossible to completely escape the life level there. Fighting is inevitable, and it's a frequent occurrence. Generally speaking, money is more important. Generally speaking, the Universal Alliance manages many planets and does not allow fighting. All issues should be resolved peacefully. Nara said. The god of karma gritted his teeth and said, knowing how much money Lin Luo makes is more painful than killing me. Then I think it's better for you to end your life quickly, because I make more money in the future. This is just the beginning. Lin Luo smiled. Remember this. The god of karma said angrily. Lin Luo chatted with Nara for a while longer. His willpower was almost back, so he decided to leave the will space. He felt a headache, a normal symptom after spending so long in the will space. Lin Luo had gained a lot, obtaining an immortal level star potion and a watch that concealed his aura. He chose not to act unless necessary. Once he did, the outcome would be different. In the past, when he used his true form as the Golden Dragon, he was always very cautious, trying to avoid being discovered. In this forest Star War, Lin Luo's transformation into a Golden Dragon would inevitably attract widespread attention. Someone with ulterior motives would likely investigate, and the outcome would be very unfavorable to Lin Luo. Lin Luo, I opened a store for you. You can buy anything you need there. Ziyun sent a message to Lin Luo in the work group. Okay, thank you, Sister Ziyun. Lin Luo replied to Ziyun. Ziyun smiled and said, you don't need to thank me. You deserve it. Everyone in our team can buy things at the mall. How about I tell you some money-saving tips? Will that be too much trouble, Sister Ziyun? Lin Luo said politely. We're all family. Why are you saying this? You contributed so much to our team, so it's only right that I tell you this. Ziyun had a strong sense of belonging to Lin Luo, treating him completely like one of her own. Lin Luo not only generated high profits for the team, but also maintained his position. It's reasonable to be a little greedy when managing finances. Few people can maintain their integrity when faced with so much money, and she appreciated that. Thank you very much, Sister Ziyun. On Earth, Lin Luo no longer had any concept of money. After all, he had become terrifyingly powerful. Chapter 1044. The situation in the 8th universe is different. It's a universe with an established social order. Lin Luo has come to view the 8th universe as a larger version of Earth. Unless an individual's strength reaches a certain level, they must abide by these rules. There's a fundamental difference between civilized society and the barbaric era. Military force can only be a supplementary factor, not a decisive factor. On Earth, the rise of various creatures led to the collapse of the original civilized social system, returning to the barbaric era. Lin Luo quickly grew stronger, becoming the most powerful person on Earth, and quickly established a new set of rules. When he left Earth, conflicts still existed, but their number had decreased significantly. The future development of Earth will likely be like the next 8th universe. Lin Luo had been away from Earth for some time, and still missed it. I don't know when I'd be back next time. Lin Luo always believed that the next time he returned, Earth would be even better than before. He opened the shopping app, and the sheer variety of items listed was overwhelming, making it hard to identify anything specific. Many of the items were below the eternal level, making them useless to Lin Luo. Lin Luo's level had reached eternal, putting him very close to immortal level creatures. Ordinary eternal level items had little effect on him, let alone those below eternal. He searched and found a transformation technique called the Dark Star Dragon Bloodline. The Dark Star Dragons hailed from a high-level planet called Dark Planet. At its peak, this planet produced 5 immortal-level creatures. The Dark Star Dragon applied to join the council, believing that given its planet's strength, it was certain that one of its own could enter the council. Their proposal was rejected by the council, who believed the Dark Star had been discovered too recently and required further observation. The council's decision angered the Dark Star Dragon, who felt the Universal Alliance was deliberately making things difficult for him. There were many races within the Universal Alliance that were clearly much weaker than his own, so why were they allowed into the council? Why, as a powerful race, were the Dark Star Dragons excluded from the council? Later, the Dark Star Dragons grew increasingly dissatisfied and colluded with Universe 6 to attack Universe 8, ultimately being annihilated by the Universal Alliance. The council itself was powerful, making it relatively easy to annihilate 5 immortal-level creatures. The annihilation of the Dark Star Dragons was one instance where the council personally intervened. Generally, the council wouldn't intervene. It was often the military or individual universe teams that took action. After the Dark Star Dragons were eliminated, their race became subject to purchase, with any part of their body being sold. Some weaker races were annihilated entirely. Some powerful races were left behind for study by the Universal Alliance, and then put up for auction in the marketplace. The Dark Star Dragon has extensive research, and its release has been well received. I'm quite powerful myself. On Earth, my evolution has reached its limit, making further evolution difficult. However, in the 8th universe, I'm still far from perfect. Lin Luo's level is now very close to that of an immortal, and his combat power isn't as overwhelming as before. In his previous battles, he triumphed over the stronger, even if the difference in life level was just 1. After arriving in the 8th universe, Lin Luo's attempts at cross-level combat were no longer routine. During the last millipede battle, Lin Luo felt deeply inadequate. Without Jiaolan blocking his way, he wasn't even qualified to fight. Lin Luo had come into contact with Jiaolan's deep blue-white tiger bloodline, and could sense its suppressive power. The 8th universe was vastly more advanced than Earth. Like comparing industrial civilization to agricultural civilization, the gap was enormous. Lin Luo didn't feel repelled by the 8th universe. Many things could be purchased online, and fighting had become a secondary pursuit. He felt this was the proper way to live. Fighting was too tiring and not necessarily effective. On Earth, Lin Luo could only devour to become stronger, and his options were limited. Most of the time, it was a single choice, with no other options. Lin Luo witnessed the vast variety of online shopping options in the 8th universe. Anyone with money had so much to choose from that it was practically overwhelming. Dark Star Dragon, Primary Bloodline, Price, 180,000 Sun Shining Dragon, Primary Bloodline, Price, 200,000 Moon Meteor Dragon, Primary Bloodline, Price, 150,000 Purple Flower Dragon, Primary Bloodline, Price, 80,000 Blood Sky Demon Dragon, Primary Bloodline, Price, 20,000 Flower Sea Sky Dragon, Primary Bloodline, Price, 30,000. There are many dragon bloodlines, and Lin Luo has many options. The cheapest ones cost 5,000 universe coins, and the more expensive ones cost 300,000 universe coins. The only problem is that he has no money. His favorite is the Dark Star Dragon, which costs 180,000. After the last mission, he was allocated 120,000. Lin Luo had approximately 620,000 in savings, so purchasing the Dark Star Dragon bloodline was almost stress-free. However, he had 500,000 universe coins, which he couldn't spend carelessly. These 500,000 universe coins were unexpected gains, and Lin Luo needed to hide them, and not spend them carelessly. The Universe Alliance wouldn't monitor small amounts of money, but it would definitely monitor larger amounts. 60,000 universe coins wasn't a small sum. The average monthly salary on a small planet was less than 1,000. Lin Luo was a newcomer. How could he possibly possess such a large sum? The Universe Alliance feared the arrival of aliens, so it kept strict control over universe coins. There were also creatures that traveled back and forth between universes, frequently buying various items. Some items were very expensive in the 6th universe, but very cheap in the 8th, allowing them to profit greatly from the price difference. The same was true in reverse. Overtly, these companies had become powerful entities, and they would pay large sums of money to those above them. They labeled those who engaged in this kind of business privately as smugglers. These companies have dealt a heavy blow to these smugglers. I take my time with the 500,000. My life is quite sensitive right now, so I can't use it. I find an opportunity to use it, but I won't use it for now. So now I have no choice but to borrow money. The fastest way is to borrow from my teammates, and then I discuss it with them. When the tax bureau starts investigating, I can find a good excuse to hide it, and there will be basically no accidents. Lin Luo had a plan in mind, opened the social media app, and added everyone in. Soon, Jialan, Zhenlan, Benhong, and Ziyun all joined the chat group. What's going on? Add all of us to the group, Long Xian asked first. Chapter 1045. Jialan said urgently. Lin Luo is usually silent. Something important must have happened, so he added us to the group. We can discuss anything in person. It's not appropriate to discuss it in a group. Shenlan, could it be something about the forest planet? Then it must be extremely urgent. It's better to discuss it in person. Ziyun imagined, of course it is. Such a large business must be difficult. Sometimes things seem too simple, and we have to be suspicious. Don't imagine. I invited everyone here just to get your opinions. I'm saying that the Wen tribe's racial abilities are too weak and require bloodline transformation. Lin Luo said bluntly. Long Xian nodded and said, your Wen tribe bloodline is relatively weak, even weaker than Pink and Captain Jia Lan's original bloodlines. Without bloodline transformation, your combat effectiveness is very average and won't be of much use. Thank you for reminding me, Pink said sullenly. Jia Lan's face darkened. You despise me. You think you're so great just because you're the original, unmodified version, right? You look down on us who undergone bloodline modification. That's not what I meant. Long Xian quickly shook his head. Jialan said, that's what you mean? You're so arrogant. You, the Fanlong clan, are naturally gifted. I, a blue-blooded person, can't match your bloodline, so I'm forced to use the deep blue-white tiger bloodline to increase my strength. That's not what I meant. Long Xian hurriedly explained. You can speak your mind. I won't blame you. Jialan said coldly. Long Xian thought for a moment and decided to speak his mind. Your bloodline modification was successful, but not as good as mine. The stronger the original life form, the stronger it represents. Of course, you have more bloodlines, so you need to modify your bloodline to achieve that. Okay, I didn't expect the person with the lowest profile in our team to be the one who despises us so much. Jialan said with a scowl. Long Xian quickly said, Captain, you said you wouldn't blame me. You can't go back on your word. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Jialan patted his chest. I've been itching to get my hands dirty lately. I'm going to fight soon, and I need some experience. Remember to come into my training room and train with me. Captain, you're going to get even with me now. Why are you talking like that? You promised me something, and now you're going back on your word. Long Xian had a bad feeling. What did I promise you? I just said I wouldn't blame you. I didn't say I wouldn't train with you. Don't you want to come? Jialan said coldly. Can I not come? Of course you don't have to. I'm a democratic captain, but I have to deduct your salary. If you don't come today, I deduct 1,000 universe coins. That's a lot. Can it be less? I'm not bargaining with you. If you don't come, I just deduct it. Think carefully before you make your choice. I better come. Long Xian felt thick-skinned. A good beating wouldn't affect him. Money was more important to him than anything else. He decided to remember this lesson and be more careful with his words, otherwise he'd be beaten to the point of questioning his life. Pink said, Shaolin, what bloodline have you decided on? Tell me and I give you some advice. I'm thinking the Dark Star Dragon. This bloodline primarily enhances sneak attacks and can blend with the night. Its own physical form is also incredibly powerful, much stronger than ordinary bloodlines. Lin Luo said. Ziyun analyzed, the Dark Star Dragon is very powerful. It's the bloodline of an immortal-level creature. 5 immortal-level creatures have been born from it. If you obtain this bloodline, you too will become a powerful immortal-level creature in the future. The price seems to be 180,000. It's 180,000. Lin Luo expressed his desire to borrow money. I only received 120,000 in dividends so far, and I'm still 60,000 short. I need your support. I definitely give you the money as soon as the mission is over. No problem, Jialan said, patting his chest. Zhenlan was the first to speak. I don't have much money. You're asking others for it. Jialan said, just shut up. We're all your creditors, and you're turning against Tian Gang and blaming Lin Luo first. Lin Luo shouldn't be my creditor. He's only been a member for a short time, Zhenlan said. He's definitely your creditor. He received the 100 million in dividends, but he's just saying he doesn't owe you enough. Jialan said. Pink patted her chest proudly and said, it's only 60,000 universe coins. We have so many people here, 10,000 per person will definitely be enough. Ziyun said, we're still short of 20,000. We need 15,000 per person. The stronger you become, the less we benefit. Spend this money. Thank you everyone. Lin Luo successfully borrowed 60,000 universe coins and purchased the Dark Star Dragon bloodline. The Dark Star Dragon bloodline transplant requires a hospital nearby. The bloodline has been shipped and will arrive soon. No need to thank me. The stronger you become, the better our team will grow. I believe you can take over my position in the future. Jialan said respectfully. I see. Captain, why are you making big promises too? Lin Luo smiled. You're doubting me, Jialan said. I wouldn't dare. Lin Luo packed his things and ran to the nearest hospital. The hospital's exterior looked much like those on Earth. It was white, with words from the 8th universe hanging on it, meaning, if you want to become stronger, you should come to the hospital. Hospitals on Earth are primarily for treatment. People are weaker and more susceptible to illness, requiring medical attention. The creatures of the 8th universe are all very strong and rarely get sick. The role of the hospital has also changed, from saving lives to biotransformation, with their primary research and development being biotransformation. Of course, sometimes patients contract serious viruses and need to come to the hospital for treatment. These cases are not uncommon, but compared to biotransformation, they are relatively rare. Lin Luo arrived at the hospital and immediately underwent a physical examination. Half an hour later, the results came back. During his physical exam, Lin Luo tried his best to suppress his physical condition, and his bloodline reached the Divine King level. If he displayed an eternal level physique, he would undoubtedly be investigated. The 8th universe, like Earth, is connected to the internet on some civilized planets. Anything done online can be tracked online. The attending physician presented the physical exam form and said, your data is excellent across the board. Biotransformation is possible. Biotransformation doesn't require much effort. Simply inject it into your bloodline, and the Dark Star Dragon will gradually manifest within you. That's simple. Lin Luo had assumed that biotransformation would require some complex surgery. Chapter 1046. The attending physician, unsurprised, smiled. You must be asking about our previous surgeries. Things are different now. We modified our procedures. We implemented bloodline injections, which can make you even stronger. It's much easier. So that's how it is. How many injections are needed? Lin Luo asked. 3, about 3. You gain immense power. The Dark Star Dragon bloodline will manifest within your body, and you soon be able to gain powerful strength. The attending physician replied. How long will it take? Lin Luo asked. After the first injection, you'll be able to use your abilities within a day. It will take a long time to adjust afterwards. The second injection generally takes 3 months. The interval between the 2 injections is too short. It may cause discomfort. It's best to come back for a checkup in 3 months, and then we give you the next injection. The attending physician said. Will it be the same as today's checkup? Today's checkup is just an entry-level one. For your health, we be more thorough later on, aiming to help you maintain a better body. Are the 2 fees the same? Lin Luo felt perfectly healthy. The previous checkup was just a formality, a waste of time. Eternal-level creatures, unless killed by a more powerful being, generally have an infinite lifespan. Dying is a problem. This hospital examined him simply to make money. After a quick checkup, Lin Luo earned 3,000 cosmic coins. Luckily, he had his own little stash, and he took out these 3,000 cosmic coins. Otherwise, the transplant wouldn't have been possible today. Even if a transplant isn't possible, it still costs money. Preserving bloodlines costs a lot. Lin Luo realized he was too well protected on the Wind Tribe planet. Outer space was too dangerous, everything costs money. I heard that on some planets, air is so precious that every breath you take costs money. What are you thinking? More procedures, but the cost remains the same. Is there such a good deal? The attending physician seemed to be refusing to pay for the transplant. The first exam was just for the initial stage. The second exam will cost 30,000 universe coins. I give you a very thorough exam. Lin Luo, I feel perfectly healthy. I don't need any exams. That won't do. You must get checked here. No other hospital will accept you. Just come here for your next blood transplant. You're deliberately charging more. Take it as you will. I have many patients. You're wasting even a minute of my time, costing me a lot of universe coins. You can't afford that. Lin Luo stopped talking to the attending physician. There was no point in talking anymore. This was the 8th universe's own rules. It was impossible for him to change his mind just because he talked too much. Lin Luo left the hospital and tried to transform into a dark star dragon. With a thought, his body rapidly transformed, sprouting dragon claws and a dragon head. Its body was densely covered with dragon scales, which reflected a black light. The dark star dragon was elongated, like the eastern dragon, reaching a terrifying length of over 100,000 meters, covering the entire surrounding area. The dark star dragon gives me a different kind of power. Lin Luo tried to fly when a group of silver-armored law enforcement officers approached. Sir, you have violated the laws of our service planet. You may now resist. If you do, we will eliminate you, the leading officer said. Lin Luo was filled with questions. A dozen law enforcement officers looked at him eagerly, eager for him to resist. Lin Luo immediately transformed from a dark star dragon into a Wind tribe member, raising his hands above his head. The dozen or so law enforcement officers' eyes dimmed, their excitement turning to disappointment. You have just violated the safety laws of the service planet. You must pay a fine of 5,000 universe coins, the leading officer said. 5,000? Lin Luo was completely uneasy. He had transformed into a dark star dragon, wanting to see the effect. He hadn't done anything, and yet the law enforcement officers demanded 5,000 cosmic coins. Isn't that extortion? The hospital at least gave Lin Luo an examination and asked for 3,000 cosmic coins. These law enforcement officers were blatant robbery, directly demanding 5,000 cosmic coins from Lin Luo without offering any service. Can I make a phone call? Lin Luo asked. Yes, I advise you to take the 5,000 cosmic coins. Even with your connections, you can't get much cheaper. We charge a fair price. The leading law enforcement officer said impatiently. Let me make a call first. Lin Luo called Jialan, who was furious and rushed over. Aren't you just too audacious to blackmail my team members? You're throwing your lives away. Do you believe I kill you all right here? After a while, Jialan rushed over, her voice the first to arrive. Are you Captain Jialan? The leading law enforcement captain immediately changed his demeanor, a smile on his face. You actually know me? Jialan said coldly. The law enforcement captain said, You're from the Deep Blue Squad, one of the ace teams of our Universal Alliance. Of course we know each other. We heard a lot about your formidable reputation. You misunderstood me. I meant that you actually know me. Someone as powerful as me, and for a piece of trash like you to know me, it really lowers my status. Jialan said coldly. The law enforcement captain didn't get angry. You have a point. Can my team members be taken away? Jialan asked gravely. The law enforcement captain nodded quickly. Sure. What about the 5,000 cosmic coins? Of course you don't have to. This is our Universe Alliance's territory. We're all part of the same organization. Why would we need any more money? That's about right. Jialan immediately led Lin Luo away. Lin Luo thanked him. Thank you so much, Captain. Without your help, 5,000 cosmic coins would be gone today. No need to thank me. You're my team member. It's my duty to help you. Jialan said, It's a good thing you didn't resist. If you had, I would have seen your corpse. They were just stinging you, deliberately trying to get you to resist and kill you. The corpse of an eternal level creature is very expensive. No wonder their eyes looked so strange. So that's what they meant. If I had even had the slightest thought of resisting, I would have been dead right there. Yes, be careful in the 8th universe from now on. You could be killed if you're not careful. I remember your advice, Captain. Lin Luo discovered that the 8th universe was a complex and trap-ridden society. He needed to be more cautious. Chapter 1047. Did the bloodline transplant succeed? Jialan asked. It was successful. They say I had the first injection, and I can now transform into a dark star dragon. I need the second injection to further enhance my strength. There will be a third injection later. They say I need it in 3 months. After 2 more injections, my body will be able to merge with the dark star dragon. Lin Luo replied. Jialan, are surgeries so simple now? Back then, I had to go through a lot of procedures, but now it's much more convenient. Just an injection is all it takes. I thought we need to come pick you up after the surgery, but it seems we won't need that now. It's a lot faster. It makes me want to get a transplant. I always feel like my bloodline isn't strong enough and could use some strengthening. I think your bloodline is very powerful. I looked it up earlier, and it's worth 1,000,000 universe coins. This is the primary level, and the ones that follow are more expensive. Relatively speaking, mine is much cheaper. My primary level bloodline is only 18 universe coins. You can buy another one later when you have money. Mine is out of print. Some rare ones are sold in batches, and then they're gone. There were only 3 people left, and I'm probably the only one left now. The other 2 are probably dead. Some good bloodlines are very expensive and extremely rare. Are there even more precious bloodlines? Lin Luo discovered that in the 8th universe, having money meant endless possibilities. Yes, there was a very powerful bloodline that was once released. It was worth hundreds of millions. The initial price was 5 million. After the 3rd injection, the price reached a new high. So expensive. Otherwise, your Dark Star Dragon wouldn't be cheap. The first one was only 180,000, and the rest, combined, would cost over 1 million. A bloodline transplant is a very expensive procedure anyway, Jialong warned. It seems my mission is complete. I only earn enough to pay for one bloodline. Lin Luo sighed. Don't overthink it. Money is earned and spent. The 8th universe is full of spending traps. It's hard to survive without money. Captain, I paid a lot of money at the hospital. I feel like the tests were useless, and they took 3,000 universe coins for nothing. I'm very dissatisfied with this. Do you have any way to get it back? I'm afraid I won't get it back. Jialong patted Lin Luo's shoulder. You only just joined Team Deep Blue. There's a lot you don't know. Let me tell you now. Some payments can be waived, some can be reclaimed, but some are absolutely irrevocable. Law enforcement teams serving planets don't have much power, and they're backed by Cosmic Alliance teams, many of which are lower ranking than ours, so we don't have to pay fines. With my voice so loud, the other party wouldn't dare say anything unless something happened. But these hospitals and institutions are different. Many are chains, and their shareholders hold considerable power. It's useless for me to speak up for you. You probably won't get those 3,000 cosmic coins back. Just accept it. The next fee will be higher. Lin Luo sighed. Bloodline transplants are truly difficult. In the 8th universe, just make your money. Even immortal-level creatures can't escape these rules, let alone anything else. That seems to be the case. Lin Luo chose to accept the rules of the 8th universe. Forest planet. A giant creature was flanked by a snake-like creature, and several other enormous creatures. Sun Lin asked Mu San, what are the Mu Yi and Mu Yi brothers planning to do? Will they leave or stay on Forest planet? Mu San shook his head. Ever since they discovered I was a traitor, they've been keeping a close watch on me, refusing to share any secrets. I now classified them as traitors. They hate me deeply, and will definitely attack me if they encounter me. I won't meet them easily. It's best if these 2 don't run away. Killing them will yield the corpses of 2 immortal-level creatures, which can be sold for a lot of money. Otherwise, our profit won't be much. That's true. Mu San looked around, worried. We're a little outnumbered. We can't do it alone. Mu Yi has other helpers, like Zhou Dalong from Fat Fu Light Company. Zhou Dalong is no longer our enemy, but our friend. Selen Lin smiled mysteriously. As Mu San pondered this, a gigantic dragon bird descended from the sky. Its size was so immense that its wings, when spread, could obscure the sky. Brother Zhou, you're here pretty quick, much earlier than expected. Selen Lin smiled. Since you invited me, I definitely come. We're allies. Zhou Dalong transformed into a humanoid. I have to thank you for helping me eliminate my disobedient subordinate. They're thinking of paying them off after their retirement, but they're completely overthinking it. Don't mention it. It makes me angry. Your team member, Lin Na, teamed up with a golden dragon to kill my child. My wife and I tried for so long, finally having a child, but this accident happened. Sun Lin was obsessed with his child's death. The higher the life level, the lower the chance of conceiving. He couldn't count how many times he tried before finally giving birth. The child possessed his noble and powerful bloodline. With careful nurturing, it would surely become an immortal. Zhou Dalong gloated over the forest's misfortune, not wanting the forest's power to grow too strong. A look of sadness crossed his face as he consoled him. The dead cannot be resurrected. I didn't know this would happen. Otherwise, I certainly wouldn't have bothered you with such a thing. He had specifically sent the Phoenix Squad to the forest planet to seize the forest's child. This was all planned in advance. Lin Na was unaware that her captain, Phoenix, was deeply dissatisfied with Zhou Dalong, believing his pension, 2,000 cosmic coins per month, was too low. Phoenix couldn't possibly live a comfortable life on her own planet. Her daily existence was undoubtedly frugal, unable to afford anything nice. She repeatedly approached Zhou Dalong, demanding a raise, saying she'd done so much for Fat Fu Lai, yet she only received 2,000 cosmic coins per month after retirement. Unable to accept Phoenix's words, Zhou Dalong agreed to a mere 2,500 cosmic coins per month. Feeling deeply insulted, Phoenix continued to demand more. Finally, Joe Dalong compromised, offering 10,000 cosmic coins per month, but only after completing the final few missions. Chapter 1048. Phoenix reviewed the 3 tasks Joe Dalong had given her, and concluded that they were relatively simple and within her capabilities. Joe Dalong was primarily at fault. Phoenix could choose not to complete the task and instead contact the Universal Alliance's Labor Bureau to legitimately safeguard her rights. But she thought of Fatty Fulai's kindness and her own youth, when she was spurned by everyone and no one believed in her talent, only Fatty Fulai did. Phoenix agreed to Fatty Fulai's terms and prepared to complete the remaining tasks and retire to her own planet. Joe Dalong had underestimated the Phoenix team's strength, and even more so, Phoenix's. Phoenix easily completed the first 2 tasks, leaving only the third, capturing a blood-red Earth god. Capturing blood-red Earth gods was a common occurrence, and Phoenix didn't take it too seriously, preparing as usual. On the forest planet, Phoenix didn't need to worry too much about danger. She had previously been attacked by an immortal-level blood-red Earth god, but she hadn't encountered any significant danger. Phoenix knew of Sinlin's malice, but immortal-level Earth gods, like Xiehong, wouldn't kill her, usually exercising restraint. How could she have imagined that her boss, Joe Dalong, had collaborated with Sinlin, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, burying her forever on the planet of Sinlin? Sinlin angrily said, "How dare you say such things? My child's death is deeply connected to you. If you hadn't asked me to plot against your subordinates, how could my child have been in danger? I also bear responsibility for this matter. I admit this. I didn't anticipate this happening." Joe Dalong was shrewd enough to know that confession was better than quibbling. If he had said anything more offensive, it would have surely angered Sinlin. Since the other party had lost his son, he should have been more polite. Sinlin said gravely, "What about the employee you arrested?" "I let her go," Joe Dalong said. "Why did you let her go? Didn't I make it clear to you? My child is the golden dragon that was with him. Now that the golden record has disappeared, he can find the golden dragon's whereabouts from her. I would like to interrogate her, but according to the rules of the Universal Alliance, she hasn't done anything wrong. I can't deal with her arbitrarily. You know the Universal Alliance regularly inspects companies. If they discover any collusion between you and me, I face severe punishment. The Universal Alliance is the Universal Alliance again." Sinlin was furious. Joe Dalong said helplessly, "There's no other way. You're in the 8th universe, so you have to abide by its rules. The Universal Alliance is the strongest, and while you're powerful, you can't possibly stand up to it." "Sinlin, you mean I should adapt to the Universal Alliance? Only by adapting to it, and abiding by its rules, can I exploit its rules, establish my own company, and control my own freedom. You're not the first member of the Universal Alliance anymore. You should understand some things better than I do. If you can't defeat them, you have to join. Okay. Next, we destroy Mui and the others, so we can claim ownership of the entire forest planet." Sinlin, having experienced his son's death, was extremely power-hungry. The forest planet was still relatively primitive, growing in a barbaric state, where strength reigns supreme. Individuals whose strength reaches a terrifying level can dominate everything. The Cosmic Alliance is home to countless powerful creatures. For a powerful alliance like this, all matters must be governed by rules. Musan glanced around. 3 immortal-level creatures aren't enough. We need a few more. Dalong, that's up to you. Sinlin wasn't angry with Joe Dalong, and still wanted to rely on his power. Over the years, she'd been rather exclusive, keeping limited contact with major companies and not trusting some of the smaller ones. Sinlin trusted Joe Dalong more, as he was an egoist. Furthermore, his company's development had reached a bottleneck, and many of its accounts were in the red. From a mid-level company to a high-level one, Fat Fulai's prosperity was undermined by a lack of funds. The main reason for Joe Dalong's deficits was his own investments. He invested heavily in himself, causing the company's financial situation to deteriorate, and he subsequently invested in several other areas. These locations were suffering substantial losses, exacerbating the situation for Fat Fulai and further exacerbating their deficits. Joe Dalong urgently needed a large amount of cosmic coin to save his company. If his company collapsed and the Cosmic Alliance intervened, Joe Dalong would be on the verge of bankruptcy. The Cosmic Alliance publicly supported the development of small companies and provided them with assistance, but in reality, they desperately hoped they would fail. After any company went bankrupt, the Cosmic Alliance could absorb and utilize it, gaining access to substantial resources. The rules established by the Cosmic Alliance appeared fair and just, but behind the scenes, they were fraught with mysteries, leading to a situation where the big fish preyed on the small ones. Don't worry, I'm prepared. Zhou Daolong patted his chest. We're about to launch our operation. I don't think we should give them any more opportunities. We should strike now, and catch Mu-Yi and Mu-Er off guard. Ideally, we could kill them, and sell their bodies, which would net us a huge profit. Even if they escape, we suffer a huge loss, and not make much money. It's better to attack first and surround them. We can't let them prepare too much. If they do, they might even defeat us. Sun Lin expressed his concerns. Mu San was the most volatile of the three. He had been hopping between the two sides. He came to Sun Lin and demanded resources from Mu-Yi and Mu-Er. Mu-Yi and Mu-Er had no choice but to compromise, giving Mu San a considerable amount of resources. Then Mu San threatened Sun Lin, forcing him to give him money. This tactic was very successful, and Mu San gained a large amount of resources. It wasn't until Sun Lin and Mu-Yi could no longer tolerate it, and forced him to make a choice, that he finally made his choice. Mu San decided to join Sun Lin, believing that Sun Lin was the strongest. Sun Lin's unleashed power alone was far greater than that of Mu-Yi and his two brothers. Mu San, believing that siding with Sun Lin would guarantee victory, decisively chose Sun Lin. Zhou Daolong smiled. I invited the four heavenly kings, the Arctic bird, the fiery bird, the thunderbird, and the light bird. They are four birds of distinct attributes, each possessing terrifying power. With these four immortal-level creatures, we're sure to win. You invited the four heavenly kings. You're truly impressive. Mu San gave a thumbs up, a smile playing on his face. The four heavenly kings are incredibly difficult to invite, yet Zhou Daolong managed to do so. Chapter 1049. Another point worth affirming is the immense power of the four heavenly kings. They possess unique attributes, far surpassing those of ordinary immortal-level creatures, and their explosive combat power is immense. Mu San, having heard of the four heavenly kings' numerous battles, was delighted. With the help of four immortals, we have 7 immortal-level creatures on our side, while the enemy has only 2. We're certain to win this battle. Zhou Daolong shouted, I think we should immediately blockade the forest planet, and prevent the 2 Mu-Yi brothers from escaping. A wood dragon's body is worthless, but a non-immortal wood dragon is still very valuable. 2 immortal-level wood dragons could fetch around 500 million. So much. Mu San had never seen much money before, and the profits to be made by either side were always limited. This is just an estimate. If they were alive, we could fetch more, but to prevent any adverse consequences, they must be killed, Zhou Daolong said. That's true. If they were alive, they'd likely retaliate against us. They're part of the forest planet, and later found some external support. Legally, they have the right to do so. Mu San nodded. The Universal Alliance allowed Mu-Yi and Mu-Er's actions. I think the best approach is to kill them all to prevent any accidents. Zhou Daolong said. You're very thoughtful. Mu San agreed. Sun Lin, suspicious, asked, Are the 4 heavenly kings reliable? We need to be extremely cautious in our current situation. If the 4 heavenly kings attack us, the situation will drastically deteriorate, and we'd be at a disadvantage. Don't worry about that. It's been a long time since today. I already contacted them, but they have their own requests, Zhou Daolong said. What requests? Sun Lin asked. Zhou Daolong replied, They want each person to be devoured by an Earth God Blood Red. You have 4 eternal-level Earth God Blood Reds under your command, right? After this is successful, they must devour all 4. Sun Lin's face darkened. You didn't tell me about this before, did you? You made the decision on your own. After all, they're my people. You have to tell me before I can give you an answer. Don't you still want to agree? We have no other choice. Victory in this battle will determine the future. You must tell me first about this kind of thing in the future. Sun Lin understood that if you sacrifice the child, you can't catch the wolf. Without 4 eternal-level Earth God Blood Reds, the 4 heavenly kings would certainly not intervene. If he refused now, the cooperation would collapse. Zhou Daolong was a fickle villain. If Sun Lin didn't agree, he might immediately turn to Mu-Yi and his brother. By then, it won't just be Sun Lin who will die, the entire Earth God will be stained red with blood. Of course. Something urgent happened earlier, and I didn't have time to notify you, so I'd done it ahead of time. I contact you later. Zhou Daolong chose to appease Sun Lin, knowing that he had a short temper, and was likely to explode. I hope you keep your word, Sun Lin said coldly. Okay. Zhou Daolong nodded. Mu San said anxiously, Let's get going. Kill them all now to avoid any further complications, and prevent any accidents. Zhou Daolong laughed heartily. No need to rush. We just need to wait for them to arrive. The 3 powerful creatures suddenly sensed something was wrong, and looked up at the sky, spotting 4 powerful birds and beasts overhead. One bird covered in flames. One covered in lightning. One bird blazing with dazzling light. One bird shrouded in icy cold. The 4 birds and beasts were all roughly the same size, though much larger than Zhou Daolong. Their wings spread out, blotting out the sky. The flame bird spoke in a cold, feminine voice. Zhou Daolong, you called us here. Where's the food you're going to give us? The first bird replied, we need food, or we won't attack. Yes, there are conditions for our action, said the light bird. Zhou Daolong looked at Sun Lin and asked, can you give them the food first? Sun Lin said gravely, you promised to give them the food first. I did, Zhou Daolong said sheepishly. Sun Lin addressed the 4 heavenly kings. I could agree to your request, but you must first make the effort. I fulfill my promise later. You're just going to go back on your word now, Flame Bird said coldly. Misunderstanding. How could we possibly go back on our word? We're simply asking you to act first, and we fulfill our promise later, Zhou Daolong explained. Enough of the nonsense. Our condition is that you first devour a blood-red earth god. Only after you devoured it will we act. Otherwise, we absolutely won't. Thunderbird threatened. Sun Lin angrily said, if you insist on doing this, I'm not someone to be trifled with. So let's not continue this cooperation. The Flame Bird angrily declared, let me make it clear to you. We, the 4 heavenly kings, are out to reap the rewards. You can exclude us from the upcoming operation, but you must give us the food you promised us. I won't give it to you. Sun Lin's face darkened. If you don't give it to us, don't blame us for being rude. We will attack you, the light bird threatened. Okay, attack me. I'm not afraid. Sun Lin's massive body shifted, and the entire forest planet began to tremble. Then why don't you be angry? Be peaceful. We can talk things over. Zhou Daolong quickly tried to appease the two. Yes, said Musan. Sister, let's negotiate properly first. If negotiations don't work, we take action. The Thunderbirds saw that the 3 Sun Lins were relatively powerful, and a battle between the 2 sides wouldn't guarantee victory. Everyone, don't be impulsive. I initiated this matter. Any mistakes are entirely my fault. Don't rush to speak. I mediate. Zhou Daolong pulled Sun Lin over, attempting to persuade him. Sun Lin was furious. Zhou Daolong, look at what you've done. What did you promise them? You told them to devour my people first before continuing. What can I do if they devour my people, and then stop doing anything? They're part of the 4 heavenly kings, and they're incredibly powerful. Even if the 3 of us join forces, we might only be able to fight them to a draw. There's nothing we can do about it. These are their rules. Zhou Daolong consoled him. One thing you can be assured of, they act if they receive a reward. The 4 heavenly kings are highly reputable in the 8th universe. Many people have entrusted them with their services before, and they always done a fantastic job. It's impossible for them to take the money and not act. Chapter 1050. Sun Lin said with a sullen face, are you sure they do what they're paid for? They won't do anything rash. Zhou Daolong patted his chest. You can be completely assured of that. I thoroughly investigated the people I'm looking for. We don't have many options right now. If you give up now, Mu Yi and his brother will definitely not let us go if they find the opportunity. Think carefully. Sun Lin fell silent, deeply reluctant to part with his people. Mu San advised, Brother Sun Lin, now is not the time to hesitate. The more you want, the more you lose. Sometimes you have to give up something to get what you want. After some hesitation, Sun Lin asked, I give them 3 eternal level members to eat. Can they keep their promise? Zhou Daolong. Unless they don't want to do business anymore, they won't regret it. You can be completely assured of that. I've been working in disco for so long. I understand a lot of things and won't make such a stupid mistake. I believe you. Sun Lin had no choice but to trust Zhou Daolong. In the past, he was stubborn, determined to protect Forest Planet with his own body, unwilling to see any other creature infringe upon his rights. The result was that Forest Planet lost even more. The 8th universe was a vast melting pot, and Forest Planet was just one part of it. If Forest Planet chose to resist the 8th universe to the end, the 8th universe would crush Forest Planet, and no matter how powerful Forest Planet was, it would still be doomed. Faced with such a powerful 8th universe, Forest Planet had no choice but to submit. Forest Planet decided to adapt to the 8th universe, so that he could become even stronger. Ever since he received a bloodline injection, his strength has increased significantly, and he can no longer escape the injections. Zhou Daolong addressed the 4 heavenly kings. We prepare food for you now. Please wait a moment. Flame Bird was quite angry. You should understand our rules. You're dragging your feet here. If you behave like this again next time, we won't accept your mission. Zhou Daolong apologized. It's my fault for not explaining the situation. I won't make that mistake again next time. Hurry up. Flame Bird looked forward to the delicious meal. Earth God Blood Red has always been a valuable medicinal herb and food in Universe 8, and is well known throughout the 8th universe. The 4 Heavenly Kings are renowned bounty hunters, earning a lot of money, but rarely buying expensive items. They know well that making money is not easy. Earth God Blood Red is mainly delicious, but its enhancement effects are quite mediocre. The 4 Heavenly Kings wanted to find a substitute, which was easy to do, and they could choose a more cost-effective food. Shortly, Sun Lin called over 4 members of the Earth God Blood Red tribe. Chief, what's going on? The leader was a powerful Earth God, Xiahong. He glanced at the several immortal-level creatures ahead, his heart filled with fear. The other 3 Earth Gods Xiahong also had unhappy expressions, looking at the immortal-level creatures ahead with fear. Because the forest favors xenophobia, the Earth God Xiahong below had little regard for outsiders. Qiubai, are you willing to sacrifice yourself? Sun Lin asked. Qiubai patted his chest and said, as long as it can help the chief, I'm willing to sacrifice myself. Your words are good. I'm asking you to sacrifice yourself now. Please don't blame me. I'm doing this for everyone's good. Sun Lin couldn't bear to look at Qiubai and his 3 companions, and glared at the 4 Heavenly Kings. Zhou Daolong said politely, for Heavenly Kings, you can enjoy your feast now. Then we won't be polite. Led by the Flame Bird, the 4 Heavenly Kings' birds and beasts attacked Qiubai and the 4 Earth Gods, Shuihong. The 4 Earth Gods, Shuihong, tried to resist, but were powerless and were instantly overwhelmed by the 4 beasts. Qiubai, caught by the Flame Bird's hand, was scorched by the flames, and he cried out in agony, Chief, please save me. I don't want to die yet. I'm sorry, Qiubai. Now that it's come to this, I can't refuse. Everything we do is for everyone. I will remember your sacrifice. Sun Lin couldn't bear to look at his own people. Qiubai angrily declared, Sun Lin, we always wanted you to take charge. We're not saying you're so powerful, but mainly because you were able to resist the 8th universe and prevent its cosmic alliance from encroaching on our pure land. But what have you done now? You actually betrayed your own people and given them to them as food. I never let you go, even if I die. You have a wife and children, don't I? They want me to return home. The other 3 Earth Gods were blood red, each captured by the 3 Heavenly Kings. Sun Lin, what are you doing? We rather die on the battlefield than be eaten by others. You traitor! We trusted you so much, yet you did this. Even if we become ghosts, we won't let you go. We were blind. If we had known this would happen, we would have sided with the Mui brothers. They at least wanted to protect their own interests, and wouldn't sacrifice their own people. Zhou Daolong sneered, don't speak so highly of the Mui and Mui brothers. It's mainly because they have no tribe members to sell. You're different. You're more valuable, and can fetch more money. You're an outsider, what right do you have to speak nonsense here? It's all your fault. You caused our tribe to be in this state. I told you long ago that nothing good would come of being around you. Qiubai angrily exclaimed. I'm an immortal. What right do you have to say that to me? Zhou Daolong spitted a torrent of flames from his mouth, burning fiercely on Qiubai. Qiubai screamed in agony, writhing in agony. The Flame Bird sneered, you're just a tiny eternal creature, and you're so arrogant. You deserve this. It smells so good roasting. I can't stand it anymore. With a fierce peck, its beak bit off a large piece and devoured it. Delicious. The Flame Bird savored the delicacy carefully. The Earth God's blood-red vitality was immense. Even after a large piece of its body was bitten off, it remained alive, screaming in agony. Sun Lin couldn't bear to watch. They're my people, after all. If you want to eat them, do it quickly. Don't torture them in front of me. Of course. The 4 Heavenly Kings, Flame Bird, Thunderbird, and Thunderbird, placed the Earth God blood red into their mouths and devoured it in one gulp. Thunderbird smacked its lips, unsatisfied, and said, how delicious. They devoured it so quickly I didn't even taste it. If only I could have just one more, said the Light Bird. Sun Lin said gravely, don't go too far. I already devoured my own people. You should focus on the next step. These 4 of my people are very important. I wouldn't sacrifice them unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 1051. Zhou Daolong intervened, trying to smooth things over. For Heavenly Kings, you are renowned bounty hunters. I hope that now that you receive the reward, you see to it that it's done properly. Of course. We receive what we deserve, and we definitely get things done. You can rest assured about that, Flamebird said. Can we act now? I'd be at peace if we can eliminate those two brothers sooner rather than later. Mu-san was a special individual among them. While others could surrender, he couldn't. I just used my power to blockade the entire forest planet. They definitely can't leave. Let's go now. Sun Lin was deeply distressed by the deaths of 4 of his own people. But he could only swallow his grief and quickly dispatch Mu-yi and Mu-er. Sun Lin was so enormous that even the slightest movement caused the entire ground to tremble violently. Let's go! Lin Lin led the way, followed by the 4 heavenly kings and Mu-san. They moved at breakneck speed, arriving at the residence of Mu-yi and Mu-er. Seeing they were almost there, Zhou Daolong quickly called a halt. What's going on? Sun Lin said unhappily at the sudden interruption. Zhou Daolong, if we rush over and fight them directly now, it's easy to cause casualties. Our best option is to try to get them to make peace, then suddenly launch an attack and kill them. That's not a good idea, Mu-san hesitated. Zhou Daolong smiled and said, you must feel it's not good to betray them. After making peace, you'd be in an awkward position. I don't think you need to think about all this. In the 8th universe, it's quite common for people to agree on terms first, and then immediately go back on their word and attack. Is this really possible? Mu-san was a bit unacceptable. Zhou Daolong, why not? Winning is the most important thing. If they choose to trust you, then they're wrong, and it has nothing to do with us. Flamebird said, I also think this method is best. You should know, right? If 2 powerful immortal-level creatures suddenly unleash their power and choose to fight us to the death, there will be a lot of damage here. Thunderbird echoed, it's best to adopt a safer approach. Selen said coldly, you 4 heavenly kings, aren't you going too far? You already devoured my people, and now you're trying to save energy. Where in the world can such a good thing happen? Flamebird said indifferently, it depends on you. We don't care. Anyway, if you take your money, we will attack with all our strength. Unless our lives are threatened, we will certainly not flee. What? You mean if you feel your life is in danger, you will immediately think of escaping? Selen said angrily. Lightbird, you're offering a lot of money, but there's no need for us to risk our lives. Your eternal level Earth God Blood Red is worth at most 100 million. Our own value is 1 billion, which is only 1/10 of our worth. So we certainly won't risk our lives for a single creature. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have cooperated. Selen said angrily. Flamebird shrugged, are you sure? The arrow is on the string and must be released. You lost our 4 helpers. Do you think your chances are good? Very good. Sun Lin was furious. He had previously been reluctant to engage with the 8th universe, primarily fearing being ripped off. Sure enough, Sun Lin was utterly ripped off the moment they made contact. Zhou Daolong quickly tried to reassure everyone. Let's all cut to the chase. We're a community of shared interests now. If we win this battle, the benefits will be immense. Do as you say. I hope everyone will give their all then. Sun Lin said helplessly. Flamebird, don't worry. We have a great reputation in Universe 8. As renowned bounty hunters, we hold ourselves to high standards and strive to do things for money to build a reputation. We're not going to stop after this order. Frostbird was furious. Your suspicion is an insult to us. We've done a lot of orders, and they all given us 5-star reviews. If you don't believe me, ask Zhou Daolong. Do we have many 5-star reviews? Zhou Daolong nodded. They do have quite a few. I found their credibility based on online big data. Don't worry, they already accepted our money. They definitely do the job. That's the best. Sun Lin Dao. Flamebird said disdainfully, that's just how you natives are. When you first came into contact with our 8th universe, you were so stingy, always assuming we go back on our word. Loans are perfectly normal in our 8th universe, no big deal. Sun Lin angrily asked, are you looking down on us natives? Flamebird, I know my words are harsh, but please don't mind. We're simply stating the truth. Once you've fully adapted to the ways of life in the 8th universe, you won't find anything wrong with me doing this. If you don't believe me, ask Zhou Daolong. Zhou Daolong quickly tried to appease the group. Everyone, please keep your words to yourself. It's not good for everyone. The forest allowed Zhou Daolong's approach, allowing them to see if they could trick the 2 brothers before continuing their work. Just as Zhou Daolong and his group approached Mu-yi and Mu-er's habitat, a massive wooden dragon emerged from the ground. Its entire body was composed of a special wood, sectioned into sections with significant gaps between each section. A green glow bloomed from the dragon's body, illuminating the surroundings. Is this Mu-ji? Zhou Daolong asked. This is Mu-er, Mu-san replied. Mu-Er stared at Mu-San angrily. You deserve to die. We two brothers treated you so well, yet you chose to betray us. Don't you feel guilty? Mu-San said coldly. What's the point of saying betrayal? Sometimes you just have to follow your heart. I feel there's no hope following you. Following Big Brother Senlin is much more hopeful. That's ridiculous. You call your father's murderer Big Brother Senlin. I'm impressed. Your father died at the hands of Senlin. Without our support, you would have died. Mu-Er angrily said, if we had known this would happen, we should have killed you to prevent you from repaying kindness with hatred. You bastard. Mu-San was nearly exasperated. Zhou Dalong, you two brothers, stop arguing. I think some things can be discussed peacefully. There's no need to keep yelling at each other. It doesn't benefit either side. Mu-Er looked at Zhou Dalong with disdain. What's wrong? Do you still want to mediate? Chapter 1052. Mr. Mu-Er, it's been a while since we last met. You seem stronger than ever. This is a cause for celebration. The medicine I gave you was quite effective. Zhou Dalong said with a smile. Mu-Er said coldly, I have to thank you very much. You greatly improved my strength, and of course you also owe me a lot. Without the help of us two brothers, you wouldn't have been able to successfully upgrade your company from a medium-sized one to a high-end one. Zhou Dalong, it can only be said that it's a case of mutual assistance and mutual benefit. You also gained a lot from me, so I don't owe you two brothers much. Okay, you're a real mean person. I'm really impressed by your shamelessness. That wasn't what you said when you came to us like a dog, begging us. Now you're spouting nonsense. Mu-Er said angrily. What are you talking about? When did I ever act like a dog? Stop talking nonsense here. Didn't I promise you great benefits? Would you have accepted? We're just on the same page. It's not a matter of who benefits more. Zhou Dalong retorted. Mu-Er said sternly, it's useless to talk to a shameless person like you. You always think you're right, and we're all wrong. It's useless to talk about the past. Let the past be the past. The strong only care about the present. Zhou Dalong said. Mu-Er glanced at the people around him. Senlin, you brought so many people here, intending to kill both of us brothers. If you surrender now, I let you go. If you don't, death awaits you. Senlin threatened. Sure, I see when that day comes. Mu-Er nodded. It's good that you know that day will come. Then I can stop talking nonsense. Senlin said coldly, if you surrender now, I can let you go. I give each of you a shareholder position, and you earn a lot of money without having to work. Then your life and death will be in your hands. We want to survive, and we're begging you for mercy. Mu-Er retorted. Zhou Dalong said, I think you misunderstood our intentions. This situation is very normal in the 8th universe. Some primeval forests have fierce conflicts, but after resolving their grudges, they can all work together to establish a company. Zhou Dalong gave Senlin a look. Mu-Yi and Mu-Er were very powerful. If they were willing to risk their lives, it would be very easy for them to seriously injure an immortal, let alone kill someone. Senlin was reluctant, but he also understood the seriousness of the situation. They were getting along well now, and the 4 heavenly kings were willing to help. But if Senlin were injured in battle, many things would change. The 4 heavenly kings might devour him. This had happened before in the 8th universe. The 8th universe had established rules, allowing many to abide by them. But within these rules, there was a lot of flexibility. They could set their own limits. Senlin said, I'm willing to sign a contract with you. I believe we're all from the same forest planet. There's no need to fight to the death. We're natural enemies. That was when our forest planet wasn't discovered. Now things are different. Our forest planet has come into contact with the 8th universe. If we want a better life in Universe 8, we must cooperate. Killing you two immortals won't benefit us, but you become shareholders of our company. With your help, our company will continue to operate smoothly, and will continue to grow stronger. Zhou Dalong advised, I also believe that cooperation is beneficial, and has no disadvantages. Only by cooperating can we become stronger. A wooden dragon, significantly larger than Mu-Er, suddenly emerged from the ground. Brother, Mu-Er shouted. Mu-Yi looked at Senlin coldly and said, if you don't want to, what can you do? Senlin said in a deep voice, Mu-Yi, I'm giving you a chance to reconcile. Fighting me to the end will do neither you nor me any good. We always been natural enemies. You killed so many of my wood dragons, and I killed so many of your earth gods. Do you think we can make peace? Mu-Yi looked at the immortal creatures in the forest and said, you say you're here to negotiate peace, but I don't sense any sincerity. These 4 birds and beasts of different attributes must be the 4 renowned heavenly kings of earth. Firebird taunted, it seems we're quite famous. You actually know us. You four are famous bounty hunters. You do anything for money. Mui said. Thunderbird smiled and said, not bad, huh? You actually know me. Then we can cut out a lot of the crap. You should be clear about what we mean. Mui said in a sullen tone, if I don't agree, will you kill us? As long as you understand, surrendering obediently will benefit both you and me. Struggling will only harm you, the light bird threatened. Muir angrily said, don't think we're fools. We agreed to your terms now, but once we comply, you immediately renege and attack us. Zhou Daolong, seeing the opportunity, bluntly stated, we have a group of immortals attacking us. You simply can't withstand it. Compromise, and you can live now, but resist and you die. I've given you this opportunity. Your choice from now on is up to you. Life or death is entirely in your hands. Cell inside, I know you're very upset with me, but you must understand that I'm doing this for Forest Planet. We're the two strongest species on Forest Planet. Our constant strife only gives outsiders an opportunity to exploit. I think we can be more powerful if we unite. Only when faced with a crisis can we withstand the risk. I summon the 4 Heavenly Kings primarily to serve as witnesses. The 4 Heavenly Kings aren't here to support me or help me kill you. You misunderstood me. Zhou Daolong quickly chimed in, that's exactly what I meant. I invited the 4 Heavenly Kings here. They're mainly here to mediate. Are you kidding me? You really think I know nothing? I'm from a forest planet, but I know a lot. The 4 Heavenly Kings are bounty hunters. They only act for profit. Their rule is to pay a price before they get what they want. Mui scoffed. Muir gave Mui a thumbs up and praised him. As expected of a big brother, you know a little bit about everything. Chapter 1053. Of course. Mui raised his head proudly, his expression slightly unnatural, but he controlled it well. He knew the details of the 4 Heavenly Kings bounty hunters, not because he knew much about Universe 8, but mainly because he had wanted to invite them. Sunlin wanted to deal with Mui, and Mui had naturally wanted to deal with Sunlin for a long time. The 4 Heavenly Kings were bounty hunters, powerful and reliable, and they would only retreat when faced with a threat to their lives. Out of 10 attempts, the 4 Heavenly Kings succeeded 9 times, only giving up once because the opponent was too powerful. When they fled, they remembered to bring their sponsor along. After escaping, the sponsor gave them high praise. The story of the 4 Heavenly Kings spread throughout Universe 8, and business flowed in. Many people came to them, including Mui. Unfortunately, Mui didn't have enough money. He usually used his earnings to make potions to enhance his own strength, and any extra he earned was distributed to his tribe, leaving him with little. The 4 Heavenly Kings' price tag is exorbitant. It actually costs 100 million to recruit a single immortal. With the marketization of the 8th universe, immortals are no longer considered superior, and are immune to the erosion of cosmic currency. A biopharmaceutical technology company directly affiliated with the Cosmic Alliance has developed a potion that can enhance the strength of immortals, attracting the attention of these creatures. Many immortals seek to obtain this potion through force, but are intimidated by the Cosmic Alliance's might. The Cosmic Alliance contains many powerful immortals, who are no match for ordinary immortals. Immortals, like Mui, gradually became consumers, earning cosmic coins to purchase medicine. The best way for immortals to make money was to charge money for their services. Because they were high-ranking immortals, their services were expensive, sometimes costing as much as 50 million. This was an unspoken rule within the immortal industry. If an immortal didn't spend more than 50 million at a time, they would be looked down upon. The 4 Heavenly Kings were significantly more powerful than the average immortal, so their prices were naturally much higher, sometimes as much as 100 million. Of course, the 4 Heavenly Kings weren't the most expensive. There were even more powerful immortals who commanded higher prices. The light bird looked at Mui. Why do you look familiar to me? I don't know you, don't talk nonsense. Mui immediately denied it. Lightbird suddenly realized, if you hadn't said that, I wouldn't have recognized you at first. Now that you said that, I recognize you. You're the one who commissioned us earlier. You're so huge, I still remember you. Nonsense, I don't even know you. Muido said. Flamebird scoffed. I thought you were so extraordinary. Turns out you asked us to move, but our offer was too high, so you must have refused. Thunderbird sneered. If you don't have money, don't even think about asking us for help. The 4 of us are 400 million. Just admit it if you're broke. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't ask you for help, Mui explained frantically. Sunlin's face was full of teasing. Mui, I know you well. You've been wanting to attack me for a long time, no later than I am. Unfortunately, I have greater interests than you. Now that the 4 heavenly kings are by my side, you must think carefully about what to do next. Zhou Dalong urged again, surrender. 7 of us against 2 of you, you have no chance of victory at all. Mu San spoke with genuine emotion, brothers, I was able to evolve to the immortal level entirely thanks to your help. In my heart, you will always be my greatest benefactors. I'm surrendering not for myself, but primarily for you. I know you're stubborn and won't yield easily. You are my benefactors. I don't want you to die like this. Listen to my advice or surrender to us. Brother Forrest's primary concern is our planet. Under his guidance, our planet will become better and better. Mu Er angrily said, you idiot. You're the least qualified person here. You know we helped you grow up and reach the immortal level, yet this is how you treat us. Mu Dao, we won't surrender. If you do, you still die. Don't treat us like fools. Selen had lost his patience. I wanted to give you a chance, but you refused. Don't blame us then. Everyone be patient. Zhou Dalong's face darkened. Brother Mu, you need to think clearly. Once we start, we won't stop. Surrendering is useless. Come on, what are you afraid of? Mu Er said arrogantly. Mu San asked Senlin worriedly, Brother Senlin, the other side isn't afraid at all. Have they already prepared and are waiting for reinforcements? It's very likely we have to attack now. We can't let them go. Senlin glanced at Flamebird. The 4 heavenly kings, no longer wanting to waste time, began to stir, and the entire space began to distort. Wait a moment. Mui shouted. Senlin scoffed, what's wrong? You want to surrender now? Isn't it too late? Mui, who said I'm surrendering? You have reinforcements, don't I have any? A gigantic blue oriental dragon appeared, its entire body covered in white-blue scales. Its claws were strong, and it exuded the powerful aura of an immortal. A gigantic blue-white tiger appeared, its fur fluttering in the wind, its skin patterned blue and white, its powerful limbs, and a blue eye between its brows. It was also a powerful immortal-level creature. Zhou Dalong recognized Jialan and pointed at the blue-white tiger, saying, You are Jialan, captain of the Deep Blue Team. I guess I'm quite famous. You all know me. Jialan said happily. Zhou Dalong said coldly, You really have a short memory. We just fought each other. Have you forgotten about this? It was almost a life-or-death battle. That person next to you is Jinlan, right? Hello, Zhou Dalong. Jinlan greeted politely. Zhou Dalong snorted coldly. I don't have the luxury of greeting you. You almost killed me earlier. Jinlan said, That's your fault. Why are you so petty? I think fighting is a normal thing. You're overthinking it. I think you should be more tolerant and not be so petty. Okay. Zhou Dalong was about to explode with rage. Chapter 1054. Do you know what you done? In public, you snatched my subordinates away and vandalized many of my fat food-like company's buildings. None of that matters. The key is that you ruined our company's reputation. Our profits will be significantly reduced. I want to kill you just thinking about it now. Do you think I even recognize you? Zhou Dalong had no intention of participating in this battle. He was the principal of a high-end company with enormous profits. He didn't need to do anything. He still made tens of millions in profits a day. Ever since the Deep Blue Team's disturbance, Fat Fu Lai's profits have plummeted, dropping from tens of millions to millions. One by one, the company's talented people are trying to leave, many of them core elites. Some who considered themselves core elites are also fleeing, causing Zhou Dalong to question his own life. It's normal for those who flee to be core elites, but why would ordinary people like you run away? This is what Zhou Dalong doubted most, and he was on the verge of collapse. Ever since Fat Fu Lai was upgraded from a mid-sized company to a high-end one, Zhou Dalong had been dreaming of retiring. Zhou Dalong had worked hard, becoming a key executive at a company, and saving enough money to finally retire and relax. He had purchased a lot of real estate on the planet Zenith, hoping to earn a fortune by renting it out and never have to work again. Jinding was the planet with the greatest development potential, and many companies were planning to locate there. Hero Universe 8 Company, Limited, where Zhou Dalong worked, was also planning to relocate there. In the future, Zenith Planet will be home to many companies, and the influx of these companies will bring significant economic benefits. The saying goes in the 8th universe that one can't just sit back and relax. One must work like a slave for a lifetime. Zhou Dalong wants to prove his investment is a success. If it succeeds, he'll live a happy life. Soon, a battle between immortal-level creatures breaks out near the planet, resulting in the deaths of several on the planet. The value of the property Zhou Dalong purchased on Zenith Planet plummeted by 20% overnight. Several other companies, believing Zenith Planet isn't worth investing in, have abandoned their plans to establish companies. Several others have announced they won't invest, causing Zenith Planet's housing prices to fall further. Seeing Zhou Dalong's investment failing, each investor urged him to repay his debts. In the 8th universe, failure to repay is a disastrous fate. Zhou Dalong will be auctioned off by his creditors. Zhou Dalong imagined himself being auctioned off, cut into pieces, and sold as meat, or even sold off entirely. As a last resort, Zhou Dalong sold his properties to pay back some creditors and avoid having his debts foreclosed. After Zhou Dalong had sold most of his properties, housing prices on Zenith Planet began to rise again, primarily due to the upcoming move of the Universal Alliance headquarters. With the arrival of the Universal Alliance headquarters, housing prices surged dramatically. Zhou Dalong was furious, ready to hang himself. He had already sold all his properties. The continuous decline in housing prices left everyone hopeless, and many prominent influencers kept predicting further declines. Zhou Dalong was so frightened that his face turned pale. After the price dropped by over 30%, he sold all his properties, but still couldn't pay off the 50% of his debt. The 8th universe has a clear rule. If a debtor fails to repay 50% of the total debt, the creditor can proceed with the debt. Zhou Dalong had no other choice. If he didn't pay off 50% of the loan, the other party could kill him. Helplessly, he could only temporarily pay off 50% of the debt and repay the remaining debts gradually. Zhou Dalong realized that he had overestimated himself and underestimated the complexity of the 8th universe. The 8th universe was far more difficult than he had imagined. He couldn't just sit there and do nothing. He had to work tirelessly. This wasn't just a saying from the Void Creator, but the experience of countless predecessors. After this incident, Zhou Dalong's mindset changed. He felt that the higher-ups in the 8th universe didn't want him to survive, so he decided to become one himself. Zhou Dalong's first thought was to join the Cosmic Alliance, but he failed. The Cosmic Alliance was a one-by-one promotion system, with promotions starting in the military or the Cosmic Squad, then to the Council of Elders, and after a period of time in the Council of Elders, one could become a council member. Like other external members, joining the Cosmic Alliance requires both a great reputation and immense strength. Ever since the Cosmic Alliance was established, fewer than 20 immortal-level creatures had joined the Cosmic Alliance Elders Council. Each of these 20 immortal-level creatures is incredibly powerful and renowned, demonstrating the difficulty of joining. Zhou Dalong gave up on joining the Cosmic Alliance and considered establishing a company. Establishing a company requires immortal-level strength, and Zhou Dalong couldn't reach that level quickly. He could only rely on another powerful creature to establish a company. This creature was called Fat Fu Lai, and he had willfully named his company Fat Fu Lai, the exact same name as his own money. Zhou Dalong had wanted him to use the name Fat Fu Lai, but he refused. With no other choice, the company had to be called Fat Fu Lai. The very thought of this name struck Zhou Dalong as particularly unfashionable. Zhou Dalong's company wasn't doing well. He had a team of employees to support, as well as the person in charge. The money he earned working at his own company barely kept the business afloat. Zhou Dalong aspired to become a powerful immortal, freeing himself from Fat Fu Lai's exploitation. After a long period of effort, he finally became a powerful immortal. He broke free from Fat Fu Lai's control and kicked him out of the company. Fat Fu Lai was only an immortal, his own strength was very limited, and Zhou Dalong had no way of driving him out. After Zhou Dalong took over Fat Fu Lai, the company's development was on track. Finally, Zhou Dalong saw hope, and Fat Fu Lai advanced from a mid-level company to a high-level one. If Jailing Company thrives, it could be passed down as a family heirloom. Zhou Dalong thought good times were imminent, but the Deep Blue team taught him a hard lesson, severely damaging the image of Fat Fu Lai. The company's stock plummeted overnight, and the other 4 shareholders threatened to withdraw. Zhou Dalong persuaded them with much persuasion. Due to the company's poor performance, Zhou Dalong had no choice but to step in personally, taking on this task to gain more profit and reputation. True Blue said guiltily, "I'm sorry. I didn't realize I would cause you such a great loss. If you had spoken to us peacefully earlier, we could have found a place to have a proper competition. If you had released the person, there wouldn't be such a deep hatred between us. I truly didn't mean to cause you such a great loss. Now you feel guilty. You don't want me to retaliate against you. I told you, sooner or later, I will retaliate," Zhou Dalong said disdainfully. Chapter 1055. Jinlan said guiltily, "I'm truly sorry. Does saying sorry make up for my loss? Don't say such useless words. I won't accept them at all," Zhou Dalong said angrily. Jialan said angrily, "Jinlan, Who allowed you to apologize to him? I haven't experienced anything of my own. If you feel so guilty about him, why don't you feel guilty about us? You don't even know how much bad luck we suffered because of you. Jinlan said awkwardly, I feel like I hurt him terribly. Shut up. You have to know that the people on your team are always the ones who suffer the most. Jialan said angrily. Zhou Dalong narrowed his eyes slightly. You're the worst person on the Deep Blue team, along with Lin Luo, who stood up for his sister. I was planning to slowly take revenge on you later, but now it seems that's no longer necessary. Now that you're here, I've taken revenge on everyone. You think you can take revenge on me? Don't be so delusional. Jialan sneered. Zhou Dalong laughed. We have a total of 7 immortals here, while you only have 4. You two aren't even truly powerful immortals, are you? I don't know how you win. Is the Deep Blue team from the Universal Alliance? Sun Lin asked, frowning. Zhou Dalong nodded. Don't worry about that. Killing them won't be a problem. The 8th universe has clear regulations prohibiting us from attacking the Universal Alliance without authorization. But if the Universal Alliance team attacks us first, we can counterattack and kill them both, without any responsibility. That's good. Sun Lin threatened with satisfaction, I can give you a chance. Leave Sun Lin planet now, and this matter will no longer be your business. You can leave safely. If you insist on fighting us to the bitter end, we have no choice but to kill you. This is already due to our relationship with the Universal Alliance. Flame Bird said coldly, I don't think we should give them any chance at all. If they want to participate in this battle, they should pay the price. It doesn't matter who comes. Do you think you're sure to win? Jialan quickly contacted her sister Jian. Jian remained silent for a long time, which infuriated Jialan. Zhou Dalong, sensing Jialan's panic, said, I think we should just kill them now. They might have external reinforcements. If they arrive, it won't be so easy for us to kill them. Sun Lin nodded, I think so. Just now, he was trying to persuade the Mu Yi and Mu Yi brothers to surrender, which led to the Deep Blue team coming to help. If the forest hadn't given the enemy any chance and had simply killed them, there wouldn't be a Deep Blue squad. The 7 immortals were about to strike, frightening Jialan so much that his face paled. True Blue said, Captain, don't worry. If they start and our reinforcements don't arrive, I give you away immediately. You can be sure of that. I think you're trying to escape, you bastard, Jialan said angrily. Suddenly, 4 blue figures descended from the sky, each incredibly powerful. The aura they exuded was no less powerful than that of the 4 heavenly kings. Sun Lin suddenly felt uneasy and asked in confusion, Zhou Dalong, what's going on? The auras emanating from these 4 blue figures are all very powerful, comparable to those of the 4 heavenly kings you invited. You've been in the 8th universe for so long, you should have heard of them. Zhou Dalong was also puzzled. He knew many immortal-level creatures in the 8th universe, but he didn't recognize these 4 blue figures. What? Aren't you well informed? You don't recognize these 4? Sun Lin asked. Zhou Dalong observed them for a moment, then suddenly realized, you 4 figures are immortal-level creatures from the Universal Alliance. You must be from the Elder Council to have such powerful strength. Ordinary teams simply don't have such powerful personnel. What? From the Elder Council? Flame Bird's face was solemn. Thunderbird said, don't you have a rule in the Cosmic Alliance that prohibits your Elder Council from participating in the conflict? You're violating it. Who said we're from the Elder Council? Don't talk nonsense. The leading blue figure said. I want to report it. Zhou Dalong said. It's no use reporting it. The leading blue figure said, if our Elder Council takes action, it will definitely leave no trace. 7 against 7, I don't believe you can win. Sun Lin said. The leading blue figure didn't want to fight. For heavenly kings, if the 4 of us don't fight, the 4 of you won't fight either. Of course. Flame Bird readily agreed. He couldn't overestimate the other party's strength. Sun Lin angrily said, you've taken so many benefits from us, and now you decided not to fight. Isn't this too easy to get? We can take action. If we're defeated and flee, don't blame me, said the Flame Bird. Zhou Dalong quickly said to Sun Lin, it's best not to let them fight now. The Elder Council's strength is unfathomable. If the 4 heavenly kings lose, we be next. They're like birds and beasts, flying at exceptional speed. If they flee, we be surrounded. Our strength is simply no match for the 4 powerful immortal-level Elder Council members. Now we have to deal with them. As long as we win, the Elder Council won't resort to force. Sun Lin nodded reluctantly, that's the only way. Jialan immediately addressed Jinan, you idiot. I asked you to come help, but you let me lead the charge. Do you have the nerve to do that? Didn't you say that your presence would solve everything, and we just take the money? Jianan said. You're dreaming, wanting me to lead the charge? You have no filial piety at all. Can't you show some respect to your sister? Just say I won't join these teams anymore, and then you give us all the profits. You're dreaming, but that's impossible. I'm just testing you. I'm not really asking for your profits. You're just the captain of a small Universal Alliance team. How much money can you make? Would I covet your money? I'm a member of the Elders' Council after all, so I do have a little bit of money. Don't think I don't know your habits. If I really agreed, you'd be really rude and give you 10% of my school team's profits as your own taxes. I'm your sister, and I know you well. Jialan said coldly. Forget it. I feel bad having you as my sister. I don't know how hard my sister's life is. Jianan sighed. Chapter 1056. Jialan said, how about we trade? Give me your position, I give you mine, and then you give me the team's profits. I'd be happy too. I really like to trade, but unfortunately, our Elders' Council has a rule that prohibits trades. Sorry, Jianan said. Why are you spouting all this nonsense? You woman, you don't even want to change. I don't know you. Jialan said angrily, you have no conscience at all. You said you help us, but you said 4 immortals to help us. You didn't do anything else. If we lose, you won't profit at all. Jianan sighed helplessly, you only blame me for my poor performance. You don't understand my difficulties. If I could just take action, I would have done it long ago. These 7 immortals are nothing. I can easily handle them. Don't pretend. They're weaker than you, but you can't easily handle them. They're all immortals, so the difference isn't that big. The only way they'd be crushing is if they were immortals and eternals. Jialan said. Jianan was surprised. It seems you do understand. What do you mean? Stop treating me like a child. I'm not the naive little kid I used to be. I believed everything you said. Yeah, you were pretty funny back then. I told you planets were square, and you actually believed them. You ran to school and told the teacher that they were. Finally, Mom went over and talked to the teacher for a long time before she changed her mind. Shut up. You don't have any sisterly manners at all. You lied to me when I was so young. Jialan said with a sullen face. Jianan smiled, I was just testing you. I don't know if you really believe it. I don't want to bother with you, Jialan said unhappily. Sun Lin looked at Jialan and said, the 4 heavenly kings and your elder council's 4 immortal level creatures have already cancelled out. What about you and Zhou Daong? What happened between me and Mu Yi and my brother is none of your business. I think that's a good idea, Zhou Daong agreed. Sun Lin, combined with Mu San, far surpasses Mu Yi and his brother in strength. Sun Lin was confident he could crush Mu Yi and his brother without even Mu San's help. Zhou Daong resented the Deep Blue team, but faced with enormous benefits, he knew his way around it. The Deep Blue team's losses were small gains. Successfully occupying the forest planet would yield enormous benefits, outweighing any previous losses. Jinlan nodded. It's not appropriate for us to interfere in Forest Planet's private affairs. Let them handle it on their own. We can just be bystanders. No, Jialan. Mu Yi's face grimaced, fearing Jialan would abandon him. Sun Lin, seeing Jialan's interest, said, just stay out of it. Even if we lose, you still benefit from Mu Yi and his brother. I'm sure he won't refuse. Even if I win, you won't lose anything. I'm willing to give you 1% of Forest Planet's profits. Don't underestimate this 1% profit. Forest Planet is rich in resources. A typical transaction can exceed 10 million. 1% is still 100,000 universe coins. Your Deep Blue team is the ace team. But 100,000 universe coins is a lot for your Deep Blue team. You wouldn't earn that much from a single mission. I'm talking about one mission, not all missions. I believe there will be a lot of profits exceeding tens of millions in the future. The more trades you make, the greater your profits will be. Your debt will soon be wiped out by these profits. Think carefully. If you take action, you could lose your life. If you choose not to, you can still profit even if you lie down. Of course, if you have your own ideas, you can discuss them with me. Jinlan asked excitedly, is what you said true? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, we can sign a contract now. The Universal Alliance will be the party to the contract. If we sign the contract, I will definitely suffer retaliation if I violate it, Sun Lin promised. Jinlan's heart was beating fast, and he looked at Jialan, almost agreeing. If he were the captain, he would have already agreed. Jialan gave Jinlan a stern look. What are you excited about? I have the final say in Team Deep Blue now. Whether you agree or not is up to me. Of course. Jinlan nodded. Sun Lin, I already treated you very well. Fighting doesn't guarantee you gain anything, and you might even die. If you don't believe me now, I give you a contract. Sign it. Here's the contract. Zhou Dalong was incredibly efficient, having his company print the contract. He handed it to Jinlan. As a former captain, Jinlan's favorite thing to do was collaborate. Jinlan wasn't as withdrawn as Jialan. Jialan was more of a homebody, usually completing missions to pay off debts or staying home to play games and train. He had a wide circle of friends and enjoyed going to entertainment venues. True Blue played a significant role in the Deep Blue team's success, and he collaborated with everyone. This cooperative model is also imperfect. When the Deep Blue team was at its peak, the cooperation was strong and beneficial to all parties. When it failed to benefit, the cooperation immediately broke down. True Blue, with only his head left, resorted to borrowing money from the Deep Blue team's reputation, racking up a total debt of 500 million. The Deep Blue team's cooperation with various forces immediately fell apart. Multiple forces breached their contracts, and the Deep Blue team was unable to find a solution. Some shameless forces even demanded compensation from the Deep Blue team, completely disregarding their dignity. True Blue carefully reviewed the contract. Captain, there are no issues with the contract. I'm sure there are no issues with it. This concerns our interests and your debt repayment, Jialan said coldly. Jinlan said earnestly, don't worry, I checked it numerous times. I'm sure there won't be any issues before I give you an answer. Jialan quickly called Lin Luo over. Lin Luo was already the military advisor, and the final decision on everything had to go through him. Xiao Luo, what are your thoughts on this matter? There are two ways to look at this. One is based on how much money you want. If you think this is enough, then we can stop. If you think it's not enough, then we have to continue. The profit is okay. At least we won't have to take action, Jialan said. Captain, you're seeing things too one-sidedly. He's so easy to talk to now. But once this is over and Mu Yi and his brother are killed, he won't be so easy to talk to. He might go back on his word. With a written contract, a lawsuit later won't be easy. Lin Luo said. Chapter 1057. Jialan stroked her delicate chin with her jade hand. Don't worry about that. We already signed a contract. It's clearly written there, he can't do anything wrong. To put it simply, sometimes he doesn't need to claim a breach of contract, he can simply modify the profit margin based on the transaction amount, which would result in us receiving significantly less money. Lin Luo said. I think our assistance to the Mu Yi and Mu Yi brothers involved a similar contract. That's completely different. If we succeed in helping the Mu Yi brothers, we can unilaterally demand a contract and request the right to audit the accounts. You need to tell them that they must have the right to audit the accounts in order to understand their own interests. I can try asking. Okay. Lin Luo discovered that after arriving in the 8th universe, many things were very similar to Earth. Shenlan and Sunlin were discussing things, as if two gangs were negotiating. If they agreed, there would be no need for further fighting. If not, war would ensue. Lao Ding, I want to ask you something, Jialan asked. Sunlin glanced to the side, momentarily unsure who Jialan was calling. Stop looking around, I'm talking to you, Jialan said arrogantly. Sunlin's face darkened, you're being a bit rude. I'm the same age as your father, and you're calling me old Ding? Can't you be more polite? Jialan shrugged, what's wrong with me calling you that? You've given me the honor, and you still want to be my father? Don't you know my father is a counselor? Do you think you're worthy? You're not even an elder. You can't even handle my sister, let alone my father. Even my father's friends are elders at best. Sunlin was speechless for a moment, but he felt deeply dissatisfied. He considered himself very capable, not much weaker than Jialan's father. It was just that he started too late, so he didn't hold a prominent position. Sunlin secretly resolved to establish his own company and grow it into a giant. Only by becoming a giant could he have equal dialogue with the legislators. Zhou Daong stepped in to smooth things over, saying, let's both be polite, and not let trivial matters cause discord. Captain Jialan, what are your demands? Jialan scorned Zhou Daong, you're such a coward. I thought you were seeking revenge against me when you spoke so fiercely earlier, but now it seems you don't even have the courage. Zhou Daong's face turned ashen with anger, and his fists clenched tightly. He had never hated someone so much in his life. Even when his investments failed, and he was being saddled with debts by various companies, he had never suffered such humiliation. Okay, I'm done with you. You're shameless. Jialan ignored Zhou Daong's fury and said, everything you said is very nice, but there's one thing I don't like. I can't check the accounts. You have the final say. If you say you make 100 million a year, then I believe it. But if the actual revenue is 1 billion, then my profit is 90% less. I think I should have the right to audit the accounts. Sun Lin said, I can audit the accounts. I give it to you, but if you want to audit the company's accounts, that's impossible. You don't have that right. Okay, old ding, I know there's no such thing as a good deal. How could you say you give me my profits, and then I do nothing? Jialan said angrily. Sun Lin said, you don't have the right to audit the accounts, but you can review the company's publicly available accounts and conduct an investigation. If you find any problems, come and tell me. Do you think I'm a fool? I see problems, and if you don't correct them, I be the one who suffers. Jialan said with a scowl. Sun Lin countered, it's not like we have to make changes just because you have a problem. I definitely make changes to anything that's not right. As long as you provide some evidence and raise any concerns, I make changes. You know the company has a lot of accounts, and they're very rigorously audited. Jialan, you still need me to provide you with evidence? Don't you know how tiring it is to find evidence? What if I present a lot of reasonable ideas, and you say they're unreasonable? What can I do then? You can trust me. I need your help in the future. I can't be so ruthless. Sun Lin said. The two sides bargained again, but could not reach a conclusion. Sun Lin felt he had conceded enough, but the other side was ungrateful. He angrily said, I already conceded enough in this matter. You can reap huge profits without even participating in the battle. This is a great offer for anyone. Jialan said, my deep blue team doesn't need your pity. If you want to fight, then fight. I'm not afraid of you at all. The two sides were about to fight again after a disagreement. Zhou Dalong quickly intervened, saying, I think you two should stop for a moment and think carefully. It's not too late to make a decision later. Attacking now would be in neither of our interests. I give you 5 more minutes to think about it. I'm being polite. Sun Lin said in a deep voice. I don't need your respect. Jialan said angrily. Shenlan said to Jialan, Captain, I think this is enough. If you ask for anything more, I think it's too much. Look at you, you're so utterly useless. Just because they give you a little benefit, you're so happy. You're truly useless. Jialan said disdainfully, no wonder our deep blue team has suddenly become so weak in your hands. It's all because you're such a loser, only focused on immediate gain. Shenlan wanted to argue, but gave up. Since the other party was his creditor, he couldn't say much. Mu Yi's face was ashen. Captain of the deep blue team, if you win this battle, I'm willing to give you 50% of the profits and half of the company's ownership. What do you think? He couldn't care less. If he lost, he would lose everything. Not only would he lose the forest planet, but he would also lose his life. Mu Er, understanding his eldest brother's intentions, also advised, don't listen to Sun Lin's lies. This guy is cunning and scheming. He deceived us earlier, which is why we agreed to a truce with him. If we hadn't agreed to a truce and joined forces with those immortal creatures to fight, Sun Lin would have already died. It's no use regretting it now. Mu Yi, 1% profit isn't a big deal. 50% is much. Yes, we two brothers have always been trustworthy, said Mu Er. Mu Yi and his brother were extremely anxious, fearing that Lin Luo would agree, and they tried to dissuade Jia Lan from joining Sun Lin. The Elders' Council had already stopped helping them, and if they lost the Deep Blue Team's support, they would be truly doomed. Chapter 1058. Long Xian hurried over. Captain, you have to think carefully. Action is bound to result in some injuries. I think peace is the best approach. Look, they already given us a lot of respect. If we can make so much profit without taking action now, then I definitely choose not to. If you do, it's definitely dangerous. We might end up stealing the chicken, but end up eating the rice. You have to think carefully. I think the free profits are enough. There's no need to do more. Jia Lan frowned slightly. Are you asking me to teach you how to do things? Didn't I dare? Jia Lan was about to ask Lin Luo what to do next when Sun Lin suddenly spoke up, pointing at Long Xian and saying, give me this guy, and I give you audit rights. Long Xian pointed at himself, bewildered, and asked, what do you want me to do? Sun Lin said coldly, you have to ask yourself. Don't you know what you did? Do you need me to explain it to you personally? Brother, you must have the wrong person. This is the first time we met. Long Xian could sense the other man's murderous intent. He would surely die if he fell into his hands. Jia Lan pointed at Long Xian and said, good boy, Long Xian, you're a hidden talent. They're so resentful of you, you must have come to the forest planet and done something shady. Long Xian quickly said, Captain, trust me, this is my first time here. How could I possibly have done something shady? There must be a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? If you deny it, it disappears. They must have such murderous intent against you. They must have done something truly awful. Ziyun said. Pink said, there's only one path before you now, and that's to hand you over to Sun Lin. Actually, you're worth it in exchange for our safety. Long Xian sensed Jiao Lan's hostile gaze, and quickly pleaded, Captain, you can't give up on me. Don't believe his one-sided story. He must have the wrong person. I never provoked him. I've been in the team for so long, and even if I haven't made any contributions, I worked hard. Don't give up on me. If you hand me over to him, I definitely die. Look at that murderous look in his eyes. Even if I wasn't the one, he would kill me. To make his grief more realistic, Long Xian forced out tears. Let's talk about your matter later. I asked Lin Luo about it. Jiao Lan said. Lin Luo felt a little amused and concealed his aura, not letting Sun Lin notice. Sun Lin mistook Long Xian for himself, but their auras were somewhat similar. Lin Luo's aura, transformed into a golden dragon, was about 70% similar to Long Xian's. It's normal for Sun Lin to admit his mistake. With careful study, he should be able to tell the difference. Brother Lin, you have to save me. To save his life, Long Xian abandoned even his own integrity and called Lin Luo brother. Lin Luo smiled. Brother Long Xian, don't worry. We're all teammates. We wouldn't give you up so easily. We were just joking. Thank you, Long Xian said. At least we have to sell you for a good price before we can do that, Lin Luo added. Huh? Long Xian's mood turned gloomy again. Jiao Lan said to Lin Luo, this Sun Lin offer is very good. I can't resist the temptation anymore. Captain, you need to be more assertive. If you want to achieve your own interests, then you must have your own autonomy. If you choose to compromise now, the forest will benefit greatly. I estimated it's at least 10 billion. He's only giving you 100 million. 100 million seems like a lot, but it's actually not much. If you want to truly become immortal in the future, you need to buy some good immortal level medicine. 10 billion is a bargain for immortal level medicine. Lin Luo's words were precise, hitting Jiao Lan's heart. The reason Jiao Lan hasn't been able to become immortal is because he lacks the necessary medicine. In the past, immortals were rare. The entire 8th universe contained no more than 100. Now, the number of immortals has surged to over 1,000, a full 10-fold increase. The sudden 10-fold increase in immortals doesn't mean that current creatures are more talented than before. It's mainly due to the emergence of immortal-level medicine. Many immortals lack talent, but rather a certain understanding. Medicine can perfectly compensate for this, allowing eternal-level creatures to more easily evolve to immortal. Jiao Lan remained an immortal for a long time, always just a little short of the mark. If she purchased immortal-level medicine, she could perfectly evolve to this level. The medicine required to evolve immortal-level creatures is very expensive, with the cheapest costing tens of billions. Some creatures, determined from a young age to evolve to immortal, begin earning enough money to buy immortal-level medicine. Jiao Lan had always wanted to save money, but how could she, who loved spending money, possibly save so much? Most people didn't have much money. It would take Jiao Lan 100 years to earn 100 million yuan a year. Ziyun clapped her hands and said, Xiao Lin, I understand what you mean. If we win this battle, 50% of the new company we establish will be ours, and we get a lot of money. With half of the company, we don't have to work, and we still make a lot of money every year. Life will be very fulfilling, said Pink. Shenlan nodded vigorously and said, if I had such a large company, my future medical expenses would be taken care of, and I wouldn't have to drag my sick body to work. You still have future medical expenses, right? Didn't we give you 500 million yuan earlier? Isn't that enough? Jiao Lan said. Shenlan sighed, you don't know that my strength is only 1/10 of what it used to be. Because I'm broke, I use the cheapest medical supplies. As you know, cheapness has many drawbacks. Jiao Lan, you seem quite comfortable with it. It's already great that we have the money to treat you, yet you keep complaining about how cheap your medical care is. Do you want me to apply for a petition and give you a few 100 million more in medical treatment? Ziyun, our team is in such a bad state, and it's all your fault. Every time I hear you talk, I want to beat you up. I can't help it. Jinlan sighed. Ziyun, if you had been a little more frugal, you wouldn't have been so miserable. You went to those entertainment venues every day, and I didn't even know you had spent almost all your money. Once, they said you completed a mission and received a large commission. You earned hundreds of thousands of universe coins, and you slashed them around in a bar. Was that you? You even filmed a short video of it, showing it off in front of us. Chapter 1059. Shenlong coughed twice. A man shouldn't boast of his past achievements. I used to be rich and generous. I never imagined I'd fallen on hard times like this. You think you're so powerful, but you screwed us over so badly. Now I think about it, I want to kill you, Ziyun said angrily. The others started arguing again, with Jia Lan and Pink joining in. Lin Luo shook his head helplessly. Sun Lin said impatiently, have you discussed this? My patience has its limits. You look down on our Deep Blue team. We have integrity. We promised Mu Yi and the other brothers what to do, so we definitely do it. How could we suddenly go back on our word? Jia Lan retorted. Okay, it seems all my previous talk was nonsense. I was sparing your lives for the sake of the Universal Alliance, but now it seems I won't. I just kill you. The green branches and roots of Sun Lin's body twitched continuously, and he began to strengthen his entire body. In a matter of moments, his body grew 10 times larger, and he was even louder than the wooden dragon. Sun Lin transformed into a devastating giant, his head piercing the sky, his feet stomping the earth. He pointed a giant finger at Long Xian. You had a lot to do with my child's death. Long Xian's face paled. Mr. Sun Lin, there must be some misunderstanding here. I haven't even been to Sun Lin planet, so how could I have killed your child? There's no need to explain. What murderer would admit to murder? Sun Lin angrily said. Long Xian said aggrievedly, there must be some misunderstanding. I really didn't kill your child. I don't have the ability to do that. The people in my team can testify for me. I was with them when your child was in trouble. Jia Lan said disdainfully, can you please have some backbone? Pink is right. Kick you out of the team is a good thing. You have no backbone at all, and are just embarrassing us. I'm just trying to prove my innocence, Long Xian said aggrievedly. Jia Lan said impatiently, what's there to prove? We're going to war anyway. What does it matter if you killed his son? Even if you did, what would happen? His forest has evolved to this level, so how many people have he killed? Many of them must be other people's children. Captain is right. What's there to be proud of? A native is just a little stronger, but he looks down on us, the natives of Universe 8. I don't know what he's so arrogant about. Pink said. Ziyun understood, that's how the natives are. Trapped on a planet, they think they're incredibly powerful, but in reality, they're just clowns. Compared to truly powerful creatures, they're still far behind. I don't know what they're so confident about. Sun Lin hated being a native and angrily said, you Deep Blue team are so good, yet you look down on us natives. I'm an immortal, and you're just Eternals. You're so weak in front of me. I'm speaking to you as equals, and I'm giving you face. Otherwise, as an immortal, I wouldn't have to talk to Eternals. I just kill you if I wasn't happy. Long Xian said, don't be angry. I think there must be a misunderstanding here. We don't have to kill each other. We're not obligated to participate in this. He felt it was a bad idea to be too decisive. The competition between the two sides was a fight to the death. Long Xian suggested that everyone speak politely, avoid excessive language, and give each other a chance. If the Deep Blue team lost, he thought they could beg for mercy, and the other side would likely let them go. If both sides were too decisive, it would be a fight to the death. Get out of here, you spineless man. Jia Lan was furious, and kicked Long Xian away with a flick of his tail. Mu Yi felt relieved when he saw Jia Lan about to attack. If Jia Lan chose not to participate, he and his brother would be no match for him. At that time, he would immediately take his brother and flee to the outer universe. If the two brothers fled to the outer universe, they would have a chance of survival. If they stayed on the forest planet, they would be no match for Lin Musan and Zhou Daolong. Luckily, the Deep Blue team had some professional ethics, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with. We two brothers will deal with the living beings, and you can each deal with one, Mu Yi said righteously. Do you two have a chance of winning? Jia Lan asked. Both sides shared a common understanding. Whichever side's immortal creature emerged victorious, freeing up their forces to fight together, would most likely secure victory. Try your best, Mu Yi said. Shenlong's face was solemn. If we want to win, we must give it our all and not consider retreating. Sometimes the differences between many creatures aren't that great, especially when it comes to immortals. It all comes down to which side has the unwavering determination to win. You're right. Jia Lan gave a thumbs up. Don't you think about why Team Deep Blue reached its peak under my leadership? It's because of my decisiveness. Others don't have my same resolute personality, Shenlong said proudly. You're truly shameless. I just gave you a couple of compliments, and you're so smug. From now on, don't say the Deep Blue team reached its peak under your leadership. Say it reached its peak under my leadership. Do you understand? Jialan said bluntly. You're my creditor. You're right, all right. Jinlan couldn't argue further. In his heart, he had to admit that the Deep Blue team would prosper even more under Jialan's leadership. Jialan's order for the forest planet this time was bound to be a very large one. Jinlan felt that if he were in charge of the Deep Blue team, he would definitely not accept this forest planet mission. Not to mention the other powerful creatures, the forest alone was too powerful. The brothers Mu-Yi and Mu-Er rushed forward, their bodies rapidly growing, the wooden dragon's body no smaller than the forest before them. Seeing Mu-Yi rushing forward, Forest punched him with all his might, his fist emitting a green light. The green light erupted with dazzling brilliance, forming a massive green vortex. The vortex erupted with suction, sucking Mu-Er in. Brother! Mu-Yi, momentarily unable to see his brother, couldn't help but yell. Sun Lin chuckled smugly, you two brothers are truly weak. There's been rumors circulating that we're natural enemies, but in reality, our Earth God, Blood Red, is your Wood Dragon's natural enemy. If your Wood Dragons weren't irreplaceable, you would have been slaughtered by our Earth God, Blood Red, long ago. It's just that I can't believe you two brothers have grown so quickly, right under my nose. If I had known sooner, I would have devoured you two long ago. And your parents, I think I devoured them too. Chapter 1060. Sun Lin's complacency didn't last long as Mu-Er emerged from the green vortex. Mu-Er moved so quickly he transformed into a green shadow, his dragon claws slashing out, aiming for Sun Lin's eyes. Sun Lin was unable to defend himself, and his eye was torn off, green juices streaming from the corners of his eyes. Mu-Er triumphantly bound Sun Lin, and bit off a piece of flesh. Sun Lin felt a sharp pain, and swung his fist to strike Mu-Er. Mu-Er immediately dodged, and returned to Mu-Yi's side. Brother, what do you think of my performance? Mu-Er said proudly. Mu-Yi smiled and said, that's great. I've been taking a lot of potions lately, and my strength has increased significantly. It's absolutely impossible for Sun Lin to kill me with a single blow. Mu-Er said, you killed my parents, but we indirectly killed your son. I'm not as disgusting as you, am I? You keep saying this. It's a pity your son died. If he had continued to improve, he would have definitely surpassed you in the future. Shut up. Sun Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and his fists were clenched tightly. If you two hadn't stopped me, I would have killed the culprit who killed my son, and the situation wouldn't have gotten so bad. The golden dragon had escaped into outer space, and no one knew where it was. Be careful. Mu-Yi and his brother's words infuriated Sun Lin, who rushed over and punched him hard. A fierce battle ensued, and for a moment, the outcome was unclear. Mu-San engaged in a retaliatory battle with Jinlan. Although Mu-San was weaker than Mu-Yi and his brother, he wasn't far behind the severely injured Jinlan. Jinlan transformed into a blue-green eastern dragon and started to fight with the wooden dragon. Mu-San would use his wood-attributed abilities to launch a fatal attack against Jinlan. Jinlan, unwilling to be outdone, attacked Mu-San as well, and a strange phenomenon occurred in the sky, suddenly filled with dark clouds. A torrential rain fell furiously, washing over the two immortal-level creatures. Mu-San initially had a slight advantage, but the torrential rain gradually eroded that advantage. Zhou Daolong looked at Jialan coldly. I didn't want to attack you, but now it seems there's no other way. I'm giving you face, but you refuse it. Jialan sneered. I don't care. If you want to fight, then fight. Didn't I, Jialan, rely on my parents' connections to climb to my current position since childhood? I become so strong, mostly on my own. I'm warning you, if I attack, it's a fight to the death. Today, it's either you die or you die, and I live well. Zhou Daolong's face contorted with anger. Should I say you're confident, or that you're not afraid of death? I didn't want to offend your sister and father, but now it seems I was being too sentimental. I won't hold back. Who's afraid of who? Jialan attacked immediately, emitting a blue beam from his mouth. The blue beam, imbued with terrifying power, immediately struck Zhou Daolong. Zhou Daolong's entire body was frozen. Jialan acted decisively, leaping swiftly to his side. She transformed into the sturdy limbs of a white tiger, attempting to crush Zhou Daolong. Flames suddenly erupted from Zhou Daolong's body, instantly melting the frozen areas. The remaining flames rushed towards Jialan. Jialan's reaction wasn't fast enough, and flames stained several parts of his body. The flames began to burn fiercely, forcing Jialan to use his own abilities to dissolve the ice. You old silver coin, you're such a thief! Jialan exclaimed angrily. Zhou Daolong sneered, am I a thief? Why didn't you just say you planned to sneak attack me first, and then I counterattack you? Old Ding, shut up. Jialan exclaimed angrily. Zhou Dalong said in a deep voice, you have no manners at all. I kill you. I be the one to kill you. Jialan, unfazed, charged at Zhou Dalong fiercely. Next, I show you what a true immortal level creature is. Zhou Dalong's body swelled again, becoming considerably larger than before, emanating a terrifying murderous aura. Who's afraid of who? Jialan felt the strain. Compared to Zhou Dalong's fully immortal level creature, Jialan was an eternal level creature, but his explosive combat power was only at the immortal level. The two fought fiercely, and for a moment, Zhou Dalong gained the upper hand. Long Xian said fearfully, what do you think, Captain? If he loses, we'd be in dire straits. Pink, don't talk nonsense. It's you who will suffer, not us. We should have been able to escape, but you be in trouble. Did you do something sinister to kill his son? Otherwise, he would have such a deep hatred for you. Long Xian complained, believe me, I was in that casino that whole time. How could I possibly have killed his son? I went to the smog planet to bury my money. How could I have had time to do that? Do you have proof you weren't home? Pink asked. Long Xian shook his head. No, it was already dangerous when I was in the casino. You know, these casinos almost always let you give the money, but if you take it back, they definitely investigate you. Pink said, then you went to the smog planet? To avoid detection, you avoided many surveillance locations. Am I right? This? Long Xian said embarrassedly. Pink sneered, you know how embarrassing it is. This guy has no compassion. We're living such a miserable life. Wouldn't it be nice if you could give us some of your 200,000 yuan profit? You had to hide it. Now look, even if they identify you as the murderer, there's nothing we can do. Sister Ziyun. Long Xian was terrified of death. His dragon clan had powerful abilities, allowing them to continuously regenerate, making them difficult to kill. The problem was that the other party was a powerful immortal level creature. Long Xian felt that they had many ways to completely kill him. Ziyun, I don't think you need to find evidence. Long Xian excitedly said, I explain your point. Add to that your testimony, which immortal level creature would believe me and not think I killed his son? Why do you have such a misconception? I mean, the other party is completely unreasonable. If you were an immortal level creature, it would be fine, he might investigate. The problem is, you're just an eternal level creature. He doesn't take you seriously at all. If the captain hadn't protected you just now, you would have been killed long ago. Ziyun said. Long Xian couldn't hold back his tears and said, why would God treat me like this? I've been so careful, trying not to cause trouble, and being kind to others, and this is the result. Why are you crying? It's bad luck. Pink said disdainfully. The three of you should stop arguing. It seems we're in some danger too. One by one, blood-red earth gods emerged from the ground, numbering over 100. Chapter 1061. Even the weakest earth god, blood-red, is at the level of a god king, while the strongest are at the level of eternal, very close to immortal. Ziyun's face was solemn. The enemy is ruthless. This battle concerns the future of both races. The victor will completely control the forest planet, while the loser will lose even their race. This fight is for real. Typically, minor inter-race wars are fought by the strongest, and members of the tribe rarely intervene. Only in wars of genocide or planetary destruction will the entire tribe take action. Pink's face was solemn. We fight them soon too, and kill them. Come on. Ziyun nodded. Long Xian looked at the densely packed earth gods, blood-red, and said fearfully, there are so many of them. I feel like we're no match for them. What are you thinking? It's a war of genocide. Wood dragons are also races, and their number is not small. Ziyun's words were filled with disdain. Indeed, I almost forgot. In a life-or-death battle between two clans, the wood dragons will also choose to mobilize in full force. Long Xuani clapped his hands. Mu Air shouted, Mu Jiao, it's time to mobilize. Mu Jiao was one of their brothers. Wood dragons have a strong reproductive capacity, and it's not uncommon for them to produce dozens of offspring at a time. Before the rise of the Mu Yi and Mu Yi brothers, the Wood Dragon clan had a very high mortality rate. Under the predation of the earth god Blood-Red, the Wood Dragon clan's mortality rate reached as high as 50%. The Mu Yi and Mu Yi brothers were quite talented, but few survived, and the only one who survived was Mu Jiao. Mu Jiao was significantly weaker than the two of them, and could not evolve to the level of an immortal. His evolution to the eternal level was already the limit. Further advancement would be extremely difficult. A massive wood dragon emerged, followed by many more behind it, densely packed and numerous. Long Xian sighed. No wonder the Wood Dragon clan has been able to survive for so long. even under the brutal rule of the Earth God Shui Hong. Their numbers are unmatched by the Earth God Shui Hong. Pink said, the Wood Dragon clan is numerous, but their average level is much lower than theirs. The Earth God Shui Hong is clearly stronger. It's not a big deal. With us joining them, I believe we can win quickly. Ziyun said. Long Xian, it's not a big deal for us to participate in this battle, is it? It's a war of genocide between two races. It's somewhat inappropriate for us to participate. Shut up, you loser. Don't you see the situation? It's not a matter of whether we want to participate or not. We can all escape then. You're the most dangerous. Others will think you killed his son. Ziyun said. Pink said disdainfully, I discovered you're truly spineless. Others have treated you this way, yet you still insist on seeking peace. I truly despise you. You're right. Just thinking about it makes me angry. I was clearly in the casino during that time, yet he insists on accusing me of killing his son. There's no basis for this. Long Xian grew angrier and angrier, deciding to kill the other party himself. Everyone charge. Kill them! Today's battle hinges on the fate of our two races. At its conclusion, one race will undoubtedly be annihilated. Do you wish to be annihilated? When we were brutally ruled by the Earth God Xiahong, many of your family members perished at his hands. Before, we relied on ourselves to be eaten. This time, we may not stand a chance. They will not let us go. Do you want to go back to the days of bloody rule? Mujio shouted. No! The other Wood Dragon shouted. Let's all go together this time, and destroy the Earth God Xiahong. From now on, the forest planet will belong to us Wood Dragons. Our children will grow up freely here, and we will enjoy this world. In this world, our children will not be attacked, and we won't have to worry about running into danger while playing outside. We can all breathe freely. Mujio shouted, raising his arms, exciting the other Wood Dragons. Lin Luo was impressed by Mujio. The two brothers, Mu Yi, were very good at judging people. This Mujio was much better than the leader of the Earth God Xiahong. The Earth God Xiahong used his hands to eat flesh and blood to inspire his companions. Mujio simply used his words to inspire his people to fight. Kill! Earth God Blood Red and the Wood Dragons engaged in a fierce battle, each using all its might to slay the other. Pink and Purple Rhyme both channeled their own bloodlines and charged towards Earth God Blood Red. The Wood Dragons were numerous, but their quality was significantly inferior to Earth God Blood Red. When the two collided, Earth God Blood Red crushed the Wood Dragons. Pink and Purple Rhyme, two Eternal level powerhouses, managed to stop the two Eternal level Earth God Blood Reds in time. The strongest creature below Immortal is Eternal level. An Eternal level creature possesses immense destructive power, capable of killing many creatures below Eternal level. Don't attack me. I don't want to kill you. You know I don't really want to start a war with you. Long Xian faced the fierce attack of the Earth God Xiahong and chose to resist without counterattacking. You killed our young master, and now I will kill you. Each of the Earth God Xiahong attacked Long Xian, three Eternal level Earth God Xiahong attacking him in quick succession. Long Xian suffered multiple wounds, his body transformed into a snake-like black dragon, the form of the dragon tribe. He possessed a strong healing ability, and his injuries healed quickly. Long Xian's race was gifted, any other race would have been dead. No matter how much Long Xian talked, the three Eternal level Earth God Xiahong attacked him. Pink said, Long Xian, you're a complete idiot. I discovered you're truly foolish. Didn't you see what Sister Ziyun said earlier? There's no way the other party will let you go. We might, but you absolutely won't. You're the murderer of his son. Don't bully an honest man too much. Even an honest man can explode. Long Xian was furious and bit down on an Eternal level Earth God Blood Red. The bitten Earth God Blood Red felt the pain and pounded furiously at Long Xian. The other two Earth God Blood Reds attacked Long Xian, leaving him wounded in various places, but they refused to let go of the Eternal level Earth God Blood Red. Finally, the two Earth God Blood Reds exerted frantic force, finally pulling Long Xian away. Long Xian bit off a piece of flesh from the Earth God Blood Red and devoured it. Delicious, delicious. Long Xian savored the delicious flavor. No wonder Earth God Blood Red is so expensive. The taste alone makes it worth it. I have to say, it's truly delicious. As his stomach began digesting the meat, his injuries began to heal rapidly. Soon, they were all healed. Chapter 1062. The three Eternal level Earth Gods, Blood Red, were so frightened by Long Xian's strange state that they hesitated to attack. Long Xian wore a terrifying expression and said sinisterly, my injuries haven't fully healed yet. This is your best chance to kill me. If my injuries were more complete, it would be difficult for you to kill me. The leading eternal level Earth god, Blood Red, said, "Don't be afraid of this guy. He's just trying to intimidate us. His external injuries may have healed, but his internal injuries haven't. Let's take him down now." The three eternal level Earth gods, Blood Red, united their strength and launched a fatal attack on Long Xian. It's more fun if you all attack together. Long Xian was no match for the three eternal level Earth gods, and with this desperate fighting style, he briefly gained the upper hand. Delicious. So delicious. Long Xian was beaten again, and then he ate a large piece of Earth god Blood Red's meat. Pink said disdainfully, "You're truly disgusting. Stop screaming like that. It's terrifying to hear. These three Earth gods will soon regret this." Long Xian is a quiet man unless he's mad, but when he is, he's terrifying. Ziyun shook her head. "I test the strength of my own bloodline too." Lin Luo injected the Dark Star Dragon's bloodline, activating it, and his entire body rapidly transformed. His body expanded continuously, and in just a few seconds, he became a gigantic dragon a kilometer long, reaching the level of a divine king. Lin Luo's injection was a relatively elementary bloodline, and that was all he could do. After injecting all three injections of Dark Star Dragon bloodline, Lin Luo's transformed Dark Star Dragon bloodline could reach the eternal level. A blood red earth god, the ultimate life form, targeted Lin Luo, attempting to grab him. Lin Luo opened his bloody maw, spewing a stream of dark smoke. The highly corrosive smoke corroded its arm. "Ah!" The blood red earth god, the ultimate life form, screamed in agony, its bloodshot eyes attacking Lin Luo. Lin Luo didn't take the blood red earth god's attack head on. Instead, he increased his speed to maximum, transforming into a black shadow and swiftly dodging the blood red earth god's attack. He chose not to fight the blood red earth god, but instead employed a circuitous tactic, weaving across the battlefield. The four heavenly kings, true to their promise, showed no intention of engaging. They watched the battle from above, their victory or defeat inconsequential to them. The light bird couldn't help but exclaim with joy, "I feel truly lucky. We devoured a blood red earth god worth 100 million for nothing. Whenever I accepted money from others before, it was always a dangerous fight. This time, I'm lucky enough to get to watch a good show for free without having to do anything." The Thunderbird said excitedly, "I love watching these kinds of genocide wars. Both sides give their all. Every member of the tribe goes out. The victor makes a massive attack on the loser, leaving hardly anyone behind." The Frostbird said, "I thought it would be a life or death battle, making escape difficult. It's best that we don't have to intervene now. We can just watch the battle quietly." The Flame Bird stared in one direction, not joining in the conversation among the three heavenly kings. The Thunderbird said, "Who are you staring at? You haven't said a word in such a long time." Flamebird said with interest, "I saw an interesting little creature, but it seems to be hiding its strength." Frostbird followed Flamebird's gaze, and saw a dark dragon. He said dismissively, "It doesn't seem special. It's just a god-king level dragon. It must have just been injected with a new bloodline, so it's not particularly powerful." Flamebird explained, "I have an ability you don't possess. I can discern details about a creature. This creature is more than just its appearance." Frostbird was surprised. "A creature that Big Brother values so highly must be at least eternal level, right?" "Eternal level, but I can't tell what kind of creature it is. I have to get very close to it to see its full potential," Flamebird said. "The Deep Blue team is truly the ace team in the universe, yet they're hiding this kind of unstable factor. Judging by its level, this creature must have been a member not long ago," Thunderbird said with interest. "Second brother, do you want to do something?" Lightbird asked. "You know my favorite food is dragons. Wood dragons are a special breed, with very little meat on them. I don't like fleshless dragons. This one must be pure meat. I want to eat it," Thunderbird said. "I think any of the dragon Xians would be good too," said the light bird. Thunderbird shook its head. "Any dragon Xian wouldn't be good to eat. He's already blacklisted by the forest, and surviving is difficult. Also, the dragon tribe's ability to escape is too strong. I hunted eternal level dragon tribe before. In the end, I used all my strength, but was defeated. The dragon tribe's self-healing and escape abilities are too strong. I made several surprise attacks, but they dodged them. In the end, the strongest of the dragon tribe attacked and repelled me." Lightbird, "The dragon tribe is so powerful, they managed to escape from my clutches." Thunderbird, "With my speed, not many prey have managed to escape my grasp. This dragon tribe is one of them, which is why I remember it so vividly." "Second brother, are you planning to eat them?" Firebird asked. "It seems I can't hide it from my elder sister. I'm waiting for an opportunity to strike," Thunderbird said. Let's not attack here. Let's see who wins this battle. We can't get involved in it, Firebird said. Thunderbird nodded. I know that. I take action later. If he dies, I won't force him. Capturing an eternal level prey wasn't a big deal for him. The current situation was unusual, making it difficult for Thunderbird to eat. Normally, it would be too easy for him to devour it. The four figures of the Council of Elders gazed at the scene below with a cold expression. They had lived much longer than the four heavenly kings and had witnessed countless rivalries, such as Star Wars and the destruction of races. Jianan also watched the battle below while attending to matters concerning the Elders' Council. Assistant Xiaonan brought Jianan a cup of interstellar coffee. Master Jia, we truly aren't planning to leave the province. I feel their chances of victory are greater than ours after their competition. If we go out and gain nothing, it would be a huge loss. Jianan took a sip of the interstellar coffee. Don't worry. Our Elders' Council can't cause too much of a stir. This is a rule from our superiors. If we start and suffer heavy casualties, it's likely to cause dissatisfaction from above. Chapter 1063. Xiaonan nodded and said, Elder Jianan, you thought it through. I was too one-sided, only focused on making the money, forgetting my own losses. Jianan took a sip of coffee and sighed. Over time, you get used to it. Sometimes, when you're making money, you need to be more careful not to lose a lot of it. Otherwise, you're not really making money at all. Elder, your wisdom is far greater than mine. I don't know much of what you know, Xiaonan said admiringly. Jianan said, you must work hard in the future. I will have many things to entrust to you. You're almost evolving to an eternal level creature, so you can help me with many things. Thank you for your respect, Elder. Xiaonan worriedly asked, what if we lose? Don't worry, I take action, Jianan said confidently. You two brothers are truly useless. Two of you can't even defeat me alone. I don't know what you're for. Mu-Yi and his brother teamed up, barely managing to draw with Sen-Lin. Sen-Lin was far stronger than Mu-Yi and his brother, crushing them. Mu-Er said grimly, old man, you're so strong. Even the two of us combined can't defeat you. That's unrealistic. What's unrealistic about that? I can only say you two are too naive. Compared to me, you're too weak. I must be hiding something. Sen-Lin smiled. Mu-Yi's face was solemn. Let's attack together and kill Sen-Lin. I'm afraid Jinlan and Jialan won't be able to withstand it. The situation for Jinlan and Jialan was not very optimistic. Jinlan had just recovered from a serious injury and was unable to unleash his true power, remaining a mere phantom. This was Jinlan's racial innate ability. If the phantom shattered, it would likely damage the true form. Jialan was still far from an immortal level creature. Only a powerful burst of combat power could reach immortal status. You two should just focus on yourselves. You're actually thinking of helping others. I knew from the beginning that you were planning to defeat me, then help the two members of Team Deep Blue, and ultimately secure victory. Don't overthink it, it's impossible. Sen-Lin scoffed. Mu-Yi and Mu-Er's bodies shone with dazzling light, charging towards Sen-Lin. The finishing touch, Mu-Yi and Mu-Er's bodies shone with even more dazzling colors, accelerating to maximum speed, charging forward with extraordinary speed. They had no choice. Others could flee, but they absolutely could not. If Jinlan and Jialan were unable to resist and chose to flee or be killed, they would undoubtedly be the next to suffer. The two wooden dragons accelerated to maximum speed, transforming into two green dots and slamming into Forest. Forest was too late to dodge, so he could only bravely fight head-on. With a loud bang, Forest was slammed to the ground by the two Mu-Yi brothers, creating a massive crater. The two Mu-Yi brothers transformed back into their true forms, breathing heavily from their dragon mouths. The skill of drawing the finishing touch was too costly to use, and the two brothers had to unleash their full potential to barely use it. Mu-Yi-Dao, old Forest will need some time to recover. Go over and help him now, and take care of as many as you can. Okay. Mu-Er immediately wanted to help Jinlan. He helped Jinlan kill Mu-San, as long as Mu-San could no longer attack. No matter how strong Sen-Lin was, he couldn't defeat the three of them. Mu-Yi was very confident of victory in this battle. Do you want to leave? Do you have my permission? Sen-Lin's arms twitched, and a large number of vines rushed towards the two at an extremely fast speed. I hold them off. Mu-Yi tried to block all of Sen-Lin's vines with his body, but there were too many, and most of them flew towards Mu-Er. Unable to support Jinlan, Mu-Er was restrained by Sen-Lin. Damn it! A large amount of green light emanated from Mu-Er's body. The green light was extremely sharp, severing the vines that bound him. Sen-Lin sprouted more vines and rushed towards Mu-Er. Unless you two kill me, you definitely won't be able to support them, Sun Lin laughed. Shenlong used his power to transform the surroundings into his own world, now submerged by the sea. Mu San repeatedly tried to break through this world, but was repeatedly blocked. Shenlong's mouth erupted with blue flames. The seawater encountered the blue flames, but instead of extinguishing them, it erupted with even stronger flames. Blue flames covered Mu San's body, burning fiercely. When the blue flames faded, Mu San, radiating green light, was revealed. Shenlong sighed and shook his head, saying, "A phantom is just a phantom. The combat power it can unleash is too weak. If my real body had come, the flames just now would have incinerated him." Mu San's face darkened. "You almost burned me to death. It's a pity you weren't strong enough. It's not that I'm weak, it's mainly because I haven't recovered from my injuries yet. If I had, I would have burned you to death. Your dragon race is naturally gifted and has a strong vitality." Shenlong sighed. Mu San said, "I don't want to hear this. I just know that if you can't kill me, then you'd be dead next." "Oh, that's difficult. Your strength is quite weak for an immortal level player," Shenlong said nonchalantly. "Really?" The finishing touch. Mu San's speed increased rapidly transforming from a green shadow to a green dot, which slammed into Shenlong. It was too fast. Shenlong couldn't dodge and could only take Mu San's attack head-on. After using his skills, Mu San put a considerable distance between him and Shenlong. Using his strongest skills, Mu San had expended too much energy and needed to rest properly. Not dead. Mu San's eyes narrowed slightly. Shenlong's body was now covered in cracks, but it hadn't shattered. "Before, you said this was your own shadow. I didn't quite believe it, but now I do. You're just a shadow," Mu San said. As expected of the former captain of Team Deep Blue, someone so famous in Universe 8 must be incredibly powerful. Shenlong sighed. "My body hasn't fully recovered yet. If it had, my real body would still be able to withstand your attack, but it's too much for the shadow." Mu San angrily said, "What are you pretending to be? You may have been powerful in the past, but you don't need to hear that every day. It tires me. I tear this shadow of yours apart. I visit you at your hospital when I get a chance. You're being a bit too much. Can't you let me have a word when I'm talking about my own strengths?" Shenlong said angrily. Chapter 1064. "No," Mu San said disdainfully, "your body is already riddled with wounds. I continue to slash you with all my might. The shattering of your shadow will severely damage your true form. An old man, constantly boasting about how great he used to be, makes me sick. Shut up. I hate it when people call me old. How much younger are you? I haven't even lived as long as you. You're the real old one," Shenlong said angrily. Mu San sneered, "Don't worry. After I destroy this phantom, I find your hospital and kill your real body. I won't give you a chance for revenge. I know your physical condition will recover sooner or later, and you're stronger than me. By the time your real body recovers, I'd definitely be inferior to you. I'd be in danger then. I find your hospital, run to it, and kill your real body. Only then will I be at peace." Shenlong's face darkened. "I've seen disgusting things, but I never expected to see anything as disgusting as you. You're still thinking of revenge. My phantom has broken our feud. It's already been resolved, and you're now coming to my hospital to seek revenge on me. That's a very mean and immoral thing to do." Mu San snorted coldly. "Are you sure you won't come back to take revenge on me after this?" "I'm sure. You answered so quickly, so I can't trust you. You'd definitely seek revenge on me once you recovered. Just wait for me to kill you. I show you what you can and can't intervene in. You, a native, dare to threaten me like that? I tried to talk you out of it, and you still want to kill me. Well, let's see who kills me first, or me," Shenlong said angrily. "I shatter your illusion now. You're still so arrogant even at the brink of death. I show you what happens if you provoke me," Mu San said coldly. A blue light emanated from Shenlong's body, and the dense cracks on his body miraculously healed. Mu San narrowed his eyes slightly. "I underestimated you. You have the ability to heal. You healed quite a few of your cracks." Shenlong cursed. "What do you know, you native? When I joined the Deep Blue team, you didn't even know where I was. Do you think I'm really weak? If I were weak, would I have gone to such a dangerous planet? If my injuries weren't so severe and difficult to heal, I could easily destroy you in my prime. You wouldn't dare to speak so harshly in front of me." Mu San's face darkened. Okay, you've shown me your strength. I'm even more determined to go to the hospital and kill your real body." Confidence. The leading blue immortal elder looked at Mu San with disdain, saying, "Indigenous people are indigenous people. We civilized people would never resort to violence in a hospital. If we did, we'd likely be hunted down by the hospital. That's right. A blue immortal elder, with a hidden face, said, we usually choose to attack after the patient is discharged. This greatly avoids damaging hospital property. The hospital won't seek revenge against us for the death of a patient. After all, a hospital's primary responsibility is to heal the wounded and the dying. It's not some kind of interstellar police station specializing in catching criminals. Based on my years of understanding, we should wait until the patient is almost discharged, before their injuries have fully recovered. If we launch another attack, our chances of winning will be the same, and we can also avoid being hunted by the hospital. This is a very good approach. Another immortal elder with a blue hidden face said, I have a lot of experience with this. I once had an enemy who was admitted to the hospital. He was much stronger than me, and I definitely couldn't defeat him through normal means. I was overjoyed to hear that he was injured, but I didn't rush into the hospital. Although he wasn't an elder like me, he also worked for a giant corporation. In some aspects, the benefits of the Elders' Council are 100% better than those of a giant corporation. There are still many shortcomings. The Council of Elders represents the face of the Universal Alliance. Sometimes, they consider reputation more important than money, while the core of the Big Mac Corporation is profit. For Big Mac Corporation, profit is naturally paramount, and they will do whatever it takes to achieve it. For Big Mac Corporation to be profitable, its talent is crucial. The Council of Elders sometimes doesn't care about the lives of its elders. Because some elders are just sitting around waiting for death, collecting our monthly benefits but unwilling to work. There are many such people in our Council of Elders. In its early days, the Council of Elders received significant funding from the Universal Alliance. Relying on this substantial capital, it enjoyed a high-quality lifestyle. Later, the Universal Alliance discovered it was suffering from significant losses, with companies established under it bleeding it dry. Even with the tax revenue it collected, the Council of Elders could no longer withstand the leeway of these companies. Many of these companies were established by council members, using them as a means of profiting from the Universal Alliance headquarters. The acting speaker saw that if the Universal Alliance continued to develop in this way, it would likely lead to the collapse of the entire organization. A meeting was held, and a unanimous decision was reached. The plan was passed so quickly because some council members established companies and began to drain the headquarters funds. Other council members were much slower, failing to establish companies until it was too late. Their envy of the council members, who profited greatly, contributed to the smooth progress of the plan. Universal Alliance headquarters decided that, with the exception of the military, all projects would be self-financed. Initially, the Council of Elders relied primarily on funding from the squads, living comfortably. Later, Universal Alliance headquarters only provided 1% of the funds. With Universal Alliance headquarters taking only 9%, the Council of Elders funds were naturally insufficient. The Council of Elders sought reform, but its structure wasn't like a parliament, where everyone had equal power and had to manage many matters independently. Power was uniform across the Council of Elders, making reform difficult. The Council of Elders had long been operating at a loss, forcing it to borrow money to survive. The situation in the Presbyterian Church remains the same. Reforms haven't even reached halfway point, and many elders are living a life of idleness, still receiving substantial compensation. I simply waited for my enemy to emerge from the hospital, then I suddenly attacked and killed him. Recalling the killing of his enemy, the elder lamented the corruption of the Presbyterian Church and the difficulties his own life had brought. Chapter 1065. The fourth elder said, "What you're doing is a bit dangerous. Leaving the hospital means this person has recovered, and he's likely to unleash tremendous power, which would be very dangerous for you. What do you think?" The third elder asked with interest. The fourth elder smiled and said, "It's very simple. You can bribe the doctor to give him some bad medicine, so that his strength doesn't fully recover. Then you have a good chance of success, and can save a lot of effort." The third elder clapped his hands and said, "You have more experience in this area. You knew what to do right away. My method is very dangerous and could backfire. It's okay. I learned this over many years. We lived for so long, without any rules." The fourth elder couldn't help but sigh, recalling his own journey. The first elder frowned and said, "Your Jin'an elders really don't let us manage the lower ranks. I have a feeling this is going to go wrong. If the Earth God Sehong wins, we won't gain anything at all. Don't worry. Our Elders' Council has been keeping up with the times over the years. When our Elders' Council wants to save face, it will also protect its own interests." The second elder smiled. "Look, Jinlan is almost overwhelmed. If he can't hold on, the rest of the battle will be one-sided, and the Earth God Sehong will definitely win." The first elder said, Mu-san successfully struck Jinlan again. This time, Jinlan dodged slightly, avoiding a direct hit on his vital point. Dense cracks appeared on Jinlan's body again, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. Mu-san said coldly, "No wonder you always like to call us natives. You call yourselves civilized, and it seems there's a reason for that. Your genetic technology is quite advanced. I have killed any natives with your current level, wouldn't I?" Jinlan said, almost. "What do you, a native, want to prove?" "I want to prove that I will soon cease to be what you call civilized. In the future, I will become a civilized person, a shareholder in a company." "You're overthinking it." "What shareholder? Don't you think about it? You're not even of the same race. Will they let you off easy? I find you incredibly stupid." "Shut up. Brother Forrest isn't that kind of person. He'd definitely keep his promise. Don't worry about that. I go to your hospital. I wait for you." Jinlan was furious, his chest brimming with rage. A tiger in dire straits is bullied by a dog. He could never have imagined that he would one day be bullied by a native. Mu-san said with murderous intent, "You're quite impressive. You're facing imminent death, yet you're still so stubborn. Earlier, I was just saying I might not actually go to your hospital. Now that you said that, I'm definitely going to your hospital. Now, kneel down and apologize, and I won't be going to your hospital." Jinlan was furious. "I, Jinlan, have had a rough life and endured many insults, but I never been insulted by you disgusting natives. I, Jinlan, would rather die than be insulted by you natives. Just give up on this idea." Okay, let's see how long you can hold out," Mu-san threatened. "Stop pretending. I don't know your limits. You just used 2 ultimate moves. Those 2 moves must have consumed a lot of energy. It's basically impossible for you to use them again," Jinlan said with forced composure. "Did you guess?" Mu-san chuckled. "Guess?" Jinlan retorted. Mu-san said, "What good would it do if you guessed right? Even if I didn't use that ultimate move, I'd kill you sooner or later. You provoke me like this. I'm telling you, I won't give up. Even if I die now, I kill you," Jinlan said angrily. "You can try." Mu-san refused to give up. "Then I try." Jinlan and Mu-san fought again. He was severely injured and quickly lost the upper hand, and was crushed by Mu-san. "Damn it! I never imagined I, Jinlan, was so wise, willing to do anything to achieve my goals. Early on, I took risks to become stronger, but later, to survive, I betrayed my family, my tribe, everyone, including my own squad. I betrayed almost everyone. I overcome every hardship and endured every insult, but I never given up. I persevered. I absolutely cannot tolerate being insulted by a pig. That's my bottom line." Jinlan shouted at Jialan, "Captain, find a solution quickly. I can't stand it any longer. You're the former captain, after all. What's the point of relying on me for everything? Find a solution yourself," Jialan retorted angrily. Jinlan said indignantly, "Everyone says that as the former captain, my strength must be much lower. Now I'm relying on you. Find a solution quickly. Hold on a little longer, I'm working hard." Jialan, under attack from Zhou Daolong, was also extremely busy. Zhou Daolong sneered, "The captain of the Deep Blue team is particularly powerful. He came to my company and destroyed my signboard, causing me the greatest loss. I will definitely kill you next. Kill me if you dare. If you kill me, I see how my sister, father, and I will retaliate against you." Jia Lan was panting, his body stained with multiple wounds, blood oozing from his wounds, and his white hair was covered. He was not a true immortal, but rather an eternal level, only able to reach immortal level through forced bursts of power. At first, Jia Lan could fight Zhou Daolong back and forth, but over time, he began to lose ground. Zhou Daolong began to gain a huge advantage, and Jia Lan fell into a disadvantage. "Do you really think I wouldn't dare?" Zhou Daolong was about to explode with rage. He had repeatedly warned himself not to kill Jia Lan, as killing Jia Lan would make it difficult for him to survive in the 8th universe. Although the Universal Alliance had its rules, there was no guarantee that Sister Jialan and Father wouldn't violate martial ethics and directly attack him. Even if Sister Jialan and Father didn't attack him directly, they would certainly try to trip him up in secret. Zhou Daolong thought for a moment, and decided to have Jialan hospitalized. At worst, he'd pay the bills himself. It was humiliating for a company director to act timidly when confronted by the captain of a Universal Alliance team. "Old woman, if you had seen what would happen, if Zhou Daolong had killed me, my father would have known about this, and he would have never let you go," Jialan shouted at Jianan. A long moment passed, but Jianan didn't respond. "Old woman, what are you doing? I'm about to be beaten to death, And you're still standing there without a word. I'm definitely going to tell my father about this, and accuse you of betraying me, Jialan shouted. Chapter 1066. What are you yelling about? Don't you know I'm napping at noon? Jianan yawned. Jialan was about to explode. Okay, this is how you treat me. I'm fighting here, and you're taking a nap there. You really can't sleep? I want to bite you to death right now. Jianan yawned again. You don't know I've been used to it for years. You've been my sister for nothing. I sleep at noon every day, not today. My biological clock can't be disrupted. You almost killed me to avoid ruining your own nap. Do you have any conscience? Jialan's face flushed with anger. Stupid sister, how dare you compete with my nap time? It's obvious that you're losing. You have no self-awareness at all. Jianan sighed. As Jialan urgently called for help, Zhou Dalong continuously attacked her, leaving her powerless to defend herself. New wounds appeared on her body, and bright red blood flowed, staining her white fur. Old woman, hurry up and help me. I'm dying too. Dad won't let you go. Jialan knew persuasion was futile, so he resorted to threatening her father. Jianan said, You're such a child. I won't help, and you're threatening me with your father. I'm really scared. If you hadn't agreed so readily, I wouldn't have joined this fight. How dare you say such things? It's as if I was suggesting this, when it was clearly you who wanted to do it. You saw the high profits, but didn't realize the high risks. Now, let me teach you one thing. High profits come with high risks. Death is a natural consequence. You don't even have this awareness. It seems you need more training in the 8th universe. You're just being sarcastic. Who wouldn't say that if you were in my situation, you'd be worse off than me? Jialan was about to explode. Jianan said, Not really. I don't think I ever been in such danger. I certainly overestimated my abilities, but I always been strong. Jialan said, Shut up. I know you have plans. You wouldn't just watch me die. You wouldn't let go of such a huge advantage. I'm also well aware of the Elder Council's situation. It looks glamorous on the surface, but it's actually seriously in deficit. My foolish sister seems to be getting smarter. She's guessing what I'm thinking. I'm ready to take action. Hurry up, then. I'm going to use your body. The Elder Council has rules. Since we received money from your Universal Alliance team, we can't act openly. We have to do it covertly. Okay, but I have to warn you. If you damage my body, I make you pay for it. Jialan said. Stop rambling. The benefits you gained are more than enough to repair your body. You have no sense of the bigger picture at all. Jianan sneered. What do you mean I don't have a sense of the bigger picture? You don't have a sense of the bigger picture, okay? During a life or death battle, you were actually sleeping. If I think of you, I want to kill you. That's what you don't understand. I was just taking a nap. If you hadn't bothered me, I would have gotten up right after my nap and started working, so I wouldn't have wasted a single moment. You woke me up early, which is why I'm spouting all this nonsense. Shut up. You're blaming me. I don't want to say another word to you. Just hurry up and possess me and kill the enemy. Jialan said impatiently. Wait a minute, my possession ability takes half an hour. Jianan said. Jialan angrily said, You're killing me? It took you so long to possess me. Couldn't you have done it sooner? Why did you have to wait until now? Jianan said, I've been talking about the bigger picture. I thought everything through, and I won't change based on other people's opinions. You're a little bit in awe of me now, right? It's normal for you to admire me. I'm just that powerful. Shut up. I still admire you. I want to kill you right now. Just wait a while. I possess you. I can kill this Zhou Dalong guy in one fell swoop. That's more like it. My foolish sister is just weak. You old woman, let's see if I cooperate with you next time. Don't be so categorical. If we enjoy our collaboration this time, we definitely have another chance. If you're so categorical, it'd make our future collaboration so awkward. Shut up. Jialan was furious. Zhou Dalong attacked Jialan again, and Jialan quickly avoided him. Thunderbird suddenly sensed an unusual energy fluctuation and asked Flamebird, Sister, have you noticed anything wrong? Flamebird's gaze fell on Jialan. If my guess is correct, something's probably wrong with her. Someone from the Elder Council is about to possess the captain of the Deep Blue team. Lightbird complained, Isn't this cheating? We agreed on a 4-on-4 match. No one else can intervene. Flamebird shook her head. You've been in the 8th universe for so long. Don't you know what's going on there? This is a society based on personal relationships. All we can do is abide by the rules. What he's doing isn't really a violation, is it? Let's just watch quietly and don't intervene. The Arctic bird said, Our 4 heavenly kings are powerful, but we're still far behind the Elder Council. If they really confront us, we 4 heavenly kings won't be able to withstand it. The Thunderbird comforted its 3 companions. Don't worry too much. This is perfectly normal. Others won't blame us for our judgment. After all, it's the Elder Council. The Flamebird nodded and said, Earth God Blood Red has a strong chance of winning. It's because Wood Dragon called in the Elder Council. With their help, this battle was already lopsided. Alright. The Lightbird nodded. Second brother, you're still staring at that guy. Now that Team Deep Blue has won, it's not a good time for you to intervene. The Arctic bird said. The Lightning bird smiled. Don't worry. We definitely can't attack now. I make my move later. Once he's alone, I kill him. As long as I don't leave any traces, the Deep Blue squad won't be able to find me. I think we should be careful. This guy feels different. The Deep Blue squad's captain showed special attention to him, said the Lightning bird. The Lightning bird said, Didn't you say it's because Captain Deep Blue didn't notice anything wrong with him? If he had, he might not have treated him the same way. Besides, I'm an immortal level creature. They won't blame me for killing a creature that's only at the level of a god king. Chapter 1067. The Thunderbird in the sky seems to be watching me. Lin Luo transformed into a dark star dragon, continuously devouring Earth God Blood Red. Earth God Blood Red is truly a tonic. God King level Earth God Blood Red is comparable to the ultimate life force of ordinary creatures. Lin Luo was almost unable to contain himself and wanted to unleash his true power, wanting to devour Eternal level Earth God Blood Red. The nutritional value of Eternal Earth God Blood Red is comparable to that of ordinary immortal level creatures. Lin Luo thought for a moment, but ultimately restrained himself. There were so many immortal level creatures here, and his every move was under surveillance. Earth God Blood Red is quite special, with an extremely high nutritional value, which would be of great benefit to him. The forest planet's high value is primarily due to Earth God Blood Red and Wood Dragon. The Wood Dragon's nutritional value isn't as high as Earth God Blood Red in the early stages, but it will be as high in the later stages. Lin Luo didn't go so far as to devour the Wood Dragon, but instead tried to taste its nutritional value. The main reason was that after killing the Wood Dragon, Earth God Blood Red didn't abandon it immediately, but instead chose to devour it, fearing that others would steal its food. If the Wood Dragon wasn't nutritious, Earth God Blood Red wouldn't have eaten it first. Lin Luo felt a little sorry that after today, a race would be extinct. He felt that wasn't necessarily the case. With Earth God Blood Red's high nutritional value, the Universal Alliance should have specialized personnel to cultivate it. No wonder Jialan contacted his sister, and the Elders' Council immediately agreed. It seems there's a reason. They may have been wanting to intervene in this matter for a long time. Lin Luo suddenly realized. The forest wanted to break its own predicament and prevent its race from becoming food for others. In reality, some of its actions only accelerated its demise and didn't effectively help its own race. His enemy had never been the Wood Dragon, but rather the 8th universe. With various companies intervening, the Elders' Council would have difficulty seizing the opportunity. But Sun Lin was stubborn and self-willed, seeking more, establishing his own company. These higher-level companies chose not to cooperate. They only blocked the Universal Alliance because they had a vested interest. Without that, they would immediately abandon Sun Lin. Sun Lin's desire to establish his own company undoubtedly affected the interests of the major higher-level companies. Only a company leader with limited social experience, like Zhou Dalong, would choose to cooperate with Sun Lin. Lin Luo had devoured several Earth God Blood Reds, and noticed that the Thunderbird's gaze was constantly on him. Even when Lin Luo looked up, his eyes met the Thunderbird's. The Thunderbird's gaze was electric and threatening. Lin Luo was absolutely certain that the Thunderbird held murderous intent against him. Just as Lin Luo was contemplating how to deal with the Thunderbird, something unexpected happened. Jialan's body grew considerably larger, and he let out a tiger roar that shook the entire planet. She leaped quickly, dashing in front of Zhou Dalong. Zhou Dalong had no time to react before Jialan slapped him. His body free-falling, slamming hard into the ground, creating a massive crater. Zhou Dalong tried to fight back, but Jialan stamped on him. Her powerful limbs unleashed a terrifying force, crushing him. Instantly, the sound of bones snapping echoed through Zhou Dalong's body. Zhou Dalong exerted a sudden force, finally freeing Jialan from the ground. How could you possibly be so strong? Are you stupid? I just couldn't release my power, which is why you kept suppressing me. Now I'm using all my strength to show you how powerful I am. You can't suppress me. You think I'm stupid? Do you think I believe your lies? Your strength has changed so much now. It's very likely that the Elder has possessed you. Zhou Dalong's eyes narrowed slightly. Jialan taunted, you can't beat me, so you're using this excuse. I said I didn't use my full strength just now. If I had used my full strength, I'd definitely be different. Elder Jianan, you're going too far. You said you wouldn't interfere in our fight, yet you did. Zhou Dalong said with a sullen face. Jianan smiled and said, you seem quite clever. You immediately realized I possess my sister. My sister is so weak, even if I explained my sudden burst of strength, you wouldn't believe it. Zhou Dalong, since you're so obviously helping your sister, I file a complaint with the Universal Alliance, alleging you're interfering with our company's profits and causing us massive losses. You can file a complaint and see if it works. Our actions are permitted, and besides, you have no direct evidence to prove I was involved. Jialan said confidently. Jialan said with great discontent, you old woman, you mock me every chance you get. What do you mean I don't have the strength? If I became an immortal, I'd definitely be much stronger than this Zhou Dalong, and I might even surpass you in the future. Jialan said, you're only half right. You evolved into an immortal, making you much more powerful than Zhou Dalong, but there's still a huge gap between you and me. My strength is far greater than yours. Stop showing off. Your face makes me sick. Jealousy makes a person look completely different. Jialan sighed. Seeing he couldn't win over Jianan, Jialan threatened Zhou Dalong. How do you want to die, old ding? I'm giving you a choice. 1. Immediate death. 2. Immediate death. 3. Immediate death again. You can't do this. Zhou Dalong said unhappily. Aren't you kidding me? What do you mean we can't do this? The 8th universe has always been about strength. Do you natives really think you're so powerful? We're not attacking you only because of the rules. If we were to do it, you natives would have died long ago. Jialan taunted. Zhou Dalong said grimly, I can stay out of what's going on, as long as you spare my life. Okay, come now, Jianan said. Keep your word. Zhou Dalong said worriedly. Don't worry, I'm just an elder. Killing you wouldn't be easy. I wouldn't have to resort to the despicable means you're thinking of. Leave now. If I change my mind, forget it. Jianan said impatiently, I have a lot to do. I have a lot to do every day. If she weren't my sister, I wouldn't waste my time talking to her. I really appreciate you, Jialan said with a scowl. Jianan, make your choice quickly. If you want to leave, leave now. If you say you don't want to live anymore, just tell me, and I can finish you off. Killing you would be a bit of a hassle, but this matter needs to be dealt with, and it will cost money. Not killing you would save me money. Zhou Dalong's body is quite valuable. I think the more money I spend, the more money I spend. Jialan said. Jianan shook his head and sighed, foolish sister. Chapter 1068. If you call me that again, get out of my body right now. I don't need you to claim my body. Jialan said angrily. Jianan, you're so petty. I just said a few words, and I managed to piss you off. I was just describing it that way. Think about it. That's a small amount of money compared to me, but for you, it's definitely a lot. Otherwise, I wouldn't be losing money. Jialan, you're being too harsh. What's there to say? I don't want to waste my time with you. Every minute of my time is precious. Jianan, hoping to get Zhou Dalong to give up, delivered a powerful blow. Zhou Dalong, seriously injured, gritted his teeth and decided to give in. I can leave, but you have to let me go. Don't worry, I said killing you would cause some trouble. If you just leave, I can save a lot of effort. Jianan said. Zhou Dalong, okay, I leave now. Jialan angrily said, this guy bullied us so badly, we can't just let him go. He was the one who bullied you, so what does it have to do with me? According to this viewpoint, I bullied him, and he ran away, so why shouldn't I retaliate? Jianan said confidently. Jialan gritted his teeth and said, you're so cruel. The light bird was surprised. As you predicted, Big Brother, this elder council member will eventually take action and possess Jialan. The frost bird said. As soon as the elder council member appeared, Zhou Dalong immediately fled. It's true that some people just can't work together. They abandon each other and choose to flee when they encounter danger. Flamebird said, we've been natives for too long and don't understand the social system of the 8th universe. Sometimes they talk about thousands of dollars worth of cosmic coins. Why are you risking your life for them? You think they're joking, right? It's reality. Frostbird said, it seems to be true. This battle is about to end. Lightbird looked at Thunderbird and said, second brother, why aren't you saying anything? Thunderbird realized and smiled, I'm targeting that little guy. Second brother, have you noticed something wrong? Frostbird asked. Thunderbird replied anxiously, I got my eye on this little guy. You can't take him from me. He's mine. You're overthinking it. We haven't noticed anything wrong with him, so how could we possibly take him from you? Tell me, Frostbird said. Thunderbird shook his head and smiled. I better not tell you. If I did, you'd definitely fight me for it. Second brother, you hurt the feelings of our brothers by saying that, said the flame bird. Thunderbird thought for a moment and said, I told you not to follow me and try to steal my prey. It was difficult for him to guarantee that his brothers would be lurking nearby, ready to attack the little fellow and snatch his food. This kind of thing had happened before. The 4 heavenly kings came from the same indigenous planet, but they weren't brothers from the beginning. They lived in different parts of the indigenous planet, separated by vast distances. Later, the 8th Universe Alliance discovered their planet, forcing the 4 great beasts to cooperate and adopt the resounding name of the 4 heavenly kings. Even after over 1,000 years of collaboration, Thunderbird still couldn't fully trust his 3 brothers. Thunderbird said, I've been listening for so long. This little fellow's strength is far greater than Big Brother expected. He's very likely on the verge of evolving to the immortal level. If I can devour him, my strength will be greatly enhanced. Flamebird asked, how does it compare to the eternal level Earth God Blood Red we just devoured? Thunderbird hesitated. I can't tell from this distance, but this little fellow is as good as the eternal level Earth God Blood Red. You can give such a high evaluation. It seems this little fellow has excellent nutritional value. I'm a little tempted, Flamebird said. Thunderbird's expression changed. Big sister, I told you I got my eyes on this little fellow. You can't compete with me for it. Flamebird smiled. Don't be so nervous. I'm just saying. We're brothers, so I definitely won't compete with you for this food. Don't worry. Thunderbird breathed a sigh of relief. He could tell that Flamebird wasn't lying. The first elder said the battle was over quickly. Our trip was pretty easy. I wonder if there's any travel expenses. Trips used to take at least several days, but today's was incredibly quick. It was almost over in less than a day. The second elder worried. The third elder said, I think there should be some travel expenses for a full day's performance. Our half-day trip should count as a full day. Even though we didn't put in any effort, we still have to pay. If they don't, we make a scene. I'm sure we can get the money back. The fourth elder said. After Zhou Daolong left, Jia Lan was freed and immediately pounced on Mu San. Where's Zhou Daolong? Mu San panicked. Killing Jia Lan was already difficult enough, and if Jia Lan came to his aid, he'd surely be finished. He ran away, Jia Lan replied. This guy actually escaped. Mu San's face was utterly grim. Not willing to give up easily, he joined Jia Lan and Jia Lan in their fight. His strength was limited, and he was no match for the combined forces of the two, instantly falling into a disadvantage. Seeing he couldn't win, Mu San immediately chose to flee. He was a fence-sitter, choosing whichever side had the greater advantage. Mu San chose Sun Lin, forgetting even his own parental feelings. Now that Zhou Daolong had escaped, Sun Lin was at a disadvantage, so it was only natural for Mu San to flee. Sun Lin angrily declared, we can't let this native escape. He actually despises me. He wanted to kill this shadow of mine, and then seek revenge on me in the hospital. I've seen ruthless people, but never anyone as ruthless as him. He must be killed. Jia Lan sneered, are you ordering your own captain around? Sun Lin quickly changed his tone. We were abrupt and a bit harsh just now. I apologize. This two-faced villain will definitely be furious. We almost killed him this time. If there's a chance for him to turn things around then, the next target is us. We should avoid leaving any hidden dangers. Killing him will benefit us all. Jia Lan nodded. A native who hasn't even left their planet is already so aggressive, openly attempting to violate the iron laws of our 8th universe. I won't give you a chance. You will be severely punished. Jia Nan agreed, a rare moment of disapproval. Some of the natives are my biggest annoyance. They're incredibly difficult to manage. Some highly educated creatures from civilized societies are easy to manage. They're the most difficult to manage. It's impossible to reason with them. Chapter 1069. Mu San tried to escape with all his might, but was stopped by Jia Lan every time. Jia Lan had borrowed some of Jia Nan's power, greatly increasing his strength. As long as you can let me go, I am willing to surrender. Mu San gritted his teeth and had to surrender. Sun Lan refused, we reject your surrender because you are unworthy. You are not the one making the decision now, are you? What right do you have to make that decision? Mu San knew that there was no way to reconcile with Sun Lan. The two had already been at loggerheads, and the next time they met, it would surely be a fight to the death. At first, the two served their respective masters, and did not harbor much resentment. It was mainly because Musan's words were too harsh, and he spoke a lot of trash. Musan was a native who had never left the forest planet. Shenlong looked down on Musan from the bottom of his heart, but he did not attack him, believing that he was of high character and disdained to tangle with natives. He was above vulgarity, and he would not, like others, look down on natives to show off his good qualities. The result was that Shenlong didn't despise others, but the natives began to despise him. Shenlong, who prided himself on being superior and above vulgarity, naturally couldn't tolerate this. Shenlong was furious, but he knew his power was limited and he couldn't do anything to Musan. For now, the person who could decide Musan's life or death was Jialon. Stop your nonsense. Regarding my relationship with my elder, and your claim that he would avenge me and kill you, Shenlong said politely. Jialon said, there's no need for your nonsense here. I know how to deal with him myself. Musan, seeing his chance, quickly pleaded, I can defect right now and help you. With the help of an immortal level warrior like me, your chances of winning will be much higher. I don't need your help, Shenlong refused. I'm not talking to you, so shut up, Musan said angrily. You, a native, have no right to speak. I'm from the 8th universe, and the captain of the Universal Alliance's Ace team. What right do you have to scold me? Just because I don't argue with you doesn't mean I respect you. In my eyes, you're the lowest of the low. Today, I'm truly broken. No matter what insults I suffered before, I never given in. I always maintained a positive attitude. You just made me unbearable. Shenlong raged. Let's kill this Musan. One native dies, so be it. It's not a big deal. The one in front of me has a company. If I kill him, if some hostile elders find out, I'd definitely be attacked by them. But Musan won't matter. An uncivilized native being so arrogant is intolerable in itself. He must be taught a good lesson. Without a sufficient lesson, if Musan spreads the word, others will surely follow his example. Our Universal Alliance management will become increasingly chaotic, Jianan analyzed. Old woman, who asked you to analyze so much? I didn't ask you so much. Why are you talking so much? Just tell me whether to kill or not, Jialon said angrily. Jianan sighed. Before, you didn't want me to call you stupid sister, and I could still accept it. But I'm getting more and more annoyed by your words. Your behavior is too foolish. I explained some things to you. It will be of great benefit to you in the future. You just don't like to hear these words from me. Shut up. This body is mine now. I can do whatever I want with it, Jialon said. Jianan said, then I won't lend you my power. You old woman. Just take action and finish him off. Don't you want to devour an immortal? You can gain considerable benefits by devouring immortals. That seems to be the case. Jialon nodded. Look, I sometimes call you stupid, but you don't believe me, do you? If you hadn't killed Musan, how could you have obtained immortal flesh and blood? How could you have become stronger? Sometimes, even trying to talk to you nicely is completely useless. Later, you realized how foolish you were, and what a foolish thing you did. Do you understand? Jianan sighed. You old woman, just shut up, Jialon said. Forget killing him. You'd definitely be the one to suffer in the end. How can you evolve to immortal without devouring immortals? Jianan said. Don't think I don't know that Dad sometimes secretly gives you special training. The reason you're able to become an immortal isn't because you're more talented than me, but mainly because Dad killed numerous immortals for you to devour, aiding your evolution. Are you jealous of me? What do you mean by Dad helping me? You're overthinking it. You're not talented enough to evolve into an immortal, so you think others can't either. I understand your perspective. You think I believe you just because you deny it? Jialon said disdainfully. Alright, I admit it, okay? Now I help you, so you can devour an immortal, Jianan said. You're feeling so wrong now. It was clearly Dad who helped you. I'd definitely ask him if this is the case later, Jialon said angrily. Musan sensed something was wrong and immediately tried to escape. Now he felt a little regretful. He hadn't even become a native, yet he started insulting the natives. This was a taboo in the 8th universe. He had done such a foolish thing, earning the disgust of Jianan and the other two. Hurry up. If Musan escapes, you won't be able to eat him, Jianan said. I won't talk to you. I almost let him escape. Jialon quickly exerted his strength and pounced on Musan. Musan was not as fast as Jialon, and was immediately thrown to the ground. Jialon began to bite Musan. Musan struggled frantically in pain. Mu San's vitality was quite strong, and he continued to struggle despite Jia Lan's frantic biting. I help you. Shenlong rushed over. I'm telling you, this body is entirely mine. You can't take it from me, Jia Lan warned. I'm just a phantom. I can't eat. Eating wouldn't be of much use to me. Don't worry about that. My real body is still in the hospital. Shenlong didn't want to attack. A ruptured body would put him in great danger. Excessive force could easily shatter him. But he thought of how a native had insulted him. He was a noble native of Universe 8. How could he be insulted by a native like that? If this matter got out, how humiliated would he be? Shenlong couldn't accept the thought of recovering, meeting his friend, and having his friend bring up this matter. Chapter 1070. If it were simply Jia Lan helping him get revenge, his friends would certainly not agree. They would feel like losers, unable to retaliate after being insulted by a native. Okay, come quickly and kill this native. I hate them the most. Jia Nan's work experience taught him not to be soft on the natives. The natives are uneducated and inherently savage. It's fine if they're constantly suppressed, but if they're given too lenient conditions, they're likely to rebel. The 8th universe had experienced several conflicts between the natives and the local residents, but that didn't mean the natives were overly oppressive. In Jia Nan's eyes, the 8th universe accepted the natives, and the natives learned and were grateful there. The natives' lack of gratitude was already a bad thing, let alone a retaliation. Jia Nan's investigation revealed hundreds of instances where the natives were at fault. Perhaps the natives made a single mistake, but their oppression was excessive, leading to rebellion. Mu San's threats to Shenlong undoubtedly crossed Jia Nan's line. It was obvious that Mu San was a restless person. He hadn't even left his planet yet, but he was already plotting all sorts of nefarious schemes. He was about to leave his own planet. How could he possibly escape? Jia Lan grabbed Mu San, and Mu San struggled frantically, unable to break free. Mu San turned and tried to bite Jia Lan, but a white light emanated from Jia Lan, knocking his head off. You little brat. I, Elder Jianan, have already taken action. Do you think you have the strength to resist? Jia Nan sneered. Mu San had no choice but to abandon half of his body and try to escape Jia Lan's grasp. Jia Lan swallowed the remaining limb in one gulp and rushed towards Mu San. She opened her bloody mouth, bit off a large portion of Mu San, and swallowed it all. Jia Nan angrily said, What are you doing? Who told you to swallow the wooden dragon? Did you ask my permission? Jia Lan said nonchalantly, I need your permission for my own spoils of war. You're kidding me. You don't understand. If you foolishly swallow it whole, the wooden dragon will lose a lot of nutrients. I teach you a better way to swallow it. It will be very effective. Oh! I'm going to teach you how. Why don't you spit it out quickly? I can teach you better. No need. Do you think I'm stupid? If I spit it out, there's no way back. I don't know what you mean. The wooden dragon is mine. Of course you are. You're worthy of being my sister. Jia Nan gritted her teeth. How did you become my sister? Didn't you just keep calling me your stupid sister? You changed your tune so quickly. Where's your arrogance? Your actions now disappoint me. Jia Lan sighed. I underestimated you. I fought so hard for you, and you benefited from it. I learned a lesson now. Even family members can be betrayed when it comes to personal gain. I'd be careful of you in the future. Jia Nan's face sank. Jia Lan, don't sound so noble. You didn't trust me because we were family. It was mainly because you despised me and thought I was stupid. You thought you could easily trick me, but it ended badly. I'm more shrewd, and I tricked you instead. Shut up. You're even scheming against your own sister. You're not going to end well. Jianan said angrily. Jia Lan, the same applies to you. You're plotting against your own sister like this, and nothing good will come of it. The two were caught up in an argument, momentarily forgetting to deal with Sun Lin. Mu Er noticed Jia Lan's fight and said, Brother, we're almost winning. Are you saying the other two teams are winning? Mui looked back, puzzled. He had previously observed the Deep Blue team's battle, and the situation wasn't optimistic. Shenlong and Jia Lan's combat power was close to immortal level, but there was a huge gap between them and true immortals. They would likely struggle to defeat two true immortals. He turned around and saw that Zhou Daolong and Mu San were gone, and Shenlong had vanished as well, leaving Jia Lan alone. Jia Lan was mumbling to himself, as if he were arguing. Mui exclaimed in surprise, What happened? Such a sudden change. Mu Er said, It seems Jia Lan suddenly erupted, changing the tide of battle. Zhou Daolong escaped, and Mu San was devoured. As for why Captain Jia Lan didn't come to help, I can't guess. Mui smiled, I see. It must have been someone from the Elders' Council who intervened. Captain Jianan fulfilled her promise. Only she could have accomplished this. I believe it was her. Mu Er agreed. Mu Yi said with a smug tone, Sun Lin, didn't you boast about yourself earlier? Now you're going to go 1 against 3. Do you think you can stand up to us? Damn it, damn the Elders' Council. Sun Lin was nearly losing control. Surrender now, and you save yourself a lot of pain. If you continue to fight, 3 against 1, you suffer a lot. You might even be killed if you're not careful. Surrendering will save you a lot of pain. Mu Yi repeated Sun Lin's words, which stung his ears. Sun Lin said angrily, you two alone wouldn't necessarily defeat me. There's no need to be so complacent. You two are just playing some scheming tricks. Mu Er taunted, you, old ding, are old, and your thinking is outdated. You used some tactics before, but your thinking hasn't progressed. We're not the old natives who only knew how to kill, kill, kill. Smart people learn to use the resources around them to their advantage. Do you realize that starting this battle was a fight you couldn't win? Sun Lin angrily said, nonsense. If you hadn't contacted the elders, how could I have lost? Mu Yi, you were doomed to lose from the start. If we could work together, why didn't you contact the elders? You should have found someone else. The elders are much more powerful than other companies, much larger than those giant corporations. Because you contacted them before me, Sun Lin said unhappily. You're deliberately teasing us. What you're saying doesn't make sense. What do you mean by we're ahead of time? You clearly prepared everything beforehand. We've been trying to make peace with you. Yet you're completely indifferent, wanting all the benefits to yourself. You believe that only your race can reap such significant benefits for their physiological needs, and that no other race would ever be able to do so. Your desire to monopolize the benefits is what's causing some high-end companies to refuse to work with you. Zhou Daolong of Fat Fu Lai is short-sighted, which is why he chose to work with you. Mu Er ruthlessly exposed the issue. Chapter 1071. Sun Lin's face darkened. You two, natives of the forest planet, are proud to be the Elder Council's lackeys. You're truly shameless. Don't you realize that under the Elder Council's rule, even a 50% profit is already a high percentage? You're being ridiculous. Even greed requires strength. Do you think you can hold on to these benefits? Mu Yi said bluntly, let me tell you, there's absolutely no way you can achieve these benefits. Ever since we were discovered by the 8th universe, we can no longer be independent. All benefits must go through the Universal Alliance. Old man, you keep thinking about change, but in reality, you have no desire to change at all. You still think you're the planetary overlord, and we want to be under your control. We live by breathing. If there's even the slightest misstep, we're dead. Mu Er said, your dream has been shattered. The real boss now isn't you, but the Universal Alliance. You're doomed. Sun Lin's expression shifted. You two have willingly allowed the Universal Alliance to exploit your interests. Even if we win this battle, your gains will be very limited. You two will maximize your gains by cooperating with me. Mu Er's face sneered, are you kidding? You said you killed our parents earlier, and now you're cooperating with us. You can't just cooperate. We have a blood feud, so we won't agree. You're dead today. Mu Yi said. You want to kill me? You can't do it. Sun Lin's face darkened. Who said it's impossible? It happened in no time. Jialan came over after the argument. I'm telling you, if you keep this forest for me and eat Musan, I won't hold it against you. But if you eat the forest, I won't let you off easily, Jianan warned. Do you have to be so stingy? You already said this several times, and this time you said it for the 7th and 8th time. What do you mean by stingy? You're so generous. If you give me an immortal, I definitely praise you. I definitely give you one if I get the chance. Don't give me the chance. You're not even an immortal yourself, yet you're going to give me one if you get the chance. I've seen shameless people, but I never seen anyone as shameless as you. Hurry up and fight. Stop wasting time. Jialan said helplessly. I'm advising you for your own good. If you continue to undermine my interests, even if you're my own sister, I punish you severely. Jianan threatened. Alright, I get it, that's all. Let's get this over with. Jialan had been with the Deep Blue team for so long, he had a deep understanding of the entire Universal Alliance. Eating Musan wasn't a big deal, but if he dared to touch Sun Lin, the problem would be huge. Jianan said to Sun Lin, if you surrender, I can spare your life on behalf of the Elders' Council. Sun Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. As expected, it was someone from your Elders' Council who interfered. Your Elders' Council is despicable. I remember the Universal Alliance has a clear rule not to interfere in our disputes. Aren't you afraid of punishment? What does the clear rule of our 8th Universal Alliance have to do with you natives? Jianan said disdainfully. Natives? Sun Lin gritted his teeth. Isn't that what I said? You natives are relying on your strength to act recklessly. We, the Council of Elders, are obligated to punish you. You're clearly not from Universe 8, yet you're trying to apply our laws. You truly deserve to die, Jianan said. Forrest said angrily, don't make the people of the 8th universe sound so noble. I'm living well on my own planet, but because of your invasion, our peaceful existence has been destroyed. You, the 8th universe, are so high and mighty, but have you ever asked us what kind of life we want? I was so happy on my own planet, but it's all your fault that my peaceful life has been destroyed. The child I gave birth to with great difficulty suffered persecution and died in the 8th universe. This is all your fault. Muidao, shut up. I think it's a good thing that the 8th universe discovered us. Before, under your bloody rule, many creatures didn't even have the right to survive. Since the 8th universe discovered us, we've been able to fight you. That's right. During your reign, the number of creatures on Forest Planet was only a few 100,000. Now it's in the millions, and many lower-level creatures have a chance to survive. Muidao said. Forrest angrily said, don't talk nonsense, you two traitors. The increase in the number of creatures makes you two feel more content than I do. You're just pets kept by some high-ranking corporation. They were born to fulfill their potential, but you're ruthlessly exploiting them. I think it would be better for them to die. That would be more satisfying. Muir, why are you making yourself sound so noble? Aren't you just exploiting people? You're just bloody exploitation. The 8th universe is more exploitative, but at least there's a chance of survival. In your hands, there's no chance of survival. According to me, living is far better than dying. Do you think I'm right? Sun Lin said. I deeply regret it now. I shouldn't have shown mercy to you two brothers. I should have just killed you. Then the problems wouldn't have been so severe. It's too late for you to regret now. Time has passed. Muir scoffed. Jianan said, there's nothing much to talk about. Our elders have carried this mission to this point and paid a heavy price. We can't just let it go. We must gain something. The immortal level Earth God Xiahong is a great choice. We can gain huge benefits from him. Mu-Yi nodded. Everything is subject to the elders' arrangements. Me too, Muir said. You two performed exceptionally well on this mission, and there weren't any major flaws. I decided to reward you handsomely. You be newly designated citizens of Universe 8, freeing you from your indigenous status. Jianan said. Mu-Yi, knowing he would become a citizen of Universe 8, was overjoyed. Thank you so much, sir. You truly given us a second life. We remember this favor and always want to repay it. Muir wanted to become a citizen of Universe 8 even more than Mu-Yi. The distinction between indigenous and local residents was too strong. Even though they were powerful immortal level beings, becoming local residents was still difficult. Jianan, a powerful figure in the Elders' Council, often visited. With her intervention, the matter was resolved smoothly. Look at the two of you, your faces. It's truly disgusting, Sun Lin said. Chapter 1072. Muir said disapprovingly, you're envious of me for becoming a citizen of Universe 8. Our lives will be smooth sailing. I could even become an elder, while you, like me, will only be a prisoner exploited. Let's get started. No need to waste time on him. Some natives are stubborn and incorrigible. The best way to deal with them is to kill them. Jianan was already impatient. He had always had little patience with these natives. Muidao, follow the elder's orders. Do you really think you can win? Sun Lin uttered a mysterious spell, and the entire planet shook violently. Frostbird wondered, what's going on? Why is the entire planet shaking? Flamebird narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Sun Lin and said, this old guy is even more cunning than we imagined. He's got some hidden tricks up his sleeve, trying to surprise us. This forest is unfathomable. It's much more powerful than we were back then, and it even has a backup plan. We didn't even have one back then, said Thunderbird. That's true. Compared to this forest, we're nothing. Back then, when some big corporations threatened us, we were frightened into submission and didn't dare to act rashly. Now things have escalated to this point, with the elders taking action, and he's still trying to resist. Lightbird said. Flamebird scoffed, it's all in vain. This forest has probably been the overlord of the forest planet for too long, and they become overconfident. They think they can win against the elders, but it's all in vain. I think it's futile too. The Lightbird and the Frostbird echoed. The Frostbird addressed the Thunderbird, second brother, you love dragon meat so much. This is an immortal level battle, And you're not paying attention to that little guy anymore. This battle has little to do with us. Zhou Dalong, the man who invited us, has already escaped, and the Elders' Council is not someone we can interfere with. The Thunderbird said. Second brother, there's no need to rush. Find an opportunity to take action against this person. If you do it in the Deep Blue Squad, it'd be difficult to deal with. The Deep Blue Squad is different from the other squads. The Flamebird said. Don't worry, I've been in Universe 8 for so long now, I understand many of the rules. There are some things we shouldn't do too aggressively. The Thunderbird nodded. The 4 Heavenly Kings had been in Universe 8 for a while, gradually adapting and understanding the rules. Mu-Er felt the ground tremble, and exclaimed in astonishment, You old man still have hidden tricks. You are incredible. As for age, when I was born, you didn't even know where you were. Your parents are juniors in my eyes. In terms of intelligence, I can rule the entire forest planet. Do you really think I'm relying solely on my strength? Sun Lin laughed loudly. Mu-Yi Dao, I haven't seen your wife since then. I thought you overlooked this, but I didn't expect you still remember it. Sun Lin said, My wife isn't here. She'd be my final trump card. Suddenly, the earth behind him flipped up, and a massive, blood-red earth god emerged. The earth god before him, Xiahong, had a curvaceous figure and long, straight legs, revealing the beauty of a woman. She stood behind Forest, who dwarfed before her, like the difference between a giant and a dwarf. At this moment, the giant earth god, Xiahong's eyes were bloodshot, and his teeth were clenched, revealing a bloodthirsty expression. Mu-Er asked, What did you do to your wife? Why did you become this half-human, half-ghost? Sun Lin smiled and replied, She is my wife. What I did to her is none of your business. The next thing I know, you're both going to die. You are simply insane, Jianan said. Mu-Yi asked Jianan curiously, How is this done? Jianan replied, It's simple. Buy a potion called the Ascension Potion, worth about 100 million. Using it will unleash immense power, and unlock your full potential. The side effect is that after unlocking your full potential, all your organs will necrotize, including your bones. This means that after using the Ascension Potion, you unleash terrifying combat power, but afterward, you be practically useless. Jiao Lan, I understand the meaning. Sacrificing your wife grants you boundless magical power. That's understandable. Jianan nodded. Mu-Yi pointed at Sun Lin and cursed, You old man, you're truly cold-blooded. Your wife, Mu-Bai, has been with you for countless years, and you're sacrificing her like this now. How can that be justified? Sun Lin shrugged, What's so unacceptable about that? I raised her myself. Do you know why I raised her? I want to give birth to a good offspring. I painstakingly nurtured her, then experimented with myself many times, finally producing an offspring. This offspring will surely become extremely powerful. I'm so powerful primarily because my father is an immortal level creature, and my mother is an eternal level creature. I'm so powerful primarily because my father is an immortal level creature. He nurtured me with all his heart, but even such a great father was killed by you too. At this point, Sun Lin's face darkened. Mu-Yi Dao, you also killed our parents. Sun Lin said coldly, It's retaliation. Your parents killed my father, so it's only right for me to kill your parents. I feel my only imperfection is my bloodline. My mother is eternal level, so there are some flaws. This child I nurtured is both a perfect immortal level creature. When he reaches adulthood, he will be even more powerful than me, and will be able to evolve to a higher level in the future. But everything has been ruined, destroyed by you too. Mu-Yi Dao, stop being so disgusting. Your son was already killed when we arrived. Even if we caught the murderer and killed him, but your son can't possibly be resurrected. Mu-Er, yes, you like to blame people. Your son was already dead when we arrived, and now you're making it seem like we killed him. Isn't that right? That golden dragon was most likely sent by you to kill my son. I wouldn't have taken action so soon. I wait until my son's plan became an immortal. Then I'd be the 100% winner. It's either you two obey me or I kill you. There's absolutely no other choice. I only take action if you're desperate enough to kill my son. Sun Lin angrily said. Chapter 1073. Mu-Yi angrily said, Just shut up. When did I kill your son? I told you it wasn't us who killed your son. We just stopped him. Yes, my eldest brother is right. Besides, it's come to this point now. There's no need for us to deliberately hide it from you. Mu-Er said. Sun Lin pointed at Long Xian in battle. You two are still lying. You're still saying there's nothing. This golden dragon is this guy. Your presence with Team Deep Blue has already proven it. Long Xian sensed a chill in the distance. This Sun Lin is truly sick. Is he old and mentally failing? I wasn't talking about me, yet he's still saying it was me. Pink mourned silently. You hope the captain wins. If not, you're dead. Your death here won't be in vain. We will definitely avenge you, said Ziyun. Long Xian said earnestly, Sister Ziyun, I know you're a good person. The giant bird you transform into is incredibly fast. Could you take me with you when you flee? Ziyun flatly refused. Don't overthink it. It's already difficult for me to escape alone. If I take you with me, how can I escape? They might hunt me down before I even get out. Pink said, don't overthink it. If the captain can't win, you can run one way, and we can run another. Don't follow us. As a good teammate, you need to give your teammates a chance to escape. Just wait for me. Even if I die, I use you as a blanket. Long Xian muttered softly. What are you talking about? Are you trying to drag us down with you? You're clearly a malicious person. Pink said angrily. No, why would I do such a thing? I definitely choose a separate path from you, and won't bring you any harm. This damn forest, relying on its own strength, bullies me. How many times have I told you it's not me? Long Xian said, tears welling up in his eyes. Lin Luo listened to Long Xian's complaints, and found himself amused. He had previously thought there was a high chance he'd be discovered if he appeared before the forest again, but the result was beyond his expectations. Lin Luo felt he had overestimated the forest. It had mistaken Long Xian for him. Poor Long Xian had been threatened so many times by the forest, even though he hadn't done anything wrong. Lin Luo felt that Long Xian had a hapless constitution, and that everything he did would be met with bad luck. The smog planet before him was an example. The immortal level millipedes of the smog planet were considered relatively gentle among the native creatures, and rarely attacked invaders. Millipedes only attack Long Xian under certain circumstances. Long Xian's luck was incredibly bad. Even after arriving on the forest planet, he was targeted by the forest. Sun Lin controlled his wife, Mu Bai, and came up behind him. Mu Bai used to be a petite creature in the forest, but after taking the Ascension Potion, Mu Bai had grown considerably, making Sun Lin even more petite. Sun Lin looked at Jianan proudly. You, the 8th universe, are truly remarkable. I didn't know you possessed such a powerful potion. With it, our victory or defeat is decided. Jianan said, of all the natives I met, you're the most generous person to spend 100 million to confront our council of elders. Jia Lan, you're such a fool. You're spending 100 million to deal with me. You might as well just give me the money. I guarantee that the Deep Blue team won't participate in this battle. If you think it's not enough, I can give you Long Xian. I can tell from the first glance that this guy has a traitorous streak. If you can help me deal with him, I thank you. Long Xian stood not far from Jia Lan. Captain, you're going too far. I'm one of your team members, and you're trying to sell me out just because we disagree. Sometimes, sacrifice can serve the greater good. Your death won't matter much. I recruit some new team members, and on the day you die, I have them come to pay their respects. You won't be alone in the underworld. Jia Lan explained. Thank you so much. Long Xian was speechless. You're welcome. I remember everyone who sacrificed for our team, including you, Jia Lan said. Sun Lin laughed. You're begging for mercy now, but it's too late. Once the Ascension Potion is used, it can't be stopped. If I stop now, wouldn't I be sacrificing my wife in vain and gaining nothing? You're truly embarrassing me. Don't even mention you're my sister when you leave. I just send you packing for 100 million. Jia Nan sneered. What do you know? I can get 100 million without taking any risks or doing anything. I'd rather choose 100 million. You're talking about 1 billion now, but that carries a lot of risk. One slight mishap could mean I'm not going to survive. I'd rather take the easy 100 million. Living is better than anything else. Jia Lan said. So you're a loser. Jia Nan said, wealth and honor are achieved through risk. Don't you know that? I know. Give me 100 million right now, and I leave immediately. Jia Lan said. You're so shameless. I promise, but you have to complete this mission. Jia Nan said. Why don't you just die? If you give me 100 million to complete this mission, I'd be at a huge disadvantage. If I complete this mission, I make at least 10 billion. How could I possibly give it to you? Jia Lan said. You're so cold-blooded. You just give up on your wife. Mui criticized. What's the big deal? My child's experiment is basically impossible. There's no point in keeping her. Sun Lin smiled disapprovingly. Besides, I have many wives. Many of them I devoured after I got tired of them. This wife lived the longest. Besides, I'm leaving here soon. No matter how good my wife is, it's useless. You're leaving? Mui said. Selin laughed. You're still too young. You think I compete with you for Forest Planet? Actually, my real goal is to devour you. After I devour you, and then devour all life on Forest Planet, I immediately leave Forest Planet and travel to another universe. You're courting death, Jianan said with a scowl. Selin said, I know I'm courting death, but you're the ones pushing me. I simply want to establish my own company and maximize my own profits. I'm the overlord of this planet. Before you came, I ruled this planet for who knows how long. Everything belonged to me. Why should you demand a 50% share of the profits? You want to take what's mine? Then I devour everything, leaving nothing for you. Let's see what you can do. Chapter 1074. Jianan frowned and said, Do you realize that what you're doing now is courting death? We can tolerate your scheming and plotting for your own benefit, but your attempt to betray the 8th universe is absolutely unforgivable. What do you mean by betrayal? You're the ones forcing me. I just want to live a good life, but you have no intention of letting me go. Selin angrily said, Since you won't let me go, then we fight to the death. No one should think of escaping. You're so stubborn. Jianan shook his head and said, You didn't have to die, but your actions are courting death. You contributed your blood and flesh and actively cooperated with our research. You will be released from prison. Our 8th universe has privileges for immortal-level creatures. I don't need your pity. I'm the overlord of Forest Planet. Better to die than endure this kind of indignity. Selin said. Move by, move. Kill everything in sight. He couldn't continue his nonsense. After killing the creatures before him, he chose to devour the entire planet's life and escape. Mu Bai's eyes flashed bloodshot, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. He lashed out with a massive hand towards Jianan. Jianan immediately dodged, but the powerful gust of wind from the massive hand brought a terrifying force, causing her to briefly lose her balance. She finally managed to steady herself. Old woman, aren't you a boaster? Now this creature has simply consumed the Ascension Potion, and you're unable to defeat it. You've chosen to flee. I truly despise you, Jialan said disdainfully. Jianan said, Don't mock me for the sake of mocking me. You know the Ascension Potion's power. It's worth 100 million. Some people would rather not buy or consume it. And the Ascension Potion isn't something you can buy with just money. It's incredibly threatening, and if given to unscrupulous individuals, it could cause serious harm. Jialan said, I have to ask you this. You're the Elder Council, managing the sale of these potions. If the Ascension Potion was auctioned off, don't you bear a significant responsibility? I'm a powerful elder, but not everything is mine. This is under the management of my colleague, so it's probably because he didn't manage it properly. I think handing money to you elders is a scam, a constant rip-off. It's a bit of a scam indeed. You're the one who's keeping me from Mubai. Your body is too weak, and that's why I can't fully realize my true strength. You're going to die if you don't speak up. What do you mean by my body isn't good enough? If you think I'm not strong enough, you can get out of my body. You said it. Jianan emerged from Jialan's body, and Jialan's aura immediately weakened, degenerating from an immortal-level creature to an eternal level 1. Damn it, old woman, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. What am I going to do if you quit? Jialan yelled. Mu Bai attacked Jialan again, but just in the nick of time, Mui rushed over and saved her. What's going on? Why has your aura weakened so much? Mui asked, puzzled. What else could it be? I said a few harsh words, and this old woman escaped from my body, causing my aura to decline so quickly. Jialan said. Mui was shocked. What? Elder Jianan just ran away. How can we, with our strength alone, be a match for him? Mu-Er rushed over. Brother, Mu Bai is incredibly powerful. We can't even withstand some of the 8th universe's powerful potions. I can't even withstand his direct attack. You three don't need to run away. You can't. Sun Lin scoffed. She's a powerful elder of the Elders' Council, but she's just SOSO. I thought she was so powerful, but she's just a fence-sitter. She flee if things get tough. From now on, I won't give you any chances. I kill and devour you so I can leave the 8th universe. This old woman is so realistic. I just said a few words, and she immediately fled. Jia Lan was on the verge of tears. If she had known, she wouldn't have said anything. With Jianan within her body, her life level was immortal, giving her a chance to escape. She had regained her eternal level. She had just unleashed immortal level combat power, but now she was weakened, her combat effectiveness greatly reduced. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Once I escape Universe 8, I might run into some trouble, and need your help. If that doesn't work out, I can hold you hostage. Sun Lin smiled smugly. He had been planning this day for quite some time. He couldn't rule for his planet, couldn't control the fate of the entire planet. So, he would defect from Universe 8 and head for Universe 6. Universe 6 lacked a large alliance, lacked many rules, and society was dominated by the survival of the fittest. In Universe 6, there existed a powerful race known as the Cosmic Royal Family, from among whom all Universe 6 lords were elected. Under the Cosmic Lord were many galaxy lords, powerful officials, who held supreme power within their respective galaxies, wielding the power of life and death over those below them. Sun Lin had learned a lot about the 6th universe from Zhou Daolong, and was deeply drawn to it. The 6th universe treated every immortal level being kindly, allowing them to become the rulers of a galaxy. In the eyes of many, the 8th universe was more civilized than the 6th. Even immortal level beings couldn't act recklessly in their own universe. But in the eyes of many immortal level beings, the 8th universe's so-called civilization was a joke. This world was inherently one of the survival of the fittest. The 6th universe was more respectful of the strong, while the 8th universe was far behind. "Can you let me go after you use me?" Jialan asked weakly. Sun Lin laughed heartily. "Are you kidding me? I take you out of the 8th universe, and then I devour you. You damned wretch. No wonder my sister despises you, the natives. You simply have no credibility," Jialan said angrily. Sun Lin said coldly, "Shut up. We're indigenous, but we live a perfectly good life. We don't need anyone to disturb us. It's you, the self-proclaimed civilized people, who are destroying our living environment. You deserve to die." "What do you mean by destroying your living environment? Everyone else is eager to leave your rule, but you think yours is the best. You're just a barbaric and violent tyrant," Jialan cursed. "Go ahead and curse me. I hold you in my hand, and see how you curse me." Sun Lin was furious. Chapter 1075. Mu Bai was about to attack again, and Mu Yi quickly fled with Jialan. At this point, Mu Bai was furious, slaying any creature in her path. Many Earth God Blood Reds, unable to dodge, were pulverized into pulp. Mu Bai's power was so terrifying that she needed no obstacles. Some weaker Earth God Blood Reds exploded into pulp in midair. Only a few Eternal-level Earth God Blood Reds could barely withstand the attack, but the results were not good. Most Earth God Blood Reds were severely wounded, spitting out blood. Some of the more seriously injured Earth God Blood Reds had cracks all over their bodies, as if ready to explode at any moment. After she killed these Earth God Blood Reds, a black dragon, gleaming with starlight, devoured the shredded flesh. A few of the severely injured Earth God Blood Reds were devoured by Lin Luo without mercy. Many of them were the flesh and blood of the Wood Dragon. This female immortal-level Earth God Blood Red had gone berserk, and all she cared about was killing, killing, killing. No matter what creature stood in front of him, Mu Bai would kill it. The nutritional value of the Earth God Blood Crimson was extremely high, far beyond the reach of other creatures. If Lin Luo wanted to evolve to an immortal-level creature, he needed to accumulate a lot of experience, and the Earth God Blood Crimson was a perfect candidate. The Thunderbird laughed. "Interesting. This little creature is truly courageous. I wonder if an Earth God Blood Crimson that's ingested the Ascension Potion could smack it down in one swipe." The Flamebird said, "I wonder where this little creature came from. It's so bold. If I were an Eternal-level creature, I wouldn't dare devour it under the nose of an Immortal-level creature. It's more courageous than many creatures." The Lightbird said admiringly, "I used to be disdainful of this little creature, but seeing how brave he is, I admire him even more. If he continues to develop like this, he eventually evolved to the immortal level." The Arctic Bird snorted coldly. "How can an immortal creature evolve so easily? Just being brave and devouring is useless. It all depends on one's own talent. If one's talent isn't good, no matter how hard one devours, they won't be able to evolve into an immortal." "That's true," said the Lightbird. The Flamebird said, "Second brother, do you want to devour this little creature? I think this is a great opportunity. You can gain great benefits by devouring it. The other creatures are fighting, and don't have time to care about you. No rush." The Thunderbird said, "The more this little creature devours, the better it will evolve. The more benefits I gain by devouring him. I'm just nurturing a goo now." The Flamebird smiled, of course. The meat he's stealing now isn't much, but if he devours it later, the effect will definitely be quite good. These vulgar. The nutritional value of the blood red isn't high, but the overall value is still terrifying. Collecting it yourself is a bit of a hassle, but having this little one to devour it saves a lot of effort. The Thunderbird smiled. "Big sister, you really understand me. That's exactly what I was thinking. With my strength, it would be a bit disgraceful to devour these creatures myself right now. It's just right to let this little one do it. The Lightbird envied. If you hadn't taken a fancy to me, second brother, I'd be tempted too. The Thunderbird said unhappily, I'm warning you, this is my favorite. No one else can snatch it from me. Don't worry, I'm just saying it. I don't mean to steal it from you, explained the Lightbird. That's more like it. The Thunderbird nodded. These 4 heavenly kings are very interested in me. Lin Luo could sense a strong sense of danger, especially from the bird-beast heavenly king, whose body was ablaze with electricity, whose gaze barely shifted from him. The 4 heavenly kings were the same. It was the forest that invited you. Now, your help is no longer needed, so just leave. Why are they always targeting me? Are they courting death? Lin Luo knew there was a fierce battle ahead, but there was nothing he could do. When he first entered the 8th universe, he knew a problem he had to face. Unless Lin Luo evolved to an immortal level creature, he would have the ability to survive. Otherwise, he would be in great danger. He ignored the threats of the 4 heavenly kings. His main concern now was to devour as much as he could. The more flesh and blood he devoured, the faster he would evolve. In the past, Lin Luo would have cared whether his food was cooked or not. Now, facing a life-or-death crisis, raw food was nothing. He devoured it without hesitation. He had wanted to taste the wood dragon, and now he had. While Lin Luo was devouring fresh flesh and blood to fuel his evolution, Ziyun, Fen Hong, and Long Xian were searching for him. They were worried Lin Luo was dead, and they wanted to go look for him, but they were afraid they'd die. Mui looked at Mu'er and said, Brother, we're afraid we can't escape. I'm holding you back. We shouldn't have participated in this battle. If we had followed your advice and left the forest planet together, there would have been fewer problems. Mu'er shook his head and said, Brother, don't say that. You nurtured me. Without you, I wouldn't exist. Not to mention giving me the choice. You did nothing wrong. I also wanted to fight for the forest planet. You can't be blamed entirely. It's not just you who doesn't want to leave the forest planet, I don't either. If you have anything to blame, blame the other party's strength. You already done a great job. Mui sighed, I have a decision to make, and it might displease you. Go ahead. We're brothers. We've been through so much together, so why wouldn't we say anything? Mu'er said generously. Mui, the forest is a sworn enemy of us too. They definitely not let us off. I want to join forces and protect Captain Jialan and get him out. Okay, big brother. I think so too. Mu'er readily agreed. Don't you blame me? Why should I blame you? We're brothers. Mui and his brother decided to sacrifice themselves to help Jialan escape. Mui said solemnly, Captain Jialan, it's nearly impossible for the 3 of us to escape. We decided to sacrifice ourselves to help you escape. I understand. Jialan didn't hesitate, and there was no need to say anything more. Mui and his brother must have a reason for helping him. Jialan could contact his sister and avenge their brother. I leave the revenge to you, Muido said. Jialan promised, don't worry, the 2 of you. As long as I'm alive, I will definitely avenge you. You can be sure of that. Thank you very much. Mui thanked him. What are you 2 thinking, you 2 little bastards? You really think you're invincible? You can't even protect your own lives, yet you still want to sacrifice yourself to protect others? You're ridiculous. Sun Lin scoffed. Mu Bai's eyes were bloodshot, and he moved at an extremely fast speed, transforming into a green shadow and rushing in front of Mui. The finishing touch, Mu Yi's speed increased to maximum, his entire body emitting a green glow. His physical strength increased tenfold, and he rushed towards Mu Bai. Chapter 1076. Mui had used Dragon's Point several times in a row, nearly exhausting all his strength and reaching his limit. Given his condition, he couldn't use Dragon's Point again. But Mui had no choice. He had to use this ultimate move to possibly resist Mu Bai. If he didn't, he would likely be dead in the next moment. A green dot rushed towards Mu Bai at breakneck speed, colliding with him. Mu Bai, with his massive frame, was knocked to the ground by Mu Yi. Mu Yi's attack had little effect, and Mu Bai rose from the ground in a moment. A voice from the forest echoed from afar, your so-called ultimate move is ridiculous. Mu Bai has consumed the Ascension Potion. You can't counter it. Just get hurt. Mu Bai's large hand suddenly grasped Mu Yi, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. Brother. Mu Yi, nervous, used Dragon's Point, transforming his body into a green dot and slamming into Mu Bai. Mu Bai couldn't withstand the impact and took several steps back. Under the impact, Mu Bai let go, and Mu Yi emerged. Brother, how are you feeling? Mu'er asked with concern. Part of Mu Yi's body sagged. Fortunately, I'm not dead. Sun Lin scoffed. Mu-yi, you talk tough, but you're the toughest opponent I ever faced. You've grown up under my watch, trained your brother Mu-er, and selected another member of the tribe, Mu-san, to train. By the time I learned of your actions, it was too late. Mu-er and Mu-san had already grown up, their strength greatly increased, and they were almost immortal. Without you, it would have been much easier for me to rule the planet of life. Sun Lin's eyes turned vicious. That's right. Without you, everything would be easier for me. It's because of you that I can't negotiate with outside companies. If I ruled a forest planet, I'd definitely be able to negotiate with them, not like this. Mu-yi's injuries worsened, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Brother, what's wrong with you? Mu-er asked anxiously. Wood dragons have strong vitality, far stronger than ordinary creatures. They won't die from more serious injuries. Strong vitality and strong healing abilities don't guarantee invulnerability. Severe injuries can still lead to death. Mu-yi spitting out large amounts of blood meant his condition was serious, and death was a possibility. I won't die, Mu-yi said, calming himself. Sun Lin laughed. You should understand your own species' characteristics better than I do. You, the wood dragon, are vomiting blood, which means your injuries are extremely severe, almost beyond repair. Now that you're dying, you must regret opposing me. I gave you a chance before. If you hadn't opposed me, you could have become one of my subordinates, and I would have treated you well. Heaven has been very kind to you, and you're only regretting it now. If the 8th universe hadn't been involved, I would have killed you long ago, but the outcome would have been the same. You would still have died. Mu-yi spat out another mouthful of blood and forced a smile. Why are you spouting such nonsense? Under your rule, no species on Forest Planet has had it easy. Not only are you cruel yourself, but you also indulge your own people. Your people often play around and persecute weaker races. Hundreds of races on Forest Planet have perished because of your Earth God Bloodred's playful pursuits, and these races haven't affected your planet's interests. Sun Lin dismissed the idea, saying, What's the big deal? The law of the jungle is universal. The powerful in the 8th universe, for some reason, have used something called capital to control the entire universe. The weak are destined to be devoured by the strong. Using some so-called cosmic currency to control the entire universe is inherently illogical. Mu-yi Dao, just shut up. Just because you haven't benefited, you're disparaging this management model. I'm too lazy to waste time with this nonsense. I kill you now. You all must die. Sun Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, scanning Mu-yi and his brother, then staring at Jia Lan. Don't overthink it, you two. I cast a barrier around the entire planet. Don't even think about escaping. Mu-yi and Mu-er's eyes turned green as they looked up at the sky. Sure enough, there was an invisible green barrier. Jia Lan's face paled, realizing she was in a life-or-death crisis. She shouted, Old woman, your sister is dying. Hurry and show up. If I die, my father will know everything and punish you severely. Silly sister, I overestimated you. I used to think you were stupid, but that was your only flaw. Now it seems that's not the case. Besides being stupid, you're also incredibly cowardly. You haven't been attacked, so why are you yelling so loudly? I called you useless, but you refused to admit it. Jia Nan's voice echoed from the sky again. Shut up, old woman. You weren't the one in danger, so you're not the one who's talking. Jia Lan cursed angrily. Sun Lin looked around. Those elders are nosy. They already been repelled once, and yet they dare to come here? This time, I'm going to kill you. I give you some face. A native who really thinks he's invincible. The 8th universe is much larger than you see. It's filled with countless powerful beings you can't afford to provoke. A woman with delicate features, a curvy figure, and fair skin, a shimmering light emanating from her body. Several spheres circled around her slender waist, each one like a star, now circling Jinan. So powerful. Mu-yi exclaimed in amazement. Mu-er opened his mouth, unable to close it for a long time. Is this the power of the Elder Council's powerful elders? They're far more powerful and terrifying than the rumors say. Their mere presence emanates a terrifying aura that's suffocating. The light bird looked at Jinan, who had descended into his true form, and exclaimed in surprise, I heard before that the Elder Council's powerful elders are powerful. They say they've taken action several times this time, but each time they've been incredibly powerful. I tried to find some videos to watch, but they've been destroyed, apparently for confidentiality. I thought it was all just bragging. The Frostbird's pupils trembled as he spoke. I thought the Elder Council was just bragging, deliberately spreading rumors to instill fear in all creatures of the 8th universe without even having to take action themselves. Now it seems to be true. The Thunderbird said, We're lucky. We suffered no losses in this operation, and we even got a chance to watch the Elder Council's powerful elders in action. Chapter 1077. The Flamebird laughed. I told you before, the forest can't succeed. If the Elder Council is so weak, how can they manage Universe 8 for long? It's just that they haven't taken action in so long, and many people have forgotten. In summary, the forest is a native, completely lacking foresight. They still want to fight the Elder Council. Even if they send out a powerful elder, they're no match for him. Besides, there are even more powerful elders within the Elder Council. The Frostbird said, the 8th universe is truly powerful beyond our reach. They long utilized the universe's finest resources. The Thunderbird said, the forest believes that Universe 8's council and Elder Council are foolish. Using this method to control the entire universe is actually inferior to Universe 6's ruling method. After my research, this method is the best. The 6th universe's notifications were incomplete, leaving the creatures below with ample room for maneuver. Each galaxy master is a local tyrant, possessing supreme power within their own galaxy. They can maximize their own gains, and the 6th universe master will regularly demand tribute from them. They have ample room for maneuver. The 8th universe is completely different. The 8th universe uses so-called capital to rule the entire universe. Regardless of the strength of a creature, all must use cosmic currency. Mysterious Bird said solemnly, Second brother, your analysis makes perfect sense to me. The 6th universe uses a more traditional system, with each level managed in batches. The 8th universe uses cosmic currency. On the surface, some immortals appear to have little power, leading to dissatisfaction among many immortal-level creatures. This plan will lead to chaotic management in the early stages, but management will improve over time. Every living being is trapped in the cosmic currency system, and they have to work hard to survive. The Flame Bird said, the analysis makes sense. The resources of the 8th universe are far inferior to those of the 6th universe. The competition has reversed in recent years. The 6th universe previously held the advantage, but in recent years, the 8th universe has gained the upper hand. The Arctic Bird said, this cosmic currency system is very good. Do you think the battle will be exciting? The Light Bird said excitedly. It will definitely be exciting. Mu Bai, after taking the Ascension Potion, is also very powerful. Even if Jianan's true form arrives, I believe the battle won't be resolved so quickly. The Thunderbird said, the battle may surprise you, but it should be resolved quickly. The Flame Bird said, Lin Luo devoured a good deal of the flesh and blood of the Earth God Blood Red, and the Wood Dragon, and looked at the massive Jianan in the distance. I can't feel Jianan's power while in Jialan's body. Only when my real body strikes can I feel how much more powerful she truly is. Jialan scowled, damn old woman, your pretense is truly disgusting. You're using me as a proxy for your pretensions. You have no idea how dangerous I am. What danger? The Mulong brothers are protecting you, and you're not hurt at all. I used to think you just had some tricks up your sleeve, but now I realize you're incredibly timid. Don't tell anyone you're my sister anymore. It'd be embarrassing. Jialan said with disdain. Jialan blushed, I'm damned unlucky to have worked with you. Jianan ignored his sister and looked at the Mulong brothers. How are you two doing now? Thank you for your concern, Elder. Mu-Yi said excitedly, I'm only slightly injured. It's nothing serious. That's good. Jianan sighed, I'm partly to blame for this. I thought the opponent was weak and could easily be dealt with. I didn't expect him to be so powerful, forcing my original form to take action. Her gaze fell on Jialan, and she couldn't help but sigh. Jialan was immediately furious. You old woman are truly shameless. You mean my body is too weak to unleash its full power? Isn't that right? Jianan asked back. Shut up, Jialan said angrily. Selen's face darkened. You elder are far too conceited. Just because your original form has arrived, you think you won? We haven't even started yet, and you're already celebrating. I almost forgot about you. I need to end this fight quickly. Jianan swung a palm. Mu Bai had no time to dodge, so he chose to block it head-on. Mu Bai was swatted away, landing far away, creating a deep crater. How is that possible? Sen Lin stood there in shock, his mouth gaping. What's impossible? I called you aboriginal. Do you know what aboriginal means? It means you're foolish and unworldly. Do you think you're so powerful? You're a bunch of ignorant people. Jianan said, you're just being too self-righteous. Compared to the immortals, your strength is only considered below average, not even average. Sun Lin said, impossible. What's impossible? If you surrender, you save yourself a lot of pain. If you don't, the consequences will be disastrous. Jianan threatened. For a moment, Lin was speechless, realizing the disparity between them. He had always believed himself to be not a native, far superior to the natives, a title bestowed upon him by the 8th universe, but reality had cruelly slapped him in the face. The powerful strength Jianan displayed was incomparable to his own. Mu Bai climbed from the ground. The pain from before, far from stopping her from fighting, only irritated her. Jianan's eyes turned from blue to icy blue, and a terrifying chill erupted from her. Extreme Zero, the ground solidified into a massive block of ice, charging towards Mu Bai. Mu Bai was in a frantic rush, possessing terrifying impact force. The icy force was so strong that it quickly froze Mu Bai. Mu Bai was frozen in place. Break. Jianan muttered a word, and cracks quickly appeared in the ice, spreading across Mu Bai's body. Mu Bai's entire body shattered, shattering along with her own flesh and blood, along with the ice. The ice, along with Mu Bai's flesh and blood, transformed into tiny specks of starlight, charging towards Jianan. The starlight entered Jianan's body, merging with him. Mu Er's jaw dropped. This is the true strength of a powerful elder, representing the high-end combat power of the 8th universe. Mu couldn't hide his surprise. That's normal. If the powerful elders of the Elder Council were only average, like us natives, what's the point of trying to get by? That's a good thing we joined the Elder Council. If it were an ordinary high-end company, collaborating with others wouldn't be so effective. We'd probably be completely defeated by that old Lin. Mu Er said with lingering fear. A complete crushing defeat. The light bird exclaimed in surprise. There's nothing to be surprised about. You don't understand. Once you understand, you realize how correct our original choice was. The flame bird said. Chapter 1078. The Arctic bird agreed that's true. Back then, we had the same idea as the forest. We lived on this planet for years, so why should we give it to someone else? We were almost on the verge of rebellion. If we had resisted, we wouldn't have been as shrewd as the forest. I wonder how many of us would have survived. The flame bird sighed. Sometimes, when faced with a powerful opponent, you have to bow down, or you won't even have the chance to survive. The Earth God Blood Red Forest was overly arrogant, leading to this fate. If Jianan had taken action personally, he would have given the forest no chance of survival. The immortal level Earth God Blood Red is not bad. Absorbing it will have significant benefits for my health, Jianan said with satisfaction. Jialan sneered, you're so shameless. I devoured Musan earlier, and you were just showing off. Now you devoured an immortal level Earth God Shuihong, and you're saying nothing. Jianan said, don't you understand the situation? What do you mean by I devoured an immortal level Earth God Shuihong? You were able to kill Mu Long earlier thanks to me, and I killed Earth God Shuihong too. You're the most shameless person, aren't you? I won the battle. I don't want to waste any more time with you. Jianan looked at Lin and said, tell me how you want to die. Lin watched his wife die and said fearfully, is it too late for me to surrender now? What do you think? Jianan said bluntly, have you ever considered this? If I were to descend in my true form now, how much would it cost? I just asked you to surrender. If you do, I save myself a lot of time and around 50 to 60 million universe coins. So much? Lin asked in surprise. Jianan said, of course. You don't want to fight an immortal level creature, so you need a lot of universe coins. You can surrender if you want. 800 million universe coins is about right. So much money? You need 50 or 60 million per appearance. Why should I pay you that much? Lin asked in confusion. Jianan said, are you stupid? You want to buy your life, don't you? Then you have to pay for it. I didn't ask for an appearance fee. You have to pay me back later. I can get you a loan. You can pay 800 million to buy yourself out first. In our 8th universe, that's called bail. Lin, sensing a bad premonition, asked, what will happen if I can't come up with the money? You just have to dismember your body, sell off parts, and pay off your debts. Our 8th universe is more fair, Jianan said. Lin's face turned grim. He knew he'd been captured by the Elders' Council, and wouldn't have a good ending. Jianan would sell his entire body, leaving nothing behind. Mu Er sneered, Lin, you always thought you were so powerful, didn't you? You never knew you end up like this. You always sold your own people, and now it's your turn. You make it sound like you haven't sold your own people, Lin said angrily. Mu Yi Dao, I often sell my people's things, but I'm not so heartless as to sell them off. Don't think everyone is as despicable as you. Jialan said arrogantly, which native are you? Make a choice now. If you don't, let this old woman take you away. Don't push me. Lin pulled out a potion from his body. It contained a golden liquid that seemed to be alive, constantly trembling. This golden liquid was the Ascension Potion. Its main ingredient came from an incredibly powerful figure, the strongest of the Universe Kings, and a partner of the Universe Alliance. The Ascension Potion could be described as a kind of blood. Once it entered a living being's body, it would devour it madly. As the golden liquid was consumed, it also stimulated the creature's potential. The Ascension Potion was the only reason Sunlin's wife, Mu Bai, could achieve such strength. Mu Er exclaimed in surprise, "Old man, you made considerable preparations. You sacrificed your wife earlier, and I didn't expect you to have a potion of ascension in your possession. If you drink this, you most likely die. Mu Dao, I know you well. You most likely won't take this potion of ascension." Sunlin angrily declared, "Don't underestimate me. I do anything under your pressure. It's just a futile struggle. You're stronger than your wife, but only to a limited extent. If I fight, you won't be my match." Jian said indifferently. "Then I try. As the overlord of Forest Planet, I, Sunlin, once held the power of life and death over the entire planet. I rather die immediately than let you dismember and torture me." Everyone fears death, and Sunlin was no exception. The thought of being captured by Jian, dismembered, and then subjected to the humiliation of Mu Yi and his brother was unbearable for Sunlin. He decided to take the Ascension Potion. Even if he died, he wanted to die with dignity. Just as Sunlin was about to take the Ascension Potion, he was bumped from behind. Jianan saw an opportunity, and quickly snatched the Ascension Potion. She claimed that killing Sunlin would be easy, but in reality, it was a real hassle. Sunlin was far more powerful than Mu Bai. After consuming the Ascension Potion, his strength would be greatly enhanced, making him far more difficult to deal with than Mu Bai. Although Jianan could successfully resolve this situation, she hated trouble. She definitely didn't want to bother with something she could easily resolve. Damn it! Sunlin was furious, and turned to attack the creature behind him. Thick chains suddenly appeared, encircling Sunlin and locking him down with incredible speed. Sunlin was unable to move, trapped by the thick chains. He struggled to break free, but the chains were too tight, and even with all his strength he couldn't. Forest fell from the sky, and 4 elders appeared and grabbed him. "Take this fellow back. We can cut him up and sell him for a good price. It's best to sell him whole, so he can fetch a higher price," Jianan said. "Let me go! I am the ruler of Forest Planet. You, a bunch of self-proclaimed civilized bandits, are seizing my territory. I will fight you to the death," Sunlin said. Jianan said impatiently, "Stop making so much noise. Give him 2 slaps." An elder followed his orders, and reached out to slap Forest Lin twice. Sunlin was stunned by the blow, speechless for a long time. He regained some of his composure, and prepared to raise money to redeem himself. Next, the Universal Alliance would dismantle him, and sell him for parts, or even sell him off entirely. Chapter 1079. Lightbird shook his head and said, "I thought the upcoming battle would be thrilling, and I learned something from it. But it turned out to be exactly as Big Brother said. There's no point in wasting time in this fight. It's just a crushing defeat." Frostbird said, "I can only say I didn't learn anything. It was a fun one though." "Disappointing." Thunderbird shook his head. The Lightbird's gaze fell on Lin Luo. "This little fellow is quite interesting. If it weren't for him, we'd probably be seeing a fantastic fight. Mu Bai is inferior to Sunlin, and after taking the Ascension Potion, he's far inferior. Once Sunlin takes the Ascension Potion, his combat effectiveness will undergo a qualitative leap, greatly increasing his strength. He might even be able to fight Jianan." The Arctic bird laughed. "No wonder second brother values him so highly. Now it seems there's a reason." The Thunderbird immediately became alert. "I'm telling you, I got my eye on this fellow. None of you can compete with me for him." The Light Bird, "Second brother, do you really need to be so cautious? We said we wouldn't compete with you, and we won't. We don't particularly enjoy dragon meat. How much nutrition can an eternal level creature contain? Do you think I make sense? That's for the best. I'm telling you this up front. It's mainly because we're brothers, and we don't want to see a falling out over a food issue," said the Thunderbird. Flame Bird, the eldest of the 4 heavenly kings, took the initiative to speak. "The second brother said that this little guy is his, so you should stop trying to snatch him away and destroy the relationship between brothers. We won't fight with second brother, don't worry about that." The Arctic Bird and the Light Bird were a little tempted. Given how much Thunderbird valued Lin Luo, he must be very valuable. "We can leave now. We have nothing else to do." This mission went incredibly smoothly. "We barely made any moves, Yet, we secured 100 million Devours for free. Let's go back and rest up. The Flamebird reminded Thunderbird, there are so many people who aren't suitable for action right now. Wait until you have a chance. Acting now might cause displeasure from the elders. Don't worry, big sister. I know my limits. Thunderbird smiled. That's good. At Flamebird's command, the 4 heavenly kings left the forest planet. With the 4 elders imprisoned, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jianan said to Lin Luo, this little guy is quite good. If it weren't for your help earlier, and Sin Lin drank the Ascension Potion, I would have had a much harder time dealing with it. Jialan boasted, my team members are naturally very capable. Don't you even consider who selected them? Jianan said, you're just lucky, and you're bragging. This little guy is quite good. You need to develop well. You be a captain of a Universal Alliance team in the future. What do you mean? Jialan said dissatisfiedly. What do you mean? That must be taken literally. Jianan retorted. I don't know what you're thinking. You must be trying to poach my team members. You have several teams under you, and you want me, a member of yours, to be the captain of yours. Don't speculate. I don't have that idea. I just laughed. I don't know you yet. You definitely don't have that idea right now, because you think my team members aren't strong enough. Once they're strong enough, you have that idea and will continue to do it. You know me so well. Jianan explained in surprise. Old woman, as your sister, I know all about your dirty thoughts, Jialan said. So what if you know? If I were to do something like that, could you stop me? Jianan asked arrogantly. Jialan was so angry she was speechless for a long time. She had no way of stopping Jianan. As a powerful elder in the Elders' Council, Jianan wielded considerable power. It would be easy for him to withdraw even a single member of the team. Jialan angrily shouted, just wait. Jianan said, I know what you're thinking. Evolve to an immortal level creature as soon as possible, speak to the Elders' Council, and become an elder. Once you become an elder, your captain position will be vacant, and you can let one of your teammates take it. Jialan said, don't talk nonsense. I don't have that idea. Okay, stop quibbling. I don't know how long you've been here, and I've been here as long as you have. Besides, I watched you grow up, and I know everything. Jianan ruthlessly attacked. Jialan's face flushed with anger, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Jianan looked at Lin Luo with a gentle gaze. You did a great job today. I remember your contribution, and I give you a bonus later. You can use this bonus to improve yourself. Thank you, Elder. Lin Luo attacked Sin Lin on a whim. Thinking of how Sin Lin had been chasing him, he was filled with rage and thought of attacking. The last time he killed Sin Lin's son, it was definitely self-defense. Lin Luo saved Lin Na, and did nothing else. He was thinking about leaving Sin Lin for his own needs, and didn't want to get into any trouble. Sin Lin's son kept chasing him, so there was no way Lin Luo wouldn't run away and be eaten. He had clearly tried very hard to escape, not wanting to provoke Sin Lin's son. But Sin Lin's son kept chasing him, and Lin Luo had no choice but to fight back and kill him. Sin Lin was still chasing him from behind. If it weren't for the help of Mu Yi and his 2 brothers, that time would have been very dangerous. Lin Luo had experienced many deaths, but facing the powerful Sin Lin was arguably the closest he had ever come to death. Lin Luo. The pink voices of Ziyun and Long Xian came from behind him. Ziyun gave Lin Luo a facial cleanser, and Lin Luo almost couldn't breathe. Pink said, Shaolin, I was so worried just now. I saw you were looking around for a long time, and I thought you'd been hit by the Mad Earth God Sihong. Immortal level creatures are terrifying when they hit you. You're only eternal level, so I'm afraid you'd be smashed into a pulp. Yes, I'm most worried that some unimportant people survived, while important people died. Ziyun said. Longxian said angrily, I'm a little upset when you talk like that. What do you mean by important and unimportant? I feel pretty important too. As long as you feel good about yourself, Pink chuckled. Ziyun said, Shaolin, why aren't you talking? Are you feeling unwell? Sister Ziyun, why are you holding me and talking to me? I can barely breathe, let alone talk. Lin Luo finally managed to speak. Chapter 1080. Ziyun let go of Lin Luo and said with an awkward smile, Look at me, I was so excited I just rushed over and hugged you without a second thought. Seeing Sister Ziyun's figure, I forgive you. Lin Luo said generously. Ziyun rolled her eyes at Lin Luo, You're going too far, even teasing your sister. You can't blame me. It's mainly because Sister Ziyun is so beautiful. Of course. Lin Luo and Sister Ziyun were already familiar with each other, so a little joking wasn't a big deal. Pink said happily, after this mission, we should get a lot of money, right? How much can you roughly earn? I can calculate it. I can't calculate it yet, but we can make a lot of money anyway. We estimate it's over $1 billion, maybe even more than that, Lin Luo said. Ziyun gave a thumbs up and said, I knew you were special. You gave us such a big surprise right after you arrived. Once this is over, I find a way to make you a full member. Thank you, Sister Ziyun. Lin Luo thanked her. Why thank you? We should be the ones to say thank you, Ziyun said. You're welcome. Lin Luo smiled. Ziyun shook her head and said, there's nothing to be polite about. The main thing is that you're doing an excellent job. After I praised you so much, don't get complacent. Keep working hard. We won't treat you unfairly. Of course. Lin Luo smiled and nodded. Pink didn't forget to praise herself. I always thought I had a good eye. Back then, the captain didn't like you, but I said you were definitely special. And it turns out I was right. Your performance was outstanding. Long Xian said with satisfaction, everyone on our Deep Blue team is excellent, and the new member is just as good. Pink sulked, just shut up right there. Lin Luo joining our team has nothing to do with you. How can you say everyone on the Deep Blue team is so excellent? That statement itself is deeply flawed. I should say that excluding you, everyone on our team is excellent. Long Xian was angry and wanted to retort, but then decided not to. The person who had the least influence on Lin Luo's recruitment into the team was himself. Long Xian didn't want to argue with Pink, fearing that it would cost him money. Since he joined the team later, he was no match for Pink in an argument, so he just had to give in. Ziyun smiled and said, I roughly estimated there are at least over 10 billion cosmic coins. Just like Xiaolin said, there are 5 of us here, and 200 million each is a lot of money. Pink jumped for joy. 200 million is fantastic. There's some really expensive cosmetics coming out lately. Applying them can make you look centuries younger. I never had the money, but now I have. I could buy a whole set for 20 million. 200 million for a set? Can women's cosmetics be that expensive? Long Xian was stunned. Pink said, of course. You don't know what's good. Some things are beyond your imagination. Sometimes I really think you're a native, completely worldly wise. I doubt you're from the 8th universe. You're alright, okay? Long Xian said unhappily. I think you miscounted the number of people. I should be one of them. Ziyun appeared beside the group, the cracks on his body now much less severe. Ziyun said angrily, how dare you say that? You owe us so much money, and now you're asking for it? You shouldn't have been the client in the first place. Ziyun said, what happened before was my fault. I apologize here, and hope you can forgive me. Your investment in me will pay off in the future. My original body is still in the hospital and requires a large amount of medical treatment. Now that I'm well, I can participate in the team's mission. With my immortal level combat power, I can play a significant role. We gain even more. Now is a critical moment. I hope you can understand me. Ziyun said disdainfully, think about your own credibility. What did you tell us back then? Ziyun coughed twice. What did I say? You have a short memory. I always knew you. You have a very good memory, so you're pretending not to know, right? Then let me help you recall it. Pink said, you said you were doing well after we came to see you, and you were very grateful. We were worried you borrow money in the team's name for your treatment, but you scolded us harshly, saying we underestimated you. You can't cheat your teammates. Seeing your genuine feelings, we all believed you. But then you turned against us and borrowed hundreds of millions in our team's name. We already paid back 500 or 600 million, including principal and interest. Ziyun said angrily, it's all our fault for being too soft-hearted back then, thinking you were impossible. Otherwise, we would have immediately reported to every loan company and fired you. Without your title as team leader, no loan company would lend you money. Long Xian angrily said, because we trusted your credit, we accumulated so much debt. We have to pay it back every month. Living expenses are 1,000 universe coins a month, more than you make for an average worker on a planet. During that time, I didn't dare tell anyone, fearing they'd laugh at me. You know how we've been here all these years? It's all because of you, that we ended up in such a miserable state. Pink angrily said, my situation isn't much better. I can't afford many cosmetics, so I just stay away. Don't you know how much older I become without skincare? Ziyun pointed at Pink and said, without those skincare products, I don't feel you age much. Really? Pink stroked her face. That's natural. Ziyun said, I've been in the hospital for a long time, and I have the final say. The moment I saw you, I felt you looked much younger. I'm naturally beautiful. I don't need any skincare or makeup to maintain my beauty. Pink said. Ziyun gave a thumbs up and said, that's right. You feel that, right? I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Pink immediately sensed something was wrong. We're talking about your despicable behavior. Don't try to change the subject. You have a terrible conscience. You screwed us for so long, and you haven't even said sorry. Jinlan quickly said, then I just say sorry, okay? It's too late to say sorry now. You screwed me for so long, and now you say sorry, and think it's all over. It's too easy. Ziyun said disdainfully. Chapter 1081. What are you talking about? Xiaolan transformed back into human form, and stood before the group. Captain! Ziyun, Fanhong, Long Xian, and Jinlan immediately shouted. Excellent. Xiaolan was pleased with his team's spirits. Ziyun explained, we were just trying Jinlan. This guy wanted to share profits with us. I told him to use his money to pay off his debts immediately, but he said he wanted to use it for medical treatment. He said his injuries had healed a lot. We're giving him some money for treatment. He said he'd recover, and then he'd carry out missions for us and earn us more money in the future. Jinlan said with a sad face, everything that happened before was my fault. I apologize to you here, and I beg you to forgive me. Your idea is good. If I heal you, the team will make more money. Xiaolan nodded, but there's a big problem. If I heal you, and you don't work for me, I'd be at a disadvantage. No, you have to trust my character, Jinlan said confidently. Xiaolan's face darkened. Anyone has the right to talk about character in front of me, but you don't. How is your character? Don't you have a clear idea of it? It seems a little worse, Jinlan said awkwardly. It's more than just a little worse. If we hadn't supported you, you'd be an illegal immigrant. Ziyun said bluntly. Jinlan patted his chest and said, I promise you, once I'm fully recovered, I return to my team and serve diligently. No. Xiaolan refused without hesitation. Why? Jinlan asked, puzzled. Didn't you say you have good character? You can look for it in your own character. Xiaolan said. After all, I'm your former captain. Can't you just give me a straight answer? Let me die quickly too, Jinlan said. Xiaolan said, since you said that, I give you some face. You won't be able to help the team if you return. Besides, I gave you money, and your real body is back. What if you want to be captain? You're stronger than me, so I have to give you the captaincy. Also, after completing each mission, your strength will increase, and you definitely want more dividends. If you give more dividends, won't ours be less? Jinlan patted his chest and said, I can sign a contract with you. You can list a few things you're worried about, and I sign it for you. Still not working. You need to repay your debts slowly, and we still give you our dividends. That means you have to pay off all the debts you owed over the years, and then we give you the money, Xiaolan said. Jinlan wanted to struggle a little longer, but seeing that no one was willing to agree, he reluctantly agreed. Pink said angrily, Captain, you've been too kind to this guy. I don't think he should be given a share of the profits. At least wait until he completes 5 missions before you give him a share. True Blue quickly said, I agree. You're a bit of a thinker. If you don't agree, I regret it. Look, Pink thinks I'm being too kind to you. You've been screwing us for so long, and I'm already doing my best by giving you a share of the profits. Xiaolan said. Jinlan pretended to wipe away tears. You're so kind. It's the honor of a lifetime to have you as my team members. I'm truly grateful to you all. Don't act so naive after taking advantage of someone. I don't know what you're thinking. Xiaolan said angrily. Pink said, Captain, you worked so hard. Thanks to your efforts, we were able to complete this mission. I'm exhausted. If I had known, I wouldn't have revealed my true abilities. Now, every mission I choose must be of this level of difficulty. Xiaolan sighed. Captain, don't say that. As the saying goes, capable people deserve more work. You are the core of our team. Everyone else is less important. Pink said. Ziyun, I knew that under the captain's leadership, I would eventually enjoy a good life. I didn't expect it to come so soon. Jinlan, compared to me, you're more suited to be the leader. I believe our team will continue to improve under your leadership. Long Xian gave a thumbs up. I also think the captain is unique in my eyes. He's very inspiring and strong, and no one can compare to him. Not bad, you got a way to praise people. Xiaolan said with satisfaction. It's all thanks to your wise leadership that we achieved such success. Long Xian gave a thumbs up. Xiaolan patted Lin Luo on the shoulder. The fact that we went so smoothly this time was mainly thanks to Xiaolan. He dared to take action in such a dangerous situation. He's truly brave. Thank you for the compliments, leader. I'm not that brave anymore. Lin Luo smiled. You have it. Imagine a God King level player attacking an immortal level player. He has the same demeanor as I did when I was young. I dared to do the same when I was young. Jialan said. Stop being so annoying. Your teammates don't know what you were like in your youth, but as your sister, I do. You were incredibly timid when you were young. You wouldn't even dare attack an eternal level player, so how could you possibly dare attack an immortal level player? A cold voice came from behind. What are you doing here? Jialan saw that it was Jianan approaching from behind, and her eyes were filled with wariness. Jianan, why aren't you welcoming me? Are you afraid I expose your secrets? Nonsense. What secrets do I have for you to expose? Don't talk nonsense. Jialan flatly denied it. You know your own secrets better than I do. Jianan said, forget it. I'm too lazy to expose your secrets. I'm afraid you break down. Jialan said angrily, you old woman, stop trying to intimidate me with nonsense. I'm not that easy to intimidate. Jianan ignored Jialan and looked at Lin Luo. You're quite good. Your racial talent is average, and you're just a member of the Wind tribe. These aren't big problems. Money can change that, or you can inject a higher level bloodline. But your bravery and resourcefulness are impossible to replicate. Work hard and don't let someone else lead you astray. I already taken a liking to you. When you reach a higher level, I promote you. Jialan said angrily, who are you talking about, old woman? What do you mean by leading my own team member astray? He doesn't need your concern. With my help, he will definitely grow into a very capable person and take over my position. Come on, you don't even know when you leave the team, and you're still thinking about someone else taking over. Jianan said. Chapter 1082. Jialan was momentarily unable to refute the claim. Evolving to immortal level creatures wouldn't necessarily result in transfer. If someone in an ordinary squad evolved to immortal level, they would definitely be transferred immediately, either to the council as an intern or to become an elder. The systems of each universe might differ, but one thing remained constant. Immortal level creatures were given special treatment to foster unity. The 8th universe was relatively unique, as many immortal level creatures possessed the power of life and death within their own universes. Killing and devouring a few creatures wasn't a big deal. The 8th universe was already quite good. Immortal level creatures could kill at will, but they were required to compensate for each creature killed. The established system of universe coins was already very solid, requiring them for everything. In other universes, immortal level bosses often enjoyed killing people for pleasure. But in the 8th universe, this rarely happened. Killing creatures wasn't a big deal, simply paying the fine was enough. Failure to pay the fine or avoiding it is easy, but the Elders and Council of the Universal Alliance are no pushovers. They proactively recover the entire fine. Not paying the fine isn't a big deal, the Universal Alliance will auction off your flesh and blood to repay the debt. Compared to other universes, the 8th universe is already very fair. In the 8th universe, there's no need to worry about being targeted while wandering around. Wandering around in other universes is likely to result in death. Jialan is in the Deep Blue Squad, the Ace team. Their captain is an immortal being, so they won't be transferred immediately. When Jinlan evolved to the immortal level, he wasn't transferred. Jialan, filled with a sense of crisis, said nervously, you can't transfer my team. I finally found a teammate who works well with me. You can't mess with me. You don't need to be so nervous. What I'm talking about is already in the future. Whether Lin Luo stays in your team or not is not up to you, Jianan said. Old woman, you can't do that anyway, Jialan added. It's over now, and we can leave now. Jianan was in a good mood. She had successfully hunted the forest and received 50% of the profits from the forest planet. Mu Yi hurriedly asked, Elder, where are our legal residency certificates? Don't worry about that. I send them to you when the time comes. After that, you can register the company. You can come up with a good name for the company. Forest Company Limited is also a good idea, Jianan said. Mu Yi excitedly said, I go register after I receive the legal residency certificate. Very good. Jianan nodded. Old woman, are you trying to escape? Jialan shouted. Jianan frowned slightly. What do you mean? Are you tired of calling me old woman? If you keep calling me old woman, I take action. I show you that an elder sister is like a mother, not someone you can mess with lightly. Jialan, I like to ask, what's our approximate dividend for this mission? 10 billion, Jianan thought for a moment. 10 billion? We risked our lives, and that's all we get. It's true you put your life in danger, but think about how much you contributed. Tell me about this. This operation was almost entirely my responsibility. What do you mean by all yours? Didn't my body play a significant role in defeating Musayan? It would have been better if you hadn't mentioned this to me. The body on this journey could have been sold for hundreds of millions. But you saw that I didn't get a penny. 10 billion seems like too much to me. Don't be so shameless. 10 billion is too much. By the end of this operation, you make at least tens of billions, plus shares in the forest planet. Aren't you going to give me some? Why should I give it to you? Jianan said, I killed Mu Bai in the back, and I captured Sun Lin. These things don't seem to have anything to do with you, do they? I'm even giving you shares. 1 billion is too much. Now let me make this clear. If you want it or not, I don't want to sit a year. I worked with you so many times, and I didn't expect to be screwed by my own sister. Jialan thought for a moment. Alright, I give you my word. You seem so aggrieved to agree. Better not to agree to my agreement. That won't do. I'm leaving now. Jianan, along with the 4 elders, prepared to return to the elders' council. Jialan didn't forget to deliver a scathing attack. My kind sister, I look forward to our next collaboration. I'm so happy to work with you. Very good. Jianan was furious. She had thought she could take advantage of her sister this time, but she didn't give much. It all went to Jialan. Pink sighed, what a shame. After all this effort, we only managed to make a profit of 1 billion. I thought we make a fortune this time, but it's only so little. Ziyun said, Elder Jinan is right. We haven't done much, so it's impossible to make more profit. Not bad. 1 billion is a lot. Some of the missions we've done before weren't even 1/10 as good as this one. Long Xian disagreed. Shut up. I noticed you're always saying bad things. What do you mean by the rewards for our previous missions weren't even 1/10 as good as this one? Are the missions we did before that lowly? Pink said. That's not what I meant. Long Xian realized he made a mistake and quickly explained. That's what I see you mean. Pink said. Ziyun sighed. Long Xian, I didn't really doubt you before, thinking you were a pretty good person. Now I seriously suspect you're just unlucky. It's because of your bad luck that we only received this little money. The team atmosphere is still as good as ever. Lin Luo was used to the Deep Blue team's dynamic. Disagreements would lead to arguments. There was no malice in the arguments. They were just there to liven things up. Mu Er's massive body slithered over, forming a disc. I want to thank you very much today. You saved us a lot of trouble. Mui also ran over. You'd definitely be something extraordinary in the future, unafraid of immortal level creatures. You're too polite, gentlemen. I didn't think too much about it before, just thinking this method would work. Now I'm terrified. If the other party had even a little bit of strength left, we'd be dead. Fortunately, I was lucky. Lin Luo's body trembled slightly with lingering fear. Chapter 1083. Mui smiled and said, You can't say everyone has all your courage. Having that courage back then was incredibly courageous. Most creatures couldn't do that. Mu said, merely thanking me is useless. I have many good things to give you. You can evolve even faster. He pulled out a space ring from his pocket and prepared to hand it to Lin Luo. Lin Luo accepted Mu-Er's gift without hesitation. In Yin Nation, no matter who gives you something, you must be polite, and then the other person must be polite again before accepting the item. This wasn't the case in the 8th universe. If Lin Luo and Mu-Yi were polite, the two leaders would likely look down on them, and that's why they wouldn't accept their items. Jialan came forward and said, You two should thank me too. Without me, you wouldn't have been able to help my sister. I owe you a huge thank you. Mu-Yi was momentarily stunned, his expression dazed. Then he smiled and nodded. That old silver coin of the forest has so many tricks up his sleeve. He even has 2 or 3 backup plans, and can even obtain the Ascension Potion. No wonder Captain Jialan is so powerful. It turns out she has a sister like this. Mu said. What the hell are you talking about? I don't like hearing that. Jialan's face darkened. Mu immediately realized he had misspoken and amended. What I meant was, no wonder your sister is so powerful. It's because she has such a capable sister like you. That's more like it. Jialan looked at the 2 wooden dragons and said bluntly, I helped you so much. You should probably show some appreciation. Mu-Yi and his brother were a bit bewildered. They hadn't expected Jialan to resort to direct blackmail. Jialan asked, What's wrong? You two aren't willing to compensate me? I dealt with so much, and now that things are resolved, you're turning your back on me. Not at all. Mu-Yi smiled. How about this? I give you 200 million in compensation. This 200 million is my personal compensation. What do you think? Not bad. Jialan nodded in satisfaction. Little brother, Mu-Yi called out. Mu-Er, somewhat reluctantly, obeyed his eldest brother's order and handed Jialan his bank card. This card has 200 million in it, and the password is 6/8. Mui said. Thank you very much. Jialon nodded in satisfaction and said to Ziyun, bring the spaceship over. Now that things are resolved, there's nothing wrong with us staying here. We can go back. The 10 billion that Jialon had promised wouldn't come so quickly, it would only be paid after selling items. Jialon had already received 200 million yuan, so he could finally enjoy life. Goodbye, bosses. Before leaving, Lin Luo didn't forget to say hello to the two brothers, Mui and Mu'er. Goodbye. The two brothers waved goodbye. They watched the spaceship depart until it disappeared into the sky. Mu'er said, brother, 200 million yuan is our entire net worth. Wouldn't it be a bit awkward if we gave it all to him? We might have a hard time getting through this. I know you don't want to give them the money, and you feel like they're not helping much. It would also be a little painful for me to give them 200 million yuan all at once. Muidao, but some things can't be helped. You know why Sun Lin, who is much smarter than us, failed? It's mainly because he wanted to be an exception, and didn't want to abide by the rules of the 8th universe. So he had to pay a price. He didn't abide by the rules of the 8th universe, so he was destined to be abandoned. The Elders' Council would have taken action against him even without Jialon, but Jialon was just a connecting point. The result would have been the same. Mu'er said, brother, you're getting smarter. There are some things I can spot without even seeing you in person. Will you be able to handle things on your own in the future? You might even surpass me. You're too kind. I still have a lot to learn from you, brother, to become even better. Look at you now. You mastered the tact of the people of the 8th universe. Mui pointed with a smile. I'm sorry. Mu'er quickly apologized. Why are you saying sorry? I think this is a good thing. You should spend more time in Universe 8 in the future. You can't just fight and kill like we did in Forest Balloon, relying mainly on brute force. Wasn't there a very clear example before? Forrest was doomed to fail. It's not that he's not smart. Look at his cunning and foresight, he's much smarter than us. He can think of many things we haven't thought of. Forrest has changed a lot, but one thing hasn't changed fundamentally. His thinking hasn't changed. He still believes that as long as he's strong enough, he can resist Universe 8 and establish his own pure land. This is doomed to failure. Muido. I understand. Mu'er nodded vigorously. Mui gazed into the distance, the setting sun casting its afterglow. Since the Universal Alliance has entered our forest planet, this land no longer belongs to us. We will only have administrative rights here from now on. Brother, I understand what you mean, but there's nothing we can do. We simply can't resist. They're far more powerful than us. Mu'er said helplessly. You're right. We can't resist. It's a pity for Musan. Brother, don't dwell on that traitor. We treated him so well, yet he betrayed us. Musan was a very shrewd man. He contributed greatly to our collaboration with the company from Universe 8. Unfortunately, he was too clever, too self-righteous, and took control of everything, even though he actually controlled nothing. I remember this lesson, and try not to play tricks with these civilized people. You could say that. Muidao. Mu'er asked, brother, why are you so nice to that Lin Luo? Although he did us a great favor, it was insignificant. You don't need to be so thankful, do you? This Jialon is so rude. He took 200 million from us. Mu'er couldn't help but feel heartbroken. We saved up 200 million by living frugally, and now there's not a penny left. He took it all. I was going to tell you, but since you brought it up, I tell you in advance. Muidao, do you think that Golden Dragon was there last time? Mu'er's eyes widened. Brother, you mean Lin Luo, the Golden Dragon who killed the forest cubs? Didn't you say Long Xian? Why is it this guy again? Long Xian's aura is just a little similar. It's normal for them to be a little similar as dragons. Muidao, but that's not the main thing. I can tell that Lin Luo is more similar. Chapter 1084. Mu'er's face was filled with shock. This Lin Luo is incredibly well hidden. Big brother, if you hadn't been so close, you probably wouldn't have noticed him. He even made a mistake with Forrest, not realizing his son's killer. He still believed it was that Long Xian. Yeah, this kid is incredible. I almost didn't notice him. Mui nodded. Mu'er asked, should we report this guy? Why? What good would it do us? Now let's focus on managing our planet. This lesson has taught us a lesson. We are indigenous people, so we should do what indigenous people do, and not try to interfere in the affairs of civilized people. Mui shook his head. Mu'er nodded helplessly. Big brother, you see clearly. Reality is cruel. We indigenous people should not have overly ambitious ambitions, or we will die miserably. Next, run the company well. With Forest Planet as our foundation, our lives won't be too bad. Mui said. Okay. I go take care of the planetary affairs. Now that the forest is dead, it's our turn to rule the Earth God Blood Red. Mu-Er spoke of the Earth God Blood Red, a murderous aura emanating from him. Mu-Long and the Earth God Blood Red were blood enemies. In the past peaceful times, they often fought each other, and now, even more so, Mu-Long has the upper hand. Mu-Yi said, simply kill the Earth God Blood Reds who disobey, and leave the rest alone. Brother, isn't that too gentle? If we kill the old Earth God Blood Reds, and the younger ones see us, they surely hate us. We're strong now, so they don't have the opportunity to retaliate. But if they find an opportunity, they definitely retaliate furiously. It's like our relationship with the forest. It was the forest that wanted to use us as food, and that gave us opportunities. That's how you, big brother, were able to rise, and how I, under your protection, was able to rise. I'm afraid the same thing will happen again, some young Earth God, Blood Red, rising before our eyes. What happens next could very well be a role reversal, Mu-Er warned. Mu-Yi-Dao, your worries are unfounded, but have you considered one thing? Times have changed, and our success can't be replicated. Brother, what you mean is that if the Earth God Xiahong emerges to fight us, we can seek help from outside our planet. No matter how powerful he is, he can't possibly reach the level of life. Even if he does, we still have a chance of defeating him. That's what I mean. Why do you think we succeeded in our initial resistance? It wasn't because we were powerful enough together. It was mainly because the 8th universe intervened, giving us some breathing space. That's true. Mu-Er recalled Sun Lin's strength and cunning. I always thought that if we joined forces, we could defeat Sun Lin. From today's battle, it seemed like he was indulging us and deliberately giving us an opportunity. Mu-Yi-Dao, his true purpose is to help us grow. His strength has reached a relatively high level. Even if he's not as strong as Jianan, he's still half as strong as Jianan, far exceeding ours. If he devours us prematurely, it won't have much effect. If we reach a certain level and let him devour us, our strength will be greatly enhanced. Brother, when you say that, my hair stands on end. Mu-Er recalled the terrifying look in Lin Lin's eyes, as if he were looking at a pet. Mu-Yi-Dao, that's why our success can't be replicated. We were able to achieve this primarily with external help. Without that help, our resistance would ultimately fail. Now that you say that, I feel much more reassured. I know what to do next. Mu-Er nodded vigorously. Go ahead. You're more talented than I am at planetary management. Okay. I have another question for you, brother. What's there to hide between us brothers? Just ask directly. You gave me 200 million, mainly to establish a good relationship with Lin Luo. We're immortal-level creatures, while Lin Luo is a golden dragon, an eternal-level creature. What kind of help can he give us? I don't know. I can only say it's a temporary relationship. Who knows if we be needed in the future? Who can be 100% certain about the future? Mu-Yi-Dao, the future is full of unknowns. No one can be sure of our future. When I first faced the forest, I felt certain defeat. I didn't want to tell you then, fearing you lose hope. Thankfully, the most difficult times are over. Mu-Er suddenly realized, brother, you're right. This golden dragon is only at the eternal level, yet it can defeat the Earth God Xiahong, who possesses immortal bloodline. Even at the eternal level, we might not be able to defeat the son of the forest. He can actually do it. When this golden dragon evolves to the immortal level, it's bound to be much more powerful than us. The goodwill we shown this time might come in handy in the future. Mu-Yi instructed, what I'm teaching you today is to cultivate social skills. We're no longer natives. We need to learn to be citizens of the 8th universe. I understand. Mu-Er said. A resort planet. Some of the smaller universes in the 8th universe have resort planets. These planets primarily operate in the entertainment and service industries. Celebrity creatures often come to resort planets to sing. Many fan creatures of all kinds visit resort planets to chase their idols and make large purchases. Each year, the resort planets generate a significant amount of spending, contributing to the Universe Alliance's revenue. There are also numerous service industries, and many creatures seeking happiness come to resort planets. Resort planets inevitably have some shady industries, and forbidden love between different species is common. The resort planets are most notable for their strict security. Everyone who enters a resort planet must undergo routine inspections. Some immortal-level creatures face many restrictions upon entering a resort planet. Once, an immortal from an alien race, relying on its own strength, attempted to cause trouble on a resort planet. The resort planet's security personnel were dispatched and offered prolonged persuasion, but to little avail. Perhaps accustomed to its arrogance, this immortal creature still insisted on its own way, determined to cause trouble in Universe 8. As a result, this immortal creature destroyed a great deal of property, and the resort planet dispatched several immortals to capture it. The next day, the immortal's body appeared in an auction house. Chapter 1085. The troublemaking immortal destroyed items worth 500 million yuan, and even his entire fortune wasn't enough to pay off his debts. Thus, with the intervention of a third party, the Cosmic Alliance, it was decided to divide the body of the troublemaking immortal and auction it off to repay the debt. Finally, a powerful immortal offered 600 million cosmic coins to purchase the troublemaking immortal. After being purchased, the troublemaking immortal was never seen again. There were many rumors that the immortal had become food for another immortal. Others said the immortal was purchased by a powerful cosmic royal family, whose primary purpose was to dissect the troublemaking immortal and make food for their offspring. By consuming the flesh and blood of immortals from a young age, one would have great potential for future growth and become increasingly powerful. The troublemaking immortal suffered a difficult fate and was ultimately dismembered. After this incident, no one dared to cause trouble on the resort planet. Even immortal-level creatures causing trouble on the resort planet were eventually auctioned off, their bodies torn to pieces, let alone weaker creatures. The Deep Blue team earned 1.2 billion yuan, and Jialan received a 200 million yuan advance, immediately bringing the team to the resort planet. The expenses for a team of 6 people would be nearly 10,000 yuan a day. 10,000 cosmic coins is a lot. In the entire 8th universe, less than 10% of creatures earn over 10,000 yuan a month. The Deep Blue team's daily expenses often exceeded 10,000 yuan. Lin Luo estimated that over the 5 days, they had spent a total of 200,000 cosmic coins, which used to be quite high. Jialan had lived through so much hardship, and now that she was rich, it was hard not to engage in revenge spending. Beach. The sea breeze blew, and the waves lapped against the sand. Jialan wore a blue swimsuit, revealing her perfect figure, a bust larger than an F-cup, a slender waist devoid of any excess fat, and long straight legs. Her snow-white toenails, painted with blue nail polish, held a unique allure. She lay on a blue beach chair, wearing sunglasses, revealing her small, upright nose, her smooth, moist mouth, and her fair skin, which, in the sunlight, reflected a mirror-like reflection. Pink, wearing a pink swimsuit, wore a cheerful smile. She had visited the resort planet before, when the team was doing well financially. Since then, Junlan had incurred a huge debt and hadn't been back. Pink was overjoyed to have returned to the resort planet, and she dressed up beautifully. She thought that with her stunning face and curvaceous figure, she would surely be the most dazzling presence on the beach. Pink's mood soured when she saw Jialan lounging on a beach chair. "Captain, did you have cosmetic surgery? Why is your figure so much better than mine? Do you think I get those cosmetic procedures? I never do. My growth is natural. What do you know?" Jialan scoffed. "Nonsense. I haven't had cosmetic surgery. My face is all natural, and I never get cosmetic surgery," Pink said. Long Xian, wearing shorts and holding a glass of juice, said, "At this moment, I feel like reciting a poem." "Shut up. Don't ruin the atmosphere." Ziyun walked over, her figure incredibly stunning, almost surpassing Jialan's. "Impossible." Pink grumbled with envy. "I always thought I had a fantastic figure, but now it seems there are 2 people with better figures than me." Long Xian nodded. "That's true, you're indeed last." "What do you mean last?" Pink was furious. Long Xian said bluntly, "There are 3 women in our team, and you have the worst figure. If you're not last, then who is last?" "Shut up. You don't have a say here," Pink said angrily. "Everyone is beautiful." Lin Luo walked over. "So handsome." Pink gave a thumbs up. "Really? Thanks, Sister Pink, for the compliment." Lin Luo smiled. Pink, who held a grudge, said, "You look better dressed this way. You're not like some people who dress slovenly, looking even uglier than some of the natives." Long Xian admired himself for a moment. "You'd just like to insult me. I don't think I'm that bad. Everyone, come and eat. I ordered a delicious seafood feast here." Jialan got up from his beach chair and led everyone in the seafood feast. Everyone ate with their mouths drooling, giving thumbs up praise. "How did you like the food today?" Jialan asked. Long Xian savored the delicious meal. "It's delicious. I never tasted anything this good since I was born. After this meal, we'll be moving on to our next mission soon," Jialan said. "Ah!" Shenlan, Pink, Ziyun, and Long Xian said. Long Xian complained, We just completed a big mission and made so much money. Why are we going on another one? I think we should take a good rest and enjoy life. We shouldn't be doing this. That's right. $1 billion in dividends are coming soon. If we go on a mission now and something unexpected happens, it would be a huge loss, Pink said. Stop talking sourly. What do you mean by saying something unexpected will happen on our next mission? Jialan interrupted unhappily. This is your first time joining our team, right? Don't you know we have several mandatory missions every year? You have to complete them, or you'll be kicked off and your benefits will be deducted? If they want to deduct your benefits, then so be it. I think we'd be doing orders worth tens of billions in the future. If we don't, we'd be different than before, Pink said. Jialan hit Pink's head in anger, and Pink couldn't help but cry out in pain. Captain, what are you doing? I find you're too simple-minded. Don't you think our last success was mainly due to that old woman's help? If we were to execute this multi-billion-dollar order ourselves, what do you think our success rate would be? Just tell me what you mean. Why are you hitting me? You must be jealous of my beauty, aren't you? Pink said angrily. Don't be silly. I'm jealous of your beauty. I'm just reminding you that you can't talk nonsense about the Forest Planet Order anymore. Jialan said. Ziyan asked, what is the headquarters mission? The mission is to capture a small group of rebels. The leader of these rebels is an immortal-level being from the 6th universe. His main purpose is to steal the resources of our 8th universe. They were discovered by our patrol. The Universal Alliance army eliminated most of the rebels, leaving only a small group to escape. Jialan explained. Chapter 1086. What? Pink was completely upset. They say it's a small rebel group, but there are quite a few immortals among them. It might not even be one immortal, but there could be 2 or 3. Long Xian frowned. Our previous missions were relatively simple, without immortals involved. Now there are immortals involved, and the difficulty has increased many times. Ziyan frowned. This is too difficult. We need to report this to our superiors. Aren't we asking for death? We have 2 immortals here, but neither is truly immortal. Jialan said angrily. I wonder if the Elders' Council deliberately assigned me such a difficult mission. Maybe that nasty woman arranged it. The others didn't dare to agree, fearing that Jianan might hear. Jialan angrily said, You're a bunch of cowards, you have no guts at all. You won't die if you say a few words. Long Xian said in embarrassment, Captain, just let me go. Don't you know that without a cell phone, it's everywhere? Besides, Sister Jianan's strength far exceeds that of an average immortal, so she can be heard from far away. Pink said, Yes, your Sister Jianan's family. A few complaints are fine, but we can't. If we're retaliated against, the consequences will be disastrous. They both have a point, Ziyan said. You guys disappoint me. I always thought we were close teammates, but I didn't expect you to treat me like this. You're so disappointing. Jialan said sadly. Long Xian reminded him, Captain, I think you should talk less in the future. Think about how difficult our lives are right now. It's probably because you say so many bad things. If you say less, our lives will be much better. Are you telling me what to do? Jialan said coldly. Long Xian hurriedly said, How dare I interfere in the captain's affairs? Then get out of here. Jialan said angrily. Lin Lu asked, How long will the elders give us? Are there any other teams coming to help? Jialan replied, We have 3 days to depart. A team is coming to help. The dragon squad has already gone. Pink breathed a sigh of relief. Captain, why didn't you finish your sentence? You almost scared me to death. I thought we were the only team. How could we, a team alone, possibly handle the elite rebels? Yes. Ziyan said, The dragon squad is more powerful than our deep blue squad. Their captain is a true immortal. With their help, our mission will be much easier. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm not strong enough to be your captain? Jialan said angrily. Pink said, Captain, you're being overly concerned. We definitely won't dislike you. It would be even better if you were stronger. Enough of the nonsense. Next, focus on strengthening yourselves. We're about to embark on our mission, and I don't want anyone holding us back. Jialan said. Okay. The Elders' Council's order was unavoidable. They returned to end their vacation and conduct a thorough investigation. Long Xian lamented, I had been hoping to wait here for Ben Mingzi's concert, but now that seems impossible. I need to prepare early, so I can head out for the mission. Hopefully, the concert won't be over by the time I get back. Pink, you're still chasing stars, bringing shame to our deep blue team. What's wrong? Is idol chasing illegal? Just like you, constantly buying makeup and skincare products? My situation is similar to yours. Long Xian retorted. What do you know? I'm investing in myself, making myself better. You're not investing in yourself. I'm enjoying myself physically and mentally, which is also an investment. I perform even better in the future. What do you mean by perform even better? It's like you put in a lot of effort on that last mission, and you're the most useless person in the past. How much better are you than me? You're not much different from me, and you're saying that to me. The Deep Blue team's hallmark is internal strife. They start arguing at the slightest disagreement. Long Xian and Pink started arguing, and the two chattered non-stop for a long time. Jialan, Jinlan, and Ziyun didn't bother to intervene, and watched with gusto. Ziyun enjoyed watching the arguments, and asked the waiter to bring the seeds of the heart tree, which came from the heart tree planet. This planet used to be quite barren, with nothing to offer. Until the local residents discovered a humble plant that grew incredibly tall. Due to its low status, its habitat was further squeezed. Thanks to the seeds of this tree, Tongxing planet became quite wealthy. From a relatively impoverished planet, it gradually became richer, becoming significantly wealthier than before. Because this tree brought immense wealth to the entire planet unanimously decided to name it Tongxing planet. Jialan and the other two watched the two quarreling, momentarily forgetting to go to work. Lin Luo returned to his room. He had enjoyed his time on the vacation planet, and felt a sense of relief. Good times are short-lived, another mission is about to begin. Lin Luo received the temporary dividends from Jialan, totaling 10 million. He had previously received 500,000 cosmic coins, and was already feeling smug and proud. Lin Luo now had another 10 million, far more than 500,000. Lin Luo's perspective limited him. He felt that 10 million cosmic coins wasn't particularly abundant, and that he might even receive another 100 million. The atmosphere within the Deep Blue team was relatively good, despite the frequent arguments, but the dividends were still good. Jialan didn't insist on a larger dividend just because he handled the most. He meant to distribute it equally to everyone. Ziyun, the financial manager, suggested that everyone pool their funds to buy Jialan the immortal level potion. Once Jialan reached immortal, the Deep Blue team would be even better. Lin Luo planned to contact Nara to check on his current situation and future development direction. He couldn't just stick to the original plan. Their initial plan was to form their own team, but now it seems that forming a team on their own is difficult and far less effective than a team with a strong foundation. Nara's team is in this situation. The previous captains weren't very hardworking, and the team's reputation in Universe 8 wasn't good, so the missions they received were limited. Thanks to Nara's efforts, they improved significantly, but still far from being as good as the Deep Blue team. Lin Luo's idea is to stay in the Deep Blue team, with a high chance of becoming captain, and then assign him to the Deep Blue team. He needs to consult with the God of Karma, Ho-Tu, and others before making this decision. Chapter 1087. Lin Luo had previously informed Nara, hoping everyone would come and share their opinions. He would be better able to proceed to the next step, and better serve the 8th Universe Alliance. Today was chosen as the day, so there was no need to worry about privacy on the resort planet. Everyone came to the resort planet primarily for a better vacation, and privacy was a priority. The resort planet would greatly protect personal privacy, so Lin Luo didn't have to worry about others noticing him while communicating with Nara and the others. The communicator was charged, and after a while, Lin Luo entered the world of consciousness. Several people were waiting: Nara, the Jade Emperor, the God of Karma, the God of Tricks, and Ho-Tu. Lin Luo searched for a moment, but couldn't find Li Sun and the other man. Didn't you tell everyone to come? Why are 2 people missing? The God of Karma said, you've been promising us a small team to come in together. We've been waiting for almost a year, and you haven't done anything yet. They got tired of waiting and left home. Little Lin, you need to work harder. This won't do. Everyone still has high hopes for you. Lin Luo ignored the God of Karma's taunts, and asked Ho-Tu about the 2 men's whereabouts. His wife was trustworthy, much better than his bad friend, the God of Karma. Ho-Tu said, something happened at Li Sun's home. It seems his parents are back, and Li Sun wants to go home to see them. How long do you think it will take? If you call him soon, you can meet him. He's always respected you and mentions you every day. Okay. Lin Luo nodded. The God of Karma said, so you have to work harder. Everyone has high expectations of you, and you can't let them down. You have to work harder too. If you're too weak, my team won't accept you, Lin Luo said. The God of Karma complained, it's not that my identity is problematic, and I can't join other teams, but I don't want you. Even if you beg me to join your team, I won't. Then you better not join, Lin Luo refused. Nara asked, how are you doing in the Deep Blue team now? It's pretty good. Lin Luo gave Nara a general overview of the situation. Wait a moment. The god of karma sighed. Little Lin, I know what you're thinking. You're afraid everyone will look down on you. I know you tried your best, but you're not capable enough. There's nothing we can do. But you can't lie to us. If you tell the truth now, we forgive you. If you don't, we be done with brotherhood. Lin Luo said, I'm being realistic. Just pretend. The god of karma sneered. I know you're jealous of my talent. I can't believe I achieved so much in such a short time. You never be able to do that in your entire life. Lin Luo said. Are you kidding me? I'm jealous of your talent. And don't imitate me. You be exposed and embarrassed. If you keep pretending like this, I be helpless. I kindly warned you. The god of karma acted like an adult, while Lin Luo looked more like a child. Thank you, my friend. Lin Luo said. What kind of bad friend? I criticize you every day, but I'm doing it for you. I want you to become a better person. You should know my feelings. I should be considered your best friend. Then thank you. Forget the thank you. If you really want to say thank you, please say it in a practical way, not just verbally. Words are meaningless. You're so bold. Lin Luo said. Nara looked shocked. There's been a secret rumor in the universe recently. It seems your Deep Blue team carried out a mission worth tens of billions of dollars. You must have received a large share of the profits. Maybe it's a mistake. How could it be the Deep Blue team that Lin Luo is in? I think it was another team. The god of karma had a bad feeling, and her face burned. She felt like she was about to be slapped in the face. Lin Luo's success would certainly benefit her. The problem was that Lin Luo was too successful, which would surely make the god of karma very worried. Let me confirm again. Nara was no longer sure. A mission worth tens of billions of dollars was too big. She'd been working in the 8th universe for so many years, and she hadn't even come into contact with creatures on the billion level. Lin Luo had only been in the 8th universe for a short time, but he already done business worth tens of billions. Quickly confirm. I think there's a very good chance there's a team with the same name. The Universal Alliance has so many teams, like the Light Blue Team, the True Blue Team, and so on. These names are easier to confuse with the Deep Blue Team. The god of karma consoled herself. Nara took out her communicator and double-checked, realizing it was the Deep Blue Team. What's up? Are the names similar? The god of karma said nervously. Nara shook her head and said, it's Team Deep Blue, the team Lin Luo is on. What? The god of karma was completely upset. I'm so sorry, but the team that completed this 10 billion mission is my team. Lin Luo smiled. Ho-Tu said happily, I knew my husband was very strong. No matter where you are, you can shine. Not bad. Lin Luo smiled. The Jade Emperor said, you're being modest. Now that I think about what I said earlier, I feel differently. Before, I thought I was better than you, and could thrive in the 8th universe. Now I think I was ridiculously overconfident. How overconfident was I to think I was better than you? Now it seems I'm still far behind. Lin Luo, I didn't know I have such good luck joining the Deep Blue team, with its tens of billions of missions. The ghost god asked, you completed tens of billions of missions, so there must be immortal level creatures among them. Yes, they're all quite powerful immortal level creatures, Lin Luo replied. Nara smiled wryly. Besides, are you lucky or am I unlucky? I've been in the 8th universe for so long, and I haven't encountered many immortal level creatures. You directly participated in a battle between immortal level creatures. I wouldn't call that lucky. I feel quite unlucky. Immortal level creatures fight with terrifying power, and the aftermath of some battles is beyond the reach of eternal level creatures. Lin Luo said. Nara nodded. That's true. Lin Luo makes it sound easy now, but combat is actually very dangerous. Earning tens of billions isn't easy. You can't just go there and make money. Don't you have to explain it to him? I'm more convinced this guy just got lucky. If I went to the Wind Tribe planet, I have the same good fortune as joining the Deep Blue team. The god of karma was unconvinced. Jealousy makes you look hideous. Lin Luo sighed. Chapter 1088. The god of karma angrily said, who said I was jealous? Don't talk nonsense. I'm not jealous of you. Don't be so self-indulgent. You didn't say you were jealous, but your emotions betray you. Jealousy can change a person beyond recognition. Lin Luo sneered. The god of karma stubbornly replied, I'm not jealous. Nara continued, how many universe coins did you receive as dividends after completing such a major mission? Probably 100 million, and possibly 10 million later. Captain Jialan needs a large amount of universe coins to advance to the immortal level. The rest of the money has to be given to her temporarily. Once she reaches immortal status, she slowly pay off my debt. Lin Luo said. 10 million. Everyone, including Nara, was shocked. They had been in the 8th universe for some time, and knew the preciousness of universe coins and their powerful purchasing power. 10 million can buy a regular Eternal. Eternals, which can't be upgraded on Earth, have a price in the 8th universe. Even immortals have a price. As long as you have enough coins, everything has a price. The god of karma was briefly surprised, then immediately became suspicious. Xiao Linzi, you're bragging. You only just joined the Deep Blue team, and are still an intern. Even if you completed missions worth tens of billions, how much could you possibly earn? I don't believe you earn much. 10 million is too much, and you can't even boast well. If you said you took 100,000 universe coins, I wouldn't believe it. I definitely wouldn't believe you took 10 million. Lin Luo laughed. Go look in the mirror. Jealousy has distorted your appearance. You think I'm always lying? You think I'm just like you, always bragging about how great I am, but in reality, I'm just that bad. I'm embarrassed to call you out on that. The god of karma blushed. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not bragging. Many of my stories are true. Why are you targeting me? Aren't you being targeted now? You certainly wouldn't lie before, but that's no longer the case. The 8th universe is a melting pot of society. You might change your mind. On Earth, you were stronger, and no one could influence you. But after a while here, that might change. Lin Luo gave a thumbs up, as expected of you. Everything you say is well-reasoned and well-founded, and I can't even refute it. I'm telling the truth, said the god of karma. Nara asked, my friend, you must have made a lot of contributions, right? You're getting such a big payout. Last time, you told me it was just your time selling cards. Otherwise, you'd be a full member. Now I'm giving you dividends, presumably because I'm treating you as a full member. She was quite familiar with the team system. They were subject to restrictions imposed by the Universal Alliance, required to complete regular missions, and recruited personnel had to report to their superiors. The team had a high degree of freedom, with the captain making many decisions. Lin Luo was favored by the captain and had completed a 10 billion yuan mission, so it was reasonable for him to receive hundreds of millions. Yes, Lin Luo grumbled to the god of karma, look at their analysis. It's well-reasoned, unlike yours. Anyway, I don't believe you have that much money. The god of karma crossed his arms across his chest. Ho Tu covered her mouth and laughed, Sister Karma, I don't think my husband would lie to us, and there's no reason for him to lie to me. The Jade Emperor sighed, the dragon god is truly exceptional. This excellence is beyond our reach. What we consider unattainable, the dragon god accomplishes with ease. I think you two are too blind. You survived. We must understand that this is the 8th universe, where anything can happen. This isn't Earth anymore. The god of karma forced an explanation. Lin Luo rubbed his chin and said, your explanation doesn't seem to make sense. Why would you be suspicious of me in the 8th universe? Does this mean you should be suspicious of me differently just because we're in a different place? The god of karma, yes, you're no longer the same person you used to be. You definitely changed. For example, your boasting is so strong. Never mind. Let me show you my balance. You should believe how much money I have. Lin Luo opened his account. Inside lay a quiet string of numbers, with many zeros. Wow, wow! The god of karma shouted wow several times. Now you finally believe it. Wait a minute, I still have some doubts. Is there any software that can generate money? An account with only $1 can be increased to 10 million. It seems that software that generates money exists on Earth. I even read reports about it. The Jade Emperor said. I think it exists. You see, the Jade Emperor has seen it. The god of karma said, I don't believe in software from Earth. There's no such thing in the 8th universe. Compared to Earth, the 8th universe is more advanced. I believe software that generates money must exist. Your balance must have been generated by generating money. Don't think you can treat us like fools just because we've been staying home. We still have the ability to discern and clearly see the bad things you've done. Lin Luo shook his head. Jealousy has distorted you. You lost all your basic judgment. If I could prove that the money wasn't swiped, you undoubtedly suspect I used someone else's account. Forget it, believe it or not. The god of karma, you can believe me if you want me to. Transfer me 8 million now, and I believe the money is real. Do I look like a fool? I'm transferring 8 million. Besides, I want to transfer 8 million. Can you do it? You're still in a legal account right now. Then you owe me 8 million first, and you can pay me back when you have the chance. What's going on? How did I end up owing 8 million for no apparent reason? Lin Luo said. You just said you transfer 8 million. The god of karma said. Child, what are you thinking? We're in the mind space now, not in your dreams. Don't overthink it. Lin Luo didn't bother to pay attention to the karma god. He understood her actions. After Lin Luo's repeated self-affirmation, the karma god believed he had received 10 million, but she was unwilling to admit it. So the karma god thought of cheating Lin Luo out of 8 million, profiting from him. This was completely overthinking. Nara sighed, I've been captain for so long, and compared to you, I'm far behind. The Jade Emperor consoled her. Sometimes people can't be compared. When you arrived in the 8th universe, the apocalypse occurred on Earth. Most people died, from tens of billions to only tens of millions. The dragon god emerged from within. Without him, the entire Earth would have ceased to exist. I believe he's truly that talented. Chapter 1089. Nara said in surprise, I used to think I was pretty good, but now it seems I'm just average. If I were in the apocalypse, I probably wouldn't have survived. It's okay. I can only say I was lucky, said Lin Luo. Haha, you finally admit you were lucky, said the god of karma. If I admit it, it'd make you happier, so I admit it. Lin Luo said. The god of Gui said, at least things are moving in a good direction. Only when the dragon god grows stronger can our plan be executed more quickly. Yes, I'm jealous of my teammates' success, but it's all good. Nara nodded. Huda said, husband, you encountered a lot of danger in the Deep Blue team, didn't you? It's okay. All were close calls. Lin Luo didn't want to say more, lest anyone worry. The god of karma, Little Lindsay, could you please work harder and let us join your team sooner so we can show our talents? With my brilliance, I feel I have a lot to offer the 8th universe. You really transformed. Just now you were doubting my balance, but now you're asking me to work hard. You're a fluid person. Lin Luo gave a thumbs up. The god of karma said, what do you know? I'm just trying to motivate you. I don't want you to get too proud. If I were to praise you like everyone else, you'd definitely applaud, and your future development wouldn't be so good. I'm going to be different from everyone else and discourage you. I want you to work hard to achieve our shared prosperity. Prosperity alone isn't enough for you, it requires ours as well. Lin Luo grumbled, after hearing what you said, I might as well not have listened. Nara asked, what are your thoughts now? Are you not going to form a team like before? Lin Luo nodded and said, building a team is too expensive. Even if we succeed, it will take a long time to develop, and we won't make much money. If we want to make money, we need to rely on a relatively successful team. My Deep Blue team is a good choice. Nara agreed. I've been working so hard for Team 399 for so long. It seems so glamorous to be the captain, earning a lot of money every month, but Lin Luo's performance is far behind. His dividends in a single session are far greater than what I earned through all my years of hard work. I can only say it's just good luck. Lin Luo smiled wryly. The Deep Blue team's profits have always been average, and I just happened to catch up. Nara said, I think luck is also a part of strength. I haven't had such good luck in all my time in the 8th universe. Don't be so modest. Lin Luo was lucky and unexpectedly gained a large amount of money. The god of karma, Ho too, and others might believe it. Having spent so much time in Universe 8, Nara wouldn't think Lin Luo could achieve this by sheer luck. Lin Luo detailed his plan. With Jialan evolving to an immortal-level creature, his rank would likely rise, making him a strong contender. The god of karma slammed him. Little Lin, I realize you're overthinking it. You only been a trainee for a short time, not even a full member yet. Who says I can't become a full member, so I can't take over as captain? I think with my abilities, I have a good chance. Lin Luo sighed. Jealousy has distorted you. If you were a member of my team, you know how likely I was to accept the captaincy. You're just bragging. The god of karma said dissatisfiedly. Nala said, you entered the world of thoughts, so you can't possibly come here to reminisce about the past. Is there anything else? Yes. Lin Luo said, I transfer 5 million to you. During this time, you can improve your strength. You can also use this, my fellow villagers. If you improve well during this time, you can join my team later. Among them, 1 million cosmic coins are my thanks to you. You helped me arrange my identity, and my wife and friends spent a lot of money on you. Ah, that's too much. Nala said. It's not much. If you hadn't taken us in, we would have been in danger in the 8th universe. I'm still alive thanks to your help. The extra money is your reward. Don't say that. If I hadn't received orders from some elder, I wouldn't have dared to take you in. Take the money anyway. You have plenty of other things to spend money on later. You can't possibly have to pay for everything. Lin Luo promptly transferred 5 million to Nara, using a secret bank that wouldn't be audited by the Universal Alliance. The handling fee was a bit high, at 1%. Transferring 5 million universe coins cost 10,000, which is faster than robbing money. Thank you, Nara said. God of Karma, you have a conscience, you know to share some of your profits with us. If it were just you, I definitely wouldn't share, but considering there are others, I still want to share to make the money more evenly distributed. Lin Luo said. You idiot! The God of Karma said angrily. Alright, my energy is almost gone. I'll let you know if there's anything else. Lin Luo said. Ho Tu shouted, take care. Nothing is more important than your life. First and foremost, ensure your own safety. I understand. Lin Luo withdrew from the mind space. The time they had spent together was too short, and the time apart was too long. Early morning. Lin Luo rushed to get his second shot of Dark Star Dragon bloodline. The resort planet was well equipped, including a hospital. According to the doctor's instructions, it would be best for Lin Luo to wait 2 years before getting another shot. If he was in good condition, he could consider getting one within 6 months. Lin Luo himself was eternal level, and his bloodline was much stronger than the Dark Star Dragons. He could get 3 shots in a row without any problems. He was deliberately taking his time, fearing suspicion from others. Lin Luo arrived at the hospital. The entire building resembled a palace, the primary color being white. A beautiful pink-skinned person, dressed in a pink nurse's uniform, had stunning features, a curvy figure, and long straight legs. The most striking thing about her skin was the pink with a hint of white, making it look particularly alluring, like a peach. The nurse before him couldn't compare to pink, but she was still very beautiful. Looking at the nurse, Lin Luo couldn't help but feel a surge of spring, and he fell even more in love with her. He immediately sensed something was wrong. There was a strange fragrance in the air, likely a scent of love powder. In the 8th universe, as is common, some people enhance their charm by using a small amount of love powder. People often become so enchanted that they believe they've fallen in love, becoming someone's cash machine. Chapter 1090. The pink-dressed nurse rushed over upon seeing Lin Luo approaching, her lips curled up charmingly. Sir, how can I help you? I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Binfin, and I'm a nurse at the front desk. Our responsibility is to provide the best service to our customers. Lin Luo swallowed. From his angle, he could see the woman's cleavage. As they spoke, Binfin kept sending him flirtatious glances. Luckily, he held his breath, avoiding the aphrodisiacs in the air. Otherwise, he would have fallen in love, and would have become the woman's biggest enemy. In the 8th universe, some industries are quite developed. Instead of working, they choose to use romance to bind clients and earn more money. Lin Luo said coldly, I already made an appointment for the second shot. Please inform my doctor that I'm going to have surgery. Binfin's smile faded, and she turned serious. Okay, I arrange it right away. The Wind Tribe member before her was only at the ultimate life level. Based on her experience, Binfin had an 80% success rate. Hearing the other person's cold voice, Binfin knew he was no ordinary person. Her tactics had been seen through. No client who could come to the resort planet was a simple one. The fact that the other person didn't expose her publicly was already a great favor to her. Binfin knew that doing this kind of thing at the resort planet hospital offered great rewards, but also great risks. She might lose her job, and even be expelled from the hospital. Fearing Lin Luo's outburst, Binfin quickly said, Congratulations, client. You're my 166th client. Your registration fee of 1,000 universe coins has been waived. I wish you a happy surgery and a happy life. Okay. Lin Luo nodded in satisfaction. The gold digger before him was quite sensible, knowing her tactics had been exposed. Fearing Lin Luo's reprimand, she immediately offered him a number of benefits. Before coming, Lin Luo had checked local hospital prices. On some ordinary planets, the registration fee might be only 100. On the resort planet, it would cost 1,000, a full 10 times more, as expected of resort planet prices. The surgery had doubled in price, originally 20,000 universe coins, but now it would cost 40,000. If Lin Luo hadn't been on an urgent mission, he wouldn't have done it on the resort planet. The same surgery could be done twice elsewhere for the same price. Lin Luo didn't argue with Binfin, and went to the waiting area. Binfin's character was a bit questionable, but this was her way of becoming stronger. The 8th universe is a universe where money reigns supreme. In the eyes of some powerful individuals, using violence to solve problems is the lowest form of means. The only solution is to bribe the other party into submission. There's a reason why the people of the 8th universe despise the natives. In their eyes, the natives have always relied on brute force to solve problems, rather than using reason, money, to resolve them. Dear client, we need to confirm your identity again to avoid any mistakes, the operating room nurse asked. As soon as possible. Before coming, Lin Luo asked Pink about the procedures. In the 8th universe, connections and money are often the key. If your connections aren't strong enough, you can only make up for it with money. If your connections are strong enough, you can save a lot of money accordingly. Your name is Lin Luo, a member of the Wind Tribe, serving with the Deep Blue Team. The operating room nurse spoke of the Wind Tribe with a hint of disdain, but serving on the Deep Blue Team, her attitude immediately changed, becoming immensely respectful. In the eyes of some high-ranking officials, the Deep Blue Team wasn't considered a particularly formidable team. True Blue, having suicidal ideas, entered a dangerous planet and nearly died. His hospital treatment left the entire Deep Blue Team heavily in debt, making them a laughingstock. But in the eyes of beings below the immortal level, the Deep Blue Team was a formidable team. The 8th Universe Alliance had over 1,000 teams, but only a few could be called ace teams. While the Deep Blue Team ranked relatively low among the ace teams, it was still very powerful. Lin Luo sighed. Sometimes the 8th Universe's highly developed internet wasn't a good thing. He didn't even have the chance to show off. The other party could search for his detailed information online, so Lin Luo didn't need to say a word. The operating room nurse said, "Dear customer, since you entered our hospital with your left foot, you can get a 20% discount on your surgery. We hope you will enjoy excellent service." Thank you very much. Lin Luo felt his identity exposed, and the operating room nurses all laughed. A giant stone man said, "Nurse, I also seem to have entered the hospital with my left foot. I wonder if there's any discount." "No." The operating room nurse's attitude suddenly changed, and she said coldly, "You have to enter the hospital with your left foot at a specific time to get a specific discount. What a bullshit rule you have." The stone man said angrily. The operating room nurse said with a sullen face, "If you don't have money, don't get surgery here on Resort Planet. We don't accept poor people here." "What do you mean? You actually called me a pauper? I came to the Resort Planet to spend money. If I didn't have money, do you think I could have come here?" The stone man was furious and wanted to attack. Beep, beep. The alarm suddenly rang. What's going on? The stone man was bewildered, not knowing what he had done. The people around him fled at breakneck speed, fearing they would be implicated. Several security guards came down from the building, guns drawn, and fired at the stone man. The bullets landed in front of the stone man, coalescing into a giant web of transparent spider silk, which bound the stone man within. "What are you doing? I just said a few words, and you arrested me. You can refuse the discount if you want, but why are you arresting me?" The stone man complained aggrievedly. "You better not resist. If you do, we might accidentally kill you," the security captain said coldly. When he arrested the stone man, he had already checked his information. The stone man originated from a planet composed entirely of stone and molten lava. On this desolate planet, he absorbed certain special factors over a long period of time, giving rise to a unique creature. This native planet possessed an immortal level being, who was quickly recruited by the Universal Alliance. If the stone man didn't possess an immortal level being, he wouldn't even be eligible for recruitment by the Universal Alliance. Many native planets are ruthlessly harvested upon discovery, making survival extremely difficult. The Wind Tribe, to which Lin Luo currently belongs, suffered the same fate upon discovery, being ruthlessly harvested in large numbers. The Wind Tribe endured long periods of ruthless oppression before finally gaining the right to survive on a single planet. Chapter 1091. Among the many weaker races, the Wind Tribe were undoubtedly fortunate. Many weaker races didn't even stand a chance of survival. It wasn't easy for the Wind Tribe to survive slavery. Occupying a planet was already a stroke of luck. The Stoneman race, with its immortal level existence, was worthy of being recruited by the Universal Alliance. The planet they occupied possessed vast mineral resources, and they profited greatly from these resources alone. Many Stonemen lived a comfortable life. He was a prominent figure among the Stonemen, wealthy, and had recently come here for vacation. The Stonemen used an online shopping app to purchase a powerful lava giant worm bloodline. Injecting it had a significant effect on the body. The lava giant worm bloodline was a limited edition from the 6th universe. If you missed it, there would be no chance again. The Stonemen spent a considerable amount of money to learn about this, waited on the online shopping app, and spent a considerable amount of money before finally purchasing this lava giant worm bloodline. He was so excited to have purchased the blood of the giant lava worm that he ignored the high costs of his vacation planet and decided to get an injection of the blood of the giant lava worm at the hospital. The stone man's eyes were bloodshot with anger, but he didn't dare to attack. The hospital security captain said, "You damn native, you still want to attack? If you get killed, don't blame us." The stone man ultimately resisted the urge to act. He was taken to the police station by the security captain, where he would at most receive a small fine. If he had resisted here, his life would have been in danger. In desperation, the stone man was captured by the security captain, and the inevitable fine was unavoidable. The operating room nurse said disdainfully, "Natives are natives. They have no sense of etiquette. They want to take advantage of everything. Some things are just for you." After she finished her complaints, she immediately turned to Lin Luo and said, "Dear client, I already arranged a second seat for you. If you're in a hurry, I can have the doctor stop the first patient's surgery and do yours first." Lin Luo shook his head and said, "There's no rush. Let him continue." This trip to the universe had taught Lin Luo something new. Money alone is useless in the 8th universe. Connections are essential. Half an hour later, it was Lin Luo's turn. The operating room attendant diligently led Lin Luo in and quickly completed the surgery. After the surgery, Lin Luo felt his body was much stronger than before. His life level had stabilized at ultimate life, far stronger than before. After leaving the hospital, Lin Luo gazed at the bustling resort planet. The resort planet was filled with prosperous buildings, filled with laughter and joy, and occasionally saw people struggling to work on the streets. He couldn't help but sigh. The 8th universe system gives ordinary people more opportunities. To evolve to a higher level, all they need is money. However, there's no way to escape the fact that this universe is a cannibalistic one. Many things require more than just money. Connections are also essential. Natives are the lowest class, and some weaker races are second class. Compared to natives, some weaker races are better off and can join good teams, improving their social status. Long Xian ran over from a distance. "Lin Luo." "Brother Long Xian, what can I do for you?" Lin Luo asked. "I heard you were coming to this hospital for an injection, so I came here to accompany you." "You just arrived, right? I escort you in now." Long Xian panted. "Lin Luo, I'm out of the hospital now. I finished my injections, including the second one. I should be back for the third in about a month." "Ah, you were so quick. Did anything go wrong?" "No, everything went smoothly." "That's good. I was worried the hospital would treat you lightly if you came alone." "No, I think they treated me very well. When they heard I was a member of the Deep Blue team, they assigned me to the second position." "That's what you don't understand." Long Xian looked like someone who had experienced more than you. "That's what you don't understand. Sometimes you don't experience things. The Deep Blue team is quite formidable, and they look upon you with new eyes because of your status. But some people have higher status than you, and they worship that person, leaving you as an ordinary person. I'm here to provide you with protection, in case they dare disrespect our Deep Blue team. No matter who it is, our Deep Blue team will never allow it. We have a good talk with them." Lin Luo rubbed his chin and nodded. "I haven't thought too much about it. It's just that brother Long Xian has the social experience." Long Xian, feeling a little flattered by Lin Luo's praise, had always been at the bottom of the Deep Blue team, joining the latest and being the weakest. Every time he expressed his opinion, if it was right, it was fine, but if it was wrong, he would be scorned. Never had anyone praised Long Xian as much as Lin Luo did. "Can you repeat what you just said? It's a bit refreshing to hear." "Huh? You have a lot to learn in the future. You need to study more." Long Xian realized he had lost his composure and quickly corrected himself. "I study hard," Lin Luo said. "Let's go back. The captain is waiting for us," Long Xian said. "Okay," Lin Luo said. Resort Hotel. These two bastards. Not only did they not return to the team before, but now they see we made $1 billion order, they want a dividend. They say they won't come back unless we get a dividend. As soon as the two returned, they heard Jia Lan cursing. Lin Luo asked, puzzled. "What happened? Why did the captain get so angry?" Long Xian thought for a moment. "Xiao Lin, if you want to go over, just go. I have something else to do. I'm going to do my own thing. If the captain asks me, just say I have something to do. You're already here. Why don't you go in and ask the captain what happened?" Lin Luo asked. Long Xian said, "Some things are obvious without asking. If you go over there, the captain will definitely vent his anger on you. Why don't you come with me?" "Ah, is that even possible?" "Why not? If you go over now, he definitely vent his anger on you. If we leave and come back later, things will be much better." Long Xian was about to pull Lin Lu away when Jia Lan spotted them. Long Xian, you bastard, come here. Jia Lan shouted angrily. Knowing he couldn't escape, Long Xian brought Lin Lu with him to Jia Lan. Captain, what do you want? Long Xian asked, shrinking his head. You should have known about these two guys' demands. Jia Lan's eyes held a terrifying murderous intent. Captain, I really have nothing to do with this matter. I'm not involved in it, Long Xian explained hastily. Chapter 1092. Jia Lan's face darkened. I'm asking if you were involved in this matter beforehand? Long Xian shook his head. I wasn't involved. I can honestly guarantee that. It seems you knew about this beforehand, so why didn't you tell me? Jia Lan pressed. I don't know much. They just wanted me to rebel against you, saying I worked under you for so many years, and even if I had no merit, I still worked hard. They wanted me to join them. Long Xian hurriedly explained. You have to believe me. I'm not on the same side with them. Captain, you've been a little mean to me, but I know you just want me to excel, not have any ill intentions. I simply refuse them. Are you telling the truth? Jia Lan approached Long Xian, her beautiful face tinged with murderous intent. Long Xian swallowed hard. Honestly, even if I had 10 times the guts, I wouldn't dare lie to you. Besides, I'm about to get 100 million. I don't need to cooperate with him. Jia Lan nodded. The first part is less believable, but the latter part is more believable. Long Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yes, I'm about to get 100 million. There's no need to cooperate with him. Do I not want the 100 million? Jia Lan snorted. You spoke in your mind. Long Xian quickly explained. The 100 million is only part of the reason, about 30%. The main reason is my loyalty to the captain. The captain has always been very kind to me. No matter how bad I am, Long Xian, I cannot choose to betray you. Okay, no need to explain. I just assume you didn't cooperate with them this time. Jia Lan said impatiently. Long Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Captain, for your trust. Lin Lu asked, puzzled. What happened? What's making the captain so angry? Jia Lan's expression softened considerably when he saw that it was Lin Lu. What else could it be? Haven't we always had 2 members on the team? Those 2 regular members saw how much debt we were carrying and heartlessly chose to leave. Now that the whole team is doing well, I wonder how they found out we earned 1 billion yuan and want a piece of the action. Of course, I can't agree to that. We all worked so hard to earn that 1 billion yuan. They didn't do anything, and then they come back and ask for the 1 billion yuan. I definitely won't agree. I mean either. They just came back with 2 different intentions. Don't even think we can share the money later. But these 2 guys refused to accept it. They felt they were part of the team and, even if they didn't participate in the mission, they were entitled to a share of the 1 billion. They needed at least 100 million each, or they wouldn't return. I would have immediately rejected their unreasonable demands, but they wouldn't budge, insisting on sharing the 1 billion. It really pissed me off. These 2 damn guys are saying they're going to sue me at the Elders' Council, saying I'm unfairly distributing the funds, and are planning to sue me in the Alliance Court. Jinlan was the first to complain. How shameless. Even more despicable than me. At least, I said I didn't participate in the battle, so I'm not entitled to a share of the profits. I spent a lot of money on medical treatment over the years. I had no other choice. I had no choice but to resort to that method if I wanted to survive. But I never said I wouldn't pay back the money. These 2 guys really didn't do anything, yet they still want the money. How shameless. I participated in the battle this time, so I should have received a share of the profits, but I chose to give it up and give the money to everyone. Compared to them, I'm really too kind. Jia Lan said coldly, how dare you talk about this dividend money? I asked you to give it up. Otherwise, you would have given it up. You would have wanted it back. Jinlan, that's a bit unfair to me. I wasn't particularly proactive. I mainly wanted to heal myself. My original body is immortal level. If I could recover, it would be a great help to the entire team. It's not just for me alone. Stop explaining. Ziyun complained, when we recruited these 2, I told you they weren't good enough, didn't I? You always said they were both powerful races, one from the Cosmic Royal family, and the other from the Star God family. If we utilize them well, they'd be good for our entire team. Pink said with disgust, I hate that Cosmic Royal family member the most. He thinks he's a Cosmic Royal family member, naturally superior to everyone else. He's so high-ranking he wants me to be his partner, even without even considering his appearance. With his face full of acne, I still want him to be his partner. Long Xian intervened, Neither Star God member is a good person. They're usually quiet, but when we discuss battle plans, he always acts like a superior. I asked him to express his opinions, but he always said you guys should decide, claiming he knew nothing about it. But when it came time to actually carry out the mission, he started giving orders, and sometimes sabotaging the plan. After the mission, he's always the first to demand distribution, saying how much he endured and risked his life, and how he must get a cut. He actually didn't do much, and it's incredibly disgusting. Which cosmic royal family is the most domineering, yet lacks a brilliant mind? I think it's probably the Star God clan, who played a big role. Pink's eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at Long Xian. Long Xian subconsciously rubbed his face and said, "Why are you staring at me? I remember you had a good relationship with this guy. Why he betray me now?" Pink asked. Long Xian angrily said, "Our relationship was just average. At first, I didn't know him and thought he was a good person, so we got along very well. But then, he revealed his true colors, and our relationship deteriorated significantly. His behavior now makes me extremely dissatisfied. You deserve to be paid for your work, but you're asking for too much without doing any work. You have 100 million, and you ask for 10,000 yuan for living expenses. I can understand. Jialan flatly refused. He didn't even participate in the mission, and you still want 10,000 yuan? Not a penny." Long Xian quickly agreed. The captain is right. His behavior is disgusting. This mission has nothing to do with them. Giving them money is a favor, and not giving it is our duty. Why do they threaten us to pay? If everyone behaved like them, resting at home and then asking for money from the team would be in chaos. Ziyan said angrily. Chapter 1093. Lin Luo asked doubtfully, "It seems the Universal Alliance has an expulsion system. If a team member doesn't come to work for 6 months, they can be fired?" Jialan nodded. The Universal Alliance does have this rule, but it's difficult to enforce. Ziyan explained, "Any other team would be expelled. Our Deep Blue team is a bit special. We used to have a high debt, and we're an ace team, so the risk is higher. We have very high requirements for recruiting team members, and few meet our requirements. Expelling 2 members at once, one of whom possesses immortal level combat power, would be a huge blow to our team. It would be best if we could avoid expulsion." Pink's face flushed with anger. "Just thinking about it makes me angry. They know we don't dare to expel them, but they keep making unbearable demands." Shenlong angrily said, "It makes me angry just thinking about it. I feel a little despicable. Compared to them, I think I'm too good. In the end, you're the worst in this matter," Ziyan accused. "What's wrong with me?" Shenlong looked confused. "These 2 people were recruited. Do you think you're the worst?" Ziyan said. "All right." Shenlong sighed heavily. "I take the blame, okay?" Lin Luo thought for a moment and said, "I think you need to change your mindset. Things are different now. Our team's debts are almost paid off, and we made so much money. Our production team has become famous lately. It's easy for a team to make the news when it earns tens of billions. Many people know about our recent achievements. It's not impossible that some people will want to join us. We're no longer the same as before. You've fallen into a misconception, assuming that talented individuals won't join our Deep Blue team, or that there simply aren't any talented individuals. This is a huge misunderstanding. Back then, our Deep Blue team had a bad reputation, so no one wanted to join us. If our team thrived, we wouldn't be short of people." Jialan clapped his hands and said, "That's right. If our team thrived, we wouldn't be short of people. If they didn't join, we could just expel them. But we're about to embark on a dangerous mission. Expelling them would weaken our team, making it difficult to defeat the rebels." Pink hesitated. Ziyan agreed, "That's true. The rebels' strength cannot be underestimated. If we want to take action against them, we need sufficient strength. Otherwise, it won't be us who will eliminate them, but they who will eliminate us." Lin Luo, "I don't think there's anything to worry about. The rebels aren't something we can eliminate alone. Now that we recruited them, we gained another near-immortal level warrior. The Elder Council will have great confidence in us. They probably leave us to face the rebels alone. At worst, they make us one of the main forces. If we expel these 2, our strength will be greatly weakened. We can report this to the Elder Council." Jialan clapped his hands and said, "Why didn't I think of that? The Elder Council's favorite thing to do is deliberately assign difficult tasks to its subordinates. My team is too weak, so the Elder Council won't act rashly." Pink gave Lin Luo a thumbs up. "I knew my judgment was correct. Xiaolin, you're far more capable than I thought. Difficult tasks become simple in your eyes. You can handle them with ease." Zian said admiringly. Lin Luo is our lucky star. We weren't having an easy time before, but with him, he's given us several suggestions, and things have become much simpler. Sometimes it's incredible to think about it. We still owed so much money that we couldn't repay it, and now we received 10 million in dividends from the vacation planet. There's another 100 million left. We soon be billionaires. Long Xian sincerely agreed. There are very few people I admire, except Lin Luo. He's sincere, and I admire you. Jialan said sinisterly. It seems I'm still a bit low in your eyes. Look at my mouth. Sometimes I just say nonsense. Captain is supreme in my heart. No one can replace you, not even Shaolin, no matter how outstanding he is. Long Xian hurriedly said attentively. Jialan snorted coldly. I'm in a good mood, and I don't want to argue with you. You just spoke your mind. Shenlan sighed. If I had a Lin Luo on our team back then, I believe the Deep Blue team would have reached unprecedented heights. Even many powerful captains, who came after us, couldn't surpass my level. I believe that in my leadership, the Deep Blue team would be the best of all ace teams. Many ace teams simply couldn't surpass my Deep Blue team. Of course, even without Lin Luo, I'd still be very capable. The Deep Blue team has become incredibly powerful under my leadership. No team today can surpass the Deep Blue team I led. Just think about how high-spirited I was that year. Jialan angrily shouted, Shut up. Team Deep Blue's rapid fall from power stems from one person, and that person is you. Didn't you owe the hospital so much money? We were in debt all that time. Some people we couldn't even get hired for fear that our entire team would be wiped out. They claim we received a deposit, and then simply run away. We were forced to take on lesser quality missions, and the pay was still low. Do you know how we got through those days? And now you're making sarcastic remarks? If I didn't need you to pay back, I'd fire you immediately. Zian said coldly. The captain knows you well enough. He knows you're someone who shines with a little sunshine. It hasn't been long since you've been back, and you're already bragging. Pink said, It's understandable. We tried to dissuade him from risking his life on that planet, but he insisted on taking it, claiming he was invincible. He returned with only his head left, and only then did he realize how foolish he was. Long Xian tried to express his opinion, but was immediately met with a fierce glare from Jilan. He felt a little overconfident. As the least influential member of the team, it was safer to keep quiet. I'm sorry about what happened earlier. I won't let you down next time. Shenlan wanted to say something to defend himself, but quickly gave up. He had just received 10 million yuan for medical expenses, which was hard-earned money for everyone. The 100 million yuan in dividends was to pay off debts. Shenlan's treatment in the hospital over the years had cost over 1 billion yuan. These debts needed to be paid off before he could have money again. Everyone thought Lin Luo's suggestion was a good one, and Jialan naturally agreed. Chapter 1094. These two idiots didn't do any work, and now that the team is back, they're asking for money. Jialan is furious, and has long wanted to punish them. Due to the high difficulty of the new mission, Jialan couldn't easily expel them. Jialan's concerns were unfounded. There were many teams carrying out the mission, and if the rebels attacked just one, it would be very dangerous. Then again, the missions of each team were assigned by the elders. Rebels often have no choice but to attack a single location. Attacking an unimportant location is simply irrational. Thinking about it, Jialan felt that Lin Luo's words made sense. Lin Luo warned, I suggest you expel these two people sooner rather than later. If you wait, the Elders' Council will have already arranged many things, and it will be too late for you to say this. If we expel them sooner, we can announce it sooner, and the Elders' Council will have to change some of their plans. Jialan gave a thumbs up. You make a lot of sense. If I announce it later, that old woman will definitely try to rip me off. Last time, we didn't contribute much. She was the one who did most of the work, and she keeps complaining to me about how she got the short end of the stick. This time, we finally have the opportunity to rip her off, and we definitely do it as hard as we can. We might end up completing the most difficult task and getting the least money. Pink said, Captain, aren't you exaggerating? She's your sister after all. She wouldn't try to rip us off like that. If she goes wrong, it's no joke, it could be life-threatening. Jialan said sternly, Do you think you know your sister better than I do? That's definitely not the case. Pink, who usually dared to talk back to Jialan, didn't dare to say a word when she saw Jialan's bad face. Jialan said helplessly, Don't think I'm being harsh on my sister. It's just like that. This girl doesn't care about anything when she's having fun. She doesn't care how serious your situation is. She almost tricked me into death when I was little. I fell off a mountain and broke several bones. Do Do you know what she said afterward? She said she wanted to test my abilities. She said that everyone in our family is quite talented and should have mastered many blue abilities by the age of 3, especially flying, which should be easy to master. She said with a dark face, I get really angry when I think about it. Normally, blues need to be 10 years old to master it. You have to be able to master this skill. This old woman herself mastered flying at the age of 5, and she wants me to master it at the age of 3. Do you think this guy is talking nonsense? This incident isn't the worst of it. There were a few particularly dangerous ones. I almost died a few times, and it makes me angry every time I think about it. Pink said, Captain, I see there's a reason you're so outstanding. It's also very difficult for you to survive until now. Jialan said, it's not easy for me to survive until now, so I must listen to Lin Luo's words as soon as possible. She immediately announced on the Cosmic Network that 2 members had been expelled, Yu Qingyang and Xing Yuhe. I am Jialan, captain of the Deep Blue Team. Today, I have an announcement. 2 of my team members, Yu Qingyang and Xing Yuhe, have been away from the team for a long time. Now that they secured a 10 billion yuan order and earned a lot of money, they want to come and share in the profits. Due to the deplorable behavior of 2 individuals, Jialan, the captain of our Deep Blue Team, has expelled them. Any future actions by them will have nothing to do with our Deep Blue Team. Please understand this. Wow! The Deep Blue Team is so impressive. They just made the news, and now they're going to be in the news again. They just completed a $10 billion order, and now they're expelling 2 more people. I remember Yu Qingyang and Xing Yuhe were quite powerful. One of them is from the Cosmic Royal Family, and quite famous among them. That one must be Yu Qingyang, right? Expelling a powerful Cosmic Royal Family member is something other teams would want. The Deep Blue Team's captain is truly courageous. Yu Qingyang seems to be able to unleash immortal level combat power. He once went to the gym for a trial, and was incredibly powerful. Xing Yuhe is also quite powerful, far more powerful than the average eternal level creature. Both of them are incredibly powerful members. If the Deep Blue Team expel them, others will probably want them. Jia Lan's expulsion of 2 of his members immediately caused an uproar. The Deep Blue Team was the Ace Team, renowned in Universe 8. Yu Qingyang and Xing Yuhe were both incredibly powerful, and renowned throughout the 8th universe. A flurry of discussion erupted around their topic. In an upscale bar, a tall, acne-stricken man surrounded a group of beautiful women. The beautiful women came from all races, all of them strikingly handsome, and with stunning figures. The women in the bar were carefully selected, each possessing her own unique charm, instantly captivating. I, Yu Qingyang, will pay for all the expenses today. Feel free to eat and drink, and don't be polite, Yu Qingyang said generously. Thank you, boss. You're truly wealthy. The women kept opening their bottles, not sparing Yu Qingyang a cent. They usually stayed in high-end bars, snagging any rip-offs. Oh no! Xing Yuhe hurried over. Yu Qingyang said indignantly, Yuhe, what's wrong with you? Can't you see I'm enjoying myself? It's so unlucky to say that. Promise me that no matter what happens, don't tell me now. Let's enjoy ourselves and deal with other things later. Xing Yuhe, this matter is very serious. Listen to me carefully. It seems we've been expelled from the Deep Blue Team. Jia Lan has also warned everyone that we will have nothing to do with the Deep Blue Team from now on. They mean they won't interfere with what we do outside. What did you say? Yu Qingyang felt sick and stood up from his seat. He had been living on a lavish lifestyle lately, using loans to pay for his own spending. Yu Qingyang had been thinking of extorting money from the Deep Blue Team and then filling the hole. Now, suddenly hearing that he had been expelled, his source of funds was gone. Stop serving the drinks. Stop! Yu Qingyang shouted. The women, who had been making a lot of noise, suddenly fell silent, each holding their drinks and looking at Yu Qingyang. The beautiful woman in the lead said, we can leave, but you have to pay us back. We need money to come here and have fun. Get out of here. I don't have any money, and I have my life. Take it if you dare? Yu Qingyang shouted angrily. Chapter 1095. You can't do this. We all come here to drink, so we have to pay. If you don't pay today, we won't leave no matter what. I've been a drinking companion so many times, and I always asked for payment. Not once has I failed to get paid. We all called him Big Boss, but I didn't expect him to turn against me when he's so broke that he can't even pay. The women cricket said. Yu Qingyang unleashed a terrifying aura of coercion, a force imbued with immortality. Don't blame me if you all stay here. I delete you all now. The compensation probably won't be much. Think carefully. Do you want money or your life? I give you a choice. I'm sure many of you don't have family, right? The compensation money I earned by killing you might not even reach your family. Besides, if it does, they enjoy it. What's your business? The beautiful woman in the lead gritted her teeth. Sisters, let's leave. They earned enough. There was no need to quarrel with Yu Qingliang. Under Yu Qingliang's bloodshot eyes, the women all left. He wanted to enjoy the evening, so he had to give up everything he had now. Seeing the women leave, Yu Qingliang quickly said to Xingyue, everything you told me was true. This joke isn't funny at all. It concerns our lives. Xingyue, this also concerns my life and death. I'm definitely not kidding you. I've been spending lavishly lately and owe a lot of money. If I can't repay the loan, the company behind them will definitely dismember my body to pay off the loan. How many do you owe? 300. I also owe nearly 500. I was thinking of taking out more loans, short-term ones, with almost no interest. However, if you don't repay them within the stipulated time frame, the interest will go up significantly. Yu Qingliang and the other men panicked. They both owed a significant amount of money, and they figured that the Deep Blue team would at least give them 10 million. It would be easy to pay off their loans with 10 million, and there would still be a significant surplus. Xingyue said frantically, the main reason we owed so much money was because we're the Deep Blue team. Even if we can't pay it back, we can use the Deep Blue team name to pay it off for a while longer. This Jia Lan is so cruel. We just asked for a little extra money, and she fired us straight away. No regard for friendship at all. I'm going to settle with her. Yu Qingliang was livid. He considered many possibilities, but this was the only one he hadn't considered. Master Yu Qingliang, you can now pay back the money our bar owes you. You know, we're a small business, so we can't afford to owe too much. The bar owner and a waiter came up to Yu Qingliang. Yu Qingliang's face grimaced. How much? You spent a total of 305,702 universe coins here. Since you always been a distinguished guest, I round off your bill. We only want 300,000 now. What do you think? The bar owner said respectfully. What? 300,000? Yu Qingliang's face grimaced. I spent so much here. Are you deliberately charging me a higher amount? The bar owner quickly said, Sir, that's serious. How could we dare do such a thing to you? Our bar has always been based on integrity. We definitely won't keep any extra charges. They're all real. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been here for so long. Our bar is constantly under the supervision of the Universal Alliance, and we wouldn't dare act recklessly. Please believe me on that. Yu Qingliang wanted to stand up and leave. I don't have the money now. I'd pay you back later. Just keep it in mind. On my account? The bar owner quickly stepped forward to stop him. That won't do. We don't allow credit here. Giving you credit earlier was a violation of the rules. Please settle the bill, sir. What nonsense are you talking about? You can't give me credit. I've been giving you credit for ages without issue. Are you just watching me get fired from the Deep Blue team now? You're worried I can't pay it back. Your threats disgust me the most. You used to flatter me, showing off your power, but now that you lost your money and influence, you're making things difficult for me. Yu Qingliang was furious. Xingyue angrily declared, Brother, you possess immortal level combat power. Even owing you a small sum of money is a problem. Forget about us two coming here again. The bar owner said, embarrassed, Please pay back the money, sirs. Okay. Yu Qingliang was furious. I know what you mean. You think I don't have any identity documents, that I don't have a proper job, and that I can't pay the money back. I can tell you very clearly that with my immortal level combat power, finding a job is easy. I can find a job right now, with just one phone call. Do you believe it? The bar owner flattered him. With Boss Yu's strength, joining a new team would be easy. I think it would be best if you joined a new company. That way, we can explain to our superiors that this bar is nominally mine, but in reality, I have many shareholders and an immortal level boss behind me. Don't threaten me with immortal level beings. I hate it. Yu Qingliang's planet is one of the most prosperous, and every business here is backed by a boss. A boss who can open a large bar on planet 8 must be an immortal level being. The bar owner's status is relatively low, and he usually does cashiering and serving customers. His salary is paid by the boss behind him. The boss's status is quite special, and he doesn't directly participate in the management of the bar. Whenever anyone mentions this bar, they will mention him as the owner. If some unscrupulous customers try to default on their payments, the boss behind them won't sit idly by and will take action. Yu Qingliang wasn't afraid of the bar owner in front of him. His primary fear was the big boss behind him, the captain of an elite team. As a member of the Deep Blue team, he could still act arrogantly. Now that society had been lost, he naturally didn't dare offend the big boss. Yu Qingliang made a phone call. The Tianlong team had invited him long ago, promising a high salary if he joined. He had been considering the matter for a while, and was planning to join soon. If the Deep Blue team hadn't been so difficult to quit, he would have joined long ago, hoping to trick them. Chapter 1096. Yu Qingliang couldn't bear the bar owner's urging and contacted Tianlong from the Tianlong team. Brother Tianlong, hello? So it's you, Brother Qingliang. What can I do for you today? Tianlong asked enthusiastically. Yu Qingliang's enthusiasm brightened his mood. I'm here to talk to you today mainly because I resigned from the Deep Blue team and would like to join yours. Is that possible? Of course I can, Tianlong said, but you know our team is already recruiting. We're full. I'm sorry you can't join us for now. I contact you when a position becomes available, and you can join. Ah, Captain Tianlong, that's not what you said before. You said that as long as I quit the Deep Blue team, I could immediately join yours whenever I came to you. Yu Qingliang shouted quickly. Did I ever say anything like that? You must be mistaken. I don't recall ever saying anything like that. I'm always very practical. I'm truly sorry. You should relax and unwind during this time. I contact you immediately if I'm free. Tianlong flatly denied it. Yu Qingliang wanted to explode with anger, but forced himself to hold it back. The other party was the captain of an ace team, and the Tianlong team was far stronger than the Deep Blue team. Tianlong had long been an immortal level being, far surpassing Jiaolan. Yu Qingliang said rather humbly, Captain Tianlong, can I be listed on your team? I don't need a salary, just a name. Now that I don't have a job, I'm stuck with some debts. Tianlong flatly refused. This isn't easy. Our Tianlong team is the ace team of the Cosmic Alliance, but we can't act recklessly. We have to follow the rules of the Cosmic Alliance. If you put your name on me and others share your ambitions, it'd be very difficult to handle. How much do you owe? I assume you possess immortal combat power, so they won't demand ordinary money from you. You should refrain from overspending. You know the rules of our Cosmic Alliance. Paying back debts is a matter of course. Even if you're a powerful immortal, if you owe too much, you must repay it with your own body. I'm no exception. Yu Qingliang's face burned. He had never suffered such humiliation before, but he had to straighten his stance. I owe quite a bit. Nearly 5 million in total. I can't pay it back all at once. I have no idea how much I owe. What savings do you have? Tianlong sighed. I deeply sympathize with your situation, especially the Deep Blue team's approach. I strongly disagree with expelling a team member simply for some inappropriate behavior. At the very least, you should communicate and negotiate properly. Expulsion is also possible. You know I want to help you, but I really can't. Our team can only recruit 10 people. The Universal Alliance has clear regulations. We already have 10 people, and recruiting more will be punished. The competition among the ace teams is extremely fierce. If every ace team recruits unlimited people, it will be a huge disaster for the other teams. I hope you can understand. You can rest assured that if I tell you that someone in the team has quit or there are casualties, I will recruit you immediately. Yu Qingliang's face flushed with anger. All right. If there's nothing else, I hang up. If you have anything, you can call me. Thank you, Captain Tianlong. Yu Qingliang was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Even in the 8th universe, many things mattered. Before reaching adulthood, everyone looked at your race and what planet it came from. Yu Qingliang was born into a relatively poor family. His parents were only eternal-level creatures, and they hadn't made any significant contributions. He had always lived within his own clan. Unlike some of his cousins, some of whom were immortal-level creatures or had done well in the Universal Alliance, they had been afforded generous benefits since childhood. Yu Qingliang's family circumstances couldn't compare to those of his relatives, but compared to other races, they were still quite good. He had attended a decent school since childhood, and the resources around him were decent. After reaching adulthood, the main focus was on finding a job. Yu Qingliang initially found a good job and joined the Deep Blue team. He always believed that this was just luck. Few people could join the ace team right after graduation. It's relatively easy to join a regular team. Yu Qingliang, as a member of the Cosmic Royal Family, can easily join. However, joining the ace team isn't so easy. Yu Qingliang was highly regarded by the previous captain, Jilan, and the subsequent captain, Jiaolan, was also very kind to him, often listening to his opinions. He developed the fastest within the Deep Blue team, evolving from an ultimate creature to an eternal-level creature. His combat power continued to rise, and from his eternal life level, his combat power had already reached the immortal level. He'd been so successful, it was inevitable that he become complacent. Yu Qingyang had considered leaving the Deep Blue team many times, believing he was wasting his time there, and that he had better prospects elsewhere. He also felt overly exhausted from living in the team all day, and that he needed to get out and have some fun. During his time out, Yu Qingyang had been taking the money the team gave him. If they didn't pay him, he'd call home and demand to quit. Each time, Jiao Lan was furious, but he had no choice but to transfer the cosmic coins to his account. Every time Yu Qingyang spent 1,000 cosmic coins, he felt a deep sense of accomplishment. He accumulated a lot of money over the years, and 1,000 cosmic coins wasn't much. In many cases, 1,000 cosmic coins was just a bonus, not a significant amount. It wasn't much for him. Because of the True Blue incident, the Deep Blue team was extremely poor, and even 1,000 cosmic coins was a significant expense. To prevent the Deep Blue team from bankruptcy and disbanding, Jiao Lan, Fen Hong, Ziyun, and Long Xian invested a significant amount of money, averting certain setbacks. But Yu Qingyang insisted on receiving the 1,000 cosmic coins, a symbol of his status. He wanted to show them that even if he wasn't in the team, the money would still be his. To pay off their debts, the Deep Blue team had been working intensively. During this time, Jiao Lan had sent Yu Qingyang numerous messages, hoping for his early return. Yu Qingyang was a formidable fighter, and his early return would help the Deep Blue team repay its debts. Jiao Lan offered him many kind words each time he returned, hoping he would return. Chapter 1097. Every call was the same. Jiao Lan hoped that after Yu Qingyang returned, the Deep Blue team could take on some high-paying missions. Jiao Lan's tone grew increasingly humble over the phone, sometimes resorting to emotional outbursts, saying they'd been teammates for so long, and there was no need to make things so awkward. Especially since the debt was owed to Zhilan this time, the Ace team rarely hired new members, and those who did were always highly successful. Yu Qingyang's grades weren't great as a rookie, so it was easy for him to join different teams, but joining the Deep Blue team was still very difficult. Zhilan, however, insisted on bringing Yu Qingyang into the team. Yu Qingyang could reflect on his past, and even if he didn't think about others, he should think about the captain. Jiao Lan even said that if Yu Qingyang returned, he would be the next team captain. Jiao Lan lacked funds for evolution. With enough, he could reach immortal level. Once she became a powerful immortal level being, she could request a transfer to her superiors and offer the captaincy to him. Jiao Lan talked for a long time, but Yu Qingyang remained unmoved. Yu Qingyang believed Zhilan was confused at the time. He was clearly superior to Jiao Lan, and the position was his. What did Jiao Lan mean by giving up to me? This statement sounded extremely harsh, and Yu Qingyang scolded Jiao Lan harshly. Yu Qingyang recalled his past arrogance and realized that he had been a bit foolish. He was like a long-time employee at a large company, rapidly promoted due to his outstanding abilities and seniority. Yu Qingyang was successfully promoted to Deputy General Manager, enjoying a significant increase in both status and salary. One day, a major problem arose at the company, resulting in a significant decline in overall profitability. As Deputy General Manager, Yu Qingyang's salary was significantly reduced, and his authority was diminished. So he opted for paid leave. If the company didn't allow it, he would simply resign and take several employees with him to another company. The company reluctantly compromised, fearing that a potential problem would lead to the company's collapse. But the company actually fired Yu Qingyang, leaving him bewildered. He discovered that the employment environment was so poor that finding a good job was extremely difficult. Especially when he wanted his previous benefits and salary, he was flatly rejected. Yu Xinghe fretted beside him. Brother Qingyang, what did the Tianlong team say? Are they going to let us join them? This old guy lied to us. He promised me that as soon as I left the Deep Blue team, he'd let me join the Tianlong team, with the best treatment and all the best benefits. Now that I really left the Deep Blue team, this guy's backtracking, treating his previous promise as bullshit. I told him I wouldn't join their team even if I didn't get paid recently, Yu Qingyang said. The bar owner said, Master Yu Qingyang, if you don't join the team, our bar won't owe you any debt. I hope you can understand. This is the boss's intention. You can borrow money from other channels to temporarily pay off our debt. Yu Qingyang said impatiently, Why are you urging me? What's the point? No matter how broke I am, I can't afford to pay back 300,000. I can join another team with just a phone call. Even if it wasn't arranged by me, I could easily join. The bar owner said, Of course I believe in your ability. It's mainly because we have some rules. I hope you can understand. Yu Xinghe said angrily, you only be a small bar owner for the rest of your life. We remember this incident. We won't be coming to your bar again. We need to promote it. The bar owner said helplessly, don't make it difficult for me. I really don't have any other options. I call the captains of those teams right now. I'm sure they'd let me join soon. Yu Qingyang, shaking off his previous dejection, began calling several ace teams. He was still very confident in himself. If the Tianlong team didn't want him, there were plenty of ace teams who did. Yu Qingyang didn't believe that among hundreds of ace teams, not a single one wanted him. Captain Ziwei, I'm Yu Qingyang. We've been on a mission together before. You told me you were impressed with me and hoped I could join your team. Now I resigned from the Deep Blue team and am currently unemployed, so I'd like to join yours. I'm not saying I must become your team's vice captain. A full-fledged member position is all I need. I work hard and create sufficient benefits for the team. You said the team is on a mission, so there's nothing to worry about. I'm not particularly anxious. Just contact me after you complete your mission. Yu Qingyang hung up the phone, his face grim. He still refused to give up, making several more calls, each one finding various excuses to reject him. Some said the team was full or on a mission, while others simply ignored his calls, leaving Yu Qingyang speechless. The bar owner's attitude changed, and he suggested, you don't need an ace squad. You can join a regular squad. We can still pay you back. As long as you have the team support, it doesn't have to be an ace squad. That's what you said. Yu Qingyang awkwardly gave himself a way out. I said it. The bar owner didn't want to embarrass Yu Qingyang. Yu Qingyang possessed immortal-level combat power. If he lost control and smashed something, it would be terrible. As long as Yu Qingyang could pay back the money, everything else was secondary. Yu Qingyang called Squad 15. Regular squads were primarily numbered. Lower numbers represented stronger squads. Higher numbers represented weaker squads. Some special ace squads had their own names, such as Deep Blue, Sky Dragon, and Ziwei Squad. These were all powerful squads with many names. Yu Qingyang knew he had fallen on hard times. Perhaps his previous experiences had a negative impact on him, causing the ace squads to dislike him. Jialan, remember this? Sooner or later, I will exact my revenge on you. You actually framed me like this. I find a place to rest for now. I see what happens to you then. Yu Qingyang resented Jialan. He had served the Deep Blue Squad for so many years. Why did Jialan fire him on a single word? Was it just because he was the captain? Yu Qingyang called Squad 15. He knew the captain of Squad 15. He met him many times before. Once, Squad 15's captain, Xing Wu, had invited him to join their team to help kill an eternal-level creature. Yu Qingyang asked for 100,000 cosmic coins, and Xing Wu was overjoyed. Chapter 1098. For Xing Wu to invite other eternal-level creatures, a minimum of 200,000 cosmic coins would be required. This small amount, however, was not much, indeed very little. Yu Qingyang, following Xing Wu's team, easily eliminated the eternal-level creature, helping Xing Wu complete the mission. Xing Wu was overjoyed. He not only gave Yu Qingyang 100,000 cosmic coins, but also took him with him for a good time. Yu Qingyang, having done Xing Wu a favor, could not believe Xing Wu's reason for refusing. He must have been overjoyed to be joining their team. Xing Wu had just received a call and asked politely, Master Yu, how come you have the time to call me today? What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Yu Qingyang replied arrogantly. No, how could I be unhappy when you called me? I want to join your team. Ha ha ha. Xing Wu couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Yu Qingyang said with a sullen face. Xing Wu said, Brother Yu, today isn't our 8th universe's comedy festival. Your joke is quite funny, but considering your status and position, it's a bit too much. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. I want to join your team. Submit my name right now. I be a full member of your team. You don't need to be vice captain anymore. Just let me be a full-fledged member for now. Yu Qingyang, reflecting on his own strength, spoke in a commanding tone. You're not kidding, Xing Wu said in surprise. What's wrong? You're still not quite willing? It's an honor for your team to have me join. Yu Qingyang said angrily. Xing Wu didn't reply for a long time, as if he had disappeared. Yu Qingyang shouted impatiently, I'm asking you a question. What are you doing? Xing Wu, I'm sorry, Boss Yu, our team is small and not suitable for a big shot like you. You should look for those ace teams. I hope you can understand us. Yu Qingyang said angrily, whether I find an ace team or not is none of your business. I'm asking you now, can I join your team? Just answer yes or no. No need to say anything more to me. Well, Xingwu was in a dilemma for a long time. Yu Qingyang said anxiously, I'm talking to you now. Can you please reply quickly? Now that he was down and out, he would have run over and lectured Xingwu long ago. Xingwu said with great embarrassment, Sir, please don't make things difficult for a humble servant like me. It's not that I refuse to hire you, it's simply because I simply can't. Think about your size. My team simply can't accommodate you. You didn't need to make any other calls, and no one else would have hired you. Why? Yu Qingyang asked. The reason is simple. You violated the unspoken rules of the workforce. Being a member of our team is like being a part-time employee. Your behavior is truly egregious. Not showing up for work and still demanding payment from the team is against the rules. Xingwu said. What do you mean I violated the unspoken rules of the workplace? I'm such an accomplished person, Yu Qingyang, and the Deep Blue team is so deeply in debt. I done so much for them. How could I possibly pay off their debts? It's okay if you haven't paid your debt. It was True Blue who illegally cheated you. But you were wrong to ask for money every month during the team's most difficult time. What's wrong with me asking for 1,000 for living expenses? I done so much for Team Deep Blue, I'm perfectly content with that. Yu Qingyang retorted. Xingwu sighed. It seems no matter what I say, you won't admit your mistakes. What's wrong? Are you lecturing me? I'm not lecturing you, I'm just stating a fact. I still say the same thing. Stop talking to me with this useless nonsense. I'm asking if I can join your team. I'm sorry, but I can't. You ungrateful bastard. When you encountered a powerful eternal-level creature, your team couldn't handle it on your own. You couldn't afford outside help, and you didn't have enough money. Who helped you? If I had known you were the type, I wouldn't have done anything for you. I help you. Brother Yu, I told you I'm telling you everything because I appreciate your help. Most people would just reject you without explaining why. Very well, don't let me see you, you bastard. If I see you, I give you a good beating, and you regret making such a bad choice. Brother Yu, you really don't need to bother looking for those teams. They definitely reject you. I suggest you talk to your relatives and friends, or even the former captain, and see if he can forgive you. Get out of here. I don't need your advice. Yu Qingyang hung up the phone angrily and called several other people, but the results were the same. Yu Xinghe, seeing that Yu Qingyang couldn't join the team and couldn't offset the huge debt, thought that calling himself might have a different effect. No matter how they tried, the result was the same. They were politely rejected. The bar owner's previous respect had long since faded. I think you better not call any teams. You've just been expelled, so no team will accept you. Your size makes it the hardest to join. The Ace team doesn't need someone like you. You have immortal combat power, but not true immortal level. They're afraid you do the same thing again, and it would be very difficult to manage. Ordinary teams won't let you join either. You're too powerful, and you're the type who don't follow the rules. They might try to persuade you to join now, but no one knows what will happen in the future. You definitely backstab your own captain. A typical team captain wouldn't be able to withstand your backstab and would likely give up his position to you. So I say, stop struggling here and find other ways to repay your debt. Yu Xinghe tugged at Yu Qingyang. Finding a job isn't easy. Let's see if we can get it. Let's borrow some money from family and friends and see if we can. This is the only way. Yu Qingyang's repeated failures had dealt a heavy blow to his confidence, and he lost his former arrogance. The two searched for relatives and friends for a long time, but no one lent them money. They seemed to think they couldn't repay the debt and refused. Their parents were willing to lend them money, but their debt was so huge that their parents' money wasn't enough. Chapter 1099. Yu Qingyang hung up the phone, fists clenched. When I was rich, these relatives and friends were all flattering me, asking me for favors and even borrowing money. Now that I'm down and out, they all hang up on me when they hear I need a loan. Some people clearly owe me money, and I want them to pay me back now, but they won't. It's so pissing me off. I really don't want to see them again, or I kill them all. Xingyu aside. My situation isn't much different. I simply chose not to borrow. I only borrowed a little from my parents and relatives and friends, but that's not enough. Our expenses are too high right now. The two of them regretted it deeply. They wouldn't have owed so much money in the first place. They heard the Deep Blue team had earned over $1 billion, and they figured one or two of them would get at least 10 million, so they spent so much. The bar owner coughed twice. It seems you two can't borrow any money. Actually, what you two owe isn't that much. 300,000 for one finger is enough. You want to cut off one of my fingers? Yu Qingyang's face turned extremely grim. The bar owner nodded. According to the rules of our 8th Cosmic Alliance, if you don't have enough money, you can repay with your body. With your immortal level combat power, your body is still very valuable. One finger is worth 300,000. Yu Qingliang's face darkened. You're insulting me. I don't think that's an insult. It's just the rules of our Cosmic Alliance. Even immortal level beings must repay their debts with their bodies. The bar owner said. You're set. Believe it or not, I destroy your bar in a rage, leaving you devastated. Yu Qingliang threatened. Bar owner, of course I believe you. If you damage anything, you face a terrible fate. I think you better consider your options. You owe some money, and the Universal Alliance will give you time to pay it back. But if you commit a crime here, the Universal Alliance will blacklist you. You have to understand that the decoration of my bar is quite expensive. Damaging even a small amount could cost you 10 million. Xing Yue said angrily, how can the decoration of your bar be worth 10 million? The total value is probably no more than 2 or 3 million. The most expensive things here are probably those exotic beauties. Bar owner, some things don't require such explicit questions. If you damage anything, we don't know how much it will cost. I hope you can forgive me. What forgiveness do I need? Yu Qingliang said angrily. The bar owner said, so I like you to think carefully. Are you willing to sacrifice a finger, or do you want to make another choice? Impulse is the devil. I don't think you choose the other option. Yu Xinghe said, Brother Yu, why don't we call the captain and ask him to take us back? We done everything we could, and I'm sure he'd take us back without asking for the interest. Do you think he'd be willing to take us back if we called him back? We'd probably only bring shame upon ourselves if we called now. Yu Qingliang finally had no choice but to cut off his finger and use it as collateral. The bar owner immediately put on a humble smile. Thank you, our guests. I hope you come again next time. Compared to cosmic coins, the bar owner preferred body parts. For a top-tier eternal creature like Yu Qingliang, every part of their body was a treasure. Even a single finger was worth a fortune. The bar owner sold the finger on the black market, fetching 4 or 500,000 to those in need, a significant profit. Yu Qingliang clutched his finger and angrily said, You still want me to come back? Don't dream. I can't come back. Recovering a broken finger is extremely difficult. Yu Qingliang's original finger had been in near-perfect physical strength since birth, and further improvement would be difficult. A regrown finger would certainly not be as useful as the original one. We can't come back. Just give up on that idea, Xing Yue said angrily. Knowing his business was going to fail, the bar owner taunted him. It'd be very difficult for you to come here in the future. If you owe them money, they all come after you. Believe it or not, I kill you, even if it costs me my life. Yu Qingliang was furious. Calm down. Xing Yue hurriedly grabbed his brother. Goodbye. The bar owner, seeing Yu Qingliang's anger, hesitated to continue provoking him. If Yu Qingliang lost control, he'd be in danger of getting killed. He had plenty of money, so he could enjoy many things. You look down on me. Yu Qingliang cursed. Not long after the two men left the bar, as expected, the bar owner received several phone calls. All the calls were from loan companies, demanding repayment of the debts owed to the two. Some companies weren't so anxious and gave them time to repay. Others were more impatient, demanding repayment within 3 days. If they didn't, the Universal Alliance would demand payment. Once the matter reached the Universal Alliance, it would investigate for 2 or 3 days, confirm the two were dishonest, and then implement a disciplinary system. The two would be arrested, and their organs would be auctioned off to repay the debt. Once the matter reached this point, many things would become extremely expensive. For example, Yu Qingliang's finger was worth over 400,000 or 500,000 universe coins, but the bar owner, out of debt, deliberately lowered the price. From the original 400,000 or 500,000 universe coins, it was reduced to over 300,000. The Universal Alliance would be much more ruthless than the bar owner, with many tricks, all of which were undoubtedly aimed at profit. In the eyes of the Universal Alliance, Yu Qingliang and Xing Yue were two fat sheep, exploited to the hilt. Just as the two of them paused for a moment, several calls began pouring in, all demanding repayments. Yu Qingliang was furious. These people are truly snobbish these days. When I was doing well, they always promised long-term loans. Now that I've been fired, these guys are immediately rude. It's truly disgusting. If they continue to press charges at this rate, I probably report our case to the Universal Alliance in the next few days. The Alliance will favor these people, and we be labeled as dishonest and doomed. Xing Yue said. If there's really no other way, we can only admit our mistakes. Yu Qingliang gritted his teeth. Chapter 1100. Did you deliberately expel these two people at the start of the battle? Then I can avoid assigning you to a dangerous position. Jialan received Jianan's call and remained calm. Lin Lu explained what might happen, and Jialan was mentally prepared and not particularly panicked. Jialan, dear sister, how could you say such a thing? I'm your sister. Do you intend to trick me? Do you have the heart to send your sister to the front lines into danger? I'm just an eternal level weakling. Stop pretending to be pitiful. You're still an eternal level weakling, even though you possess the combat power of an immortal level. Jianan said angrily. Jialan retorted, although I possess the power of an immortal, you can't truly treat me as one. Asking me to face immortal level warriors doesn't make any difference. What do you mean by sending me to death? You're my sister, how could I possibly let you die? I'm giving you the opportunity to train, to face powerful adversaries, so you can truly become a powerful immortal. Okay, just give me 20 billion now. Why should I give you 20 billion? You said you wanted to train. If you give me 20 billion now, I have the money to buy the medicine to become immortal level. Once I become a true immortal, I naturally thank you. You're just trying to steal my money. You're asking for 20 billion right away. I have so much money to give you. Jianan said. If you don't have money, don't talk about it. It's embarrassing to even say it. You've been in the Elders' Council for such a long time, and you've been a powerful elder for a while, and you can't even come up with 20 billion. You're a complete loser. With your price, what right do you have to criticize me? I'm your sister. Alas, there are so many poor people out there. Who said I'm broke? You don't even know how much I have in savings. You're just saying that? I have 30 billion in savings, far more than you can imagine. Jianan couldn't help but yell. I discovered you're truly a heartless sister. You die if you lend me 20 billion with all that money. I become an immortal and create even more wealth. I definitely pay you back when I have the money. Are you being so stingy? Jialan accused. You're really going to turn against Tian Gang. I'm your sister. Why should I be so self-respecting? You have no idea of seniority or hierarchy. Jianan said. It seems you're a good sister. So, I'm currently short of 20 billion. Give me 20 billion, so I can complete my evolution. Go away. Don't overthink it. I knew you were the type. You're instantly mad at me when it comes to money. You're so generous, why don't you lend me some? You're saying all that. You're truly shameless. You already have 30 billion, and you still want me to lend you money? Don't overthink it. Now you think you have the right to criticize me, and you're instantly mad at me when it comes to money. Jianan scoffed. Jialan, I know you're just that stingy. No need to waste time on this nonsense. Just arrange my workflow quickly. Don't put us in a difficult position. We're not fully staffed anymore. Okay, Jianan gritted her teeth. She wanted to assign Jialan a more prominent position, but the team situation was dire, and she couldn't do it her way. The Universal Alliance isn't a haphazard operation. Many of Jianan's decisions are overseen by the elders below. This is especially true for some idle elders, who receive high monthly salaries, but do no work, effectively overdrawing the council's funds. Since Jianan assumed power as an elder, managing the council's funds, she has begun cutting some elders' salaries, to address the council's bloated pay structure. She has proposed that salaries be distributed according to work, with salaries significantly reduced for those who haven't worked for extended periods. Even immortal-level elders must work and complete tasks to earn significant pay. These elders, who have been on the council for years, not only receive high salaries, but also create reputational risks for the council. For example, they engage in unpaid dining, engage in chaotic personal lives, violently cut in line at hospitals, and assault fans while chasing after celebrities. Most elders are simply too idle and frequently cause trouble, causing significant trouble for the council. The council often has to clean up after these elders and pay them compensation. While the elders' council's contributions can be recouped from compensation, dealing with problems often requires significant effort, requiring a dedicated elder to handle them. Jianan used to specialize in this area, and she deeply detested the elders' behavior. What most irritated Jianan was the elders' complete lack of integrity. They refused to take a penny of their earnings, yet were always eager to collect them. Her predecessor, her own boss, had fled the council because he couldn't stand the situation and now lived in seclusion on a planet. Jianan remained grateful to her boss. Without him, she wouldn't have learned so much. Jianan was furious that his respected superior had been framed by a group of corrupt officials and forced to live in seclusion on a planet, and he was determined to seek revenge. After several hundred years in office, she had finally managed to reduce the salaries of these people from 15,000 to 10,000, a reduction of 5,000. There were 100 elders who were drawing salaries without working, and each had their salary reduced by 1/3. The figure was significant, meaning millions in monthly expenses were saved. Over the 12 months of the year, the salary reduction amounted to tens of millions. She also stipulated that any elders who caused trouble outside the court would be dealt with by her, and the Elders' Council could no longer be allowed to handle the matter. The Elders' Council's main responsibility now was to manage the entire universe and carry out the tasks assigned by the Council. Jianan's series of measures naturally aroused opposition from some elders. The leading elder was also very senior and accused Jianan of misconduct. Their complaints were ineffective, and Jianan implemented some drastic measures. Some members of the Elders' Council were dealt with and personally imprisoned by Jianan, but they didn't give up, constantly seeking opportunities to rebut Jianan. They believed that if Jianan stepped down and a better person took over, they would surely receive higher salaries again. They most wanted to see Jianan make a mistake at work. Only if Jianan made a mistake would they have a chance to remove him from his position. Jianan also kept a constant watchful eye on them, guarding against any plots by villains. Besides, Jianan believed he had a conscience and couldn't be too harsh on his own sister. Although his sister's behavior was rather egregious, she was a good person and couldn't afford to be rude to her. Chapter 1101. Jianan sighed. Forget it. You're my sister after all. Everything you've done has deeply displeased me, but since you're my sister, I let some things go. I find you a better position. Jialan said coldly. Don't make yourself sound so great. I don't know your character yet. You must have given up because you thought this matter was impossible to handle. But if there's a chance to handle it, a chance for revenge, you won't give up. Don't speak so harshly of me. Some things are inappropriate to say. I think you should keep it to yourself. We can get along well. Okay, you're worthy of me. I find a good position for your brother later, based on the team's situation. You don't need to thank me for that. You're my sister after all. Shut up, you disgusting thing. Should I thank you? This is my reality. You should find a better position for me. Forget it. You don't understand my good intentions. Haha, I just laughed. I don't know you. Jialan scoffed. Jianan said helplessly, no matter what I say, you won't believe me. Oh, you're just that kind of person. Never mind. I already arranged a good place for you. It's not too dangerous, and the rebels might not come back, but you have to be careful. I don't think this mission is particularly good. How about we try something else? I'm too weak to handle this kind of rebel mission. Jialan wanted to quit. His last victory was entirely thanks to Jianan's personal efforts. Otherwise, Jialan would be powerless against two powerful immortal-level creatures, Sun Lin and Mu San. There's a huge difference between immortal-level combat power and immortal-level creatures. Jialan was able to fight immortal-level creatures in the early stages, but over time, many of his problems became apparent. Also, there's an immortal-level creature on a native planet that's been defying our control. We're planning to unite several teams to annihilate it. 3 teams will be attacking this time. If you want to join, you be one of them. Are you a demon? You absolutely insist that I face immortal-level creatures? I told you countless times that I have immortal-level combat power, but not a true immortal. Can't you assign me some simple tasks? I have no other options. We're short on manpower right now, so you should take more risks. This will give you training, and only then can you earn 20 billion and evolve to immortal level sooner. I'm truly grateful to you, Jialan said. Jianan said, I'm not going to waste my time. You know I'm a powerful elder in the Elders' Council. I have so much to do every day, so much I can barely handle it. You need to understand that. The fact that I'm calling you right now shows my deep concern for you, my sister. Jialan checked the time and sneered, stop pretending. It's clearly nap time, and you're supposed to be going back for a nap. Why are you trying to sound so grandiose? How did you know? I know, don't you remember? Didn't you say it yourself last time? You were supposed to be going back for a nap. Oh, I almost forgot. It's okay for you to know, right? You should work hard to become an elder soon. Only elders get that kind of luxury. Captains have to work themselves to the bone. Jianan said. You elders are just sucking the blood out of our teams. We work so hard, and your elder council feels comfortable taking the money. Don't say that. Our elder council is incredibly powerful. We can do many things you can't. Just like last time, wasn't it? I had to do it myself, and you profited for nothing. What do you mean by profiting for nothing? I paid a heavy price, almost losing my life, and you're saying that? Jialan blushed. Jianan, you know how much strength you exerted in that battle. I won't say anything. If you keep quiet, You discourage me? It's settled. I'm going to take a nap. Napping is a very important part of life, a daily necessity. Even when one reaches a very high level of evolution, it's necessary. You're alright, okay? Jialan hung up. Pink asked, Captain, how's it going? Lin Luo's plan was a success. After we fired those two, our team was relegated to a peripheral position, no longer having to be the main force against the rebels, Jialan said. Pink said happily, great. We don't have to take such risks. Immortal-level creatures are still very terrifying. I hope everyone's safe. We finally have money, but it would be a shame if someone died before they could spend it. Long Xian sighed. Ziyun said angrily, can't you say something nice? You're saying bad things right before we even start this mission. If anything goes wrong, I see what I do to you. Pink sneered, sometimes I don't know what to say. What Big Brother Long Xiang does every day is like a dream. He's completely clueless. I'm sorry. Long Xian quickly apologized. Lin Luo said, we avoided the dangerous area. Everyone should be careful. Sometimes, it's better to be safe than sorry. Ziyun gave a thumbs up. You make a lot of sense. We have to be careful. We can't let our guard down just because we occupy an unimportant area. Pink agreed. Long Xian looked at his two teammates, feeling incredibly unfamiliar. If he spoke poorly, it would be a disservice. Lin Luo's equally poor words became a welcome remark, earning the two their approval. Long Xian was furious at the thought, but quickly calmed down. The other team's abilities were truly formidable. Not long after Lin Luo joined, the entire Deep Blue team enjoyed a prosperous life. Compared to their abilities, he was far inferior to Lin Luo. Long Xian sighed inwardly, wishing he were as capable as Lin Luo. He would surely be admired by everyone, and wouldn't be in such a miserable state. As everyone chatted and laughed, Jialan's phone rang. Who's calling? Feng Hong asked. Yu Qingliang called, Jialan replied. Feng Hong angrily said, why is this guy calling? Hasn't he screwed us enough before? He dares to call now. Long Xian said, I think we're all former comrades. Is there any need to be so decisive? He might be calling about something. What could it be? It seems you still got your wicked side, and you're still planning something. Feng Hong said angrily. Chapter 1102. It's a misunderstanding. I'm loyal to the team, and would never do anything wrong. I hope you understand. Long Xian quickly expressed his loyalty. You better be loyal to our team. We let go of your past misdeeds, but if anything bad happens again, we fire you. Pink threatened. Okay. Long Xian had had some bad thoughts. He figured he had no standing in the team, and might as well go out and hang out with Yu Qingliang. Yu Qingliang would have a hard time finding a job after being fired, so he couldn't help but call Jialan again. Long Xian was an honest man, but he thought he was smart enough to easily predict certain things. Jialan answered Yu Qingliang's call and said rather coldly, what's the matter? Isn't this going too far? We worked for so long, and even if we haven't made any contributions, we worked hard. You can't just fire us like that. Yu Qingliang immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Jialan said coldly, you're telling me this now? Why didn't you say this when you threatened the team earlier? Our team was in dire straits, but you were only concerned about your own interests. You almost ruined the team. What do you mean by ruined it? Am I primarily to blame for this? Yu Qingliang said, Shenlan owes the team so much money. We're deeply in debt. Not only do I think the team has no future, you think so too. I simply did what you all wanted to do. Don't talk nonsense. I never considered abandoning the team. Are you serious? I never thought about giving up on the team. I admit I thought about switching teams, but I don't think I did it the way you did. We always treated the team as our own. It's not going well now, but I believe it will get better. Look, you wanted to give up on the team too, but I just did what you wanted. Yu Qingliang scoffed. Did you call me today just to tell me this? If you did, then hang up now. I already gotten what you want. Jialan said coldly. Yu Qingliang gritted his teeth and said, I'm calling to tell you something. I need to rejoin the team. I don't need your 10 million dividend right now, but you must let me join. What? Are you ordering me around? I think we're all team members. There's no need to make things so awkward. I was wrong about what happened earlier. Making things awkward isn't good for anyone. You're threatening me. Jialan angrily said, you've been with me for so long. You should know I hate threats. The more dangerous you are, the less likely I let you join the team. Yu Qingliang gritted his teeth and reluctantly said, I was wrong about what happened earlier. Can you give me a chance to rejoin the team? After this, I behaved myself. It seems you're really aggrieved and apologize to me. If you're so aggrieved, you don't need to join the team anymore. Our team can't afford a master like you. Jialan flatly refused. You actually rejected me. Are you really not afraid of my revenge? I already said it so humbly. You should give me a way out. No, forget it. Didn't you tell me before that the other teams welcome you? As long as you leave Deep Blue, you can join any other team in a minute. Why can't you join now? You're such a disgrace. Shut up. Just wait. If you don't give me a way out, I won't give you one either. Who's afraid of who? As if I'm afraid of you. Jialan, you're only relying on family connections. Without them, you wouldn't be captain. This team belongs to me. You definitely excel under my leadership. You must get out of the team right now. Yu Qingyang lost his mind and cursed at Jialan. Psycho. Jialan angrily hung up the phone. Pink asked, Captain, what were you talking about? Why are you arguing so fiercely? Jialan's chest heaved. What else could it be? I expelled Yu Qingyang. That guy has no sense of wit, and now he's criticizing me. I regret expelling him. I should have done it sooner. Ziyun angrily said, I used to think I appreciated my teammates' diligence, but now I didn't expect him to go so far, even scolding us. Back when our team was at its worst, he called to demand it when the 1,000 universe coins were delayed. It's infuriating just thinking about it. Long Xian, I think we're all friends. We're not on the same team anymore, so let's not make things too awkward. It'd be hard to meet in the future, and it'd easily lead to conflict. I think it's better to be kind to others. Jialan rolled his eyes at Long Xian. It seems you're trying to be a nice guy. He's just saying he wants to join our team. I'm giving you the power to persuade them both to come back. Long Xian couldn't help but shudder, immediately sensing something was wrong. Yu Qingliang and Xingyue have gone too far. What have they done? We're teammates on the same faction, after all. Now that the team is no longer together, they're threatening us, as if we were the ones who were wrong. Pink said coldly, Long Xian, you need to know which faction you belong to. If you do something wrong, you'll be expelled. We don't need anyone in the team right now. Jialan said to Lin Luo, Shaolin, I was right. I always thought I could influence them by not paying them. At this point, Jialan became furious, his face flushing. Now I realize how naive I was. I was trying to bribe these people, but how did they deal with me? Lin Luo said, Captain, don't be angry. There's no need for them to be angry. They're just parasites. Now that you expel them, they definitely resent you. Shenlong sighed, it seems my loss has caused a lot of trouble for the entire team. Shut up. Don't show off your presence here. All the troubles in our team are largely due to you, the former captain. Because of your connections, you owed so much money, causing the entire team to fall apart. Our team wasn't inferior to those ace teams to begin with, but you're a big part of the reason for our current poor development. Ziyun said angrily. Jialan accused, if you're to blame, it's you. You chose Yu Qingliang and Xingyue, two inherently rebellious people. Now our team has no time to focus on the mission. Chapter 1103. It seems like my fault. Shenlong defended himself. If you had my perspective, you would most likely have let him join our team. Yu Qingliang's eyes were still clear back then. I saw it instantly from the crowd, and felt he would become a good person and a great team member. Ziyun explained, I understand what you mean. You mean that among so many people, you saw Yu Qingliang as a real bargain. You chose him without a second thought. The others seemed a bit overpriced to you, but his price was significantly lower, offering the best value for money. That's why you chose him. Shenlong said awkwardly, I'm not that snobbish. Ziyun explained again, there were a few who were cheaper, with better value for money. The problem was, they saw his invitation and immediately raised their prices, which made you very unhappy. In the end, you realized Yu Qingliang was the cheapest. Your words are so harsh, as if you're saying something bad about me. Shenlong said angrily. Isn't that so? Ziyun said, you think I'm reading into your words? It's not that I think too badly of you. You've forgotten that I was right there with you when you were recruiting Yu Qingliang. I'm aware of your every move. Shenlong sighed, well, you're quite capable. Ziyun said, so you better be realistic when it comes to some things. As a war correspondent, I expose everything you said anyway. Shenlong sighed again, to be honest, I was drawn to Yu Qingliang because he's an honest man. He's sure to have great potential, and it also ensured the team's well-being. As I expected, this kid's talent is only average among the many cosmic royal families. He's incredibly hardworking, and has given me quite a few surprises. He's grown quite quickly early on. I even considered giving him my captaincy, But I didn't expect him to surprise me so much. When I was down, he was the first to turn against me. Jialon sneered. Don't even mention your judgment. Your judgment has always been very poor. Shenlong defended. I can't really help it. Sometimes, a person's inner thoughts aren't always apparent. Only through long-term observation can one truly understand them. Only then can we discover it. Ziyun said, I know what you mean. You can't tell what a person is really like. You need to observe them for a long time. It's normal that I, Shenlong, failed to discover Yu Qingliang's true face. Yu Qingliang hides it so well. It would be the same for anyone else. It would be equally difficult to discover Yu Qingliang's flaws. I don't think I can be blamed entirely for this. It's understandable. Jialon said disdainfully, I know you best. You're the best at shifting blame. You're already shifting the blame before I even finish my sentence. Don't speak so harshly of me. Jialon smiled awkwardly. Right now, the most important thing for us is to prepare to complete the mission. Let's put Yu Qingliang's matter aside for now. Jialon said. Jialon, I hope everyone is safe in this incident. Let's have fun today and spend some money. Tomorrow we make adjustments. We leave the day after tomorrow. Jialon said. Okay, Captain. The Deep Blue team hadn't relaxed in ages, and now that they finally had a chance to unwind, they naturally wanted to have some fun. Time quickly arrived at the day after tomorrow, and Jialon was already waiting on the spaceship. Pink was the first to arrive, with the others approaching in the distance. Looks like you guys are doing pretty well. It's been so long since we had a good time. I thought someone would be late today, but you were surprisingly punctual. Jialon nodded in satisfaction. Pink said, Captain, what you said is wrong. We've been through hard times, and good times too. How could I forget my original intention just because of a few good days? That's a good point. If we want a better future, we must work even harder. Jialon nodded. Pink said, Captain, you changed. What have I changed? You're actually painting us a rosy picture. That's what you don't understand. Before, when we weren't successful enough, I thought painting us a rosy picture was meaningless. Now that our team is more successful, I think painting a rosy picture is necessary. Our team will soon become a team, Jialon said. Pink complained, it feels a little weird. What's weird? Don't you want our team to get better and better? Of course I do, Pink said. Never mind. I've been watching some successful speeches lately, and I'm thinking of trying to learn from them myself to see how they work. Speaking out loud now feels a little awkward. Jialon asked everyone, have you got everything ready? I have nowhere to buy some things once I leave. Pink smiled, don't worry, I already bought a lot of things. I bought all the cosmetics and skincare products. I'm making sure my skincare is top of mind. I told you to prepare these things. I told you to buy some life-saving items to prevent any unexpected discoveries, said Jialon. Pink was more generous. Don't we still have you? If an immortal-level creature attacks us, we can't resist, but you can. That's true. Jialon felt something was wrong again. What's wrong? You're treating me like a tool. I'm your captain, not your bodyguard. I have no obligation to protect you all the time. No, it's the same thing. Pink said. Not even close. Jialon said. Carrying useless things all day long, I don't know what you're thinking. Pink retorted, what do you mean by useless things? I think these things are very important. Skin care is essential for long-term travel in space. With good skin care, our universe will be a better place. Will they go easy on you just because you look good? They say they wanted to devour you, but because you're beautiful, they let you go. Jialon scoffed. That's a possibility. The opponent is an immortal-level creature, but because of my beauty and my slightly slower movements, I couldn't have a chance to escape. Pink said. Stop being so boastful. Every race has different aesthetic standards. You think you're beautiful, but that's in your own eyes. In the eyes of other races, you're not. They won't slow down just because you're a little pretty. Jialon said sternly. Even if you say that, I'm still going to stick to my style. Pink insisted. Alright, you're hopeless. I'm too lazy to say anything more. Jialon was speechless. Ziyun, Lin Luo, Jinlong, and Long Xian arrived one after another, arriving an hour earlier than expected. Chapter 1104. It's good that we came early. It saves a lot of waiting time, and we can prepare better. We set off together to our destination later. Jialon had given up on Pink and had high hopes for the others. What have you prepared in one day? Ziyun said. I put all my extra money in the bank. The interest rate is very high, so we can still make a lot of money in the next few days. I think even if we go out to earn money, we still need to earn some money. That way, Our wealth will increase and our lives will get better. Jialan asked, is that all you done? Ziyan suddenly realized, look, I almost forgot. I need to call the bank. My interest must start accruing today. Well, it seems you haven't been on a mission for so long that you don't even have this basic preparation. Jialan sighed. Long Xian raised his hand. Captain, I did it. Oh, you've finally gotten the hang of it. You know how to do things. Jialan was extremely curious. Tell me what you did. Could it be that the teammate she had always held low expectations for now had given her the highest hopes? It seemed she would have to treat Long Xian well in the future. He was performing quite well. Long Xian said happily, I spent a total of 100,000 yuan on accident insurance for everyone. If you were to have an accident, you get compensation. 20,000 yuan per person. I bought it for a 7-day period, and the odds are very high. 20,000 yuan in compensation is 100-fold odds. If anyone died, the compensation would be 2 million yuan. Now that I think about it, it's a bit too little. We should have contacted you back then and added 50,000 yuan. That would have brought the compensation to 7 million yuan. Even though we're rich, we can save some money if we can, but we also earn money if we can. With this approach, we can make a profit of 7 million, and 7 million is no small sum. Pink hit Long Xian hard on the head. Good fellow, you're the biggest traitor. Are you Qin Yang staying with us? If so, get out of here right now, or I kill you. Long Xian didn't fight back, opting to back off immediately. As the honest man on the team, he naturally wouldn't initiate a fight. Mainly because the opponent was a woman, Long Xian couldn't strike. Of course, Pink was angry, but her blows wouldn't hurt much, she was holding back. Long Xian covered his head and explained, I know you're quite superstitious and think some things aren't very nice, but I think things will happen, and saying them doesn't make any difference. Pink angrily said, you're the only one who's clever. True Blue said suspiciously, I remember the time I was going to that dangerous planet, and you asked me for an eye amulet. You said it was sold at the council, and many people were safe with it. I just looked it up, and it's completely ineffective. It was taken from an immortal creature, and some shady companies are using it as a gimmick, claiming this immortal creature is incredibly lucky. Every time this immortal creature encounters danger, it manages to escape it. In reality, this immortal creature has very average luck. The only lucky thing he's ever had is that he once passed by an unexplored planet. This unexplored planet is quite magical, with flickering lights. Out of curiosity, he entered it, found some fruit there, and accidentally devoured it. He was originally an eternal level creature, but after swallowing these fruits, he unexpectedly became an immortal level creature. Many people envied him at the time. Perhaps this guy was too ostentatious, telling everyone in the universe about his experiences. He was courting death. Later, this guy died. His body was sold on the black market for a high price, and then to a councilman, who claimed it was an immortal level creature he had hunted. Originally, the councilman had hoped to make a fortune from the body, but the creature turned out to be worthless, and his wish was dashed. This guy hadn't actually evolved to an immortal level creature at all. Long Xian was immediately upset. What? It's not that immortal level creatures are so expensive. An amulet sold for 5,000 universe coins. This is what It's the first month's salary. Junlan's face darkened. You're such a shameless fellow. You told me this amulet was worth 50,000, and that you saved up 6 months' salary to buy it for me. You deceived me. He pointed at Long Xian and cursed, I always thought you were the most honest person, but now I realize you're quite cunning. You're saying it's worth 50,000, but don't you feel bad? Long Xian, why should I feel bad? I bought it through a special channel. He said it was originally worth 50,000, but I negotiated for a long time before I finally got the price down to 5,000. Pink sneered, it's clearly 5,000 universe coins, yet you said it was 50,000. It seems everyone underestimated you. You're such a cunning fellow. You can't say that. Long Xian said, the original value was 50,000. Bargaining the price down was my tactic, but I can't cancel the original value. Zhilan said, all right, you, an honest man, have taught me a lesson. You can't be dishonest, you're actually quite cunning. You can't say that to me. This amulet isn't worth 50,000 universe coins. 5,000 universe coins is a lot. I'm very frugal, and try to save every penny. Long Xian said. Zhilan said, you're being thoughtful. I also lost weight. After all, you're usually quite frugal. The fact that you could spare 5,000 universe coins to buy me something really touched me. Receiving that gift warmed my heart. The problem is you didn't check. This guy's unlucky. He evolved to an immortal level creature, but he's a pseudo-immortal. Ziyun asked, puzzled, what's a pseudo-immortal? Shenlong said, this is the first case in our 8th universe. There haven't been any other cases. The fruit he ate is called a camouflage fruit, and it's not particularly useful. Eating a camouflage fruit increases your level by a significant amount, but your true strength remains unchanged. Let me give you a simple example. Your level is eternal level. After consuming the camouflage fruit, you become an immortal level creature. Your true strength remains unchanged. You're still an eternal level creature, but you appear similar to an immortal in every way. Chapter 1105. Pink said, let's say I'm an eternal level creature. If I consume the camouflage fruit and appear to be an immortal level creature, I can manipulate many things as long as I'm generous enough. True Blue said, are you planning to cheat me? That's harsh. I'm just teaching some people a lesson. Many people pay a price for their intelligence, and some money doesn't belong to them. I'm returning that money to where it belongs. Pink said righteously. Shenlong said, don't even think about it. If this method worked, someone would have done it long ago. Ziyun interpreted, he meant he tried it before, but something happened and he had to cancel it. Someone smarter than him had already used some methods, and they might have already exposed it. Some security measures now have identification methods. If you say your strength isn't at the immortal level, then a disguised aura that can be detected is useless. Shenlong coughed twice and said, don't think so badly of me. How could I possibly? Doing something like this? Pink laughed, former captain, you're so funny. Why didn't you say these things when you tricked us? True Blue quickly returned to the point. Why did I bring this up? The main point is that many people who wore your amulet suffered misfortune, and this guy is also unlucky. He thought he was lucky enough to have gained immortal level power. In reality, this guy is a clown. He didn't gain immortal level power at all. He was still an eternal level being. Later, the cause of his death was investigated, and he thought he was an immortal. Then he went underground to test his strength. I heard it was an immortal level creature who struck him hard, killing him, and the body was disposed of. If it wasn't an immortal level creature, it naturally wouldn't fetch a good price. But there was a council member in the parliament who was very good at making money. He came up with a very good way to make money, and he sold it according to that model. Pink was surprised. That's possible. I heard that this council member was very powerful. I didn't expect he could make such a fortune by selling amulets. It's truly amazing. In the 8th universe, immortal level creatures don't have the special privileges they do in other universes, but they still hold a high prestige. Many creatures devour and evolve in their lifetime, hoping to become immortal level creatures. Some superstitious creatures also believe that becoming an immortal level creature means that every creature has great luck. Some creatures with less natural talent constantly purchase items from immortal level creatures, hoping to benefit from their good fortune. This superstition has often been debunked, but many still believe it. They believe that acquiring any item from an immortal creature will bring them good luck. Longxian said, it seems to have a lot of collectible value. Although it's not actually an immortal creature, not many people know about it. Otherwise, the council wouldn't be able to fetch such a high price, so people are still willing to collect it. I'm not willing to collect it. This guy is just unlucky. You don't know how unlucky he is. This disguised fruit might be very useful to others, and they could swindle a lot of money, but it's completely useless to this guy. Shenlong complained. Pink chuckled. The first person this disguised fruit fooled was me. This guy is truly bizarre. Most people wouldn't believe it. Ziyun, clutching her stomach, laughed. Now that you put it that way, everything makes sense to me. If we can talk about luck, then this guy is truly unlucky. The good luck at the beginning, to prepare for even more bad luck later on, the disguised fruit directly led to his death. So the bad luck before wasn't fatal. It's because he wasn't lucky. The bad luck later on directly cost him his life. Pink laughed radiantly. That's hilarious. Honestly, this guy isn't just unlucky, he's incredibly unlucky. Shenlong's face was ashen. Yes, this guy is completely unlucky. You could say he's completely unlucky, including every organ in his body. Not a single element of his body is lucky. That's serious. Longxian was shocked. Don't tell me you don't know anything? Shenlong asked suspiciously. You know what? After I bought the amulet, I didn't care about it anymore. It wasn't me wearing it anyway, so what did it have to do with me? Longxian said. Okay, you're right. I want to kill you now. I'm the one wearing it. You're right. It had nothing to do with you. Shenlong said angrily. Tell me quickly, what happened? Pink asked curiously. Shenlong replied, anyway, according to my research, many people who got the amulet have met with misfortune. Most of the others are dead, but I'm the only one who survived. This incident later became a big deal. I remember there was a big incident where they were asking the counselor for compensation, Zian said. Long Xian grumbled, these people are definitely crazy, right? They're asking the hospital for compensation, but it's not that easy to get compensation from the hospital. It's basically useless. There's no way to get any compensation. So if I had an accident, if it was broken, I could use the amulet, but getting my money back would be impossible. Jinlan sighed. The 8th universe stipulates that selling counterfeit goods requires compensation, including luck. As long as you can prove you bought something and then immediately suffered bad luck, you can claim compensation. This is officially permitted. When Lin Luo first heard this rule, he found it quite strange. There's actually something so magical about luck. There are theories about luck, but if you think about it, there are indeed theories. If someone is unlucky, those around them may also suffer bad luck. If someone is lucky, then those around them will also be lucky. Jialan thought, you're exaggerating. What's this kind of metaphysics? It could just be bad luck. Shenlong cried, if I were the only one unlucky, I'd just accept it. Maybe it's just my bad luck. But if several people are unlucky, I can't just blame it on my bad luck. You have a point. Jialan nodded. Long Xian, cancel my insurance right now. I discovered you're just an unlucky wretch. Pink said. Chapter 1106. Is it really that serious? Long Xian asked. Pink said, I think it is. Look at this amulet of yours. You bought things recklessly, and almost got someone killed. I can't let you rip me off. Long Xian, I'm telling you, if I refund the money now, it'd be 10,000 universe coins, a total loss of 10,000. It's not my money anyway. I want a refund right now. I think you're incredibly unlucky. I'm afraid you kill me. Pink said quickly. Long Xian said, I thought we had a good relationship. After being teammates for so long, we lost even basic trust. This really breaks my heart. Ziyan hurriedly said, by the way, just quit me. I was also very scared. Jialan quickly said, don't forget about mine. Pink urged, quit mine quickly, or I be angry. You're being really mean. I didn't expect that after being teammates for so long, the trust between us would be so weak. You really disappointed me. Long Xian sighed. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just quit. As the captain, I order you to quit now. Jialan said. Long Xian was more frugal. I already refunded everything. 20,000 universe coins per person, a total of 100,000 universe coins. A refund now will only give you 50%. That's a waste of 50%. Why 100,000? Why did you refund your own money too? Pink asked. Long Xian looked embarrassed and said, since you all have refunded your money, I can't keep it all by myself. It would be better if we all refunded it together. Ziyan said, you're probably scared yourself, afraid this will affect you, so you decisively return the money. Not really. I consider myself quite lucky. I shouldn't be that unlucky. Long Xian argued forcefully. You have no idea. Your bad luck goes without saying. Just think about it, and you know how unlucky you are. Pink slammed her. Long Xian said, I believe it's impossible for a person to be unlucky all their lives. There are always lucky moments. Maybe my luck will turn around now. Shenlong said, don't forget the immortal G-level creature I mentioned. He thought his luck had turned around, accidentally ate some fruit, and successfully evolved to the immortal level. He thought he was incredibly lucky, but in fact, he was courting death. Long Xian thought of his unlucky predecessor. If a brief moment of good fortune means paying with my own life, then I would definitely choose to refuse it. I think you should stay away from me from now on. I don't want to continue to be unlucky. Jinlan said. I think I'm a bit unlucky, but compared to him, I'm still far behind. I think I always been relatively lucky. Long Xian said. Shenlong said, it seems you haven't experienced a major setback before you feel lucky. Once you experience a major setback, you doubt yourself. Pink said, if we don't take this unlucky Long Xian with us, I feel he'd be our biggest obstacle. Let's take him, Jialan said. Long Xian was touched. Captain, you're so kind. I thought you were the first person you dislike, but I didn't expect you still care about me. Don't be so self-indulgent. The main thing is to register your name. If you don't go, it'd be hard to answer if they ask you. Jialan said. Then it seems I was touched for nothing. Long Xian said. Don't be so touched. This is for everyone's benefit. Jialan said disdainfully, I told you the main thing is to register all the spots, so they don't get filled. Long Xian was touched but helpless. Okay. Jialan's eyes fell on Lin Luo. I almost forgot about you. What did you prepare? Long Xian, I believe Lin Luo has prepared something good. Pink said angrily, he's a newcomer. Why are you putting so much pressure on him? Come on, I think when I was a newcomer, you guys put a lot of pressure on me too. Your attitude changes immediately when someone else changes. You're really hypocritical. Long Xian complained. Oh, Pink said. Ziyun, if your performance as a newcomer is as good as theirs, then we treat you very well. Think about what you've done. How dare you say such things? Lin Luo said, I bought everyone an eternal level aura shield. It's actually the most expensive here. With it, we can evade even some immortal level creatures. Jialan gave a thumbs up. You didn't disappoint me. This is exactly what we need. We need to deal with the rebels right now. Long Xian was puzzled. The rebels passed by us, and I chose to flee and ignore them. If Universe Headquarters knew about this, they would probably punish me severely. Normally, the Elders' Council does not exercise strict control over the individual teams, granting them a lot of authority. There's one thing the Elders' Council won't tolerate: deserting the battlefield and harming the interests of Universe 8. The Council and the Elders' Council are a unified whole, and their shared interest is to make Universe 8 a better place. Pink grumbled, You're foolish. Who said we're deserting the battlefield? We can disguise ourselves, wait for the enemy to arrive, and then find an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. You've been with our Deep Blue team for so long, yet you're still acting like a rookie and speaking so innocently. Ziyun said. We can launch a surprise attack. Long Xian nodded. Lin Luo, the captain said the rebels will be stronger this time, so we must be extremely cautious. If we see a stronger enemy, we can choose to flee and avoid a fight. That's what he said. Jialan nodded. My latest news is that the immortal level creatures among the rebels are very powerful. All we have to do is be extremely careful. Okay, let's go. Shenlong said, It's just a small incident. I encountered immortal level creatures before when I led the team. I'm sure we can easily handle them. To be honest, I'm quite worried about you leading the team, Jialan said. Why? Shenlong asked in confusion. You're not much better than Long Xian. You're also unlucky. What do you mean I'm not much better than Long Xian? I'm much better than this guy. I consider myself quite lucky. For example, others with such serious injuries would have died long ago, but I'm still alive. This alone proves my luck, Shenlong argued. Stop quibbling. You're just unlucky, Jialan said. Captain, we can leave at the appointed time. If I'm late, I'd be punished. Better get going. Ziyun checked the time. Let's go. Jialan led everyone into the space battleship and headed for the designated location. Chapter 1107. The Vast Starry Sky. A spaceship slowly stopped between two gray-white planets. The spaceship has been sailing for nearly 3 days. This mission is quite far away. Pink opened the spaceship and stepped out. When organisms have evolved to a certain level, they no longer need oxygen. Jinlan observed the 2 planets. These 2 planets are in good condition. If they were properly developed, they would definitely be much more valuable than ordinary planets. Unfortunately, they are located at the edge of the universe, so they are destined for a poor development. Jialan frowned. Let's prepare quickly. The rebels might come to us. We're so leisurely here, and we could get into trouble if we're not careful. Don't worry. Based on my years of experience, we're usually assigned to unimportant places, so we're usually safe. Maybe even after the incident is over, we won't encounter any problems, Jinlan said confidently. Jialan's face darkened. It seems you, this traitor, have your own agenda. You say you have no objection to my becoming captain, but in reality you do. If you think you're superior, I give you the position. No, I'm in such a state, how could I possibly compete with you for power? Jinlan said. I advise you to have some self-awareness, or you be the one getting hurt, Jialan warned. Jinlan sighed. You see how I'm doing, and you think I still have the power to fight for power? Jialan, just because I don't have it now doesn't mean I won't have it in the future. I'd be more vigilant. Captain, let's come over for some barbecue. This barbecue comes from the star planet, and it's incredibly delicious. You can try it. When I went shopping for cosmetics, I also picked up a lot of star beef. Since we're all here together, we can share it. Pink was carrying 2 large bags of star beef. They were both very valuable, with a pound costing several hundred cosmic coins. Jialan scowled. Just now, we were here to deal with the rebels, not just for fun. One of us is here to observe the planet, and the other is here to camp. She scowled at Pink. You must have bought this star beef specifically. I think it's especially good for the skin. They say it has a very good skin-supporting effect. Pink smiled. Captain, you're amazing. You even figured this out. Isn't it normal for you to figure this out? Jialan asked. Pink smiled. Yes, we've been together for so long, we must know each other well. Jialan, be serious. Ziyun brought a large grill, added some energy, and then started grilling. Ziyun? You? Jialan was speechless. Ziyun smiled and said, I always wanted to eat this star beef. It's been a while since our team's finances were low, but I never had the chance. Then, recently, our team's finances improved, but I just didn't have the time to buy it. Now that I have the chance, I can't miss it. Pink just bought a few dozen pounds of star beef. It's great. Let's all come and try it. Jialan sighed. I'm impressed by you. You don't even feel the urgency of the battle. You're really treating this place like a campground. You're just happy that the rebels we're thinking about have appeared. Captain, come eat quickly. We're about to begin. This isn't our first mission. This one's pretty easy, isn't it? We used to be in a key position, but now it's less so. I believe we can still pull it off, Long Xian called out. Jialan angrily said, all you do is eat and eat. You're the weakest among us, but you're the most cunning. Long Xian retorted, I'm not the most cunning. I'm the most honest here. What do you mean by honest? You have to be honest, otherwise you wouldn't even be worthy of being on the team, Jialan said ruthlessly. Long Xian sighed, it's heartbreaking to hear you say that. I didn't know my life on the team was so miserable. Captain, come and have some barbecue. I don't think we'd be so unlucky. It just so happens that we encountered the rebels while we were having barbecue. Lin Luo's life level had reached the eternal level, and his sense of danger was stronger than before. He had previously been able to sense the immortal level Earth God Blood Red. He had gained a lot of benefits last time, and was even closer to the immortal level. There are immortal level creatures among the rebels. Unless they're well hidden, he'd definitely be able to sense them. Now that you said that, I can't say anything to ruin the atmosphere. So, this starry sky barbecue should be quite delicious. Jialan, inhaling the alluring aroma of starry sky beef, felt a little overwhelmed and sat down next to Lin Luo. Long Xian couldn't help but say with Indy, Captain, you're so biased. It's useless for us to say anything, but it's Lin Luo who says it. Jialan said, if you had his intelligence and luck, I obey you. I think my IQ is pretty good, Long Xian said. You're quite good at being sneaky, right? It only applies to people on our team. If you do it yourself, it'd be a complete mess. Forget what happened on the smug planet. Hiding money almost got you wiped out. Jialan slammed him. Long Xian quickly said, okay, I'm not jealous anymore. Pink took a bite of the sauce-covered beef. It's delicious. I feel like after eating this bite, all my strength is back. No wonder star beef is so famous. It seems there's a reason. It really tastes amazing. Ziyun took some special vegetables from the 8th universe, wrapped them around the roasted beef, and ate them. Let's not talk about the effects, the taste is just amazing. I had a lot of roasted meat, and it's nothing compared to this. It's absolutely delicious. I can't fault it. Pink gave a thumbs up. Shenlong said, it tastes much worse to me. If my original form could come and taste this delicacy, I'd be so happy. It's such a shame. So you need to make more money. Okay, pay off our debts and get back to health soon, Jialan said. Shenlong said with a grin, can I get an advance? We made a profit of 1 billion. Give me 200 million for treatment, so I can regain my full strength. It'd be incredibly beneficial for everyone. You better give up on that idea. Jialan took a bite of the beef and gave it a thumbs up. It's worthy of being a top 10 food from the 8th universe. The taste is just different. I can't find anything to complain about. We should buy more next time so everyone can enjoy it more wholeheartedly, Pink said. We need to be frugal in the future. Our team made a fortune, but if we spend like this, it'd be gone soon. Ziyun, having lived through hard times for so long, was more cautious. Sometimes you have to be frugal to make ends meet. Chapter 1108. Sister Ziyun, don't worry. Don't you think about who we have? Pink pointed at Lin Luo and said, he's our team strategist. We're out of money, and Lin Luo will definitely be very useful. Jialan, you're always relying on Lin Luo. As a newcomer, he's having a hard time too. Don't be so dependent on him all the time. Pink took a bite of star beef, her cheeks puffed out. I think Lin Luo was born for this. I feel like he can easily come up with some plans. He doesn't even need to think them through. He can tell us right away. That's just your personality. Others understand things clearly, but you find it tiring to do them. Jialan scoffed. Pink said, I think once the captain reaches immortal, you can be promoted to the Elder Council. Let Lin Luo lead us, and we have a great life. Lin Luo quickly changed his tone. No, I haven't been a regular team member for long. How can I be captain? Don't be so modest. I must have discussed this with everyone. Everyone thinks you're playing a significant role, which is why you want to be captain. The captain has a mission. Once she becomes an immortal, she can't stay on the team for long and needs to go to the Elder Council, Pink said. Jialan feigned anger. You're becoming more and more lawless. I just said that to you, and you took it to heart. I haven't even said I was leaving. No, I haven't even reached immortal yet, and you're already thinking about me leaving. Pink smiled. Isn't it inevitable? I accelerated it. I can only say you're shameless. Jialan said. Ziyun said, Captain, this kind of thing happens. I remember many ace squads where the captains have evolved to immortal level creatures and can lead the team. Why did you insist on leaving? Jialan sighed. What else could it be? It's mainly about that old woman. She said she was weak in the Elder Council and asked me to join the team. If I joined the Elder Council, the old woman would have much more power, and things wouldn't be so bad. I don't want to join. The old woman went and sued my father. My father thought joining the Elder Council would be much safer than joining the Ace Squad. In some Ace Squads, even if you're an immortal level creature, you can't win. There's a great danger. You know the rules of the Universal Alliance. If I stay in the team, your mission will be much more difficult. So, I think it's better for both of you to leave. Long Xian asked, Can I not go? Jia Lan shook her head. If it's what the old woman says, then don't leave. The problem is, my father gave the order, so there's nothing I can do. He's quite paranoid, and doesn't usually change his mind. That's great. I mean, the captain can go to a better place. As a team member, I sincerely wish you the best, and hope you have a better future. Long Xian quickly explained. Jialan snorted. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You must think I'm mistreating you, and can't wait for me to leave the team. I don't know you. Long Xian sensed something was wrong and feigned sadness, saying, Captain, don't say that. I know you're usually mean to me, but that's just to help me thrive. Jialan said, Don't be so self-indulgent. I'm being mean to you simply because I want to abuse you, and I'm displeased with you. It's not because of anything else. You're being so self-indulgent. I'm a little disgusted. Captain, that's harsh. What do you mean by disgusting? I, Long Xian, am being disdained like this? Long Xian complained. Don't you have any sense of understanding? Have you ever felt disdain for your entire life? I do despise you. Alright. Long Xian felt like a dispensable presence in the team. Jinlan was more optimistic about Lin Luo, and said with emotion, Our team has had over a dozen captains. Originally Team 002, we had a glorious history from the very beginning. Thanks to Captain Lan Yi's efforts, we became the Ace team. We had a period of glory when we became the Ace team. Our deep blue team experienced rapid growth and remained strong for a long time. Under my leadership, the team has grown even more, becoming a formidable force. To be frank, under my leadership, the team has reached unprecedented heights, something no other team could achieve. I believe that with your control and leadership, the team can reach new heights. Lin Luo smiled. Brother Jinlan, please don't praise me so much. I don't know what to do next. You're praising me too much. Jinlan said, I believe you. Jialan spitted, I find you truly shameless. What team has come to your side? It's clearly the strongest team here. You, the self-proclaimed former captain, are now under my control. You can imagine what's going on. That seems to be the case, Jinlan said. Ziyun said, I think the team should be led by a smart person. If it's led by someone who's too naive and incompetent, the team won't develop well. What do you mean? Jialan asked with a scowl. Ziyun hurriedly explained, I'm not referring to you. I'm talking about the new captains. I think you're all smart and have managed our team well. That's more like it. Jinlan nodded. Jialan said, You have no right to say that. You're the most foolish person. You insisted on exploring some planet, leaving your body with nothing but a head. You'd die if you did, but you still want us to pay off your debt. Do you have a clear conscience? You're the one who caused us to be so poor. After all this time, we're finally a little better off. Don't do anything rash. If you do, don't blame us. We just abandon you. Jinlan said, You're talking like you're trying to save me. If I hadn't been quick-witted and returned the money, I wouldn't have had the medical expenses to pay for the loans you owed me, and I wouldn't be alive today. Okay. Jialan said angrily, It seems you still think we're inferior. We should have disappeared, not paid your loan, and let the loan company dissect you. We could have paid the remaining interest ourselves. Shenlong quickly said, don't say that. It's hurtful. I'm actually very grateful to you. If it weren't for you all paying me back, I would have been gone long ago. Chapter 1109. Jialan nodded and said, it seems you still have some conscience. You know you're relying on us for everything. If you didn't, you would have gone bankrupt and sold your body long ago. I'm very grateful for that. Actually, I had some urgent matters to attend to on that planet. Jinlan said. Translate it. Jialan said. Ziyun said, that planet might hold some great secrets, ones that could lead to stronger evolution. If he could find that secret, he could become even more powerful. Immortal beings are divided into different strengths, and above them, there are even more powerful beings. Shenlong, my fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of God. I must find my own path. If I can succeed on this planet, I can at least become a counselor. Shenlong scoffed, I only said one sentence. Don't translate it so much. Ziyun said, then let me ask you, is that what you meant? I don't think so, Shenlong said, feeling guilty. What do you mean by should? Tell the truth. We're all your creditors. After so many years, you can tell any secrets you have. Jialan said impatiently. Shenlong hesitated for a moment, then said, I want to tell you, but don't tell anyone else. Go ahead, Jialan said. Lin Luo was deeply intrigued by this. Naturally, he wouldn't miss out on the opportunity to evolve to a higher life form. Pink, hurry up and tell me. You're being so mysterious, making things that don't seem particularly valuable sound incredibly valuable. Ziyun said, before he became captain, our entire team hated him. Now you know what I said is true. That's true. He always talks nonsense. Pink nodded. Then I tell you. Jinlan hesitated. Tell me now. Even if you tell me, we might not go there. Ziyun said. Long Xian said, it's possible that any of the captains here can go to this dangerous planet and come out alive. I think Lin Luo's talent is quite strong. The Wind Tribe's talents are relatively weak, but they can be transformed and become very powerful in the future. She clenched her pink fists tightly. You said you were on your own, so why did you bring us along? You're such a loser, why did you have to bring us along? Ziyun said, I don't know. Our team has a new policy. If someone performs exceptionally poorly, everyone will assume they're the unlucky one who's ruining our team, and we just fire them. Jialan nodded. That's a great suggestion. We were too soft-hearted back then, and didn't fire this captain. That's why we suffered so much and ended up paying back so much money. No, I know I was wrong, Long Xian said quickly. Lin Luo said, let brother Long Xian go. I don't think he's really trying to go against us. His words are harsh, but he's just jealous, not that we're truly incompetent. Yes, I am jealous, Long Xian corrected. Let this matter go. There can't be a next time. If there is a next time, don't blame us for being ruthless, Pink said. Okay, let me tell you. The planet I'm heading to is called the core star of the 8th universe, Jinlan said. What does the core star of the 8th universe mean? Why don't I understand? Jialan asked. Jinlan coughed twice. Do you understand? There are many secrets you don't know, including this core. Everywhere has a core, just like a planet has a core, right? It's like the heart of a living being. If a planet has a core, then the entire universe must have a large core. Our 8th universe has many planets, and one of them is the core of the 8th universe. Jialan asked, what's different about this planet? Of course, it's very different. As the core of a planet contains many valuable things, some of our creatures prefer to devour planet cores. This method is condemned in our universe, but it's very effective. That's why many creatures caught with it are sentenced to death. There are still many creatures willing to try it, because the benefits of devouring a planet's core are so great that many creatures are unwilling to give up, Shenlong replied. Jialan said, you said this planet is the core of the 8th universe. Then the core of this core star is extremely valuable. If I could obtain it, I'd be greatly improved. Yes, Shenlong nodded. Jialan said, according to what you said, if I evolve to an immortal level creature, I'd definitely seek out this core star if I had the chance to advance to the next level. She couldn't help but complain, that old woman too. She must have known about this thing, but she never told me. It takes an outsider to tell me. It's really infuriating just thinking about it. Captain, it hurts to hear you say that. We've been together for so long, and you actually call me an outsider, Shenlong complained. Jialan said, I almost forgot. Not only are you an outsider, but I'm also your creditor. You owe me a large sum of money. You must repay it when you have the chance. Do you understand? Don't try to cheat me. Okay, Shenlong said. Ziyun said, if that's the case, wouldn't many people want to go to this core planet and find a way to become stronger? I don't think there's any living thing that doesn't want to become stronger. They won't find it. Shenlong explained, core planets aren't that easy to find. If they were, they would have disappeared long ago. As the most important planet in the 8th universe, it naturally has its own unique characteristics, which are very different from other planets. The core planets of the 8th universe are alive. They appear at random times anywhere in the 8th universe. No one can accurately locate them. Only luck can help you find them. Yes, I'm that lucky person. Ziyun said, and then you became like this? You're so shameless, calling yourself a lucky person. I don't know what to say to you. Longxian clapped his hands and said, I understand this very well. You said that some people's luck isn't truly good luck, but simply luck that comes with bad luck later on. That's exactly what happened to you. You encountered a core star that no one else can encounter, and ended up with only your head left. It's better to be unlucky. Your only good luck might even cost you your life. I think what I said makes sense. Try to be less lucky in the future. You might end up even more unlucky. Chapter 11:10. Shenlong's face flushed with anger. I'm telling you these things primarily to educate you, not to have you use them to lecture me. Longxian said, Captain, you're so unlucky, yet you still use them. I feel like the real reason for our bad luck lies with you, not me. Shut up, you. My bad luck is largely due to you. I always had decent luck. I haven't had one lucky break and then another. Shenlong said. Longxian said, Former Captain, if you say that, I think you should thank me. Without my help, you would never have encountered such a thing in your lifetime. Shenlong's face darkened. Thank you sincerely. Pink said, if I were you, I wouldn't go if I encountered such a powerful and terrifying monster. Isn't that just a sign of disdain for having lived too long and wanting to die? That's why I said you have no ambition. Shenlong shook his head. I'm different from you. I want to become stronger primarily for my looks, not for the sheer meaning of fighting and killing. If I had enough money, I wouldn't continue to fight and kill and just follow the group. Sometimes, creatures should be content with what they have. Many powerful creatures think they reached a high level of evolution, but in reality, many creatures are far more powerful than them. Evolution has no limit. Their idea is flawed. Trying to become stronger by devouring others will ultimately lead to death. Pink said. We're different. Shenlong sighed. Jialan said, translated. Ziyun said, it means that if he had known the outcome would be like this, and had he encountered the core star of our 8th universe, he would have chosen to enter it and thoroughly explore how to become stronger. That translation is correct. That's exactly what I meant. Opportunities like this are rare, and this might be the only one I ever get. Shenlong sighed, if I had chosen to give up, I might never have encountered such a good opportunity again. You can't understand how I feel. I can't understand, you idiot. Ziyun commented unhappily, because it wasn't you who had to pay the debt anyway. We were the worst off after that period. I wasn't in the team, so you're just screwing us, right? Jialan said coldly, some people are like that. They're not the ones getting hurt anyway, so just pay it. If you were dead now, you wouldn't be able to say such things. I screwed everyone over. I formally apologize to everyone here. Shenlong said. Pink said, no need to apologize. Just plan to help us pay off our debt. Once we're done, let's not talk about anything else. True Blue said, that won't work. This job is so hard to find. If I give it up now, I can find another one later. Besides, my reputation isn't great right now, so I won't be able to find a job with another team. Okay. Purple Cloud laughed angrily, I thought you changed a lot, but I didn't expect you to be the same, still so selfish. Jialan said, you're clinging to us. Don't be so harsh. We're all on the same team. Saying we're clinging to each other is too hurtful. I think we should all get along well in the future. Shenlong smiled cheerfully. Lin Lu asked curiously, will the core planet attack on its own? Was the former captain injured by the core planet? Shenlong shook his head. Not really. It's mainly because the core planet has long been occupied by a species. They're incredibly powerful, and don't allow other creatures to approach. I entered the planet very carefully, always cautiously. But the creatures hiding on the planet are too perceptive, and I was quickly discovered. As a result, I struggled to escape. If I had gained something there, I might have evolved to a higher level by now. It's a shame we missed our only chance to revitalize our entire team. This opportunity is truly rare. Becoming an immortal level creature is a high priority, but if you want to enter, higher levels must become stronger. Ziyun said, come on, stop trying to disgust us. We didn't see the opportunity to strengthen our team, and it's true that it caused us so much suffering for so long. Jialan said, you're just saying it nicely now, but you won't say the same thing in the future. If you truly evolve to a higher level, you won't say you let everyone enjoy the good life together. You probably abandon us and go enjoy it alone. Shenlong said, I misunderstood that. How could I be that kind of person? You'd definitely be the first person I thought of. Pink said, I said it before, fighting and killing is the most boring thing. Even if you evolve to a very high level, you still encounter powerful creatures. It's better to find other interests, like this face. Taking care of your face is the most important thing. It can help you avoid many dangers. I don't have high expectations in this life. I just want to make enough money and find a planet to live out my days in peace. I don't want anything else. Jialan took a bite of beef and checked the time. 4 or 5 hours have already passed. Everyone, get ready. If a surprise attack comes, we'd be doomed. Okay, let's get ready. Pink said. Let me check on the rebels. Ziyun turned on the radio. A small group of rebels in the north of Universe 8 encountered the True Dragon Squad. A fierce battle ensued, and several members of the group were injured. Not far from the group that was attacked, another group was attacked. This group was completely wiped out, including some powerful eternal-level creatures. Notify the True Dragon Squad to come to the rescue. The True Dragon Squad is struggling to protect itself and can't provide support. Several more groups have been attacked by the rebels. They all suffered heavy losses. Headquarters has already sent reinforcements. If you're currently at the edge of space, please stay away from this area. You're at high risk of accidental injury. Several reports came over the team's communication station, all warning of a dangerous situation. Pink shouted, here they come. These fat guys just can't keep us safe. They're attacking now. We're in relative danger. Jialan said angrily, you're such a loser. This isn't your first mission, and you're making such a fuss. We used to face the main force, but now it's okay. We're not a major force, so the danger is relatively low. Chapter 11:11. Everyone, get ready and return to the warship quickly. We might be under attack, Long Xian said cautiously. You're the most timid guy out there. Are you that scared? They're still far away from us, Jialan complained. Junlan said confidently, based on my years of experience, when a major location is attacked, other areas will be relatively safe. I don't think we'd be attacked. Ziyun nodded, that's generally the case. Very few locations are attacked. The area we're defending isn't that important. Jialan, let's all continue eating barbecue. This barbecue tastes really good. We should buy more next time. We're rich now, so we should treat ourselves better. Pink murmured, Captain, you changed so quickly. You were the one who refused to eat earlier, and you were the one who said you didn't want to eat. I'm speechless with you. What's wrong? Do you have a problem with me? Jialan said coldly. Pink quickly said, how dare I have a problem with the captain? That's good. You're just a rebel all day long, Jialan commented sullenly. Everyone was enjoying their meal. Lin Luo had a bad feeling. I think everyone should get ready. I have a bad feeling the rebels might attack us. Captain, how are you feeling? Ziyun asked. Jialan shook his head. I don't see any major problems, but Lin Luo does. To be on the safe side, we should hide for a while. Eating barbecue here and being seen by the Universal Alliance would be hard to explain. Put the space battleship into stealth mode. This time, the rebels are formidable. If they're using a diversionary tactic, it's likely that the main force attacking our main force isn't their main force. It's likely that they're attacking from the periphery. Jinlan, the veteran captain, considered a dangerous possibility. If this possibility goes wrong, their entire team is in danger. Pink complained, these rebels are crazy. They're not going anywhere else, planning a surprise attack on us. They don't realize the huge inconvenience this will cause us. If they're not careful, everyone here could be in trouble. Long Xian said, if they were to surprise us, it would be very dangerous with just the 5 of us. If Yu Qingyang and Xing Yuho were here, we'd be a little safer and less dangerous. Pink said suspiciously, I think you're a spy for those two. You're always speaking up for them when they disagree. I strongly suspect you're their spy. Long Xian said, that's unfair. I just said that. I didn't say anything to support them. That's the best option. Pink nodded. Everyone, be careful. I sense a powerful creature approaching. Junlan's phantom was an immortal-level creature, and his perception was far superior to Jialan's. Jialan generally didn't use immortal-level combat power when not in combat. Using immortal level combat power on an eternal level creature would be too strenuous, and even a top tier eternal level creature would struggle to withstand the pressure. If a normal eternal level creature used immortal level combat power for long, its body would likely collapse. Jia Lan was a top tier eternal level creature, and only he could withstand the pressure. Lin Luo's perception was even stronger than Jinlan's phantom, and he was almost able to lock onto these powerful auras. There were 5 powerful creatures in total, 4 of them eternal level, and 1 immortal level. These 4 eternal level creatures weren't ordinary Eternals, they were much more powerful than regular Eternals. Is the danger approaching? Jialan asked. Jinlan nodded. Yes, it is. We're in a dangerous position. Everyone, prepare for battle. None of the rebels charging towards us are weak, even the weakest are powerful Eternals. How does your strength compare to mine? Pink was one of the weaker members of the team. Compared to you, they're still quite a bit stronger, so you better be careful from now on, Jinlan said. This is going to be a tough fight. Pink was completely uneasy. Jialan warned Lin Luo, you're the only one of our team members who hasn't reached the eternal level. You must be extremely careful. You're too vulnerable to eternal level creatures. Last time, there were plenty of wood dragons protecting us, so you didn't have to be so cautious. This time will be different. There won't be other creatures to help you. Some powerful creatures will devour you first, leaving you with almost no resistance. Ziyun said, yes, I almost forgot you're our newest member. You're quite capable, but you've never been on such a high-risk mission. Be extremely careful in the battle. Your own safety is your top priority. Pink nodded, Shaolin, let's all be careful. Not far away, several shark-like monsters swam forward at breakneck speed, much faster than the speed of light. Beneath the sharks was a human-like body, looking quite eerie. What kind of monsters are these sharks? Pink asked via the communicator. Jialan angrily said, I always tell you to read more, but you're always boasting about yourself. Now, at this critical juncture, you don't even know what's going on. These sharks are called humanoid sharks, and they're a very powerful species in the 6th universe. Long Xian's face turned pale. I know about the humanoid sharks. In the entire 6th universe, they're ranked in the top 10. Every member of their species is terrifying, not a single one is simple. During the previous tournament between the 6th and 8th universes, each side fielded the strongest creatures from their top 10 races. The humanoid sharks battled our 8th-ranked god killers, and the humanoid sharks won. It caused quite a stir at the time. You have to know that our god killers are ranked 8th among all races. This ranking is based primarily on overall strength. If ranked by combat power, the god killers would rank 5th. The god killers earn their name due to their strength, and are quite famous in Universe 8. Yet, such a race renowned for its combat prowess was crushed by a shark. This battle completely humiliated Universe 8. I watched from many universes, 7 or 8 in total, and they all agree that our race in Universe 8 is the worst. The 10 great races of Universe 8 are nothing compared to the 10 great races of Universe 6. After this match, Universe 8 is ranked last. The annual competition is about to begin again. Each great cosmic competition determines the status of each universe. Weak races have no dignity. Chapter 11-12. Jialan said angrily, just introduce the human-like shark. Do you need to introduce so much? Did I ask you to introduce so much? Long Xian smiled and said, I couldn't help but introduce more. Please forgive me. Shut up. You introduced so much. You made me, who wasn't very scared to begin with, feel even more frightened. Pink complained. Long Xian, you were already scared, and now that I said all this, you're even more frightened. You're deliberately accusing me. What's wrong? It seems you're very dissatisfied. Pink said angrily. Ziyun interrupted, you too, be quiet. The enemy is closing in on us. If you're arguing here, they'd probably notice you. We won't even have a chance to launch a surprise attack. Pink hesitated, are we really going to launch a surprise attack? True Blue said, we absolutely must. If we can't defeat them, we can flee, but not taking action is a matter of attitude, and we'd likely be dealt with later. The consequences are unpredictable. What bad luck. What kind of mission did you accept? When you're unlucky, you can easily choke even on cold water. Pink sighed. Stop talking. We're wearing invisibility cloaks, and talking will likely be discovered. If they discover us, or if we're discovered and attacked, there are 2 possible outcomes, True Blue warned. I understand. Pink quickly shut up. Having conducted these missions many times, she was quite experienced. She knew this small detail could cost everyone their lives. 5 kilometers from Team Deep Blue, the humanoid shark slowed considerably. The leader, Shark C, spoke, I just did a quick scan. There shouldn't be any teams guarding this location in the distance. It's quite remote. To reach it from our position, we need to pass through a large black hole. The black hole is extremely dangerous. Even an immortal level creature who enters it might never escape. We encountered some very deadly dangers when we entered, and we almost couldn't get out. Shark Enin said, I have a different idea. I hope some minor illnesses will stop us. It's best if we don't devour a powerful team so that we can recover. That's true. Shaxi said, however, there are some significant risks. If we don't devour them cleanly, the result is that other teams may come. We just expended a lot of energy, so there's still some risk involved. Sha Enin complained, Captain, everything about you is fine, but there's one big problem. You're too cautious. Being overly cautious about everything is what's holding us back, and we can't do some things well. Sha Hai had a different perspective. It's not that I'm doing this on purpose. We're in someone else's territory, and being cautious won't help. The 8th universe is the weakest of the 8. You have to understand one thing. The 8th universe is so weak, yet it's able to survive among so many universes, so its strength must be quite impressive. You have to understand this. Our humanoid race is quite powerful. In the 6th universe, we're only 10th, but in the 8th universe, we're in the top 5. That means we're quite powerful. But there are so many creatures in the 8th universe. They're attacking us with a human wave. No matter how powerful we are, we can't leave here and will eventually fall. Shark Enin said impatiently, You're alright, okay? I can't argue with that. There's not much point in me telling you all this. Once you become captain, you experience what you've done a few more times, and you know there's nothing wrong with being cautious, and it doesn't mean you're cowardly. Shark Hai explained helplessly. We're lucky this time. We found a flower on the core star of the 8th universe. If our leader eats its petals, a phenomenal immortal level creature will appear among our human-like sharks. Sharkshin said. The human-like sharks have 3 phenomenal immortal level creatures. 2 of them have disappeared. Another has been seriously injured, which is a huge blow to the entire race. The human-like sharks have mobilized so many powerful members to the 8th universe, primarily to find the core star. A phenomenal flower blooms on the core star. If consumed by powerful immortal level creatures, the wetlands will become even more powerful. The leader of the human-like sharks has evolved to a high level, but he still needs to be one step stronger. The core star of Universe 6 also has this flower. Each universe has its own core star. Finding one and gathering the flowers from it and consuming them will allow you to evolve to even higher combat power. The human-like sharks have always behaved in an overbearing manner, offending many races and making them very unhappy. The human-like sharks have undergone a drastic change, and the hostile races are naturally delighted and eager to take advantage of their misfortune. The humanoid sharks wanted to find the core star, obtain the flower, and become even more powerful, something the other races wouldn't allow. After finally weakening, the humanoid sharks, eager to seize the opportunity to annihilate their entire race, were unaware they would be given another chance to become stronger. With no other options, the humanoid sharks chose to journey to the 8th universe, hoping to find an opportunity there. The humanoid shark succeeded, finding the immortal flower in the core of the 8th universe. 2 immortal-level creatures died to obtain a single petal. The creatures on the core star were terrifying, each one a phenomenal immortal. The 6th universe's core star also held many powerful, phenomenal immortals. No one knew when they arrived on the core star, or when they became its phenomenal immortals. Their power came at the cost of their freedom, and they were bound to remain on the core star forever. Any creature that entered the core star would be attacked by them. Many creatures that harbored ambitions for the immortal flower perished at the hands of these powerful creatures, their bodies becoming their food. The immortal flower is a truly miraculous flower, a plant that musters the full force of the universe to grow. Any creature that consumes the immortal flower can unleash its potential, eliminate past problems, and achieve a significant improvement. Many ordinary creatures, after consuming the immortal flower, gain immense powers, unleashing immense potential. Shahai sighed, there's nothing we can do. Our 3 elders took such a risk. 2 of the great elders have mysteriously disappeared, and their fate remains unknown. Another is seriously injured. I'm truly impressed by them. Chapter 11:13. Sha Enin complained, those big shots are courting disaster, leading to some accidents. In the end, we're the ones who suffer. We have to clean up their mess, risking our lives to find just one petal. Are you all well and truly rested? A little rest will suffice. We still need to leave quickly. The 8th universe is at odds with us. When our leader was low on food, he destroyed one of their planets, devouring all the life on it. Sha Haidao. Sharkshin nodded and said, I know. I participated in that carnival. The meat of that race was truly delicious. I can't forget it even now. Shark Enin said, You're talking about the Yun clan, right? They didn't all die, but they left some members for us to cultivate. Some of the creatures we raised are incredibly delicious. That's right. We, the human-like sharks, have a deep-seated feud with the 8th universe. Many of the Yun clan survived that disaster, and one of our members is on the council. At that time, our leader fought the leader of this Yun clan. In the end, the leader lost and fled with some of his people. It's said that after that battle, the leader became even more determined and powerful. Now, she's incredibly powerful. If she knew we, the human-like sharks, were coming to steal the immortal flower, she would definitely come to stop us. Then, we wouldn't have a good ending. It would be difficult for us to escape, said Shark High. Shark Enin said, Let's go. If we go back this time, the clan leader will definitely reward us well. Even if we can't evolve into immortal creatures, he will still help us a lot. Let's leave quickly. Our lives are most important. Staying here any longer feels incredibly dangerous. We might run into danger, said Shark C. 5 enormous humanoid sharks arrived between 2 planets. The leading one was enormous, barely larger than the neighboring planets. Suddenly, a beam of aurora blazed towards the sharks, sending an eternal-level shark flying and crashing heavily into the planet, creating a massive crater. More beams of light attacked, engulfing the sharks. Shaxi dashed back from the attack, his body stained with red blood from numerous wounds. A giant blue-white dragon appeared, blocking Shark's path. Shaxi angrily said, You were the one who launched the attack just now. You were trying to kill me, weren't you? What's wrong? Are you so arrogant even on someone else's territory? This is our 8th universe. You, the 6th universe, are not welcome here, said Jinlan coldly. You're not welcome. Do you really think the 8th universe is yours? Shahai snorted coldly, Your native races are so weak, occupying such a large territory is a waste. You should become a subsidiary of our 6th universe. That's ridiculous. Your 6th universe is so powerful, why didn't you destroy our 8th universe sooner? You came here stealthily, like thieves. I don't know how you have the nerve to say such things. Besides, you, a single race, want to destroy our entire 8th universe. Are you humans like sharks unlucky? It's said that 3 phenomenal creatures in your race have been destroyed. That's very unfortunate for the top 10 races. Jinlan, undeterred, taunted, Your race has committed so many sins. When problems arise within your race, you panic. You truly are incompetent. Shahai said coldly, Our race isn't incompetent, but yours is. None of the top 10 races are even remotely capable of defeating them. Only the top 3 can barely hold their own. The others are incredibly weak. Jinlan said, The God-killing clan may have been defeated by you, but that doesn't mean your race is invincible. There are many races in the 8th universe who think they're the best. I show you how powerful we are. That's hilarious. You're the only ones who can do that. Shahai taunted, Get out of my way now. If I start, you be dead. Shanian followed, wounded in various places, angrily saying, Those ant-like creatures of the 8th universe are only good at sneak attacks. They don't even dare to attack head-on, only resorting to stealth. Then, 3 people emerged like sharks, wounded in many places, and bleeding profusely. Sharkshin was furious. How despicable. Knowing you can't defeat us human-like sharks, you resort to such crude tactics. Get out of my way now. Your team only earns a few thousand a month. There's no need to fight me to the death. The power of our human-like shark race is known to the entire 6th universe. I'm sure you heard about this in the 8th universe too. Get out of my way now. It's good for both you and me. If you don't, you won't gain anything even if you die. Shahai threatened. You underestimate me. If I dare to attack, today will be a sure kill. Unless you kill me, I won't let you pass. Jinlan said. Okay, I gave you a chance, and if you don't cherish it, then you can all die. Shahai was already furious. In his eyes, the races of the 8th universe were all worthless. If he weren't in the 8th universe now, he wouldn't even be in the mood to negotiate with Jinlan. Unable to control his rage, he pounced on Jinlan. The 2 creatures clashed, each blow a sure kill. Shahinin frowned and said, It seems we underestimated the creatures of the 8th universe. Both are immortal-level creatures, and our captain failed to crush them. This race shouldn't be one of the major races, yet they possess such formidable strength. We truly underestimated them, said Shachin. We need to evacuate this place immediately. If the entire 8th universe team arrives, we surely perish. We're powerful, but we can't withstand so many creatures. Yes, those who just broke through have all been wiped out. These 8th universe creatures have no moral principles. Since our team couldn't defeat us, we sent in stronger creatures to attack. The other two, like Shark, were weaker and more fearful. Just watching them is a dead end. We have to attack them ourselves. The two of us will assist the captain in the attack. We believe we can quickly defeat this creature. Shark Enin and the others were equally anxious. The longer they stayed, the higher their chances of death. This place was relatively remote, but there might be support from the 8th Universe Alliance. With their support arriving, leaving would be impossible. Shark Enin's entire body turned red, and his body grew significantly larger. His entire shark head was enormous, its bloody mouth gaping, filled with fangs. Chapter 1114. Sha Chen, unwilling to be outdone, grew considerably in size, and unleashed a powerful force. The two shark-like creatures unleashed extraordinary combat power, rivaling any ordinary immortal-level creature. Their conversation with Jinlan had just begun, accumulating strength. For a shark-like creature to unleash its immense power, it must undergo a process that takes considerable time. A giant blue and white tiger suddenly appeared, radiating a dazzling light. Its aura rapidly surged, its strength increasing. A gigantic purple bird appeared, its wings continuously dripping purple light. It was slightly smaller than the blue and white tiger. Also present were a giant golden dragon and a pink leopard, both of whom were weaker. Shark Enin glanced at the four people and said disdainfully, "This is your unique biomodification technology from the 8th universe. It looks quite good. You were all originally quite weak, so you're using other people's bloodlines." Long Xian retorted, "Don't talk nonsense here. My bloodline is legitimate. I never used any blood injection experiments, let alone any biomodification." Pink slapped Long Xian in anger. "Whose side are you on? They insulted the four of us, and then you took it out, leaving the three of us to take their insults. Isn't that just a fact? I didn't use any biomodification to begin with. I'm still very upset that he's wrongly accusing me like this," Long Xian said. Pink angrily said, "You're truly a rebel. It turns out you always look down on our biomodification, and you're really upset that you didn't use it yourself. When the battle is over, I have a thorough reckoning. I think you're the one who should be kicked out of the team. The others are less important." Long Xian said, "No, I just said it was fast, not that I wanted to ask you. I only contradict them when they're saying something irritating." Pink snorted, "They speak their mind when they're fast. Doesn't that make sense?" "Don't worry about the details," Long Xian said. Sha Chen, filled with murderous intent, said, "You guys from the 8th universe still have the leisure to discuss this with us? I'm going to kill you all next. Come on, who's afraid of who?" Sha Enin confronted Jia Lan. Both were eternal-level creatures, unleashing immortal-level combat power. Jia Lan erupted in a cyan blue light, transforming into a streak of cyan blue light that charged towards Sha Enin. Sha Enin opened her enormous mouth, and a continuous stream of dark energy converged, forming a massive black hole. The black hole exerted a terrifying suction, attempting to suck Jia Lan in. Jia Lan sensed a life-or-death crisis and immediately stopped charging forward, desperately sprinting outward. The dark power emanating from the black hole was too terrifying. Anyone who entered would likely never escape. Jia Lan burst out of the black hole, panting heavily. Shark Enin taunted him, "Not bad. Many creatures couldn't even withstand my attack, but you managed to pull yourself out of the black hole. That's quite impressive. You, the 8th universe, aren't as weak as I thought. Every creature is vulnerable. Then you, the 6th universe, are too weak. Our 10 great races were just tricking you. It wasn't a powerful move at all, yet you think you're so invincible. Now you see? Each of my races is incredibly powerful, far more than you can contend with," Jia Lan said. Sha Enin laughed, "I don't know why you're so confident. The ability I just used was only my weakest. I haven't even used my true power yet, and you think you're invincible. What a coincidence I am too," Jia Lan said. "We see who's stronger later. I show you how powerful I am." Sha Enin and Jia Lan engaged in battle again, each using their most powerful moves, intent on killing the other. The battle intensified, and for a moment, it was difficult to determine the winner. "Come on together. You're no match for me on your own. We're eternal-level creatures, but there's a huge gap between us," Sha Chen said. "I'm also a top-tier eternal-level creature. I can fight you alone, even without other teammates." Ziyun's face darkened. "Really? Well, I like to see." Sha Chen bit forward, transforming into a dark shadow. Ziyun couldn't see it for a moment, unsure what to do. The moment Sha Chen approached Ziyun, a pink figure appeared in front of her and slapped her fiercely. "Ziyun, with her extensive combat experience, immediately noticed something was wrong and opened her beak, emitting a purple light that struck Shark Chen's head. Shak Chen had no choice but to sidestep, dodging Ziyun's attack. Pink, thanks to you. Ziyun breathed a sigh of relief. Pink, Sister Ziyun, no need to thank me. We're all teammates. Well, you're still very trustworthy in crucial moments, Ziyun said. That's true. I'm a bit of a beauty buff. There are times when life is more important than anything else, so I'm willing to cooperate, Pink said. Sha Chen retreated a considerable distance, looking rather embarrassed. You people from Universe 8 are truly despicable. You just said I didn't need any help, and now that I'm taking action, you're calling in your help and launching a surprise attack. Ziyun's pretty face flushed, and she was speechless for a moment. Her behavior just now had been rather brazen. Both of them were eternal-level creatures, considered top-tier, on the verge of evolving to immortal-level creatures. But their combat power wasn't on the same level, the others was significantly higher. Pink said, do you have any shame? A slightly lower combat power is normal. Besides, we have a roster, unlike you who don't even have one. Fighting and killing every day is pointless. The creatures of the 8th universe aren't very powerful, but they're quite powerful when it comes to talking. Sha Chen's face was gloomy. Ziyun asked, what if the two of us work together to deal with the humanoid shark, and Longxian handles the others alone? Pink said, it seems this is the only way. Otherwise, it'd be very difficult to fight. Brother Longxian, it's time for you to show your strength. Longxian immediately objected, that's unfair. You two are fighting one, and I have to fight you too. Humanoid sharks are already stronger, and I have to fight two by myself. Isn't that courting death? And isn't calling me big brother a bit too much? When you don't need me, you call me Longxian, and when you need me, you call me big brother. You're really pragmatic. I admire you. Longxian said. What's wrong? Do you think being called big brother is easy? I'm giving you face. Pink said. Chapter 11:15. Pink said, if you're not useful, do you think you deserve to be called big brother? Stop the nonsense. It's going to be difficult for us to handle two human-headed sharks. How about you handle this one, and we handle these two? Look, there's a bit of logic in what you're saying. You're handling two human-headed sharks, and I'm handling one. That's so unfair. Longxian complained. Pink, didn't you say you were always so powerful? Now you have a chance to show it off. Show it off. Are you sure you want me to show off, not just kill myself? I'm already struggling against one human-headed shark, let alone two. Longxian said. Ziyun worriedly said, Longxian will have a difficult time dealing with the two shark-like creatures. If he fails, we'd be the next to suffer. That's true. If Longxian dies, we'd be in trouble. The first person they come to our aid will likely be the shark-like creature we're fighting, Pink said. Longxian complained, why are you two being so harsh? Aren't you worried about my safety, not your own? It was perfectly natural for us to worry about our own safety. Those who don't care about themselves will be punished by heaven and earth, Pink said matter-of-factly. The two shark-like creatures were already approaching. Longxian quickly unleashed his full might, transforming his entire body into energy and charging towards them. The two shark-like creatures, seeing the terrifying attack, had no choice but to dodge. Pink, Longxian, you're quite capable. You've been pretending to be incompetent. Look, you just used a move, and the two shark-like creatures immediately dodged. Don't be sarcastic. I just used my strongest attack, otherwise how could those two sharks have retreated? Longxian said anxiously. Ziyun said with satisfaction, you're quite impressive with your strongest attack. Why don't you just keep using it and fight them off? Once we dealt with one shark, we come to your aid. Longxian was completely upset. Sister Ziyun, are you kidding me? If I could always use my strongest attack, I wouldn't be complaining to you. I could only use it a few times, 3 at most. You're such a loser, Pink said disdainfully. Longxian gave a thumbs up. You're pretty good, right? Keep using your strongest attack. I wonder how long you can hold out. As the men were arguing, Lin Luo arrived in a space battleship. The 3 of you fight, and I handle the rest, Lin Luo shouted. Pink gave a thumbs up. I almost forgot we have a space battleship. With Lin Luo at the controls, fighting a human shark is easy. Longxian can definitely fight a human shark, right? That's fine. Longxian felt a warm glow in his heart. Look at you two, you've been working with us for so long, and you two just want me dead. Look how nice the new guys are to me. They even knew to fly a space battleship over here to help us fend off a human shark. Look at what you just said. Don't they sound like something a teammate would say? You asked me to keep using my ultimate. I always thought we were close teammates, but after this, I realized how naive I was. Ziyun said, why are you so imaginative? We just asked you to hold on for a while. After that, we can kill this guy together, and then you can come help. There's a human-like shark. I hold it off. Lin Luo controlled the space battleship and launched an attack on the human-headed shark. A purple beam emanated from the launch port and landed on the human-headed shark. The human-headed shark chose to passively block the attack, and the beam struck its arm. After the purple light, the human-headed shark appeared. Its arm, struck, was bloodied and shed profusely. Damn it! You're hitting me like that. I skin you alive and devour you. Sha Ao was furious, feeling insulted. He was being harmed by a space battleship controlled by someone he considered a mere ant. You better avoid the attack. This space battleship is quite formidable. Its strength is almost reaching the immortal level. Its attacks are no less powerful than those of an eternal level ship. It's normal to suffer damage from direct attacks, his companion Sha Shun warned. I destroy this spaceship. Its defenses can withstand ordinary immortal level attacks, but after repeated attacks from me, it won't be able to withstand them, and will be completely destroyed, said Shark Ao. Then you must quickly and decisively resolve this battle. If we don't destroy this spaceship, it won't be easy for us to escape. If it's nearby assisting in the attack, it will cause us great trouble. Sha Shun said. No problem. Shak Ao charged towards Lin Luo's spaceship, his body transforming into a dark shadow, arriving in the blink of an eye. Lin Luo attacked with a purple beam, but it couldn't stop Shak Ao, who easily dodged it. Shak Ao arrived in front of the spaceship and punched it hard. The spaceship shield shattered, sending it flying backwards, leaving a deep groove inside. Pink shouted, Xiao Lin, don't skim. Activate your strongest shield. This human-headed shark isn't some ordinary eternal-level creature. If you fight it, you likely die. Ziyun said, you better stall for time. Once we stalled long enough, we can kill the human-like shark and come to your aid. I understand. Lin Luo used the intercom to communicate with the two of them. He didn't fight the human-like shark, but immediately chose to flee. Damn it! I'm trying to escape now. Do you have my permission? I won't let you escape. I'm going to kill you. Sha Ao immediately gave chase. Watching Shark Ao chase Lin Luo and pilot the space battleship away, Ziyun couldn't help but worry. I wonder if Xiao Lin is in danger. It's really putting too much pressure on him to join our ace team. Long Xian said, I hope Xiao Lin is okay. Pink said, what's wrong with you? Didn't you just keep saying no to Xiao Lin? A newbie is riding your coattails, and now you're even showing concern for him. Long Xian sighed, if you had a few indifferent teammates and a newcomer around you, and the newcomer constantly showed concern for you, you know who's the problem. That's a harsh statement. What do you mean by an indifferent teammate? We can't do anything about it. If we were stronger, we want to help you, but the problem is, we don't have that ability. We're also very formidable against creatures, Pink explained. Long Xian chuckled, you always have excuses. I feel like you're having a lot of free time while you fight, even chatting with me. I can't stand up to you. Chapter 11:16. Pink retorted, what right do you have to criticize me? If you're truly struggling to defeat your enemies, why would you even have the time to chat with me? You're just being ridiculous. I didn't say it was easy. I can hold my own, but if I couldn't, I have told you long ago, Long Xian said. Ziyun said, you two should stop talking and get yourselves out of trouble, so we can go help Xiao Lin. I think Xiao Lin's situation is still very dangerous. I understand, Long Xian. You have to work harder. Both of these enemies are yours, and now one is yours. You should make an effort to defeat your enemy and rush to Xiao Lin's aid, Pink urged. Long Xian said helplessly, I tried my best, but the opponent is quite powerful. I can't kill him all at once. Sha Chen attacked Ziyun, and it was only with Pink's help that Ziyun was able to escape danger. That was a close call. Ziyun breathed a sigh of relief. The humanoid shark's attack was too terrifying, especially its head, which was incredibly hard. A collision with it would either injure or kill anyone. Pink complained, what's with this humanoid shark? Why is its forehead so hard? My claws nearly broke when I smacked it. Sha Chen smiled, you two should focus on yourselves. Your former captain is an exception. He must be a very experienced immortal-level creature to be able to stand up to our captain. In you, I see the weakness of you, the 8th universe. The creatures of our 6th universe are generally much stronger than you, practically crushing you. You're too weak. Pink angrily said, what's there to be proud of? You're the pinnacle of your own race, aren't you? You're trash too. We admit we're trash, and so are you. Shachan said, I make this a quick fight. Sha Hai and Jinlan were the first to fight, and the battle reached a fever pitch. Sha Hai transformed into a gigantic shark, desperately battling the blue-white dragon. Large black balls appeared around him, condensing terrifying power. As Sha Hai approached, the black balls charged towards the blue-white dragon. They reached Jinlan's side, unleashing terrifying power. The black balls instantly exploded, unleashing terrifying power. Jinlan was instantly blown away, suffering deep wounds across his body, his bones visible. He bled profusely, staining his body red. Sharksea taunted, I thought you creatures from the 8th universe were so powerful, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. You can't hold out for a little longer, and you'd be useless. Do you think that's my strength? This is just a shadow of me. I'm much stronger than this. You really think you're invincible? If I had deployed my true form, I would have killed you by now. Jinlan said unhappily. Shaxi's pupils constricted sharply, staring at Jinlan. It's really just a shadow. You people from the 8th universe look down on us so much? People from the 6th universe fight with virtual forms, not real forms. Do you really think you're invincible? Jinlan snorted, I'm much stronger than you, Sharksea. A shadow is enough to kill you. That's impressive. I guess I devour you later. Your virtuality seems to be a natural ability. After using it, the shadow becomes very close to the real person. If I devour you, I gain a lot. My strength will be greatly enhanced. I just depleted a lot of my stamina, so you'd be a great way to replenish it. Sha Hai said. Jinlan was not to be outdone. I just heard you enter the core star and collected a petal of the immortal flower. If you hand it over, I let you go. Ridiculous. Sha Hai sneered. I was wondering why you were attacking me so aggressively. It turns out it's all for the immortal flower. Your system in the 8th universe is flawed to begin with. It's inherently selfish. I thought you were so righteous back then. You clearly couldn't defeat us, but you still kept pestering us. So you want the immortal petal in my hand. You should have said so earlier if you wanted it. The core star is right where we just came from. You can't. Why do you have to take it from me when you can go in and take it yourself? You guys in the 8th universe love to talk about democracy and freedom, believing that except for immortal level creatures, other creatures lack even basic freedoms. How come you're acting like bandits when you come to your 8th universe territory? Jinlan corrected him, you seem to have forgotten one thing. This is the 8th universe. What you taken belongs to ours, so as creatures of the 8th universe, we have the right to take it back. I want to see how strong you are. If you don't have the strength, I devour you whole. The Sharksea attacked True Blue again, each strike deadly. The fact that the humanoid shark could rank 9th among all races in the 6th universe was a testament to its immense strength, unmatched by other races. True Blue's original race was a small one, the Celestial Dragons. While the name sounded impressive, their actual combat power was actually quite modest. No Celestial Dragons were even among the top 100 of the 8th universe. True Blue possessed exceptional talent within the Celestial Dragons, far surpassing the other races. He later achieved his current strength through significant development. It was through True Blue's connections that the Celestial Dragons became known to the races of the 8th universe. In time, True Blue declined, leaving only his head. He owed a large sum of money for reparations, and his parents, siblings abandoned him. Now, the Celestial Dragons have made it onto the list, ranking in the 30s, a high position, largely due to True Blue. Besides True Blue, this race has produced no other powerful individuals. Jinlan felt increasingly powerless, suffocated by the pressure of the Sharksea. A black light appeared within Sharkinin's body, and as she neared Jialan, she unleashed a tremendous force. Black lines, each with terrifying power, pierced Jialan. Jialan was engulfed by the black threads, his entire body disintegrating and fragmenting, his flesh slowly dissipating. That useless 8th universe being. I thought he was that strong. He can't even withstand my strongest attack. Just deal with him. Now it's time to help the captain. Sharkinin panted. Killing Jialan hadn't been as easy as he said, it had taken a lot of effort. Jialan was incredibly powerful, and she felt immense pressure. Am I that easy to kill? Jialan suddenly appeared. Not dead? Sharkinin paused, looking towards the spot where Jialan had died. Chapter 11:17. Jialan's figure reappeared, the blue and white giant tiger intact. How is that possible? Shayinin said, my strongest attack is so powerful that even a true immortal level creature couldn't withstand it. How could you be unharmed? What's impossible? I told you you've been in the 6th universe for too long. You really think you're invincible. In reality, you're still very weak. We in the 8th universe have some powerful beings. You're just overthinking things. Jia Lan countered. Sha Yining said coldly, I don't know what you're so proud of. You didn't kill me just now, so what do you think? It was just a slight waste of time. You still die in the end. I don't think so. I think you'd be the one to die, Jia Lan retorted. With you, I don't know how you can possibly defeat me, Sha Yining said. The two engaged in another life-and-death battle. This time, Jia Lan dared not relax. This time, his sister Jinan was unable to help him. He had only himself to rely on. The opponent was a powerful humanoid shark, with immense combat power, far surpassing his own. Sha Chen was engaged in a fierce battle with Zi Yun and Pink. Zi Yun and Pink were a formidable team, but Sha Chen's exceptional combat prowess was enough to withstand their combined might. Long Xian's situation was even worse, as he was constantly being crushed by Sha Shun, suffering from injuries. Thankfully, Long Xian's racial innate ability granted him exceptional healing abilities, and some of his injuries healed at a visible rate. You still want to rush to Xiao Lin's aid, but I'm in a precarious position. Long Xian felt a wave of distress. Sha Shun taunted, I think your race is quite good. What's your name? It's the Dragon Tribe. What's your opinion? Long Xian said with a firm voice. I don't mean anything. I just think your race is quite powerful. I think the God-killing tribe should give you its own ranking. You can't kill us, so you could evenly match us. Sha Shun taunted. Our Dragon Tribe's healing abilities are very strong, but that doesn't mean we're vulnerable. We Dragon Tribe are very powerful. Don't underestimate us. Our unleashed power is far greater than you imagine. Long Xian said. With you, and I'm not being sarcastic, your teammates look down on you, let alone me. I think you should just run away now. Your teammates are treating you this way. Honestly, you rely on your natural abilities to continuously heal. If you try to escape now, we won't be able to catch you. Sha Shun said. Long Xian angrily said, Don't underestimate me. My teammates treated me badly, but there's no need to abandon them. That's not right. Look at what they're saying. They want you to take on 2 of them alone. You can't even handle me, so how can you handle 2? Doesn't that make sense? Sha Shun, undeterred, continued to coax him. Shut up. I show you how powerful I am. Long Xian, furious, rushed over to Sha Shun and bit him hard. The teeth immediately shattered as Long Xian bit down, leaving several bloody holes and oozing a small amount of blood. Sha Shun touched his forehead, his hand smeared with blood. Are you kidding me? You bit me, and I lost all my teeth. The damage you did to me is almost the same as if you hadn't done anything. Long Xian said, I show you how powerful I am. Didn't you tell me to run? I won't. I fight you to the death, and I kill you sooner or later. Come on, let me see how strong you are. I'm really giving you face. I was thinking I let you go, because I had something to do, but you don't appreciate it, so I'm going to kill you. Sha Shun's forehead was injured, and the excruciating pain drove him completely mad. The two fought with all their might, and for a while, the outcome was uncertain. Sha Shun's own strength was relatively strong, and he could crush Long Xian. Long Xian's self-healing ability was so strong that he was difficult to kill. Sha Ao pursued the spaceship, launching continuous attacks. Alarm, alarm. The spaceship is damaged in many places. Please repair it immediately, otherwise it will explode. Alarm, alarm. The battleship is in critical condition. If repairs aren't made, irreparable damage may occur. Alarms blared throughout the battleship, ablaze with red light. Almost done. Time to attack. Lin Luo deliberately lured Shark Ao to a location where he couldn't be seen by Team Deep Blue. Enter sleep mode, Lin Luo commanded. The battleship will enter sleep mode, shutting down all communications and repairing any self-reparable damage. Lin Luo then emerged from the battleship and encountered Shark Ao head-on. Shark Ao taunted, You ant. You actually crawled out of there. You're ridiculous. You could have lived longer in the spaceship. Rushing out now is just courting death, isn't it? Lin Luo laughed. Can you guess why I pretended to be this way? Am I living too long? Shark Ao immediately became alert and glanced around. He confirmed there were no other living creatures nearby. You are incredible. You scared me. I thought you had help. No need for help. I can kill you and me alone, Lin Luo said. Shark Ao couldn't help but laugh. Stop being ridiculous. You're capable of killing me. You soon know why I can kill you. Lin Luo no longer hid himself. His body began to transform. He grew much larger, sprouting dragon scales. His entire body continued to grow, surpassing Shark Ao in size. Eternal level creature? You've been hiding. You're not even an ultimate being. You're actually an eternal level creature, and one that's close to immortal level. Xiao's face was filled with astonishment. Are you scared? Lin Luo had been feeling rather frustrated, constantly avoiding the enemy. Xiao sneered. Why should I be scared? So what if you're eternal level? I'm also an eternal level creature, and a powerful one like the sharks, a powerful species from the 6th universe. Do you think you can kill me? Your confidence is good, but you have to know that there are also some exceptionally powerful creatures in the 8th universe. I'm an exception. Lin Luo pointed at himself. Xiao taunted, I've seen boasters, but I never seen one as boastful as you. And you're an exception. You're truly shameless. Chapter 11:18. If you don't believe me, try it. You see how powerful I am. The thing you regret most in your life is hunting me down. Lin Luo shook his head. Hunting you down? Stop being ridiculous. Xiao said unconvincedly, your teammates were quite confident earlier, thinking they were strong enough to fight me. Now they're fighting my own people, and yet they remain silent. Doesn't that prove something? Lin Luo said bluntly, the creatures of your 6th universe are generally stronger than us, but that doesn't include me. I'm far stronger than you. You're so ignorant. You must be a rat, aren't you? Hiding in this squad, it seems no one in the squad has noticed you. Yes, so what? It seems you're not afraid at all. Even if I can't kill you, I tell your teammates your secret later. How will they react? You can try it, Lin Luo said coldly. That's hilarious. Don't worry. I'm just saying it, I won't actually do it. You probably die in my mouth, Devoured. I won't have the chance to do that. Xiao laughed loudly. Lin Luo laughed, you misunderstood. I meant I'm going to kill you so you don't have a chance to complain. Xiao's smile faded, and he said coldly, very well, it seems I underestimated you. It's natural for me to say such big words to you. You can try it. Lin Luo took the initiative to attack. As he approached Xiao, Xiao rammed him with his forehead. The human-like shark's forehead is incredibly hard, often used in combat. Shark Ao charged forward, attempting to strike with his forehead. Lin Luo, unwilling to be outdone, slammed into him. Looking for death. Shark Ao felt his race was being challenged. The top 3 races in the 6th universe didn't dare to confront him physically. The creatures of the 8th universe, whom he had always looked down upon, were surprisingly bold enough to confront him physically. Using their utmost strength, their bodies sped past the speed of light as they slammed into each other. Bang! The collision produced a resounding, earth-shattering sound, and the 2 surrounding planets, affected by the impact, began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Shark Ao was knocked back, his face filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Your physical body is this powerful. Even the most powerful of your race, the Cosmic Royals, might not possess such terrifying strength. I told you clearly before. If you had chosen to flee immediately, I might not have been able to kill you. Now you probably don't stand a chance, Lin Luo said coldly. Damn it! Don't think you won, and can look down on me. I haven't fully demonstrated my strength yet. The previous physical collision had made Shark Ao witness Lin Luo's strength, and he dared not take it lightly again. The fact that he could join the Ace squad meant there were no weaklings, and this person had been able to hide for so long within the small Ace squad, remaining undetected. While chasing Lin Luo, Shark Ao hadn't realized that the little creature he was pursuing was, like him, an eternal. The fact that he could conceal himself from his immortal level teammates meant that his own combat power was very close to immortal. I'm also looking forward to seeing the true strength of your humanoid sharks. Lin Luo also uttered some trash talk, not wanting to diminish his momentum. He felt comfortable transforming into a golden dragon. He had been hiding his strength. Pretending to be a Wind tribe member was too uncomfortable, unable to fully unleash his full power. On the forest planet, he considered using his true strength to help his team, but then reconsidered and immediately rejected the idea. His teammates weren't fools, doing so would surely arouse suspicion. The Deep Blue team seemed to be treating him well, as Lin Luo was a native of Universe 8, and had helped them greatly. If the Deep Blue team discovered Lin Luo's misconduct, there would be no way back to the way things were. The Deep Blue team had already spared him, and not reported the matter to the Universal Alliance, which was already very good. Of course, this time, he tried his best not to attack. Just now, it wasn't the True Blue that suddenly launched the attack. Lin Luo had been urging everyone to feign an attack, allowing the humanoid sharks that had left Universe 6 to escape. The humanoid sharks were too powerful, and the Deep Blue team was no match for them. Jinlan's determined fight made Lin Luo abandon the idea of retreat. Last time, with Jianan taking action, Lin Luo had no fear of failure. Jianan, a powerful elder in the Elder Council, was no ordinary immortal, far surpassing the average immortal. With her as a backup, whether Lin Luo intervened or not wouldn't significantly alter the outcome. This time was different. Team Deep Blue had no outside support, their fate rested in their own hands. If they were defeated by the humans from Universe 6, they would become prey. Lin Luo deliberately lured the shark to a location where he couldn't see the fighting, so he dared to reveal his true form. Shark Ao attacked again, this time using his own innate talent. Numerous black spheres condensed from his body, imbued with terrifying power. Tens of thousands of black spheres flew towards Lin Luo at an extremely fast speed. Lin Luo's dragon mouth condensed to golden light, brimming with flames, blazing fiercely. The moment tens of thousands of black spheres rushed towards him, Lin Luo opened his dragon mouth and released a stream of golden light. The black and golden light collided, releasing a terrifying force. Lin Luo suddenly rushed towards Shark Ao. Shark Ao immediately panicked, and black light erupted from his skin. The black light, imbued with terrifying power, rushed towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo chose to block the black light head-on, as it impacted his golden body. Before blocking it, a golden light flashed across his body, blocking the black light. "Are you trying to kill yourself?" Shark Ao was terrified. The enemy before him was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. The opponent's strength was secondary, it wasn't particularly formidable, and it couldn't possibly crush him. Its fighting spirit was truly terrifying. The creature before him, from the 8th universe, must have experienced countless battles to possess such a terrifying fighting spirit. Sha Ao felt a surge of fear and tried to dodge. Black light pierced through the golden light, piercing the dragon's scales in many places, and blood flowed out. This man is mad. Is he truly fearless? Doesn't he know that if he does this, he won't be able to withstand my attacks, and he will die? Sha Ao couldn't bear the fear in his heart, and decisively chose to flee. He decided to return to his team. The creature before him was too hidden, and he couldn't stop it himself. Want to escape? Do you think it's too late? Sha Ao was bitten by Lin Luo, his sharp teeth sinking into his flesh, and a stream of golden flames erupted from his mouth. Chapter 11:19. A large amount of golden flames burst out of his mouth, enveloping Shark Ao entirely. The golden flames blazed fiercely, and Shark Ao cried out in pain. The intense flames ignited Shark Ao's body, emitting a burning stench. Shark Ao still tried to escape, but Lin Luo refused to let him go. Shark Ao knew Lin Luo's secret. If Shark Ao said anything at all, he would be a target of suspicion, and it would be difficult for him to stay in the team. He seemed to trust everyone, but in reality, they had only spent a short time together, so the trust was still insufficient. Lin Luo's position in the 8th universe was very delicate. If he became suspected and implicated many people, he had to be extremely cautious, making sure not to reveal any flaws. How could you be so strong? You're not from the 8th universe. You must be from a stronger universe. If you were from another universe, I hope you let me go. I could offer you many benefits. Faced with a life-or-death crisis, Shark Ao chose to beg for mercy. Lin Luo scoffed, "I thought you guys from the 6th universe were so powerful, each one invincible. Turns out you're not much different from us. Faced with a life-or-death situation, you're the first to beg for mercy." Sha Ao was furious, but he didn't dare show it. Lin Luo tugged at him, his sharp claws piercing his flesh and burrowing deep into his body. The slightest movement sent a sharp pain through him. No need. Killing you would be even better. Lin Luo unleashed another golden flame, even hotter than the previous one, enveloping Sha Ao entirely. The golden flames began to burn fiercely, emitting a waft of the meaty aroma. Lin Luo continued to intensify his attacks. The human-like shark was difficult to kill, and even with such intense flames, he still couldn't kill it. He needed to gut it and intensify his attacks to kill it. When the human-like shark was almost cooked, Lin Luo devoured it in one gulp. Faced with the human-like shark's pleas for mercy, he had no intention of begging for mercy. The human-like shark's plea for mercy didn't mean it truly regretted its actions, it was simply afraid, terrified of Lin Luo's immense strength. If the human-like shark won, Lin Luo would definitely not let him go, even if he was on the losing side. Even if Lin Luo begged for mercy, the human-like shark would still choose to kill him. A shark's excretion organs are on the surface of its skin, so they would taste extremely unpleasant. Lin Luo couldn't pass up the opportunity to devour an eternal creature, it would be a significant advancement for him, and he couldn't afford to be complacent. After witnessing the might of the 8th universe, his previous sense of complacency vanished. Compared to Earth, The 8th universe was a much larger stage, home to many powerful creatures. Lin Luo could only guarantee his own safety by evolving to an immortal-level creature. During his time in the 8th universe, he must have gathered some information. Many immortal-level creatures should be left alone without causing major trouble. For example, this is the case with the Forest planet. In many cases, he's completely self-destructive, aiming to rule the entire planet. This is only his first dangerous plan. Later, Forest has a bigger plan, to establish his own company, with his own representative as the primary representative, and others as secondary representatives. This, in itself, is not permitted by the Universal Alliance. The 8th Universe Alliance explicitly stipulates that indigenous peoples cannot form their own companies, even if they obtain legal status. Indigenous people are always indigenous peoples. Even if they obtain legal status, they must use it in their next generation. Otherwise, many restrictions will apply. Sun Lin was overthinking things. He thought that becoming a company with his own shares was the maximum the 8th Universe Alliance allowed. But he was delusional and wanted to go further, establishing his own company and taking control of it himself, attempting to violate the rules of the 8th Universe Alliance. As a result, Sun Lin lost the support of some major companies. Previously, with their support, the Universe Alliance would not have taken action. Because the Universe Alliance was the only dominant force, the 8th Universe stagnated for a long time. Its power was too concentrated, making it difficult to develop. Many creatures, after birth, wanted nothing more than to become immortals and live a life of ease and comfort. Because the Universe Alliance's subordinates were too lazy and not very active in going out to work, the 8th Universe's development declined. A meeting was held later, and it was decided to promote diversity and not allow a single Universe Alliance to dominate. Many companies emerged, boosting the vitality of the 8th Universe. The 8th Universe prospered, with the emergence of large, medium, and small companies. Many organizations emerged within this, many of which were positive and brought significant vitality to the entire 8th Universe. Some negative organizations also emerged, and these were banned by the Universal Alliance. Lin Luo felt that his situation was unique. He came from the 9th Universe, arguably the only creature from there. The main reason was that a counselor was hunting him, and he had no intention of letting him go. Lin Luo spat out the human-like shark again, having already absorbed all of its nutrients. The taste of the human-like shark was very different from that of earth sharks. It lacked a bitter taste and was quite delicious. Lin Luo didn't absorb all of the human-like shark, leaving quite a bit behind. The human-like shark had to die properly, otherwise it would arouse unnecessary suspicion. He tried to be cautious and not leave any obvious problems. An ultimate being killed an eternal being, and this eternal being was exceptionally powerful. This was inherently unreasonable. Lin Luo left behind its remains, and then controlled the spaceship, launching an attack on the human-like shark. The human-like shark's body was destroyed, dissipating in a terrifying force. It's solved. It should be easy to explain after the investigation, right? Just say the space battleship killed him. After all, no one knows his true strength. Lin Luo sighed, feeling immense pressure. I hope one day he have a suitable identity, free to attack with impunity. His current identity is too awkward. That day is still far away. His strength is increasing too rapidly, and he's bound to be investigated. Pink shouted at Long Xian, are you any good? It's been hours, and you haven't finished yet? If you finish the fight and run over to see Xiaolin, he'd probably be dead. Long Xian, I'm helpless too. Can't you see I'm struggling to hold on right now? If I could have gotten out, I would have gone out to help long ago. Honestly, if it weren't for my healing abilities, I have been killed by them. It's really not easy for me. Chapter 1120. You're such a loser. I was counting on you to handle 2 sharks, but I didn't expect you to be so useless that even dealing with one is difficult. Pink said with disdain. Long Xian said angrily, it hurts me when you say that. I'm fighting as hard as I can, trying to kill them, but they're so powerful, I have no other options. You're 2 against 1, so why haven't you finished yet? Pink said, we're working hard too. They're quite strong, and it's difficult for us to kill them. We're trying to kill them now. Forget it. You said the same thing when I asked you earlier. You haven't finished yet, saying they're quite capable, but you've been trying to finish them off yourself for ages. Long Xian said. Ziyan said, you 2 should keep quiet. The most important thing right now is to defeat the enemy. If Lin Luo can't hold on, we all suffer. Lin Luo is the most important thing. We finally had a good life. Without him, our good times are over. Pink shouted, everyone can be without him, but he's indispensable. Our good life depends on him. This is because my new recruit was very successful. The more useful he is to our team, the higher my status will be. If she retires from Team Deep Blue, she can rely on Lin Luo to find a new job. In Universe 8, talent consultants are highly paid. Their main job is to select, discover, and activate talent. Many teams are short of staff, and often can't find the talent they need, making it difficult to attract good players through recruitment. Many teams would seek out talent consultants, share their needs, and they would select the most suitable candidates based on the provided requirements and various other criteria. When this profession first emerged, it attracted considerable attention and yielded very positive feedback. Several of these discovered talents performed very well when they joined teams. Over time, talent consultants became highly sought after by many teams, and many relied on them to find suitable players. As the position of talent consultant became increasingly popular, a wide range of applicants flocked to the job, leading to a mix of good and bad consultants. A good consultant could find excellent talent, and a slightly higher price tag was a minor issue. The biggest drawback of expensive things is simply that they were expensive. A bad consultant would resort to various tricks, fabricating the experience of a talent to extract exorbitant fees. To prevent market chaos and allow individuals to profit from entering this industry, every consultant must register with the Cosmic Alliance. A consultant's experience must be factual and rigorously reviewed by the Cosmic Alliance before registration. Some individuals bribe staff to fabricate their experience, gaining favor with other companies. Later, the talent consultant was found to have problems, and the company reported him, bringing disaster upon the staff. The employee who bribed was fired and banned from employment for life. Lin Luo would eventually become the captain of the Deep Blue team and attain immortal status, while Pink would qualify to become a top talent consultant. Immortals are relatively rare in Universe 8, numbering no more than 1,000. Anything involving immortals will receive a lot of preferential treatment, unless the immortal is excessively aggressive, or if there are special conditions I cannot forgive. There are many privileges. When Pink reported this to the higher-ups, Lin Luo had already recruited her himself. If Lin Luo performs well in the future, Pink's resume will be honored. Long Xian said, Xiao Lin is a very good person. I should work hard and protect him no matter what. You all say this about me, but Xiao Lin is the only one who doesn't. He makes me feel the warmth of a teammate. Shut up. You're exaggerating. What about blaming teammates? We're brothers. We're doing this for your own good. Don't you think about how abhorrent your own actions were? Pink said confidently. Shachin suddenly launched an attack, knocking Pink carelessly away. Ziyan quickly opened her mouth, condensing purple energy. Purple Starlight Bullet, a massive purple cannonball, was launched, containing terrifying power. Shark Chen didn't dare to resist, and quickly dodged to the side. That was a close call. Ziyan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked Pink, how's it going? Pink panted heavily, it's okay. I only broke a few bones this time. Luckily, I dodged quickly. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a few broken bones, but my entire skeleton might have shattered. The human-like shark's flesh was too hard, and Pink felt like she had hit a star. Don't be distracted, Ziyan warned. Pink said helplessly, you were still trying to help others, but you got distracted and almost fell. Long Xian's condition wasn't good. Ao Shun had broken a bone in his hand, and his entire body had been significantly affected, and his attacks had slowed down. Fortunately, Long Xian had a strong resilience, so he recovered quickly from his injuries. Shachin laughed. The atmosphere in your team is quite good. The team we encountered earlier had one member die, and the others all ran away, not even staying. And you were still thinking about taking care of us and helping your own teammates. Pink said, what's wrong? Are you envious? Our team is different from other teams. Everyone helps each other, and that's why we go far. Shashan couldn't help but laugh. Are you idiots? When a team goes far and needs teammates to help each other, I advise you to escape quickly. If you don't, my teammates might return and you all be in trouble. None of them will survive. Long Xian retorted, why are our teammates the ones who came back instead of yours? Your teammates are so weak. How could they possibly get here? Honestly, our teammates were very weak. They wiped out your teammates. Pink gave a thumbs up. Well said, you finally said something human this time. What you said before was bullshit. I give you a thumbs up this time. Ziyan nodded in satisfaction. You acted like a human being at the critical moment. What you say and do normally is beyond reproach. That's how you praise me. I just said 2 words, and this is how I repay you. Long Xian couldn't help but complain. Pink said, you're so kind. I feel my heart ache, and I feel like I lost all my dignity. Okay. Long Xian said. The two shark-like creatures burst into laughter, almost tears streaming down their cheeks. Although I don't know your teammates, I'm certain of one thing. They're incredibly weak. No matter how an ultimate being hides their strength, they can't possibly be immortal. If they were, they would have taken action long ago. We should flee now, said Shark. The space battleship with the deep blue logo reappeared, and the two shark-like creatures suddenly stopped laughing. Chapter 1121. What's going on? Sha Shun looked puzzled. Sha Chen refused to believe it. How is that possible? You're just an ultimate creature. No matter how powerful your space battleship is, it can't possibly destroy an eternal level creature, right? Sha Shun said, I don't believe Sha Ao would die so soon. I know his strength best. He's only slightly weaker than me. There's no way he could be killed by a mere ultimate creature. Sha Chen's face darkened. Could it be that Sha Ao is trapped somewhere nearby? Pink said, don't try to comfort yourselves here. Your teammates must have been killed by our Shaolin. What's so good about pretending? You two boasted so much about your teammates, but I didn't expect them to be so disappointing. Ziyun smiled. Shaolin really won't let us down. Things are going much more smoothly than I expected. Shaolin didn't let us down. We were thinking of helping him, but we didn't expect him to be so decisive and come to our aid. Longqian said. Pink said proudly, don't you see who's chosen this person? I always had high hopes for Xiaolin. I think he'd definitely become team leader, and even an immortal level being in the future. Then I can become a talent consultant. You should know how sought after a talent consultant who discovers an immortal level being is in Universe 8. Many unknown university student consultants, thanks to my discovery, have joined Team Deep Blue. Think of it, it's a very beneficial experience. I think any of them could be made into a movie. It's sure to be a huge hit, and I'd become a hot star. My later years would be wonderful. Longqian said, you're really thinking ahead. You already prepared a good job for retirement. Pink said, that's what you don't understand, right? Sometimes you have to plan ahead and think about your future plans. Saving money like you do is pointless. If inflation hits, your money will become worthless. Honestly, you should learn from me. Find a stable job and live a comfortable retirement life. I take care of things while you work hard to save. Just think about the difference. Longqian said, don't think this job is too easy. Every job is stressful. You think you get paid easily if you do it? This consultant has good previous qualifications, and should be able to do the job easily. But you? If you say you recruited several people, and they're not good enough, they're not stupid and will come after you. Someone might even complain about your lack of experience. I'm exhausted working on the team, and don't want to continue living this way. I think retirement is about living a simple life. Pink said, you're just a loser. I'm different. I have a career plan, and want to do even better in the future. Longqian said, it's up to you. Can you two be more reliable? We're fighting right now, and you're talking about retirement now. It's still a long time before you're ready. Help Lin Luo, and take care of him. Ziyun said. Got it. Pink nodded. The worst person is Jinlan. I'm worried he drag us down and ruin us all. Jinlan was fighting against an immortal level human like a shark. Jinlan was defeated, and the others didn't even have a chance to escape. Lin Luo surveyed the battlefield. Shark Chen was relatively easy to attack, suffering from multiple wounds. I help you. Lin Luo was determined to help Ziyun and the others. He couldn't use his true form, but he could use his perception. Shark Chen's overall performance might be average, but his reflexes were extremely fast. Ziyun's strength was comparable to Shark Chen's, but he was severely limited by him, forcing him to rely on Pink's help. Without Pink's help, Ziyun would be on the receiving end of a beating, perhaps even brutally slaughtered by Shark Chen. Even with Pink's help, the situation wasn't much better for the two. Shark Chen's constant attacks put immense pressure on the two, and their injuries were no worse than his own. Lin Luo controlled the spaceship, striking Shark Chen with precision. Shark Chen tried to dodge, but it was too late. He managed to dodge at an angle, just avoiding Lin Luo's attack. His movements were extreme, and although he avoided a vital area, his skin was still scratched. A large amount of blood flowed from the wound, dripping onto the ground. How is that possible? Sha Chen's face was filled with disbelief. I'm obviously very fast. How could you possibly hit me? Pink scoffed, actually, your speed is just average. I could easily predict your next move. Shut up, my speed is average. So how did you two manage to beat me without a fight? Sha Chen's face darkened. Pink said, well. Ziyun said, stop wasting time with him. Our most important thing now is to kill him. If we keep fighting, I think Shenlong will collapse. No problem. Let's keep fighting. Pink transformed into a flash of pink light and lunged at Shark-chan. Shark-chan was caught off guard and unable to dodge Pink's attack, suffering several deep cuts on his face, bleeding profusely. Is that all? Pink laughed. Shark-chan angrily declared, You despicable creatures from the 8th universe. Not only do you prefer to bully the weak with your numbers, you also resort to sneak attacks. I will tear you to pieces. He was truly furious, his entire body transforming into a gigantic shark. The shark swung its tail vigorously and charged towards Lin Luo. Shark-chan hated Lin Luo the most. Shark Ao had a good relationship with everyone in the team, and they all got along well. In particular, he and Shark Ao had grown up together, childhood playmates, and they had a close bond. The thought of his playmate's death was unbearable. Be careful. Ziyin chose the spot in front of Lin Luo without hesitation. The giant bird's beak once again gathered terrifying power, forming a massive purple energy cannon. A massive energy cannon fired, forcing Shark-chan to dodge. My turn. Pink burst into action, her sharp claws lashing out at Shark-chan. Shark-chan was too late to dodge, and was injured again. Lin Luo found an opportunity, and unleashed the space battleship's most powerful attack, blasting a purple beam at Shark-chan. Usually, the entire Deep Blue team was quite frugal, avoiding the use of purple beams. Now, with everyone's lives at stake, Lin Luo no longer cared about saving money. Killing the enemy was paramount. Hundreds of purple beams landed squarely on Shark-chan, leaving him battered and bruised. Human-like sharks have a strong recovery ability, but now they couldn't recover all at once, and their injuries became severe. Pink said happily, Shaolin, you're amazing. You defeated him so quickly. We can kill him in no time. Chapter 11:22. Ziyin warned, we only inflicted considerable damage on him. Killing him is quite difficult. Everyone should make an effort. Only after we kill him can we truly rest assured. Got it, Sister Ziyin. Lin Luo was more serious. Pink challenged, you're so arrogant. You're about to die. I wonder if you can still be so arrogant. Shark-chan gritted his teeth and said, 3 of you against 1 is inherently unfair. What's unfair about that? You come to our place, and you still want fairness? Don't even think about it. We kill you right now. Pink said. Next, Lin Luo took the initiative to attack, sending a purple beam towards Shark-chan. Shark-chan had chosen to leave early. If the space battleship couldn't hit him, he could face the combined forces of Pink and Ziyin. He had always been known for his speed, relying on it to withstand even the most powerful immortal-level creatures. Even if the enemy eliminated his teammates and drove the space battleship towards him. He didn't panic much, believing that with his speed, even if he couldn't defeat them, it would be easy to save his life. Shark-chan realized that he had been taking things for granted. The space battleship before him was the most troublesome. Every time he dodged, the enemy would predict his position in advance. Sometimes, even if he hid in that place in advance, he would be attacked. Shark-chan chose to dodge Lin Luo's attack, and then face the combined attack of Pink and Ziyin. His strength was similar to Ziyin's. Ziyin had been with the Deep Blue team for a long time, arguably one of the earliest members, but her talent was not as great as Jialan's. But Ziyin's accumulated strength was immense, and in some areas, she even outperformed Jialan. Ziyin gathered a purple energy cannon in her mouth, drawing the surrounding matter towards her with a powerful suction. Pink's attack wasn't certain, it was likely faster than his own. Shark-chan knew the opponent could severely injure him, and he wouldn't miss this opportunity. In desperation, Shark-chan chose to fire a purple ray. The purple ray's power was modest, but tens of thousands of rays coalesced and struck him, dealing significant damage. Ziyin realized she couldn't reach him, so she proactively dispersed the purple cannonballs. Pink sighed, I thought Shark-chan would run to the other side, leaving me waiting there for ages. Looks like I was wrong. With his speed, it's easy for him to dodge attacks from one side. If we can't hit him, we should just give up and avoid wasting energy, Ziyin said. Pink nodded and said, as expected of Sister Ziyin, you're incredibly experienced. As soon as you see the momentum isn't working, you immediately stop attacking. That's the right approach. Ziyin said, it can't be helped. Experience comes with experience. Sometimes battles aren't always overwhelming, but oftentimes, the two sides are evenly matched. Winning requires skill. That's why I say, you need to work hard, strive for early retirement, and live a comfortable life. Even in the Ace squad, there's a high risk of death, and it's easy to fail. Pink said. You have a point. At least we can't retire now. We need to keep working hard. Ziyin said. We need to kill this guy. Pink said. Sha-Chin chose to dodge repeatedly, each time being hit by either Lin Luo, Zi-Yun, or Pink. Zi-Yun's attacks dealt the most damage, Pink second, and Lin Luo third. To avoid inflicting greater damage, Sha-Chin generally chose to dodge Zi-Yun's attacks, and choose to be hit by Pink and Lin Luo. The damage inflicted by either of them wasn't serious, but the increased frequency of hits made it much more severe. Sha-Chin's injuries gradually worsened, slowing him down considerably, and he was often struck by Zi-Yun. Zi-Yun was experienced in combat, and wouldn't attack unless she was absolutely certain. Several times, Sha-Chin deliberately left an opening, hoping to wear down Zi-Yun's strength. Zi-Yun was able to see through his tactics, and each time avoided attacking. Only when Zi-Yun was absolutely certain would she decisively attack, and each attack inflicted significant damage on Sha-Chin. Shark-Chin's injuries worsened, his body covered in wounds and blood oozing out, staining his skin red, transforming him into a blood shark. No, this fight can't drag on any longer. If it drags on, I die at the hands of those three. Shark-Chin felt a life-or-death crisis. Pink said, that man looks like a shark. I think it's best if you give up treatment sooner rather than later. You be the one to die from my siege. If you give up treatment, you can escape early. Shark-Chin angrily said, don't you think you're despicable? 3 of you ganged up on me to kill me. What's the big deal? As long as I win, anything's fine. What's the problem? You lived so long, you experienced everything. Pink taunted. Sha-Chin was assaulted by the 3 men again, barely able to fight back. The sound of bones snapping echoed through his body. Strength was being consumed the most, and Sha-Chin felt he was nearing his limit. The 3 men's attacks, far from weakening, were actually increasing in strength. Perhaps this was their first time working together, and they gave Sha-Chin numerous opportunities early on, several of which he was able to safely evade. The 3 men's coordination grew, completely suppressing Sha-Chin. Sha-Chin held out for a while longer, then decided to flee. He couldn't continue the stalemate. Taking the immortal flower from Universe 8 to Universe 6 was too difficult. He wanted to wait for Sha-Hai to resolve the battle, but resolving his own predicament was clearly difficult. An ace squad from Universe 8 had held him back for so long. Sha-Chin knew that if he continued, everyone would be killed once the reinforcements from Universe 8 arrived. He saw an opportunity and ran off. This is the perfect time. Let's all attack together. Lin Luo shouted. Okay. Zi-Yun had long since gathered strength, and 3 cannonballs shot out of her mouth in quick succession, all fired at Sha-Chin. Lin Luo and Pink unleashed their strongest attacks, primarily to disrupt Sha-Chin's movements. The 3 coordinated well, and all 3 cannonballs struck Sha-Chin. Sha-Chin was engulfed in the 3 cannonballs, which erupted with terrifying force. How did you anticipate everything? Sha-Chin was severely injured, a large portion of his flesh and blood having dissipated, and his aura had weakened considerably. Pink said, of course. We have a military advisor. Sometimes battles require more than brute force, sometimes they require brains. If you don't have the brains, you surely die miserably. It's not fair. 3 of you against 1 of me. Sha-Chin exclaimed angrily. What's unfair? You can go die now. Zi-Yun opened her bloody mouth and devoured Sha-Chin in one gulp. Chapter 1123. Shark-Chin tried to struggle, but Zi-Yun radiated a purple light, slowly digesting him. After a long while, most of Shark-Chin had been absorbed by Zi-Yun, completely losing his resistance. It would take Zi-Yun some time to completely absorb Shark-Chin. Pink hurried over. Sister Zi-Yun, how does it taste? Isn't the human-like shark particularly delicious? It's okay. Do you want to taste it? If you want to taste it, I spit some out for you. It's not bad, Zi-Yun said. Pink shook her head and said, forget it. You already eaten it, and it still contains your gastric juices. Just thinking about it is disgusting. Zi-Yun said coldly, what? You still despise me? I'm so beautiful. I spit it out and give it to others. I wonder how many people would like it. I don't know if others like it, but I definitely don't like it, Pink said. Sister Zi-Yun, is everything going well? Lin Luo ran over. Zi-Yun asked, it went smoothly, didn't it? This creature has no resistance left. I was able to completely digest it. As expected of a creature in the top 10 of Universe 6, I feel quite powerful. Even against immortal level creatures, I wouldn't be so distraught. But facing this human-like shark, I was completely distraught. The power it unleashed was terrifying. If it weren't for your help, I would have been in a terrible state. Pink said, of course. Without my help, you would have been killed. Sister Zi-Yun, you should be grateful to me. Zi-Yun, thank you. The person I want to thank most is Lin Luo. We were just facing Shark-Chin, But once you joined the fray, something changed. It wasn't long before you crushed him. We're all on the same team, so helping each other is our duty, Lin Luo said. Pink said, let's hurry up. Long Xian might be annoying, but we can't just stand by and watch him get beaten to death. Ziyun said, Long Xian is just unlucky. It might be better if we don't save him. Maybe our team's luck will improve. Ah, that's not good. Lin Luo had underestimated how much Long Xian was despised by the other two. Are you guys okay? Come save me. I'm dying. Long Xian shouted. Sha Shan and Long Xian fought, but Sha Shan always had the upper hand, while Long Xian was always the one being crushed. Due to his race's unique talents, Sha Shan couldn't kill him. Long Xian, on the other hand, struggled to hold on, recovering from his injuries. Sha Shan didn't want to fight Long Xian, fearing that Long Xian's last struggle would unleash a terrifying force that could injure him. This was the 8th universe, and getting injured was a fatality. If he wasn't careful, he might never be able to return. Seeing that Sha Ao hadn't returned, Sha Shan abandoned all else and sought to kill Long Xian, preparing for the worst. If all else failed, he chose to abandon his teammates and head for the 6th universe. Sha Ao hadn't reached his full potential, and Long Xian's injuries were minor, his body recovering quickly enough. When he reached his full potential, the battle became one-sided. And Long Xian's injuries grew increasingly severe, his recovery far behind. Long Xian had no choice but to turn to Ziyun for help. Stop attacking. I'm dying. You know you're dying. Why don't you get out of my way? Continuing the battle won't do you any good. Sha Shan was furious. This Long Xian was truly sinister. He kept claiming he couldn't win, yet he refused to back down. Lin Luo smiled. Brother Long Xian is unlucky, and can be a bit of a jerk at times, but I think he's still a good person. We can't give up on him. You're right. Ziyun and the others rushed over, and Sha Shan immediately turned and ran. Sha Shan hadn't returned, most likely killed by the enemy. Sha Shan was far stronger than him, and he was no match for 3 men, let alone himself. Next, Long Xian would join the 3 and attack him. Sha Shan felt certain death was inevitable. Sha Shan always put his own life first, no matter what he did. The deaths of 2 of his clansmen had left him with no hope. Sha Shan knew that if he stayed any longer, he would die miserably. Seeing his teammates coming to his aid, Long Xian suddenly stood up. You just threatened to kill me, didn't you? Now it's my turn, and I won't let you go. Get out of my way. Sha Shan, in a state of panic, charged forward. Long Xian, unwilling to let Sha Shan go, blocked his path with his body. You're asking for your own death. Sha Shan slammed forward, knocking half of Long Xian's body away. His body was rapidly recovering, blood threads forming in his flesh, connecting and forming new cells. How terrifying! Long Xian didn't dare to block it anymore. His body was relatively strong, but it couldn't withstand such a violent impact. Sha Shan's body was covered in black spheres. He seemed to possess the innate talents of the shark race, and the black spheres contained terrifying power. Long Xian believed that with his abilities, he wouldn't be wiped out by the black ball, but there was a high chance he'd be seriously injured, and recovery from such injuries wouldn't be easy. This time, his injuries were severe enough that recovery would take a considerable amount of time. Black Shadow, the black ball surrounding Sha Shan, transformed into energy, continuously flowing into his body, his aura surging. He didn't want to die here. He had a chance to escape, and he absolutely couldn't let it slip. Long Xian didn't dare to block it, opting instead to dodge and shout, "This guy's trying to escape. Stop him now. Don't let him get away." Pink said, "What's the point of you? Can't you stop him a little more? If you do, it'd save us some energy. It'd take 2 of us to hold him off." Ziyun said, "He's unreliable and incredibly weak. If you hold him off a little, we can help. If I could, I would. But I'm seriously injured now. If I keep holding him off, I'd be dead," Long Xian complained. "Waste is waste." Pink sighed. "Get out of my way. You're just getting a monthly salary. You don't need to fight me to the death. My death wouldn't do you any good." Sha Shan roared, hoping the 2 men would move aside so he could survive. The 2 men, with no intention of letting him go, stood in front of Sha Shan. Ziyun possessed the bloodline of the giant star bird, a very rare bloodline with strong combat capabilities and a powerful absorbing capacity. She had just swallowed Sha Shan, and her body had already absorbed the energy, significantly restoring her strength. Her enormous mouth began to gather terrifying power. The surrounding power surged frantically, converging towards Ziyun's maw, forming a massive purple cannonball. Chapter 1124. Launch the attack. Lin Luo used the full power of the space battleship to attack the rapidly moving Shark Shun. Shak Shun, seeing himself about to be hit, had no choice but to dodge. Nearby Pink chose to attack, unleashing a terrifying burst of power, a beam of pink light darting forward. Shak Shun's reflexes weren't as fast as Shark Shin's. Pink could pinpoint the direction perfectly, and the pink light could accurately strike the target. Pink was an eternal level creature, and her full-strength attack was no less powerful than Zi Yun's. Shak Shun chose to dodge again, not daring to take the blow head-on. Of the 5 sharks, he was the second to last. If he were injured, his subsequent escape would be extremely dangerous. The 8th universe was enormous, and Shark Shun still had a long way to go before he could escape. If injured, his chances of escaping would be slim. Just as Shark Shun had escaped the 2's attacks, he was confronted by a giant purple bird, nearly his own size. Very good, I've been waiting for you. Ziyun's maw brimmed with terrifying power, unleashing a purple cannonball twice as powerful as before, striking Sha Shun squarely. Sha Shun let out a scream, his body disintegrating under the immense purple force. I'm going to devour you. Long Xian desperately rushed forward and bit off one of Sha Shun's thighs. You're not that powerful when you attack, but you're pretty quick at grabbing food. Pink quickly ran over and viciously bit off a large chunk. Long Xian devoured the delicious flesh of Sha Shun, his body scarred by the purple energy. Delicious. It seems my efforts have paid off. This little injury won't be a problem. You know how resilient I am. As long as I consume high-level food, my racial talent will activate, allowing me to recover quickly. I'll be back in no time. Pink angrily said, who said your recovery energy is strong? I'm asking if you have the nerve to eat? You had a lot to do with Shark Shun's death, and you're just running off to eat the food before our main battle even begins. Long Xian disagreed. Why should I feel embarrassed? I feel I made some contributions, but I also worked hard. If I hadn't held him off for so long, he would have attacked you long ago, and the situation would have changed. Pink said, I've seen shameless people, but I never seen anyone as shameless as you. You're so shameless. What do you mean by shameless? I think I deserve to eat. Long Xian said. Ziyun said, have you all finished eating? Now it's my turn. Pink pointed at Lin Luo and said, Xiao Lin, you haven't eaten yet. He made a significant contribution to this battle, and we can't forget him. Ziyun nodded and said, our battle situation has changed thanks to Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin first killed a human shark, and then helped us kill 2 more, making the battle much easier. Thanks to everyone's help, I alone wouldn't have played such a significant role, and it would have been difficult for me to determine the outcome of this battle. Lin Luo said. Don't be modest. You're already playing a huge role. I didn't expect you to be the one who changed the situation, and you're already playing such a significant role. Xiao Lin, I believe you play an even greater role as you grow. They said they make you captain, and I think it's a perfect fit. In your leadership, our Deep Blue team may reach unprecedented heights. The future is promising. Ziyun gave a thumbs up. Lin Luo smiled and said, Sister Ziyun, you're too kind. I'm not that strong anymore. I think you guys played a bigger role, and I was just a supporting role. Even if I attacked, it wouldn't have had much of an impact. Long Xian's mouth was full, and he kept swallowing hard. I said Xiaolin's performance was amazing. Now I have the illusion that my teammate isn't an ultimate life form, but a powerful immortal. The gap between living beings is too huge. As an ultimate life form, I was completely useless at first. Basically, I just had to clean up the mess after the battle. Pink said angrily, I told you so many times. You can talk about yourself. Don't drag us into this. I'm not as bad as you. I'm telling the truth. We both joined the Deep Blue team at almost the same time, and our performance was similar. Your performance wasn't that great back then, at most, the same as mine. Long Xian said. Just shut up. There's a huge gap between us anyway. I'm ashamed to be like you. Pink said. Ziyun cut off a large piece of flesh and threw it to the space battleship. Lin Luo used the space battleship to receive it and placed it inside. She opened her enormous mouth and devoured the entire humanoid shark. Today's battle had yielded Ziyun a great harvest. She had already devoured 3 humanoid sharks in a row, one of which she had swallowed whole. After absorbing these humanoid sharks, Ziyun's strength would increase significantly. She would likely become the 3rd member of the team to attain immortal-level combat power. It's delicious, Ziyun exclaimed. Thank you, Sister Ziyun, Lin Luo thanked her. Ziyun said, you helped me so much, you deserve it. It's a little difficult to eat this meat at your current level. You can roast it when you get back. Long Xian warned, Be careful when ultimate beings eat the meat of Eternals. There's a two-level difference. Eating it could be dangerous. You might not be able to digest it. It's best to process it to make it easier to digest. Pink asked suspiciously, "Why are you so kind? Do you want to eat the food too? Who do you think I am? How could I possibly try to steal Xiaolin's food? I'm a relatively honest person." Long Xian said unconvincedly. "If you're considered an honest person, then there are no dishonest people." Pink sneered. Long Xian sighed. "Forget it. You're already incredibly prejudiced against me. No matter what I say, you won't believe me." "What's prejudice? I don't understand you." "My impression of you is perfectly reasonable," Pink said confidently. "Are you four okay?" "I can't hold on any longer," Jialan shouted. "Hurry up and help the captain. Everyone's almost recovered." Ziyun had absorbed a significant amount of the human-like sharks, regaining much of their strength. "I'm recovering well," Pink said. Long Xian recovered the fastest. He was missing half his body at the front, but after receiving a boost of strength, he's fully recovered and whole again. "We can help the captain. This is a great opportunity. The human-like sharks are a treasure. I devoured quite a few, and I feel like I've been reborn. Let's help together," Pink said. "Just like in the previous battle, we follow Xiaolin's lead. Xiaolin's command is strong. If we follow his instructions, we can easily defeat them," Ziyun said. Chapter 1125. Pink gave a thumbs up. "Xiaolin is our team's best strategist. She's given us so much help. Without her, our battles wouldn't have been so smooth. I, Long Xian, have never been so impressed by anyone, but Xiaolin truly has my admiration. He's exceptionally skilled in everything he does. One thing might be luck, but multiple times it's no longer just luck, it's true strength," Long Xian said with admiration. Ziyun praised. "I've been in a team for so long and met many newcomers. You're probably the best. You can't fault them for what you do. I can perform so well thanks to everyone. If you hadn't provided me with this stage, I wouldn't have been able to perform so well," Lin Luo said modestly. "Pink, don't be so modest, kid. Some people get the same results even when given a great stage. You're different. You immediately shine. Why don't I feel like you're complimenting me?" Lin Luo asked in surprise. Pink smiled and said, "Look at me. I'm so used to talking that I don't have any self-control. I just say things that come to my mind. I mean, you're doing a great job. I can't find any faults." Long Xian said with relief, "If our team does a good job, we can take on 2 major projects by the time we retire. We won't have to work anymore, and we'll have plenty of money." Pink asked, "Really? How come I didn't know about this?" Long Xian replied, "You have time for facials, so why would you research these things?" "I research these things whenever I have time. It's related to my retirement, so I definitely have to study them thoroughly." Ziyun asked doubtfully, "Are you sure you're not seeing things?" Long Xian said, "Just trust me. I won't be careless about something this important. Besides, I'm just saying I was a little unlucky. I don't think I have any problems with my work." Pink said, "It seems you're quite confident in yourself. If you don't believe me now, I can't help it. Once the battle here is over, I show you a good look. You believe I wasn't lying," Long Xian said confidently. "Have you 4 finished fighting?" "I'm almost at my wit's end," Jialan asked. Pink complained, "I always thought our captain was pretty strong, but now I realize he's a bummer. I was hoping he'd fight better and come help us, but I didn't expect him to give up and ask for our help." "That's normal. The captain's skills have always been low," Long Xian commented. "I remember. You said the captain's skills aren't high," Pink said. "How could you do this?" Long Xian pulled out his recorder and said with a smile, "If I known you were capable of this, I have been wary of you. If you tell on me, I take out this recorder, and we all be in trouble." Okay, I underestimated you." Pink's face flushed with anger. Long Xian said, "There's nothing I can do about it. I've been tricked so many times by you, so I have to be careful. Otherwise, I won't be able to stay in this team any longer. I'm fully recovered. Let's all go. We can't keep the captain waiting too long. If she fails, we all be doomed too." Ziyun rushed forward first, immediately using her most powerful move, the purple energy bomb. The enormous bird's beak rapidly charged, forming a massive sphere. This sphere, imbued with terrifying power, erupted with dazzling purple light. Sha Yinin was caught off guard, and was struck by the purple energy bullet. Unable to dodge, she could only use her body to block the blow, leaving a large bloody wound and oozing profusely. Sha Yinin angrily shouted, "Are you creatures of the 8th universe so despicable? If you can't defeat me, gang up on me." Jialan arrogantly said, "What do you care? I'm going to gang up on you anyway. If you can't, call for help. If you can't, that's your fault. You're just a loser." Sha Yining wanted to say a few more words, but Jialan wasn't about to let her go and immediately attacked again. Long Xian, Pink, and Lin Luo joined the fray one after another. These three companions, while not as powerful as she was, harassed her from the sidelines, causing considerable trouble for Sha Yining. As the battle dragged on, Sha Yining fell into a severe disadvantage. Shark Yining complained, "These guys are useless. They actually broke through, leaving me besieged by this whole bunch." Jialan said, "I think you should give up on treatment soon. Your team is waiting for you on the ground. Get out of the way." Shark Yining's massive mouth opened wide, its fangs clenched, and she bit down hard. Jialan barely dodged, her entire head being bitten off by Shark Yining. "You're quite good at sneak attacks, you idiot. Are you guys from Universe 6 so mean? You just talk and you're out for a sneak attack. If we're talking mean, it's definitely you guys from Universe 8. You only know how to sneak attacks, you can't do anything else. Looks like I'm going to use my ultimate move. You were so kind to me before." A blue light erupted from Jialan's body, his entire aura instantly reaching the immortal level, transforming into a streak of blue light. The blue light moved with incredible speed, hurtling towards Sha Yining. Sha Yining tried to dodge, but she felt a sharp pain throughout her body. Her repeated injuries had slowed her speed. Jialan's entire body pierced Sha Yining's heart, located just below her abdomen. Blood gushed out profusely. "Sha Hai, I'm dying!" Sha Yining cried out, enduring the excruciating pain. "Hold on for a moment. I take care of the creature in front of me, and come to your aid," Sha Hai replied. Sha Yining, unable to resist, fled a short distance. She was so severely injured that even escaping was a struggle. Sha Yining said, "Hurry! I can't hold on any longer." She and Sha Hai were lovers, and Sha Hai was her pursuer. They had always had a close relationship. Sha Hai always responded to Sha Yining's requests. Shark Sea transformed into a massive shark, its tail lashing out at breakneck speed as it charged towards Jinlan. Jinlan's condition was similarly dire. Cracks covered his body, like shattered tempered glass. A single touch could shatter it completely. "This is the immortal flower. I risked my life to obtain it. Now I have its petals. I absolutely cannot pass up this opportunity." Jinlan tried to fend off Shark Sea, his heart filled with fear, his mind flooded with fragments of negative memories. He thought of his time on the core star, and the many encounters he had faced. Powerful creatures hid within the black fog, glaring at him with malevolent eyes. Suddenly, a powerful immortal-level creature attacked. Jinlan was rather fearful upon arriving on the core star, but he was still very confident in his own strength. He wouldn't be afraid of attacks from ordinary immortal-level creatures. Chapter 1126. Jinlan wanted to take the powerful creature's attack head-on, believing that with his strength, he could confront it head-on and then counterattack. This was a common tactic used by Jinlan. No matter what creature attacked, Jinlan preferred to catch the blow and then counterattack. Every time Jinlan attacked, it was effective. Jinlan felt a sudden chill run down his spine as he was about to take the monster's attack. He realized that if he took the attack, his fate would be dire, possibly death. As the attack approached, Jinlan chose to dodge. He was grateful for his decision. The opponent was terrifying. Taking it head-on would likely mean his death. Jinlan didn't dare engage. The opponent's attack was too terrifying, and he couldn't resist it. He then launched a barrage of attacks on the core star, and every creature was determined not to let him go. There were too many monsters in the core star, many more powerful than him. Since birth, Jinlan has possessed a powerful heart, fearless of everything and daring to undertake many dangerous endeavors. He felt fear on the core star, feeling every creature was incredibly powerful. What frightened him most wasn't the monsters within, but the lack of medical bills. If he sustained a serious injury, with little savings, he wouldn't be able to afford the medical bills. His family would want to distance themselves from him, fearing they would be implicated. The indifference of friends, the hypocrisy of teammates, the disdain of loan companies, the helplessness in the eyes of doctors and nurses, these were all things Jinlan had experienced. Jinlan knew that if he were injured again, the outcome would be no better. "I don't want to go back to the past, back to that moment in the hospital." Jinlan chose to flee. He couldn't accept being seriously injured again, unable to afford the hospital's medical bills. Even though this was a mission for the Universal Alliance team, Jinlan, seriously injured, didn't have high-quality medical insurance. But nothing is absolute. What if the Universal Alliance refused to compensate? Shenlong couldn't imagine what he could do. Success. Shahai rushed past Shenlong and ran away. He didn't dare to fight any longer. The deaths of his teammates had already dealt a heavy blow. Shahai knew that if he continued to fight, his teammates' fate would be his own. Shadian was the goddess he had pursued for a long time, and he had been a dog for her for a long time. He couldn't even save his own life, so how could he care less? Shadian watched Shahai leave and shouted, "Shahai, what are you doing? Why don't you take me with you?" Shahai seemed not to hear and ran away. Jialan said coldly, "You better surrender. If you continue fighting, you die, and we even eat your corpse." Shadian's expression shifted. "If I fight to the death, some of you might be seriously injured. Casualties are possible. So you want to try it?" Jialan said coldly. "Don't force me. Get out of the way now, and give me a chance to live. This will benefit both of us. The important items are with Shark C. There's no point in you capturing me. At most, you just eat my corpse." Shadian refused to give up. Being a prisoner of the 8th universe was an insult. Pink said, "You need to understand one thing. We're not begging you, but if you choose to fight to the death, we're not afraid. You'd definitely be the one to die." Ziyun said, "Don't brag. You're so badly injured, yet you still come to fight us. We'd definitely kill you without a scratch. Looks like there's no room for negotiation." Shadian, furious, decided to fight to the death. Becoming a prisoner would be disastrous. She might even be studied. She wasn't very familiar with the 8th universe, but she was very clear about the 6th. The 6th universe's technology was quite good, primarily focusing on biotechnology, studying the strengths of various races. Many races would be disemboweled and sliced up for research, a tragic outcome for the entire race. Long Xian said fearfully, "Stop talking. This shark-like person's eyes are filled with determination, as if he's about to fight us to the death. That would be disastrous for both of us." Pink said angrily, "You useless piece of shit. You're scared when someone threatens to fight us. You have no backbone at all. He really thinks we're afraid of him. He's going to fight like he wants to, and he's making us afraid." Ziyun said, "Don't worry. I just devoured a few sharks. After the time I spent digesting the energy, I recovered a lot, and I can use my special moves more often. I'm fine too. If he fights us to death, we won't necessarily be in trouble. We can kill him, and then eat his flesh. He'd probably recover, and even increase our strength." Jialan said. "I hope so. I got a bad feeling." Long Xian said fearfully. "Shut up, you jinx. Every time we fight, you never say anything nice. If you don't say something nice, you die, right? Don't come next time if you're going to die." Pink said angrily. Long Xian said with a mournful face, "It's not serious, so I definitely won't tell you. The problem is, I'm feeling particularly bad today. I feel like I'm going to be unlucky, and it's possible I'd be the one to get hurt. Then I'm relieved." Pink breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I'm relieved too." Ziyun and Jialan breathed a sigh of relief. "Do you have any sympathy? My death wouldn't do any good to anyone." Long Xian complained. Pink smiled. "If you hadn't mentioned it, we almost forgot about it. Now you brought it back to me. This is a big plus for us. You've been unlucky to begin with. If you survive, our luck might improve." "Like." Ziyun gave a thumbs up. Jialan sighed. "Long Xian, it's okay if you die. We will remember this special day. If new members join us, we will all pay our respects to you. Please bless us from heaven and pray that our team prospers." "No," Long Xian said. Pink complained, "Captain, you don't need to be so nice to him. You said you pay your respects to him on this day, but he didn't appreciate it. So we shouldn't be so nice to him and just let him die. I think everyone should be careful. Impulsiveness won't solve anything." What Brother Long Xian said makes sense. If we fight this guy like a shark, we might end up in trouble. If we're not careful, and everyone gets into trouble, it won't do us any good. After all, we only earn a few thousand a month, and the bonuses aren't much either. Lin Luo said. Long Xian was quite moved. "Now I finally understand why I'm in this team. It's you, Xiaolin, who makes me feel warm." Chapter 11:27. Pink said, "Xiaolin, you don't need to pity this guy. Just think about how unlucky he is. The previous captain screwed him over so badly." "Right. Our team needs some fresh talent. Look how good you are." "Those old guys really can't stay here," said Ziyun. Jialan nodded and said, "We need to keep some of the good veterans. We should get rid of the useless ones, who are naturally unlucky, and help the team reach greater heights." "Do you have any compassion? Can't you learn more from Xiaolin and be more compassionate?" Long Xian was furious. Pink said angrily, We've been so generous to you, and now you're being so arrogant. Long Xian said aggrievedly, even if you despise me so much, I'm still going to get angry. Everyone, please stop talking and leave this matter to me. I handle it well, said Lin Luo. Pink asked, you're going to handle it. How confident are you? What do you intend? Lin Luo replied, pretty confident, 90% sure. I can convince them to give up the fight and surrender to us. Ziyun frowned slightly. That's going to be very difficult. Battles between universes are usually life-threatening. Sometimes, even when we offer very good conditions, the other side refuses to surrender. Jialan nodded. I encountered this situation several times. They simply refuse to surrender. No matter how much we talk, it's useless. They say they be captured and thoroughly studied. Rather than being disemboweled and subjected to all sorts of research, it's better to die. Sometimes I think these people are stupid. We're not as harsh on the 8th universe as we were on the 6th. Our 8th universe has explicit regulations that racial research requires mutual consent and multiple verifications. Creatures from other universes captured by us will also be sentenced. If you haven't committed serious crimes in the 8th universe, you generally won't face severe punishment and are generally safe. Ziyun sighed. It's perfectly normal for them to think that way. The 6th universe likes to demonize us, believing our social system is bad. Money allows you to do many things, while money prevents you from doing anything. This is inherently irrational. Their system isn't necessarily good. Our system is relatively fair, not overly harsh. They're different. The immortals have the power of life and death. Everything is decided by the immortals. Some technological research and development is also restricted to the larger clans, leaving smaller clans completely ineligible. Long Xian agreed, I'm very familiar with this. I often study the 2 universes and discovered that our 8th universe is a paradise. Jialan said, we seem to have strayed too far. I feel the chances of convincing them are low. It's mainly because the other party has been brainwashed by their own universe for so long that it's hard for them to accept this. Right. Why not just launch an attack? We've been stalling for too long now. Once their strength recovers, we'd be in real danger. Ziyun said. No. Long Xian's heart was filled with fear at the thought of launching a battle. Give me a chance, Lin Luo said. Give it to me. I trust Shaolin. Pink was the first to speak out. I believe it too. Long Xian nodded. Don't copy me, you idiot. I feel like if you did, I'd be in trouble. Pink said. Long Xian sighed. I think my bad luck has a lot to do with you. You keep saying I'm unlucky, and I'm going to be unlucky even if I wasn't. Shut up. You're just saying I'm unlucky, so why don't you just say I'm responsible for the whole team's misfortune? Pink said. Long Xian was speechless and shut up. Give it a try. Ziyun nodded. Okay, if you really can't convince me, then forget it. They're more stubborn than us, the 8th universe, who surrender when they can. Why work so hard for so little money? As long as we can survive, just surrender. There aren't many secrets. Many times, it's just the 6th universe that's too bad. Even after we surrender, they still won't let us go, Jialan said helplessly. Pink agreed, the most shameless people are the people of the 6th universe. Even if we surrender, none of them will let us go. Ziyun said, people from the 6th universe are lucky after all. Surrendering to the 8th universe won't result in any harsh treatment. Other universes don't have prisons, only ours do. When this high-end prison was first built, many people opposed it. But the opposition was unfounded, and many council members agreed to its existence. Because some of their descendants have committed serious crimes, and can be sent to prison, those who escape can live comfortably in prison if they have money. Imprisoning some immortal-level creatures would only make things better. In the 8th universe, there's an unwritten rule. If someone commits a crime, they generally won't resist. Surrender is the best option. A fight would likely result in accidental injury, so it's best to surrender quickly to avoid injury. Shark Enin stared at the creatures from the 8th universe, furious. She felt their delay was an insult. Faced with such a profound insult, Shark Enin chose to endure. Delaying for a while would be beneficial, as she already exhausted a significant amount of energy. With half her body missing, Shark Enin felt intense pain whenever she moved, and the intense pain slowed her movements considerably. Shark Enin had recovered significantly while the others chatted, but she was still far from fully recovered. The human-like shark's recovery ability was decent, but not invincible. Such a serious injury would require a significant amount of time. Lin Luo took the initiative to offer his greetings. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Luo, and I'm a member of Team Deep Blue. You came to negotiate with me, but you've been hiding in the space battleship. I guess your strength isn't very good anymore. Sharky was skeptical. Your negotiation with me, I don't know if it will succeed. If you can't make the decision, then there's no need to talk to me. I don't want to waste any time. She said this deliberately, and the conversation between the two people had just been overheard. In space, there is no air, so sound cannot travel through it. Information is communicated using electromagnetic waves. Sharks have a special ability. They can detect certain electromagnetic waves. Chapter 1128. Sha Yinyin understood that several people were conspiring to kill her. This person named Lin Luo had a different opinion, believing he could convince her. Sha Yinyin deliberately said this, primarily to buy time. A little more delay would be beneficial. Lin Luo said, I negotiated with you, so my decision must have worked. You didn't just overhear what I said and deliberately ask me that. I don't know what you're talking about, Sha Yinyin immediately denied. Lin Luo smiled. It's okay if you overheard it. We can negotiate and talk things out. Sha Yinyin said firmly, I said I won't surrender unless you kill me. I'd rather die than let you use me for research. You misunderstand. We never had any research in the 8th universe. Many human experiments are voluntary. That's legally mandated. You don't need to worry. If you're captured by us and subjected to inhumane treatment, that's inherently prohibited, Lin Luo said. Sharky said coldly, don't treat me like a fool. You say nice things now, but then go back on your word. I don't know how despicable you are in the 8th universe. This is clearly stated. Lin Luo sighed, if you truly don't want to believe it, then there's nothing we can do. Letting you go is impossible. It seems we can only sacrifice one of our teammates in exchange for you. This deal is still profitable, and you're still valuable. Sharky threatened, you should be prepared to face the possibility that you be the one fighting to the death with me. I don't want to kill that Long Xian anymore. It doesn't really matter. I stored brain cells on my team service planet. We in the 8th universe are technologically advanced, as you should know. As long as I have my brain cells, I can recover. If you're dead, you're truly dead. Do you think your teammates will help you revive? Is there a possibility that the 6th universe, which you consider to be pure and clear, is actually very unfair? Lin Luo spoke calmly, without rushing. Sharky angrily said, are you kidding? Your 8th universe is unfair. Our 6th universe is the fairest. Every race in ours has a high degree of autonomy. Unlike you, everything is determined by money. Only some inferior races are so focused on money. That's rubbish in itself. Our 6th universe values strength over everything. We exchange things for one thing, not another. Money won't corrupt us. Pink retorted, your 6th universe is great. You think your 6th universe is the most powerful, right? You're not ashamed to say it. Don't you think about why you came to our universe? Why shouldn't I say it? Sharky proudly said, I think I did nothing wrong. Everything I did was for the sake of the entire race. Only with one race can we live better. We are inseparable from our race. Lin Luo asked, can you tell me why you came to our 8th universe? Why should I tell you? Sharky retorted. Pink said, Shaolin, don't be polite with this girl. I feel like there's no point in saying more. Let's all rush over and kill her. It can save us a lot of trouble. No rush. Lin Luo said calmly, think about the things that are fair in your own universe. Give me some examples. Sharky raised her lips, with a disdainful smile. Compared to your 8th universe, our 6th universe has many fair things. An immortal can enjoy a high degree of autonomy and his own territory. We, like the sharks, are one of the 10 great races of the 6th universe. We have a vast territory, within which exist many small universes, and each small universe has an immortal. The small universes controlled by immortals have a high degree of autonomy, and can decide the life and death of these creatures. Ziyun said disdainfully, sure enough, the thinking of you in the 6th universe is somewhat distorted. You call this freedom. Immortals have a high degree of freedom, so, wouldn't the creatures below be free? Long Xian said, it seems that in your 6th universe, you can destroy public property at will, and as long as you're an immortal, you won't be punished. But that's not allowed in our 8th universe. If you act recklessly in the 8th universe and damage public property of high value, we will capture you. If the immortal can't pay, we use his body to pay. We won't condone him just because he's an immortal. Think carefully about which of these two universes is fairer. I think it's naturally our 8th universe. Pink gave a thumbs up and said, you're usually not very nice, but you finally said something sensible. Team Deep Blue often scolds the 8th universe for sucking human blood, but at least it's relatively fair. In other universes, Eternals would immediately show goodwill when they see a powerful immortal. If an immortal gets angry and kills and devours you, Your death will be in vain unless you have a vast clan behind you. In the 8th universe, there's no need to worry about this. Immortals who dare to kill Eternals without cause will be judged. Especially in a public square, an Immortal's violence is a serious offense and will be severely punished. Sha Yinin's mind was flooded with negative memories. She had once been favored by a powerful Immortal who wanted her company that night. She wanted to refuse, because Immortals are often ugly and fickle, and generally won't take responsibility for their affairs. Sha Yinin, who had never been married, was eager to refuse the Immortal. Before she could open her mouth, the clan elder summoned her for a conversation, believing that sacrificing herself was no big deal. Helplessly, Sha Yinin went to accompany the disgusting Immortal. Thinking of that night, Sha Yinin felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. She also encountered Immortals while shopping in a mall. The Immortals caused widespread destruction. It was said that this immortal creature had encountered something unfortunate, becoming extremely upset and engaging in a killing spree. Sha Yinin's younger brother was killed by this immortal creature. She was fortunate enough to have escaped the attack and escaped the immortal's death. By the end of the incident, this immortal creature had killed tens of thousands of creatures, including Sha Yinin's younger brother. Sha Yinin was furious and sought support from the elders of her tribe. The elders, however, told her that the other creature was an immortal, and it was normal for them to be upset and cause destruction. Furthermore, the other creature came from a large tribe, and they had already compensated the creatures that had been harmed. The so-called compensation was ridiculous. Compensation was only given to the larger tribes. Smaller tribes could just say a few words, and those without support would be forgiven for wanting compensation. Chapter 1129. The tribe elders told Sha Yinin to calm down, saying the matter was over. The dead cannot be resurrected, and protesting would serve no one. Sha Yinin couldn't accept this. Why was she the one enduring? Were only immortal-level creatures in the 6th universe considered human? Other creatures weren't even human. She ignored the tribe elders' objections, determined to seek justice for her brother. As a result, Sha Yinin was attacked and nearly killed. Sha Yinin angrily approached the tribe elder and demanded to know if he had done it. The tribe elder explained that it wasn't his doing, and there was no need for him to do it. It was most likely done by an immortal-level creature. He hoped Sha Yinin would stop her accusations. It was pointless and a waste of time. If Sha Yinin took any drastic action, her death would likely be in vain. If this immortal-level creature went berserk and killed her, she would only receive a few years in prison at most. A few years, for an immortal, was too short a time. It passed in the blink of an eye. Sha Yinin returned home and pondered for a long time before finally deciding to give up. Continuing the investigation would cost her life, and she wouldn't be able to appeal to her brother. She found the tribe elder and explained her intention to drop the accusation, hoping he would let her go. The elder was pleased with her approach and offered her generous compensation. Sha Yinin had experienced countless things. When immortals were involved, she was generally the one who suffered. Her witnessing the cruelty of the 6th universe fueled her drive to strive for progress, dreaming of evolving to immortal status. Only by evolving to immortal status could Sha Yinin take control of her own life, and she had been diligently striving to evolve. At this point, she was very close to becoming an immortal creature, and was about to evolve into one. Sha Yinin was resolute in her decision. So what if you're alright? Immortals in the 6th universe have great privileges. We've been oppressed for a long time, but I soon become an immortal. Once I become an immortal, everything will be in my favor. I won't be so miserable anymore. If I stay in the 8th universe, won't that just make me miserable? Your 8th universe has such strict restrictions on immortals. I'd be a fool to stay here. Don't try to persuade me. Either let me go, or we both be dead. She threatened everyone again. I use my full strength attack, and maybe I can take out 2 of you. Think carefully. I don't believe your team is so united. Who's willing to sacrifice themselves? You're truly stubborn. Don't think we can let you go. If 4 of us attack you, we'd probably kill you without any of us being killed. If you don't believe me, come and try it. Ziyun didn't back down. The Cosmic Alliance was relatively lenient, but it wasn't reckless. They could have killed Sha Yinin, but they chose to flee out of fear. They will soon face the retribution of the Universal Alliance. Sister Ziyun, don't be too anxious. Lin Luo asked Sha Yinin, are you sure that becoming an immortal will grant you absolute freedom? Sha Yinin frowned slightly. What do you mean? Lin Luo said bluntly, my point is very straightforward. I believe that even if you become an immortal, you still won't have absolute freedom. You came here this time for the important figures in our clan. Something must have happened to the big shot, so he asked you to pick the immortal flower. Isn't Sha Kai an immortal? He's much freer than you in the 6th universe, so why not come with you? Sha Yinin's face darkened. Even immortals don't have absolute freedom. This time, 5 phenomenal immortals within the clan had suffered an accident. For the sake of their clan's stability, they had no choice but to come and pick the immortal flower petals. There were 5 immortals on this trip. 2 had already died within the core star of the 8th universe. Another immortal died shortly afterward, and the remaining immortal was Shark Hai. Shak Hai had always been her lapdog, instantly satisfying almost anything Shark Yinin desired. Shak Yinin was particularly saddened by the fact that, faced with a life-or-death crisis, Shark Hai chose to flee. But she also understood Shark Hai. If he had continued to fight, he might not have been able to escape. Even if Shark Hai had chosen to escape alone, he would have had a hard time surviving. Seeing that Shark Yinin remained silent, Lin Luo put some pressure on her. Think carefully. What good does becoming an immortal mean? You're still controlled by the beings above you, and your life won't be completely free. Let me put it bluntly. If you don't become a phenomenal immortal, you won't even have freedom. Do you think you can become a phenomenal immortal? I think most creatures can't. Becoming a phenomenal immortal isn't something you can achieve simply by having good aptitude. It requires a lot of luck. Shark Yinin said grimly, I surrender. Just as you said, I have relative freedom, and I won't be too miserable. Pink said impatiently, Sister, do we really need to lie to you like this? I told you you've been in Universe 6 for too long, and you bought into all the lies. Look, our team has a great atmosphere. There are level differences within your team. See if we have that kind of thing. Shaolin is just an ultimate being, far from eternal life. Do you think it's possible for him to talk to you freely within your species? Sha Yinin hesitated, unwilling to believe Universe 8 was that good. If what they said was true, then compared to Universe 6, Universe 8 was a utopia. Let me show you a video. It shows some prisons. You might even see some old acquaintances there. Lin Luo activated the space battleship's playback function and played a video. The video showed a vast prison, covering an entire planet. The Universe 8 Alliance imprisoned captured creatures there after trial. In the past, some creatures could simply be killed without needing to be told to, especially in serious cases where their killing wouldn't even be recorded. Later, some legislators advocated for strict adherence to the law. The law should be followed strictly. Some criminals, regardless of the severity of their crimes, could be pardoned if they could pay compensation. After watching this video, Lin Luo felt that the 8th universe was corrupted by money and far inferior to his own country. The idea that a criminal who killed someone shouldn't be punished with death, but only with compensation, was inherently unfair. Chapter 1130. Lin Luo learned that the 6th universe's system tended toward authoritarianism, but found the 8th universe quite good, at least relatively fair. Except for immortal-level creatures, who have some privileges, other creatures don't have many. This is understandable. Immortal-level creatures are inherently powerful, so it's only natural that they have some privileges. The prison has a large activity plaza, video games, a gym, a library, various restaurants, and more. Lin Luo said, This is our prison in the 8th universe. Do you feel the humanity up there? It's no different from the accommodations outside. The prison accommodations might even be better. You still worry about being disturbed up there. Each prison occupies a planet. The surrounding planets are guard planets, specifically designed to protect this prison. It's a universe away from the nearest prosperous planet. You won't face any discrimination in prison, because it's full of criminals. Everyone looks the same, with not much difference. You're probably worried about not being used to the food in the 8th universe. You don't have to worry about that. The restaurants are from your 6th universe. Actually, you don't need to be so stubborn. You're not the first to surrender to our universe. People in your universe have surrendered long ago. It's difficult for them to return after surrendering, and they don't have many means of survival, so they opened some restaurants specifically catering to people from your 6th universe. Sha Yinin questioned, Are you deliberately playing a fake video to deceive me? Your 8th universe isn't that good. Pink said impatiently, Sister, stop being so naive. What good would it do for us to deceive you? We even made a video specifically for you. It takes time to do that. Long Xian said, Surrender? I think surrender is a good idea. I always wanted to visit the prison. One of my clansmen embezzled a considerable amount of money while managing the squad's finances. The squad leader discovered his behavior and, without even hearing his explanation, sent him straight to prison. Because the amount of money involved was so high, he was sentenced to 1,000 years. A few years ago, when he was released from prison, we threw him a welcome party. Everyone was very happy, and he was happy too. In front of so many friends and family, he said he wanted to turn over a new leaf and be a good person from now on. But after a while, I heard that this guy had been imprisoned. This time, his sentence was a bit lighter, just 100 years. He and I are cousins, so I went to see him. I thought he'd be very hurt in prison, but he was surprisingly happy. He told us that after spending over 1,000 years in prison, the outside world had changed dramatically, and he felt he couldn't keep up with the times and was having a hard time. My cousin told me he wanted to find a good job and work honestly, but his previous job was finance, and that was the only area he was particularly good at. But because of his financial crimes, the stain on his life made it difficult to find similar work, so he gave up treatment, believing prison was a better fit for him. Ziyun coughed forcefully behind him. Long Xian, desperate to survive, hurriedly said, "Sister Ziyun, don't misunderstand me. I'm talking about my cousin. If you don't believe me, I can show you his information to see if it's true." "I'm not that bored," Ziyun said. "If you want to go, we can help you. Our team can fabricate some good charges for you and get you in prison for 10,000 years, keeping you in prison for a long time." Long Xian shuddered and said fearfully, "No, I don't need that. Prison is great. I long for the freedom outside." Pink said, "I think prison would suit you well. You're so unlucky. If a major disaster happens in prison, and we can get rid of all those scumbags, that would be a great thing. I think I'm fine." "I'm not that unlucky," Long Xian said. "You don't have to answer me right away. I can give you some time to think it over," Lin Luo said. Shark Yinin rewatched the video several times, becoming increasingly hesitant, unsure whether to surrender. If the prison in the video were real, then it would be even better than where she lived. Shark Yinin didn't say it, fearing embarrassment. She had just arrived in the 8th universe, and after a week, she was astounded by the prosperity she saw. The 6th universe had many prosperous planets, but the problem was that this prosperity was concentrated in the presence of immortal-level creatures. The 6th universe had always followed the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed on the weak. To maintain this prosperity, immortal-level creatures were needed. Some places were once prosperous, but due to the absence of immortal-level creatures or accidents that happened to them, that prosperity quickly faded. Sha Yinin didn't sense any immortal-level aura on that planet. She couldn't believe that such a prosperous planet in the 8th universe was not guarded by immortal-level creatures. Sha Yinin's doubts were answered by the members of Team Deep Blue. The 8th universe has its own laws and regulations. If powerful immortal-level creatures destroy something, they will face a heavy price if they fail to pay compensation promptly. Sha Yinin's place was shabby, with nothing much to build upon, just a large hole. She wanted to live in a luxurious house, but it was very difficult. Some materials for building spaces were extremely expensive, especially for creatures below the immortal level. Sha Yinin's salary was good, but after eating and drinking, there was hardly anything left, let alone building a house. She decided to give up treatment and surrender to Team Deep Blue. After realizing the difference between the two universes, surrender was the best option. "I hope you won't lie to me." Sha Yinin finally gave up. "Don't resist now. We capture you. If you resist, there will inevitably be accidents," Ziyun warned. "Okay." Sha Yinin nodded. Long Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Surrendering is best. It will benefit both of us. Resistance will only bring disaster to everyone. You can go to my good prison, and we can earn some benefits from you. Ziyun used electronic chains, which could bind creatures below the immortal level, and could also sound an alarm at the right time. If Sha Yinin resisted, the electronic chains would sound an early warning. Under the electronic chains, there was no chance of escape. Chapter 1131. The space battleship opened a passage, and Pink, Long Xian, and Ziyun entered. Sha Yinin transformed into a human form, quite alluring, with a curvy figure and long straight legs. Lin Luo was slightly shocked. He thought that Sha Yinin's normal form might be a woman with a shark head, a figure of exceptional beauty, with curves. But then, Sha Yinin with a shark head looked quite strange. It turned out that Sha Yinin's normal form was no different from a human, save for some fish scales and fangs in her mouth. Lin Luo didn't think these unusual features diminished Sha Yinin's appearance. On the contrary, they significantly improved it. Shark Yinin said worriedly, "You didn't lie to me, did you? I trust you so much. I don't want to end up being deceived." Pink sneered. "What good would it do if you found out we were deceiving you? Now you've been captured. We have the final say on whether to kill you or not. How could you possibly resist?" Shark Yinin protested angrily. "You're really deceiving me. The 8th universe isn't as rosy as you say. How could I have been so foolish as to believe your lies?" Purple Cloud knocked Pink's head. "Can you please stop joking? What if they manage to escape? Wouldn't all our efforts be wasted? You have to compensate me for that loss. I know I was wrong. Pink admitted her mistake frankly. Purple Cloud consoled her. Don't worry about that. Everything we said is true. You can stay here with peace of mind. You haven't killed anyone in the 8th universe, so you won't face any serious punishment. At most, you spend a few hundred years in prison. You might even be locked up there, and you grow to like life there, just like cousin Long Xian. Sha Yining asked doubtfully, I'm not a 3-year-old. Do you think I believe you? Pink said, what's the point of doubting? I already told you. It doesn't matter whether you doubt it or not. You can only accept it. Sha Yining's gaze fell on Lin Luo. You convinced me just now. I want to hear what you have to say. Is everything you just described true? Of course it's true. You can rest assured about that. You know when the time comes. There's no point in doubting it now. Pink loves to joke around. Don't be angry. Lin Luo said. Long Xian said, Shaolin, I didn't lie to you. That video is real. We really did build a prison on a planet here. That planet was already very good, and we previously said we were going to develop it as a tourist planet. The tourist planet made quite a bit of money each year. Later, they said someone wanted to invest, and then they converted it into a prison. They said it was a prison, but in reality, it was similar to the tourist planet. The main purpose was profit. If you have money, you'd be very comfortable in prison. You can eat and drink delicious food, and there are many services. It's no different from your life outside. Long Xian realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. Even if you don't have money, you can still live a comfortable life. There are many free things in prison. You don't need to spend money, and you can still live a good life there. Sha Yining's expression slightly brightened, and she began to believe Lin Luo's words. Lin Luo said to Shark Yining, don't worry. Since you trust me so much, I will repay you well. I spend money to buy you some extra things when the time comes. Don't worry about that. Shark Yining smiled gratefully, thank you so much. I believe you're a good person. Just stay in our spaceship safe house. You be safe there, and won't come to any harm. You won't come to any harm, while we hand you over to the Universal Alliance. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I arrange a meal for you. Ziyan prepared a feast to comfort Shark Yining. The feast included fried dragon bird, braised star beef, gravity noodles, pineapple, and vegetables, a mix of meat, vegetables, and staples. This was already a very good meal for the 8th universe. The ingredients were also quite expensive. This meal cost over 100 universe coins. In the past, the Deep Blue team would have been reluctant to eat so much food. After a recent business deal, the Deep Blue team's life improved, and they were able to buy and eat things they usually wouldn't have eaten. Shark Yining's eyes lit up at the sight of such delicious food. No living thing can escape the need to eat. When hungry, they crave food. Many times, eating living things is also a way to satisfy hunger. She's just a prisoner. Why should we give her such delicious food? Pink complained. Long Xian said, Shark Yining is a prisoner, but he's not a heinous criminal, and he hasn't caused much harm to our 8th universe. Besides, we can make a lot of money from him later. As long as he doesn't make a fuss, it'd be fine. There's no need to make it so absolute. We might still have the chance to meet again in the future. With enough time in the 8th universe, it's possible to become a member of the 8th universe. Pink angrily said, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you want to help someone just because they're pretty? You should know that I just accidentally triggered a fire that could have killed you. What the hell? I'm not one to judge people by appearances, Long Xian quickly explained. Lin Luo understood Pink's anomaly and smiled. In my mind, Sister Pink is the most beautiful. No one else can compare. Pink said with satisfaction, the person I choose has good taste. Eat. Take a good rest here for a while. Our 8th universe is relatively fair, Ziyan said. Sha Yining's right hand was free, making it easier to eat. She picked up the fried dragon bird, ripped off its thigh, and took a big bite. It's really delicious, Sha Yining said with a thumbs up. Long Xian said, I read about the history of your 6th universe. In fact, your 6th universe is truly terrible. It's mainly because your brainwashing abilities are so strong that you have the illusion that your universe is truly wonderful. Spend enough time in our 8th universe, and you find it's a paradise, incomparable to any other place. Sha Yining wondered, my other tribesmen have killed many in your 8th universe. Will we be taken along when the reckoning comes? Don't worry, we won't be taken along. We all deal with our own affairs here, and it's rare for a single race to be implicated. Parents rarely get involved, let alone those of your own race. Don't worry, we won't take collective responsibility for the consequences. Ziyan consoled him. Chapter 1132. After everyone's consolation, Shark Enin calmed down considerably, having accepted her capture. Long Xian asked in confusion, "That's strange. Why haven't we seen the captain return?" Pink said disdainfully, "You only realize the captain hasn't returned now. You should have known what to do earlier." Long Xian's will to survive was strong. "Weren't we dealing with the prisoners just now? I didn't notice her for a moment. I didn't expect the captain to not return. Do you want us to go and help them?" Ziyun shook her head and said, "We're too late. Dui Zhan went to help Jinlan. We'd be too late to help them. We don't know which planet they fled to. We can't catch up even if we try now. We're not very fast to begin with. Then there's nothing we can do." Long Xian sighed. Pink said disdainfully, "Stop spouting such useless words. He's right in front of you, and you don't dare go over to help. He's an immortal level creature. Even an eternal level creature would be instantly destroyed by him." Ziyun breathed a sigh of relief. "We were lucky this time. We encountered a weaker team, and we managed to eliminate several." Pink said, "Good fortune comes naturally. It was mainly thanks to Xiaolin's help. He single-handedly broke through a humanoid shark, killed it, and then immediately chose to help us. This has greatly reduced the pressure on us. I'm getting a little excited just thinking about it. This mission is complete, and our reward is quite substantial. Capturing a 6th universe creature in the 8th universe is still rare." Long Xian said, "And a humanoid shark. The reward will be quite substantial. Our good days are about to begin. As expected of you, you always put in the least effort, yet you're the most active when it comes to rewards." Pink scoffed coldly. Long Xian said, "I tried my best to handle it, but the opponent is too strong. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm really not slacking off. Okay, stop talking now. You two are natural enemies. Mission accomplished, and yet you're still bickering." Ziyun was more mature and steady. "We're very happy today that the mission was successful. Everyone, come and have a few more drinks. The fleeing ones are like sharks, and with the captain and the former captain chasing them, we don't have to worry too much. I just fought so hard that I used up all my energy. I'm so hungry now. I need to replenish it," Pink said. Long Xian said happily, "There's nothing better than eating after a battle." Ziyun pulled Lin Luo into a hug. Lin Luo could feel her deadly softness, rich and generous. "Xiao Lin, you're the biggest contributor today. You must sit at the main table." The four of them arrived at the dining room, and the AI began preparing lunch, placing a rich array of dishes on the table. Adding some fried dragon meat, grilled phoenix bird, stir-fried deep-sea frog, and so on, each dish was exquisitely prepared, with a vibrant color, aroma, and flavor. Long Xian said happily, "I'm already very hungry. I'm going to be rude next." "Stop! Who allowed you to be rude first? Let our biggest contributor eat." Pink said to Lin Luo, "Xiao Lin, you eat first." Lin Luo smiled, "You can let big brother Long Xian eat first. I've been fighting on the space battleship, so I haven't expended much energy myself. It's big brother Long Xian who's been expending more energy. He was seriously injured just now, and activating his healing ability requires a lot of energy. It's best to let brother Long Xian eat first." Long Xian was quite touched. "Xiao Lin, you're the best. You're the only person on this team who makes me feel warm. You should eat first. Honestly, I'm lucky to have you here today, otherwise I might be dead." "It seems you're quite self-aware," Pink said disdainfully. Ziyun said from the side, "Xiao Lin, you should eat first. You always contribute the most, so no one has any objections to you eating first. Is that okay? Can't we wait for the captain and brother Jinlan to come back?" Lin Luo asked. Ziyun shook her head and said, "Not yet, right? When they return, we prepare a feast. Then we can go to some of the more precious planets, and try the flavors we couldn't afford before." Pink dreamed, "I always wanted to eat at Morning Star. They say the food there is incredibly delicious, though a bit pricey. Any snack costs 100 universe coins. I always watch those videos, and see how delicious they eat. People around me have eaten there, and they say the only downside to expensive food is the price." Long Xian nodded and said, "I watch that new video every day too. The food there is truly delicious. I always wanted to try it." Ziyun said, "You two are so farsighted. Hurry and finish eating. I'm starving. We talk about the rest later. The reward this time might be a lot, or it might not be much. And that's still a mystery." Pink sighed. "That's true. We have to see if the captain can catch the main culprit." In the universe, a massive shark rushed forward at breakneck speed. Small meteorites blocked its path, but Shark High charged directly and ran through them. True Blue shouted from behind, "Our 8th universe is pretty good. Your current injuries won't allow you to leave the 8th universe. If you surrender, you can still be retried. If you persist and are caught by us, your fate will be death. You end up on a plate, eaten by some powerful figure. Shockeye ignored the electromagnetic waves behind him and ran desperately forward. The other team members could surrender, but he couldn't. He carried the immortal petal, a gift for his father. Shenlong, what are you talking about? We've been chasing him for half a day. What's the point of yelling here? He's the main culprit and must be very familiar with our Diva universe. He knows his teammates can surrender, but he can't. He'd probably be put on trial, so he's unwilling to give up his escape. Shenlong chased after him. Shenlong exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, you were so fast back then. I remember my speed was already very fast, but I didn't expect you to catch up to me." Shenlong, you old man, you don't even know what era it is now. You've been lying in the hospital for hundreds of years. My progress must be obvious. You think I'm stagnant like you forever? That's right. I was in the hospital for so long that I don't know a lot of things. It's normal for you to have changed so much. You're just a little weaker than me. Shenlong said, "Look at me. If I had that much time, I would have become an immortal long ago." Chapter 1133. Shut up. You can't tell who's the captain now, or I dock your salary. Shenlong shouted angrily. Shenlong had no choice but to obey. Sorry, I can't break my habit of bragging. I won't do it again. Shenlong said, "It's pointless for us to chase him. I know the universe better than you do now. I take a detour and block the way ahead. You chase him from behind, and just make sure he doesn't change his route." "Okay, it's easier if we chase him together." Shenlong nodded in agreement. Shockeye was running forward when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure ahead. He hurriedly tried to change direction when a white-blue light struck him. Shockeye was too late to turn and was hit by Shenlong. The blue-green light grazed his side, leaving deep wounds and drawing a large amount of blood. "Despicable!" Shockeye roared. Shenlong said, "How dare you curse? If you dare, stop right there. I'm going to have a serious discussion with you and see who's the meanest." Shockeye was so focused on escaping that he didn't even consider Shenlong's provocation. Shenlong hurriedly chased after him. How was the result? Shenlong said, "This guy was quite decisive. I just used my strongest skills, dealing considerable damage to him, and he fled without a second thought. My provocation from behind was completely useless. This guy, like Shockeye, only cared about escaping, nothing else." Shenlong said, "It's natural for him to act this way. He holds something very important in his possession, the immortal petals. We absolutely cannot let him escape." "Okay." The two men chased after him. There was a long distance ahead, and Shenlong wasn't familiar with it, so there were no shortcuts. Shenlong asked, "If you get the immortal petal, what are you going to do with it?" "Of course, I hand it over to the organization. That's our team's responsibility. As the former captain, I certainly remember all this very clearly." Shenlong replied without a second thought. "Don't pretend. I don't know what you're thinking yet. Do you want that immortal petal from yesterday?" "You said that." "I never said anything like that. It's just the two of us now. What are you afraid of? Even if you swallow the immortal petal, I wouldn't blame you. At most, you just exchange it for cash. The true value of the immortal petal isn't something that can be measured in cosmic coins," Lin Luo said. Shenlong no longer concealed anything. "Now that things have come to this, I won't lie to you. I went to the core star for another, crucial secret. My grandfather disappeared there. We all thought he was dead, but one day he sent a message saying he was still alive, imprisoned on the core star, and hoping we could rescue him. I know my desire to save him is insane. Even a counselor-level creature wouldn't survive that place, let alone me. My family told me to give up, saying your grandfather likely died on the core star. He went there to evolve to a phenomenal level. The people contacting us now are likely monsters from the core star in disguise. There are many such monsters in the 8th universe. They disguise themselves as people close to you, lure creatures in, and then devour them. But I believe that voice belongs to my grandfather. I grew up with him, and he taught me so much. I owe my achievements to him." Shenlong said, "Why do I feel a little moved?" "What do you mean by a little moved?" "I'm really moved, okay? Grandpa was really good to me, otherwise I wouldn't have risked entering the core star. I said I went to the core star for myself, mainly because my grandfather had many enemies, and now that he's dead, maybe they won't seek revenge. If they hear that Grandpa might still be alive, I have to go and save him. Grandpa, they definitely come to stop us." Shenlong said, "I'm telling you this. Don't tell anyone else. It'd be very troublesome if you do. Jialan said, don't worry about that. I have no interest in your affairs. I just want to split the immortal petals we catch up to. Do you have any compassion? Can't you just give me all the petals? If you give me the petals, I'd be stronger, and I can rescue my grandfather. That's why I said I'd give you the immortal petals. Don't be so greedy. Can you eat all the immortal petals? Okay. Shenlong couldn't catch Sharksea alone. It would be best if they caught them together and shared. Jialan's father and sister held considerable power in the Universal Alliance and could help him keep the news secret. The two worked together again, injuring Sharksea. Shanghai regretted his decision to flee from the start. If he had run faster, he wouldn't be in this predicament. His situation was dire. 2 attacks had left him severely wounded. The 2 creatures from Universe 8 behind him were attacking again, and he was in danger of collapsing. I can't go on. I die if I do. Shanghai had a crazy idea, to swallow the immortal petal. The tribe leader had promised him that if he got the immortal petal, they would come to help him retreat. But now, almost all of his companions were dead, leaving him alone. Damn it! They're treating me like a pawn. Shanghai's thoughts began to shift, and he was already considering a complete rampage. You 2 despicable creatures, stop following me. I eat the immortal petal and devour you both. Do you think we're scared of you? Just do it if you dare. Do you think we're afraid of you? Jialan said. Okay, you forced me to do this. I was already treated like a forsaken child. I was so loyal to the clan leader, searching for the immortal petals. You promised me that once you found them, you would come and get me. Now I've been hunted by you for so long. My companions are either dead or missing, leaving me alone. He watched me die, so I don't have to worry about anything else. Shanghai produced the immortal petals. As soon as they were revealed, they blossomed into a dazzling red and emitted a strange fragrance. The fragrance carried a magical power, transcending time and space, matter, and could actually spread in a vacuum. If Lin Luo stayed here, it would surely overturn all previous scientific knowledge. Who says that smells can't travel in the absence of air? If a substance is metamorphosed to a certain degree, it can spread freely in a vacuum. Chapter 1134. As the fragrance of the immortal flower's petals spread, strange movements occurred on various planets. Creatures emerged from within, charging towards the Sharksea. Are these really the immortal flower petals? Amazing! Just the scent alone has attracted so many powerful creatures, including many eternal-level creatures. Jialan exclaimed in amazement. Shenlong said, don't be too surprised. When I first entered the core star, I sensed danger. Years of experience told me to retreat immediately, or my life would be in danger. But I was seduced by the scent, and my body lost control. I forced myself to enter the core star. You all know the result. My entire body was gone, and only my head escaped. Actually, there were many powerful creatures inside. I was lucky to have my head back. If I had been a little less careful, I might not even have gotten my head back, and would have died there forever. Jialan said, and then you came back to trick us, leaving us with so much debt. It would have been better for you to die in there. It would have been better for everyone. Don't be so heartless. After all, I was your former captain. I just wanted to survive. I didn't have any bad intentions. Shenlong said. Jialan pointed ahead and said, I'm not in the mood to talk to you right now. Tell me, if the person ahead devours the immortal petal like a shark, will our fate be disastrous? Of course it will be. Shenlong said, if I'm not mistaken, consuming this immortal petal will increase his strength by a significant amount. He'd be far more powerful than an average immortal level creature. The 2 of us are no match for him. Why don't we try to persuade him now? If he really wants to swallow it, we'd both be the first to die. Jialan hurriedly said to Shanghai, brother, don't be impulsive. You're bringing this immortal petal to the clan leader. If you eat it, how will you report back? You're scared now. Didn't you enjoy threatening me just now? You kept launching deadly attacks at me, unwilling to let me escape alive. Shanghai laughed coldly, his eyes flashing with terrifying murderous intent. He had already swallowed the immortal petal, and it would soon take effect. He felt an immense power surge through his body. Shanghai's body had grown considerably larger, and scales had grown on his skin. These were extremely hard and glowed blue. His bloody mouth opened wide, wide enough to swallow a planet in one gulp. Jialan said, it's over. This guy has gone completely mad. He swallowed the immortal petals, and is determined to fight us to the death. Shenlong said, he's so crazy. He finally managed to swallow the immortal petals. Won't the clan leader kill him? How about this? The 2 of us team up and surround this human-like shark. Together, We can kill and devour it. It's only been a short time since the human-like shark swallowed the immortal petals, so it hasn't been fully digested yet. If we kill and devour it, our strength will increase significantly. Jialan suggested. That's a good idea. Jinlan nodded. You two are quite brave. Seeing how much my strength has increased after consuming the immortal petals, you still want to devour me. Let's see who's braver or stronger. Shahai rushed towards the two. Jialan and the other man turned and fled, completely forgetting the good things they had just agreed to do together. Jinlan angrily said, Didn't you say that we would each team up to fight him? Why are you running away now? If I had believed you, I would have been his prey. Shut up. I was talking about the original plan. Jialan said angrily, Don't you see how powerful the other party is? If we join forces, we'd just be giving them food. It's no different from courting death. Besides, I can't be as treacherous as you. We're all the same, Jinlan said. Shahai, chasing closely behind, taunted, Didn't you two just tell me to surrender? Now I tell you to surrender too. As long as you stand still, I let you go. Really? Jinlan asked. Of course it's true, Shahai said with a cold smile. Jinlan said, If you stop now, I believe what you said. Otherwise, I won't stop. How about we stop together? Shahai said. Okay. Jinlan agreed. I count to 3, and we stop together. Okay. Shahai lost, and after counting 1, 2, and 3, Jinlan still didn't stop. Of course, he didn't stop either. You have no integrity. We agreed to stop on 1, 2, and 3, but you showed no intention of stopping and kept running. How dare you say that to me? Aren't you running all the way forward? If I stopped, you'd be the first one to open your mouth and swallow me. As expected, you creatures in the 8th universe are all dishonest. That statement is absolutely true. You guys in the 6th universe aren't much better. You have no right to mock us. Jinlan and Shahai were engaged in a verbal battle. Shahai was a chatterbox, cursing as he chased. Jialan gave him a thumbs up. It seems you can be quite useful sometimes. You knew how to shield your creditor's escape at a crucial moment. I give you a thumbs up. I lost my life helping you, your creditor, escape. And I'm still paying you back. Are you overthinking it? And why were you running so fast? Couldn't you have been a little slower? Jinlan asked. Jialan angrily said, Okay, Jinlan, I knew you were a bad guy. You never wanted to pay your debt. You want to pay it now, but you just have nowhere else to go. Just wait, I fire you when I get back. What's the deal? I'm just an employee, not your slave. I think that's understandable. I understand, you idiot, Jialan said. Forget it, there's no point in explaining any more. I'm running as fast as I can now. Even the speaker couldn't stop me. Jinlan unleashed his full potential, his speed increasing dozens of times. Jialan, looking at Jinlan, who had surpassed him, angrily said, Can you slow down a bit? You're going to reincarnate so quickly. I knew running slower meant reincarnation. This Shark-C has gone mad after consuming the immortal petals. His strength is terrifying, Jinlan said. Jialan said, I have to speed up too. If I run faster than my teammates, I can survive. The two continued to accelerate, trying to overtake each other. Shark-C behind them was getting faster and faster, and the distance between them was closing. Lin Luo watched the two from a distance and couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 1135. Logically speaking, this human-like shark had become so powerful that catching up to the two men would mean death. Lin Luo should have been worried about them. The words they had said, transmitted to him via electromagnetic waves, were truly hilarious. He considered going over to help, but then thought better of it. This was not the time to show off his strength. This human-like shark was this powerful. Even if they joined forces, they were no match for him. If Lin Luo went to rescue them, it would be tantamount to committing suicide. He was coming in his original form this time. He couldn't afford to be reckless. If he died, he could rely on his clone to revive him, but his strength would be greatly diminished. Lin Luo's goal was to evolve to an immortal-level creature. Dying once would severely damage his strength, making it difficult to evolve to that level again. He also believed that Jialan and Jinlan wouldn't die so easily. Especially if Jinlan entered the core planet, where there were many creatures more powerful than the human-like shark. They could all be revived with a single head, relying on hospital treatment. Captain Jialan's father is an even more powerful immortal-level being. He would surely have provided her with numerous life-saving measures, and she wouldn't die so easily. Lin Luo wasn't ready to leave immediately. He wanted to see if there was any chance. His main purpose for coming this time was to avoid taking advantage. The current situation was extremely difficult. Lin Luo didn't want to give up just yet. The chances of obtaining the flesh and blood of an immortal level being were slim. Jialan urged, Shenlong, it's time for you to repay your debt. I'm in danger now. If this shark catches up to us, we surely die. If you choose to actively divert him, we still have a chance of survival. Shenlong cried, I know I owe you a great debt, but now is not the time to repay it. I don't want to die either. Only those who have experienced death once know how terrifying it is. I don't want to experience this feeling a second time. Please let me go. I hope to live longer. Jialan angrily said, Okay, you don't want to repay your debt. I see you as you are. No, I have always wanted to repay my debt. Shenlong vowed, to repay my debt, I must be alive. If I lose my life, how can I repay my debt? Jialan said, stop talking. You just don't want to repay your debt. You have such strong vitality. You escaped from such a dangerous place as the core star, and still have your head left. You can't. Sacrifice once. A shark sea is much safer than a nuclear star. I believe you can survive. Shenlong said, you don't have to believe me. Do you know how I got through those years? I was stuck in the hospital with exorbitant medical bills. The doctors and nurses kept asking me for money, and the patients in my ward looked at me with strange eyes. Every time I recall this painful experience, I can't sleep at night. I once swore I wouldn't repeat the same mistake, and this time is no different. I'd rather die than be devoured by the enemy, and have nothing but my head. Jialan said, then die. It will save you a lot of pain. I feel good about this. Every year on this day, I will remember you by burning a simulated creature for you. I guarantee it will be a beautiful person in your eyes. Thank you. Shenlong, don't forget, I'm just a phantom now. I won't actually die. At most, my real body will be slightly more injured, probably the same as before. All I have left is my head. I can't move the rest of my body. It will take a long time to recover. Jialan said, you're a phantom, isn't that better? It's better than dying. Shenlong said, why do you always ask me to sacrifice myself? Can't you sacrifice yourself? Your father is a councilman. I don't believe he doesn't have a way to save you. Yes, but he can only save me, not you. Think about it, if you sacrifice yourself, I can say that life-saving method. Your plan is really good. I gain nothing, and you gain everything. Jialan gritted his teeth, a pang of pain. If you make the sacrifice, I'm willing to write off your debt. Just a debt write-off? Shenlong said unsatisfiedly. Jialan angrily said, don't go too far. What do you mean by just writing off the debt? You have to understand that I owe 600 million. Any less won't do. No way. This time, I have to endure the same pain as before. This pain will cost 600 million, and no one will take the fall for me. You can't find anyone more suitable than me. Your only option now is to accept my offer. You have to pay my medical expenses, and you have to pay me another 100 million for my emotional distress. Shenlong laid out his terms. Jialan's face flushed with anger. You're asking for too much. Your medical expenses will be at least 100 million, and I have another 100 million to give you. That's 800 million. You're asking for that much for just one death. Have you ever really died? If you did, it would probably only be worth 800 million. I think you could develop a death-taking business. If you could make 800 million per death, why would you even come here to carry out a squad mission? If you do it over 20 times, you achieve financial freedom, richer than the average phenomenal immortal. Shenlong gave a thumbs up and said, good idea. I can really develop this business, and bring Long Xian in too. He's got plenty of life force anyway. You? Jialan was furious, and seemed to have no choice but to accept this offer. Shenlong said, think about it quickly. The Shark Sea is getting closer and closer. If they catch up, I won't be able to continue this business, and you won't be able to spend money either. You're so cruel. Just as Jialan was about to agree to the deal, a giant shark appeared. Oh my god. Don't be so unlucky. I haven't dealt with a giant shark behind me, and now there's another one in front of me. Shenlong was completely upset. Looks like I can only use what my father gave me. Let them laugh, there's nothing I can do about it. Jialan still didn't want to use the life-saving measure her father had given her, as it would draw ridicule from her sister Jianan. But she had no choice now. If she didn't use what her father had given her, she would surely die. Let them laugh, you old woman. Jialan made up her mind. It's over, it's over. I thought I'd be discharged soon, but it seems I was wrong. Once this phantom is gone, I'd be deeply in debt again. I don't know who to borrow money from. Am I going to rot in the hospital too? Shenlong said sadly. The two men thought they were doomed when the shark phantom passed over them, and swooped down, like a shark towards the people behind them. Chapter 1136. Chief? Shanghai sensed a life-or-death crisis, and immediately turned to flee. Shanghai, seeing me, why did you run away? Don't act stupid. You came after me, thinking I didn't know what you were up to. I told you to get the immortal flower, but you swallowed it instead. You truly deserve to die. What do you mean I deserve to die? It was you, these phenomenal immortal level creatures, who messed around and got hurt, leaving us to search for the immortal flower. We set out with over 100 people, and now I'm the only one left. Shanghai went crazy, knowing he was caught and doomed. I successfully obtained the immortal flower and arrived at the designated location. It's mainly because you broke your promise and didn't wait for me at the agreed time. That's why I was hunted by those two guys. Now you're back again. What's your intention? The man apologized to the shark chieftain. This is my fault. Stop, and I take you back to Universe 6. Don't be delusional. I won't let you take me to Universe 6. Do you think I don't know your intentions? I just swallowed the immortal petals. While I haven't fully digested the immortal petals, you want to devour me and indirectly gain their medicinal properties. Don't think I don't know your intentions. Shanghai retorted. Do you really want to resist like this? You must know that if I really attack you, you will definitely not be able to escape, and your torture will be in vain. Just go back obediently. I won't let you die completely. You can still evolve to the immortal level later. I can promise you that everyone around you will benefit greatly from this, and be taken care of by me. The human-like shark leader patiently persuaded. Shanghai said, you don't need to belabor the point. Even if I die in Universe 8. I can't possibly return to Universe 6. Don't say such useless things. I'm not a 3-year-old child who will listen to your lies. Even if you're powerful, you can't turn a living being from nothingness back into an immortal. You definitely devour me whole, even my brain. Logically, your promise is simply impossible to fulfill. Once I'm devoured by you, that's all I am. There's no chance of resurrection. The human-like shark leader angrily shouted, you're shameless, so don't blame me for not remembering our past friendship. The giant shark shadow suddenly accelerated, opening its bloody maw and biting down on Shanghai's back. The small tail and flesh were bitten off, revealing the white bones. Blood flowed profusely from the wound, spilling into the galaxy. Shanghai endured the excruciating pain and continued running. You better give up and resist. Even if you swallow the immortal flower, you're still no match for me. Just give up treatment, and you suffer less. The human shark chief threatened. Shanghai felt the excruciating pain. This is my chance. I can't give it up. If you have any conscience, you should let me go now. What a joke. Letting you go? Don't you think about who helped you reach immortal? The human shark chief said coldly. Your talent is only average among the human sharks. Why did you get the chance to evolve to immortal while others didn't? What a great benefit I gave your children. You actually betrayed me. I already gave you this opportunity, but you didn't want it. Even if I can't get the immortal flower, I will devour you. Sharksea angrily said, what's the point of saying all this? I earned all this on my own? My father and grandfather sacrificed their lives, and I nearly died several times before I could evolve into an immortal level creature. In your eyes, we're less than slaves. We earn these things through hard work, but in your eyes, they're just charity. The Shark Clan leader said coldly, it seems you've been harboring these ambitions for a long time. You could just find a tribe whose members have worked exceptionally hard, earn the clan leader's approval, and evolve to the immortal level. You're incredibly lucky in the 6th universe. You don't really think that simply serving well will guarantee you immortal level evolution. Sharksea said, now that you come here, you're not afraid of the powerful beings from the 8th universe. You might never leave this place. Think about where we are now. Sharksea immediately sensed something was wrong and turned, heading deeper into the universe. Before swallowing the immortal petals, he hadn't considered betraying his clan leader. After consuming the immortal petals, Sharksea gained immense power, and his entire mindset changed. Sharkhai recalled some past events. Seeing the patriarch's humble appearance, he decided to change himself. Do you think you can escape? The human-like shark patriarch caught up with Sharkhai again and bit him, taking another huge bite out of his flesh. Blood gushed out from the wound, and Sharkhai couldn't help but scream. Sharkhai realized the huge gap between him and the patriarch. He hadn't consumed the immortal petals for long enough, and no one had fully digested them, so his strength increase was limited. Severe pain radiated from behind, causing Sharkhai to slow down and cry out. Knowing he was no match for the patriarch, Sharksea pleaded, powerful men of the 8th universe, can't you just ignore the human-like shark patriarch? He's killing people in your own 8th universe. The human-like shark patriarch moved even faster, continuously devouring Shark C's body. Gradually, more than half of Shark C's body was gone, with nearly a quarter devoured by the human-like sharks. You're courting death yourself. No one can blame you. I originally wanted to spare your life, letting you live in someone else's body. Now it seems there's no need. The human-like shark patriarch took another fierce bite. Jialan exclaimed in surprise. I thought this shark-like creature would become incredibly powerful after swallowing the immortal petals. But it seems he's still quite weak. He's no match for his clan leader. He seems to be easily crushing him. Shenlong said, that's normal. Many people think their journey to immortal level evolution is over, but in reality, it's just the beginning. There are strong and weak immortals. You were quite powerful back then, like me, but then we entered the core star and only returned with a single head. Jialan nodded, it seems I'm still too weak. I thought I was already incredibly powerful just because I was at the eternal level. Having immortal level combat power was already impressive, but it seems I'm still a bit lacking. You need to work harder. Of course I will, Shenlong said. Don't you know there are always better beings? The universe is so vast, and there's no shortage of powerful creatures. Evolving to immortal level creatures is no easy feat. It seems I still need to work harder. I can't be as lame as you. Jialan nodded. What do you mean? I was trying to persuade you out of kindness, and now you're blaming me. Shenlong said angrily. Chapter 1137. Jialan spitted, is what I said true? When you were at the eternal level, you didn't have the combat power of an immortal. And you promised us that once you evolved to an immortal, you would lead our team to a life of luxury. Shenlong said, is what I said true? I led you to a life of luxury for a while, but then something unexpected happened, and I couldn't do anything about it. Don't think your conscience hurts. Jialan said, don't think that just because so much time has passed, we've forgotten this. You've been here for a while. We've been together for a while now, and it seems you've been using most of your money to pay off debts. It seems so. Stop the nonsense. I'm stronger than you now. As long as I work hard at the immortal level, it's only natural that I surpass you. Okay, your talent is better than mine, at least that's enough. This human-like shark is quite pitiful. He might as well have given up on treatment. It would have saved him a lot of pain. Look at how badly injured he is now, yet he's still frantically running forward. The intense exercise only exacerbates the pain. Jialan looked at the distant sea of sharks, who were desperately trying to escape into the depths of space. The human-like shark leader was chasing them relentlessly, and the sharks were practically circling. The shark's hindquarters had been devoured, and it was bleeding profusely. A large group of creatures followed, feeding on the blood. Some of the creatures went berserk and bit the shark fiercely. The shark roared in pain and shook off the creatures, but didn't attack. The human-like shark leader was chasing closely, keeping him from getting distracted. Shark C shouted, I am willing to surrender to your universe. As long as you can let me survive, I will agree to any request you make. It seems you truly gone mad. Why don't you just surrender to me? I can spare your life. The cowards of the 8th universe won't help you. Just come into my belly. The shark chief, sensing something was amiss, sped up his devouring. I don't like what you're saying. What do you mean by saying that all the creatures of the 8th universe are cowards, and you, the 6th universe, are the turtles? A goddess appeared, with bright eyes and white teeth, snow-white skin, a voluptuous figure, and long legs. She emanated a holy aura, her stature no less than a star. Jianan, why are you here? What do you mean by why are I here? This is our 8th universe's territory. As an elder of the 8th universe, I'm certainly allowed to come here. Jianan looked at the man-like shark chief. But you, how dare you come to our 8th universe without even saying hello, shark tyrant, you're truly audacious. This is one of my own. I'm enforcing my clan law. Kill him, and I leave. You have no use in stopping me. Shark tyrant's eyes narrowed slightly. No, any creature that enters the 8th universe must be dealt with by our universal alliance. You're trying to start a war. Shark tyrant, are you kidding me? Do you think you can represent the 6th universe? Then can you represent the 8th universe? I do. I'm a powerful elder of the 8th universe, so I should be able to represent it. Jianan said proudly. Shark tyrant scoffed. According to your statement, I'm one of the 10 clan leaders. I can represent the 6th universe. Why are you still such a child? You just say whatever I say. Don't you think about your situation in Universe 8? You already earned the disdain of many people. You wanted to evolve to a phenomenal immortal level creature, but instead of searching for the immortal flower on your own core planet, you set so many people to sacrifice. You human sharks have committed countless evil deeds in Universe 6, earning the disdain of many. Now that you're weaker this time, they surely take advantage of your misfortune, Jianan said. Shenlong and the other two had been following the leader of the human sharks, eager to witness the battles between stronger creatures. They could learn a lot from watching creatures fight each other frequently. Shenlong pointed at the goddess in front of them. Captain, is this your sister? Are you blind? You know my sister, don't you? Jialan said angrily. It was just a little teasing, don't be angry. This old woman, she's been doing nothing all day, but she's quite good at showing off. She could have come out much earlier, but she insisted on waiting until a certain time. It's mainly because of her powerful bloodline. I feel like those with the Gala bloodline don't need to be pretentious, their appearance is incredibly high. They're in a class of their own. Originally, this bloodline was meant for me, but this old woman told my father that when she grew up, she'd find the best bloodline for me, and then my father gave it to her. Teacher Jialan calls Jianan an old woman, primarily because her bloodline was stolen. Jialan said, your white tiger bloodline is also very powerful, a very rare bloodline, and your transformed form is quite beautiful. Jialan angrily said, you're quite right, but compared to the Gala bloodline, it's still far inferior. There's a fundamental difference. Jia Luo is still much more handsome. Jialan said. Jialan said, we worked so hard for so long, and in the end, this guy got nothing. Let's see if we can get some flesh and blood. These two immortals won't let Sharksea go. Sharksea hasn't been consuming the immortal petals for long, so the medicinal effects are still strong. Consuming their flesh and blood in time will provide us with a lot of help, Jialan said. Sharksea is also so desperate. If he had given up on treatment and let us capture him earlier, we could have split the immortal flower. Now, with two even more powerful immortals attacking, we won't get any. He foolishly swallowed the immortal petals, thinking he would gain immense strength, but he actually harmed himself. Jialan complained. Jialan sighed. It can only be said that life and death are a matter of a split second. He certainly didn't anticipate this outcome when he swallowed the immortal flower. He deserves it. He was so arrogant when he swallowed the immortal flower and chased us. He's making this decision now, completely unaware of the uncertainty surrounding his life and death, Jialan said coldly. Shenlong said, you could say he deserves it. Let's wait and see. It shouldn't be long before the winner is decided. That's not necessarily true. I feel the two are equally matched, Jialan said. You have to trust the opinions of those who have experienced it. Then you have to trust the opinions of the creditors. When Jialan mentioned the debt, Shenlong's tone suddenly withered. He had tried to snatch the immortal flower earlier, and he had been much tougher with Shenlong, fearing that Jialan would come after him. Chapter 1138. Shark Tyrant, I don't think there's any point in you resisting me. Besides, if I, the human shark, were to be annihilated in Universe 6, it wouldn't do much good for you or Universe 8. Only if I'm strong enough can Universe 8 benefit. Jianan sneered, are you kidding me? Think about what you've done to the human sharks. You always like to target our Universe 8. Many of the tragedies in our Universe 8 were caused by you human sharks. You're talking about those weaker planets. The strong prey on the weak, and it's only natural. It's only natural for them to be devoured by us human sharks. No wonder you human sharks are so evil. If you, the leader, are so evil, how can the human sharks not be evil? Stop talking nonsense. Don't try to stall for time. Wait. If reinforcements arrive, I promise you I reward you if you don't stop me, and I swear the human shark won't come to Universe 8 again. Your promise is as good as a fart. Jianan said, back when you were an immortal, you were attacked by one of our elders. You begged for mercy, saying that if you escaped this time, you would take the human shark and stay safe in Universe 6, not participating in the battle in Universe 8. Then, this elder took pity on you and let you escape. Who knows if the first target of your return to strength will be ours? Only your death will put me at peace. Sha Batian, I don't think you can kill me. You're being rude. You're just a shadow of yourself. Killing your shadow would only reduce your strength by 30% at most. Jianan said, look at how much you've grown, Junior. I remember when I was an immortal, you were still an eternal, and now you're so arrogant. People always grow. Don't underestimate anyone. The human-like shark leader and Jianan faced off, each wary of the other. Jianan had come in his true form, his strength far inferior to that of the human-like shark leader. The human-like shark leader was a formidable figure in Universe 6, having long since evolved to the immortal level, very close to the phenomenal level. His immense strength and ruthless methods earned him the dread of many. Not only did the creatures outside want Shark Tyrant to evolve to the immortal level, but even the elders of his race didn't want him to reach the phenomenal immortal level. The simultaneous occurrence of 4 phenomenal immortal-level human-like sharks was definitely a good thing for him. The massive phantom of shark tyrant bit Jianan. Jianan's face was filled with solemnity. He had used his Garo bloodline to its fullest potential, sprouting 3 heads and 6 arms, his body emitting a golden glow. Shark Tyrant was merely a phantom, but he was on the verge of phenomenal immortal strength, forcing her to deal with him with all her might. There's a fundamental difference between immortals and phenomenal immortals, but they're far superior to eternal-level creatures possessing immortal-level combat power. The gap in life levels grows larger the further back in time. A slight difference can actually be a significant difference. Once a creature reaches the immortal level, the power disparity above that becomes immense, far more significant than simply accounting for the level difference. Suddenly, Shark Tyrant changed his target, targeting Shark C. "Hurry, save me!" Shark C cried out to Jianan. "Shark Tyrant, no matter who betrays me, the result is death. No matter the cost, I will slay that person. You betrayed me, and this is your death." By the time Jianan tried to help, it was too late. Shahai, believing Jianan's help, felt relieved and less cautious, accidentally having a large portion of his body bitten off. "You thief!" Jianan angrily attacked Shark Tyrant, but Shark Tyrant ignored her and pursued Shahai. Shahai was filled with fear, the excruciating pain causing him to lose his mind and run forward. Jianan struck Shark Shadow, which faltered, causing little damage. Shark Tyrant ignored Jianan and continued to pursue Shahai. Jinlan commented from a distance, "Shahai keeps trying to escape, so his fate is certain to end." Understandable, isn't it? When a creature is in a state of panic, it loses its mind and runs wildly. What awaits him is death, Jialan said with a hint of gloating. "Captain, I sense you're quite happy." "Really? Then I'm definitely very happy. Seeing this old woman fail is a huge benefit to me. Last time, they agreed to give us over 10 billion, and then they only gave us 2 billion, saying it was a blessing for us." Jialan felt that he had contributed, and things had suddenly turned out this way, and he had no way to do anything about it. Why was he deducting money for this? Shenlong nodded and said, "From Elder Jianan's perspective, I can understand doing this, but deducting our money is wrong. Our Deep Blue team is already very poor, and they're deducting even this little bit of money. Can't they give us a little more money to develop properly?" Over the years, our Deep Blue team has experienced the efforts of several captains, and has always thrived, bringing huge profits to the entire Universal Alliance. Now our team is making no profit. The Cosmic Alliance takes so much tax money, I think they should give us some. Only if our Deep Blue team develops better can we bring greater profits to the Cosmic Alliance. Jialan said, "That makes sense. I think the elders should give us money from time to time. We can't just assume they have to pay them all. When we're struggling, they should also give us money. That's how a virtuous cycle can be formed." The two men looked at the battle ahead and began chatting. A battle between 2 powerful immortals was no match for them. The 2 creatures were too powerful. If they advanced, they would be courting death. Lin Luo, observing the 2 captains from the shadows, felt for a moment that both captains had very good mindsets. Most creatures wouldn't have the courage to watch a battle from the sidelines, but they were chatting, and they seemed quite happy chatting. Lin Luo was biding his time, ready to grab a big piece of meat. He only had one chance to strike. The Golden Dragon's reputation was well known in the 8th universe. The Deep Blue team discussed this topic, suggesting that if they had the chance, they would try to capture it. They could obtain a substantial reward. Many suspected it was a creature from the 6th universe. Lin Luo's unique aura of the 9th universe was gone, and many initially dismissed the 9th universe as a threat. Because the 9th universe was too weak, it would be a blessing if the 8th universe didn't invade it. It was simply impossible for a creature from the 9th universe to enter the 8th universe. Lin Luo decided to leave after the plunder. The absence of the 9th universe's aura didn't mean he could wreak havoc in the 8th universe. Chapter 1139. Lin Luo had done quite a bit before, making him a household name in the 8th universe. The immortal Earth God, Blood Red Forest, wasn't dead yet, so he probably revealed that his son was killed by a giant golden dragon. He might even ask the authorities for revenge. A price would be acceptable. Jianan, looking at the fleeing shark, was furious. "How many times have I told you to stop? If you keep running, you're dead. No one can save you." Shahai angrily said, "Shut up. Your strength is limited. Even with your true form, you couldn't defeat Shark Tyrant's phantom. I thought you were so formidable, but you're so weak. You're out of power in the 8th universe, letting Shark Tyrant run amok? Hurry and notify stronger individuals. I know many of the 6th universe's secrets, and I reveal them when the time comes." Jianan retorted, "Do you think we in the 8th universe are strong enough? Are they all alright? They were all playing at home, so they must have other things to do. I given up my precious nap just to come here, and you're actually looking down on me. Do you believe I give up saving you immediately? Shanghai, fearing Jianan would truly give up on him, quickly said, I know I was wrong. The most important thing now is to save my life. Only by saving my life can I have a future. Sha Batian sneered, save your life. No one else can help. You die today. Save me. Shanghai sensed a life or death crisis. Sha Batian attacked again, his massive jaws snapping down. He tried to dodge, but it was too late, he was bitten hard. Shark Tyrant had lost most of his body, his vitality rapidly draining away, and he grew increasingly weak. Forget it, this is the only way. Jianan grabbed Shark Hai, crushed the remaining half of his body into a pulp, and stuffed it into his mouth. She swallowed it in a few bites, and Shark Hai hadn't expected that Jianan would attack her. You creatures of the 8th universe are so despicable. You promised to protect me, and now you're turning around and attacking me. Who will trust you creatures of the 8th universe in the future? Shanghai questioned Jianan, and quickly ran away. The pain continued to pierce through him, nearly causing him to faint. But Shark Hai didn't dare stop. If he did, he would die. He deeply regretted swallowing the immortal petal. He shouldn't have been so greedy. He simply didn't have the strength to hold onto the immortal petal. Shanghai had definitely been more rational. He should have thrown the immortal petal away, allowing him to escape. Alas, there was no medicine for regret, so Shark Hai could only accept his fate. How many times have I told you, don't run, don't run? I told you so many times, and you just won't listen. Now you made it so you're dead. Why not give me a little benefit? I eat you up a little, and I thank you. Now I can only kill you. Jianan wanted to maximize his profits, but sometimes there's no other way, so he could only choose to cut his losses. It was only a matter of time before Shark Sea was devoured by Shark Tyrant. If Jianan kept clinging to his original plan, the result would likely be nothing. Jianan's actions to eat up some of Shark Sea would also significantly improve his own strength. After Shark Hai ingests and digests the immortal petals, his strength will be similar to Jianan's, and there won't be a significant difference between the two. The immortal petals are so potent that Jianan has spent a long time evolving to reach their power, far surpassing the average immortal level creature. Surveying Shark Hai will also bring him significant benefits. The two powerful creatures teamed up to rip Shark Hai into pieces, sending a torrent of flesh and blood raining down. Many creatures pounced on him, snatching some of the flesh and blood. Shark Hai is an immortal level creature, and his flesh and blood alone are extremely valuable, let alone the immortal petals. The nutrients contained in even a few immortal petals are far superior to those obtained by devouring other creatures or precious materials. Jinlan rushed over immediately. We must grab a large piece of meat, otherwise all the time we waited here will be wasted. Not just half a day, but the time we spent chasing them all is just a waste. Jialan also hurried over. Both of them reached their maximum speed, with Jialan clearly moving faster. Jinlan angrily said, Are you shameless? You can move so fast, but can't we both move at the same speed? That way, we can get more. Jialan said, You have a point, don't you? Then you slowed down first, and I slowed down later. Otherwise, I suspect you speed up as soon as I slow down. Don't worry about that. I can guarantee it with my own character. I slowed down immediately, Jinlan said. After a while, their speed increased. Jialan's bloodline was a speed-oriented one, so he had a natural advantage in being the fastest, much faster than normal. We agreed to slow down, but how come you're so much faster than me? Even faster than before, Jinlan said. Jialan outpaced Jinlan and was about to approach. You said you were going to slow down, but I tried for a long time, and you didn't. You're trying to trick me into slowing down, but you're going to go mad. Jinlan burst out with terrifying speed, shooting out like a rocket, almost catching up with Jialan. Good boy, you really have something to hide. It's a good thing I didn't slow down just now. If I had, you have pushed me so hard, and I wouldn't have been able to get even a piece of meat off of you, Jialan said thankfully. Jinlan said, It seems I underestimated you. You've grown a lot. When the two arrived at the place where the sharks died in the sea, many creatures had already arrived. Most of them, without the strength, chose smaller pieces of flesh and blood to gnaw on. Some powerful creatures took advantage of powerful or fine flesh and blood. The best flesh and blood has absorbed the immortal petals, emitting a dazzling light. Consuming it provides more nutrition. Jialan complained, I told you to come earlier, and now you see, some of the good flesh and blood has been snatched away, and all that's left is of inferior quality. What are you talking about? Don't you see that the good flesh and blood are being saved? The inferior flesh and blood has been eaten by weaker creatures. Immortal-grade flesh and blood won't be of much use to us. Consuming flesh and blood infused with immortal petals will significantly improve us, Shenlong said. As the two were arguing, a giant golden dragon flew over, radiating a powerful aura. It's him! Jia Lan was surprised. Chapter 1140. Long Xian? Shenlong frowned slightly, his eyes filled with confusion, as he muttered to himself, he looks like him, but something feels off. Why does this sense of déjà vu well up in my heart? Jia Lan raised his eyes slightly, remembering something, and said slowly, it's perfectly normal for you to feel this way. Earlier in the forest, didn't I hear him say his son was killed by a giant golden dragon? And this one is the culprit. Wait! Shenlong snapped back to reality, his expression froze. This guy appears before us now, wanting to devour the flesh of a human-like shark and compete with us for it, he said sternly. Jia Lan nodded slightly, her expression solemn, very likely. She looked up at the golden dragon, a hint of vigilance flashing in her eyes. This golden dragon is definitely not a good creature. The aura it exudes is already approaching the immortal level, reaching the eternal level. Its combat power is so strong that it is almost immortal. At this moment, Lin Luo spoke, I hold no ill will towards you too. Now, why don't we compete fairly for this human-like shark flesh? He paused slightly, glancing at the crowd, and continued, why don't we split up and fight for the flesh we want to eat? Shenlong heard this and looked up at the human-like shark flesh suspended in midair, weighing it in his mind. Jia Lan's gaze shifted, locking onto a piece of flesh to the left that emanated a strange luster. Lin Luo pondered for a moment, and set his sights on a massive, one-ton hunk of flesh below. For a moment, each of the three parties determined their targets, which, in turn, avoided a number of conflicts. The piece of flesh and blood that Lin Luo had chosen was now being madly devoured by a dozen strange-looking, unknown creatures. The creatures moved with swift force, their flesh and blood dwindling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Luo let out a deafening dragon roar, its waves resounding, as if tangible, shaking the surrounding planets violently. The unknown creatures, buffeted by the roar, fell from the mass of flesh, emitting sharp cries. Lin Luo seized this opportunity to accelerate rapidly, streaking across the sky like a flash of golden lightning. He opened his bloody maw and instantly devoured the hunk of flesh. Some greedy creatures that hadn't yet completely escaped were also devoured. After swallowing the flesh, Lin Luo felt a surge of warmth in his stomach, imbued with immense and powerful energy. This energy rapidly flowed through his body, repairing minor injuries while nourishing and strengthening his own strength. The immortal petals are truly miraculous. Lin Luo marveled inwardly. Devour this flesh and blood, and it can strengthen my body so rapidly. He could clearly feel his body strengthening at an astonishing rate. Every muscle and every bone was cheering with joy, as if welcoming a new life. Then, Lin Luo devoured 2 or 3 more pieces of flesh and blood in quick succession. At this point, there was very little flesh and blood left. Shenlong and Jia Lan could continue devouring it, but if he stayed any longer, he would probably cause unnecessary trouble. Besides, his information had been exposed and registered with the 8th Universe Alliance. If he stayed any longer, it would be difficult for him to leave. Lin Luo no longer hesitated, transforming into a golden figure and soaring into the distance at a breakneck speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Sha Batian glanced at the few pieces of flesh left on the ground and sneered coldly, his voice tinged with complacency. It's almost time to leave. This trip has been quite rewarding. I already devoured most of the immortal petals. He deliberately taunted her, speaking of which, I have a lot to thank you for. If you hadn't stopped me in the 8th universe, I wouldn't have been devoured there, and instead would have benefited greatly. Even if I returned to the 6th universe, the immortals of other species wouldn't have let me succeed, and I'm afraid it wouldn't have been so easy. I'm sure I gain a lot this time. I evolved to a higher level. Jia Nan, upon hearing this, was furious. She glared at Shark Tyrant and shouted, Shut up. You're acting as if I gained nothing. Now it's clearly you who's suffering. She clenched her hands, her body trembling slightly with anger. Shark Tyrant's lips curled up in a mocking smile as he sneered, Suffering a loss? I'm already just one step away from becoming a phenomenal immortal, lacking only some special energy to complete my evolution. Now that I've taken that step, I'd be even more powerful the next time we meet. Beware. If I attack you, your life could be in danger. Honestly, with your current strength, you're still too weak for me. He raised his head slightly, his eyes filled with disdain. Your true form appeared, yet you couldn't even defeat a single shadow of mine. I almost forgot that the overall strength of your 8th universe is relatively low. I was negligent. I apologize. Jianan's face turned livid with anger, and she gritted her teeth. Get out now. Someone stronger will arrive soon, and you won't be able to escape. She wanted to charge at Shark Tyrant and teach him a lesson, but reason told her she was no match for him. Okay, enough. See you next time. Shark Tyrant chuckled softly, and the Phantom, condensed from his race's innate talent, sped off like a streak of black lightning towards the 6th universe. He knew that if this Phantom died in the 8th universe, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Damn it! Jianan cursed softly as she watched Shark Tyrant's retreating figure. Forget it. Let's see if there's any leftover flesh and blood to eat when we get back. Jianan took a deep breath, trying to calm her rage. She remembered that there seemed to be some human shark-like remains scattered ahead. If she could devour them, perhaps she could gain some strength. However, when Jianan hurried back, she found not even a single piece of flesh. All she saw were two familiar figures, Jialan and Jinlan. Their bellies were full, their faces filled with satisfaction. Jinlan, with her sharp eyes, was the first to spot Jianan's return. She quickly approached with a beaming smile, saying warmly, "Big sister, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you." As he spoke, he stole a glance at Jianan's expression, speculating internally. Jianan's face darkened, her gaze darting back and forth between the two of them. She said coldly, "You two haven't left yet? I worked so hard to hunt down others, and you ended up getting the better of me. You just devoured me to your heart's content." Her voice was thick with anger. Jinlan, upon hearing this, hurriedly explained, "Big sister, that's being too formal. We're all members of the Universal Alliance, and our interests are aligned. Even if we don't devour this flesh and blood, other creatures will seize the opportunity to snatch it. Rather than letting outsiders take advantage, it's better for us to enjoy it ourselves. Besides, after devouring it, our strength will increase, allowing us to better serve you and give back to you in the future." He spoke with a forced smile, trying to lighten the mood,